Chapter 111. Because they were unsure whether these books, parchments, and boxes could actually be taken out of the illusion, Nukyukyu and the others decided from the outset to spend some time in the illusion reading through all the information, directly finding clues to follow through on the main plot. But they clearly hadn't anticipated the sheer volume of information. No wonder the infiltration part was so easy. It turns out the difficulty lies in finding clues within so much material. Ijin Pokienshin was most apprehensive about reading these written materials. Office slaves can't handle so much text. Then you could be a lookout, or help the Tang Sek cook and unpack the boxes. Xianyuitiu waved his hand and began to read at a glance. Thanks to the system's automatic translation system, these otherworldly texts had their own translations for the players, making them appear incredibly fast. Ijin Pachianshan had no choice but to squat beside Tang Minbazu. What's with these boxes? Ever played with the Da Vinci Code? Luban box? Something like that. Tang Minbazu pressed the box's surface here and there, pulling out a piece of wood here and a half key there. He quickly opened one, revealing a bronze key. He used his identification spell to examine it, and the result read, an ordinary bronze key, not sure what it opens. He put the key in his backpack and moved on to the next box. Ijin Pachianshan realized he wasn't up to the task of such delicate work and could only serve as a thug, so he gave up and walked to the door to check what was going on outside. Yuhua Dengxian, holy crap, this dark sun is seriously awesome. Those members of the itinerant cult barely survived more than 3 strikes from him. Melissa Kubo, holy crap, this is a bloody massacre. Just one look, and you see it's all pixelated. Salted fish, hearing 25 makes me chuckle. Melissa Kubo, it's the kind of 25 where there's brains, blood, and tentacles everywhere. Salted fish, I just keep reading. Be careful the dark sun doesn't find you. I found it. Nakukia suddenly stood up, holding the book. Read this. God's Descent. The God of Light, originating from the twin suns, resides in the divine palace and patrols the earth daily. If you wish to invite a god to descend upon the earth, you must prepare a body for him. Choose the body of a pure young man, administer secret medicine, and undergo martial arts training, tempering him through battles of blood and fire until he is strong enough to contain the power of the god. The chosen one will be enshrined as the Son of God. After several rounds of selection, the body chosen by the god will become the Son of God. Throughout the ages, sons of God have often been fair-haired, handsome men of gold or silver, with pale or heterochromic eyes. Many have lost their parents at a young age, possessed strong personalities, and were willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Therefore, each diocese should adhere to these criteria when selecting a Son of God. The Son of God's body must be completely pure and free from any contamination by evil spirits before the God of Light chooses him. After the Son of God is chosen, before the God descends, the God must. The Son of God must also not be contaminated by polluting forces. Before the ceremony, he must undergo repeated testing by the traveling divine messengers of the cult to ensure he is free of any flaws before the divine descent can take place. After the divine descent, the remaining unchosen sons of God will serve as vessels for the subjugation and sealing of the evil deity's contamination. After the divine descent, the Son of God's soul will be taken to the land of endless bliss. His body will be ruled by the God of Light, wandering the world, dispelling evil and spreading the gospel. His face will increasingly resemble that of the God, until he takes on the divine form and returns to the divine court. The land of endless bliss? What's that? Nakukia flipped through a few pages. It seems to be the heaven in the teachings of the Church of Light. Doesn't that mean the glorified Son of God will die during the divine descent, and the God of Light will take on his body and descend into the world? And his body will grow to resemble the God of Light more and more? Why do I feel like this God of Light is not a good person? Ijin Pachianshan said. No wonder the sons of God don't seem to want to become sons of God. That's not true. According to the book, the earlier sons of God seem to be vying for the title. Xianyuitiu raised the book in her hand. Nyakikia saw the title was The Origin of God. This book seems to be a folk history, containing many strange rumors about the God of Light. Some of these stories are probably not welcomed by the Church of Light. There are many smeared words, but they are still vaguely discernible. The book says that in the early days of this world, when world consciousness was in chaos and the rules were unclear, it was the easiest time to become a god. At that time, becoming a god required 3 conditions: authority, faith, and a foundation. After meeting these 3 conditions, one would be given the opportunity to make rules. Make rules? Yes, according to the book, if one made a rule and successfully implemented it, one could. Becoming a god, but once this rule is broken, the god loses his power. The book about the rules is so vague and mysterious that I don't quite understand it. So what does this have to do with the god of light? Well, it's said that back in the wild ages of this world, before the god of light became a god, he was just an ordinary blonde boy with heterochromatic eyes, one green and one yellow. People at that time were relatively ignorant, and thought his eyes resembled the sun in the sky. One day, this boy was traveling with his tribe, and encountered a thunderstorm. Lightning struck a tree, and he, brave enough, drew fire from the lightning-struck wood. At that moment, the sky cleared, and two suns appeared as the young man raised a torch. The tribe was horrified, believing the young man to possess miraculous divine powers. They worshipped him as a god who brought light and fire. That was the first faith the god of light gained. The more people believed in him, the greater the boy's miraculous divine power became. By the time he grew up, he could vaguely sense the world consciousness and learn the three conditions for godhood, taking one step into the realm of the gods. Finally, one day, he swore allegiance to the nascent world consciousness and asked for authority. The world consciousness allowed him to borrow the power of authority in exchange for his loyalty. Thus, the god of light was one step away from achieving godhood. The god of light was in poor health. He feared he wouldn't achieve godhood before his death, and he was extremely anxious. Perhaps the health of the barbarians at that time was not good, with little food and clothing and no doctors. He didn't know what the cornerstone referred to. He only vaguely suspected that the cornerstone was something that housed the faith of believers, so he took the twin suns in the sky as his own imagery, and used them as the cornerstone. After the three conditions were met, he became a god, drawing knowledge and power from the world consciousness, and gaining the opportunity to create a rule. But only then did he realize something was wrong with the cornerstone. The book says that world consciousness gradually solidified and took shape, starting with the consciousness of the planet we live on and forming its core. This is equivalent to the consciousness born on this planet being the core of world consciousness, and the consciousness of all life born on this planet will converge into a stream of consciousness and life, enveloping the planetary consciousness, being governed by it, and growing alongside it. For example, the planetary consciousness is the peach pit, while the world consciousness is the entire peach. Although it's called the world, it actually refers to everything on the entire planet, not including other things in the universe. The god of light used the two suns as his foundation, directly channeling the public faith, which belonged to the world consciousness, into outer space. This is like the juice from a peach sucking away the insects that crawled on it. If faith were allowed to drain away, the god of light would become the smallest, weakest, and forever flawed god. Therefore, the god of light had no choice but to use up his previous rule and establish a new foundation. The book says that the rules written by a newly born god must be constrained by the world consciousness, and must meet various restrictions and conditions before they can take effect. The god of light weighed the pros and cons for a long time, finally establishing a rule recognized by the world consciousness. The rule he established is that every once in a while, the book says, every 300 to 500 years, the god of light must ascend into the human world, assuming a human body and identity, to reunite faith and guide people's faith in the sun back to his own body. This cycle repeats 9 times. After 9 reincarnations, the god of light can replace the sun with a statue of the god of light, redirecting people's worship of the sun to that of the statue. This is probably why the Church of Light performs divine descents. According to the number of sons of God recorded in this book, this cycle has already occurred 8 times, and Nyalian should have been the 9th sacrifice. Is it really his wife? Nikyuki asked in surprise. His name was on the list in this book, but it's been crossed out. Xianyu Itiao turned the page to her. The book was handwritten, with unique handwriting. It looked like the work of many people who had spent years recording and revising it. So, to summarize, the god of light's path to deification went astray. He had to sacrifice 9 young men to reaffirm people's faith in light, before he could truly become a true god. Nyalian, who was supposed to be the 9th, somehow discovered the Church of Light's intentions and realized that those who had become sons of God were actually dead, leaving only an empty shell for the god of light to use. Yes, Nyalian used some unknown means to disqualify himself from becoming a son of God. Nukyukia frowned. I suspect he preemptively made himself a vessel for the sealed contamination, naturally failing the inspections of the itinerant cult and forcibly disqualifying himself. Hiss. So the evil god's contamination has always been sealed within my wife? But her appearance hasn't changed, has it? I don't know. Perhaps it's the effect of the Church of Light's secret sealing technique? To get back to the point, after my wife lost her qualifications, the Church of Light lost her Son of God and had to start over. But according to my wife, it took them hundreds of years to find the right person this time. It must be the young man named Drake. Chapter 112. To be honest, Drake does look a lot like the god of light, with the same blonde hair, heterochromia, and similar facial shape. If it's not a biological coincidence, then he's most likely a descendant of the god of light's original human form, or perhaps a descendant of the same bloodline. Drake's story isn't mentioned in this book. Look for other sources. Here. Lujo Lajiu sorted the parchments in his hand. Drake's information is in these parchments. This is his adoption record, signed by the old bishop. He was adopted by the old bishop when he was 3 months old. According to the date on this adoption record, he had just turned 18 when the town fell. Nikyukia continued to search through the pile of books and found a diary. Opening it, he saw it was written by the old bishop. The old bishop must have been very kind to him. She commented as she read. The diary contains a lot about Drake, written in a very loving tone. The old bishop probably raised him as a son at first. But as Drake grew older and became more and more like the god of light, he began to think this child might be the destined son of God. The old bishop must have known the son of God's fate, right? Lujo Lajiu asked. The old bishop knew, but he was a very pious man. He believed that becoming the son of God was a great honor, a destined duty and responsibility for Drake. So, after he determined that Drake would become the son of God, he doted on him even more. I think he might have spoiled him a little, and raised him in a wrong way, Nikyukia said. Look at the diary here. This must have been written by the old bishop a few days before the illusion cycle. Everyone leaned forward, flipping through the diary page pointed out by Nikyukia. Year A, month B, 10 days remain until this year's birthday of the god of light. The itinerant cult has arrived as scheduled, with Bell Tower Town as the final stop on their itinerary. Unfortunately, the other branch churches have failed to offer suitable candidates for the Son of God this year. Ever since E, the following text is blacked out, chose to seal himself into defilement during that fateful battle. Before the Inquisition, he claimed that he was weak in combat, without reinforcements, and had no other options, forcing him to resort to this desperate measure. Ultimately, the Inquisition acquitted him, only stripping him of his right to become the Son of God. But I believe everyone knows deep down that he has always been a thoughtful young man, constantly trying to shirk the responsibilities and obligations of a Son of God. But no one could have foreseen that he would ultimately choose self-degradation, bearing the condemnation of all members of the Church of Light, and branded with chains of thorns. I don't understand his thinking. He's always been a young man, with a strong sense of self-sacrifice and responsibility, one of the most outstanding figures of this generation in the Church of Light. So why would he refuse the supreme honor of becoming God's agent, walking the earth and spreading the gospel? Since then, the entire world seems abandoned by the gods. Flowers and plants wither, the land becomes barren, crops mutate. Livestock are dying, and life becomes increasingly difficult. Everywhere is filled with pollution, mutated monsters, and new illusions. We desperately need a divine visitation to allow the God of Light to walk the earth again and dispel this evil. The itinerant cult has brought the latest oracle. The most suitable Son of God has appeared, and they unanimously believe it is Drake. The divine messenger also believed that Drake, unforgiving of blood and fire, wasn't in peak condition. But he was our last choice. If he were sent into the illusionary realm to battle the pollution, would he repeat the same mistakes? We can't afford to waste time, and the gods can't wait any longer. The latest oracle instructs us to hold a divine descent right here on the god's birthday. The god's birthday is the day of the divine descent. If we fail again, the entire world will likely face destruction. Shit, was Aelian's life so hard? Either losing his soul and becoming the body of a god incarnate, or degenerating into a vessel for the pollution. And even facing the Inquisition. I thought the Son of God held a high position within the church, with the final say. Ijin Pachinshan said, his eyes wide. Lujo Lajiu. I think Aelian has always harbored a desire for martyrdom, but his path isn't the path of the Church of Light. Honestly, if our Lord hadn't pulled him back at the end of this beast tide, he would have likely perished on the front lines. Yes. When he was teleported back, he was a bloody mosaic. Thanks to the Lord. Ah, this is love. I think Aelian is truly clever. He rather seal the pollution than become a living dead. What good is being a god's shell? It's just a stepping stone on the path to true deityhood. His wife, who's still alive, is much more adorable. Nikyukia said, the Church of Light hasn't been treating him well, so I think the Lord should just take him back and raise him. Yes. If Aelian hadn't been so scheming back then, he wouldn't be with the Lord now. Xianyuitu sighed, this is a destined match. Wait, If the Lord really competes with the Church of Light for people, will we end up fighting them? Wow, doesn't that mean a new expansion? You guys. Luzhou Laoju shook his head helplessly, and turned to the next page in his diary. Year A, Day C, 9 days remain until this year's birthday of the God of Light. Upon learning that he had been chosen by the itinerant cult, and would soon become the next Holy Son, or even the Son of God, Drake's reaction was strange. He showed no joy or gratitude. His eyes were filled with panic and fear. This isn't normal. Ever since I saw the potential for the Son of God in him, I've been very careful to shield him from any dangerous information. I severed contact with Ailian and refused his visits. I stored all the secret tomes in a safe and forbade him from entering the fantasy realm. I eliminated any possibility of him coming into contact with contamination, allowing him to live under my protective wings. He grew up listening to my stories about the Son of God walking the earth and spreading the gospel. As a child, he was clearly filled with hope, but why was there such fear in his eyes now? He kept asking me about the Son of God and Ailian, beating around the bush. He told me it was because he was about to become the Son of God, and was full of anticipation for the future, but I knew he was lying. I never told him about Ailian, so how did he know about it? He said the congregants at Mass had told him about a powerful Son of God who, over the years, had destroyed and purified countless illusions and saved countless lives. He asked me, if that Holy Son is truly so powerful, why doesn't he become the Son of God? I couldn't tell him that Ailian's battles over the years weren't motivated by faith, but simply atoning for his sins. I feared he would follow Ailian's path. I've been keeping a close eye on him these past few days, but he seems even more resistant and reacts more violently. I couldn't help but feel fortunate that I had initially invited the itinerant cult to stay at the town's inn, under the pretext that the church was undergoing repairs. At first, I was simply worried that Drake would learn about Ailian from the itinerant cult's divine emissaries, but now it seems that reducing their contact will also reduce the risk to Drake. Perhaps I truly spoiled this child too much over the years? I worry about his mental state. He's like a frightened young animal, vulnerable to even the slightest provocation. I hope he recovers quickly and accepts his fate with equanimity. Year A, Day D, 8 days left. Drake's behavior remains erratic. He's been going out more and more. I tried to follow him, but he was too alert, so I gave up. Perhaps we're pushing him too hard, or perhaps he's been under a lot of stress lately. I occasionally noticed him crouching in a corner, whispering something, as if he were talking to someone. But there wasn't anyone around him. I didn't sense any evil or contamination. Perhaps this is some kind of stress-relieving behavior for children? This morning, he disappeared for a long time after leaving, even missing lunch. Just when I was about to give up evening prayers to look for him, he returned. He walked strangely, and I asked if he was injured. He said he'd fallen in the mountains outside town that morning and showed me the scraped skin on his knee. I gave him medicine, but I was filled with doubt. What was he doing in the mountains outside town? A year a day, I feel like my safe has been tampered with. I have no proof. Everything is where it should be. It's just a hunch. Maybe I'm overly anxious, but this divine visitation is truly crucial. During evening prayers, I heard from the townspeople that a large section of the woods outside town has withered again for unknown reasons. If this continues, it will become a barren desert. We need the God of Light to descend upon the earth. Only he can save this world. 7 days left. Before the divine visitation, the divine messengers of the itinerant cult will conduct 3 physical examinations on the candidate for the Son of God. Tomorrow is the first. Hope all goes well. Just as they were about to continue their journey down, there was a knock on the door. Yijian Piqianshan quickly stood up. Who? It's me, it's Yu Dengxian. Yijian Piqianshan peered through the crack in the door, confirmed everything, and then moved the furniture blocking the door and let the other team in. You won't believe what happened next. Yu Dengxian sat down, his face filled with excitement. After they all entered, Yijian Piqianshan closed the door and barricaded it with furniture again. All those members of the itinerant cult killed by Derek have been resurrected. Yu Dengxian said, their blood has coagulated, their wounds have healed, and they all look like normal people, moving and speaking. Luzhou Laoju rested his chin on his left hand and tapped his right fingers on his diary. I think I know why Drake killed the itinerant cult members. Chapter 113. Before the descendant, the itinerant cult's envoys must conduct 3 physical examinations on the candidate's Son of God. Tomorrow is the first. Luzhou Laoju read out the diary entry. Drake killed the itinerant cult members and resurrected them. Apparently, he used some kind of sorcery to control the bodies of the itinerant cult's envoys, allowing him to manipulate them and make them pass the physical examination. Huh? Didn't he want to become the son of God? Then why did he have to pass the physical examination? Nikyuki was puzzled. If he fails the examination, won't he be disqualified from becoming the son of God like Aelian? No, they're different. Shinyuitu quickly understood. Aelian must have used the church's secret techniques during the battle to seal the contamination, rendering his body no longer pure and unable to serve as the body for the descendant. But Drake directly joined the evil god and became a follower of Naya-chan, controlling the bodies of the itinerant cult's envoys and resurrecting them. This power must have been bestowed upon him by Naya, perhaps even Naya's own doing. Shinyuitu said meaningfully, this means Naya wants to facilitate this divine descent. Why would Naya facilitate this divine descent? Nikyuki tilted his head, still confused. Remember the statue of the god of light within the statue? Shinyuitu asked. Naya's target is the god of light, and Drake's body is probably the battlefield Naya has chosen. Ding, the player system prompts. Your player team has successfully analyzed the fantasy plot. The main quest has been updated to Double Divine Descent. The current plot line has been analyzed 66%, which is impressive progress. Please check the quest panel for the specific quest details. The current main quest has been updated to Double God's Descent. The Church of Light appears to be planning a secret ceremony on the birthday of the God of Light. You overheard an argument between the old bishop and the blonde youth Drake. The Church of Light's itinerant order appears to have chosen Drake as the next son of God. Soon after, you discover that all members of the itinerant order have perished, with Drake appearing to be the most suspected murderer. Drake used Nyarlathotep's power to resurrect the itinerant order members, aiming to allow Drake to pass the Son of God test and perform the God of Light's descent ritual. Drake's body will become the battlefield between the God of Light and the God of Evil on the day of the descent. What will become of the weak humans caught between the arrival of two gods? In this small town, a conspiracy is quietly brewing. Some pray for the arrival of light, while others place their hopes in darkness. When darkness and light collide, what will the outcome be? Currently recommended quest. Find the core of obsession and resolve it. Holy crap! Everyone who received the system notification exclaimed in unison. Awesome! 66% progress. This must be the true ending. Yuhua Dengxian exclaimed in admiration. It's no use being awesome. We can't get to this ending right now. Drake is level 85. On the day of God's descent, the God of Light and Naya-chan will be fighting each other inside him. How are we supposed to play this? Ijin Pachian-chan covered his forehead. Our goal this time is just to gather intelligence. Anyway, we have enough. Once we reach the level we can just push through the dungeon without any hesitation. Today Yoyu said. They had just finished listening to the entire conversation on the team chat channel. After returning to the room, they reviewed the diary and other materials and quickly caught up. Is there any other important information in these materials? Niakikia pushed a few large tomes towards her. Let's search together. By the way, what happened with Drake? Asked Shinyuitiao. We didn't alert him. After he resurrected the members of the itinerant order, he left the inn and returned to the church. Today Yoyu said, then we reunited here. Is there anything else in the old bishop's diary? Niakikia asked. Luzhou Laojia flipped through a few more pages. The rest is very scribbled, just a few sentences, as if written in a hurry. A year F day. 6 days. Thank the God of Light, he passed the test. A year G day. There seems to be something wrong with the divine messengers. Their eyes are dull, their movements are slow. No, it must be my imagination. These divine messengers are stronger and more experienced than me, elite members of the Inquisition. Nothing can happen to them. I hope it's just my imagination. 5 days left. A year H day. 4 days left. Tomorrow is the second test. Many members of the congregation seemed worried. They reported a number of strange occurrences in the town recently, with numerous items and people disappearing, and even sightings of monsters at night. With the birthday of the God of Light approaching, more and more members of the congregation were seeking his protection. This presented a golden opportunity. I informed the congregation that the gods had chosen a new son of God, who would soon walk the earth again, dispelling all evil and bringing good news. The congregation rejoiced, and according to ancient teachings, they began praying to the Son of God, Drake, seeking his blessing. Drake had clearly felt the power of his faith. He had calmed down considerably, and was no longer as resistant to becoming the Son of God. He seemed determined tonight, telling me, I will complete the divine descent. I was relieved. Year A, Day 1, 3 days later, today's test was also successfully passed. A strange atmosphere permeated the town. People seemed seized by an unfounded fear, but when asked why they were so afraid and worried, No one could answer. Some said they dreamed of strange, tall, thin figures. Others said they heard voices whispering in the darkness. Still others said they sensed invisible, terrifying, and unfamiliar presences around them, watching their every move from the void. Everyone's descriptions were fragmented and confused, and they couldn't pinpoint the cause themselves, only that an inexplicable fear gripped their hearts. I asked the divine messengers of the itinerant cult, but they just shook their heads, believing the people's absurd fears were not their business. Everything seemed so abnormal. But Drake, in this dark night, slept like a sleepless baby. A year day, with 2 days left, I'm growing increasingly worried. The townspeople's fear isn't diminishing, but growing. I led the terrified people into the church, telling them to pray to the God of Light, to the Son of God. The church is the safest place in town. Isn't it? A year day, tomorrow is the God's birthday. But there's no festive atmosphere in town anymore. Everyone is terrified, acting like humans corrupted by an evil God. No, how could there be an evil God here? This is a town blessed by the God of Light, where the Son of God was born. The itinerant order suggested that the descent should be completed tonight. The God of Light can't wait, they said. I was filled with doubts, but I was only a bishop. I couldn't hear the oracle. I closed the church doors and, along with the people, took up arms, guarding against an unknown attack. The Church of Light, on the day of the descent, is the safest place in the world. Under the protection of the God of Light, we will welcome the descent. As long as there are no betrayers. Year A. Why? The characters on the last page were written in blood. Shit. Everyone read through it breathlessly, glancing at each other, unsure what to say. It feels like reading a horror novel, the eternal poet suddenly said. The strange disappearances and other incidents that occur in town correspond to those inexplicable side quests, likely formed by the obsessions of the deceased townspeople. Luzhou Laoju said, because each townsperson's obsession is different, their understanding and perception of what actually happens at the time of death also differ, so those side quests seem particularly confusing and nonsensical. Yuhua Dengxian also recalled the side quests he had previously completed and began to understand the logic behind them. For example, some townspeople simply want to recover their lost items, some seek the bishop's protection, and some simply want to survive this massive and inexplicable disaster. These obsessions intermingle, resulting in the side quest where the bishop shelters the people at the mountain orphanage and invites us to search for lost items in the maze of the townspeople's memories. Now that I think about it, the bishop issuing these side quests might just be an illusion created by the townspeople's obsessive hopes. That's probably it. Luzhou Laoji nodded. No wonder I couldn't understand the logic behind these quests before. Yuhua Dengxian suddenly realized, because it's not the logic of just one person, everyone's final wishes are mixed together, competing with each other, influencing each other, and ultimately merging into a bizarre, absurd, and twisted quest. Sorry, I was wrong to call the dungeon planner an idiot. Have you lost your hair today? Suddenly, he slumped to his knees. Without a guide, I can't even understand what this dungeon is saying. Wow, I'm the idiot. But at the end of this dungeon, on the night before the god's birthday, what happened to the bishop? And what happened to Drake? Today Yoyu asked curiously. From the moment the DM entered the dungeon, the bishop has been talking about betrayal. Betrayal must be the keyword of this dungeon, right? Who betrayed whom? Perhaps, everyone is a betrayer. The eternal poet took out his lute and plucked the strings. The God of Light betrayed his followers and walked with the Son of God. The promise of spreading the gospel across the land deceived the old bishop, leading him to sacrifice his beloved adopted son as the body of a god. The old bishop betrayed his adopted son, choosing his own deity over the God of Light. The bishop betrayed the townspeople's trust by failing to protect the town and even leading them to believe in Drake. The Son of God seduced by the evil god, the instigator of this disaster. Drake, in turn, betrayed his adoptive father and the townspeople, summoning the evil god, disrupting the divine descent, and potentially causing the fall of the God of Light and the destruction of the town. Everyone weighed their own interests against those of others, and ultimately chose me. Even from the moment the previous Son of God chose me and stepped down from the altar hundreds of years ago, this tragedy was already doomed. Ah, what a poetic fate. He strummed his lute again, and found himself facing the glares of several druid girls. Chapter 114. Xianyuitu protested, "You can't say that. Didn't Aelian know that the God of Light needs 9 descents to become a god? He was simply making choices about his own life, and he didn't anticipate that the next Son of God would have problems." Nikukia said, "If you really mean it, the God of Light bears greater responsibility. Who would go astray on their path to godhood, and then sacrifice others to redeem themselves? And as a god, He couldn't even tell if there were any evil gods among his descendants. How could he blame his wife, who had nothing to do with this instance? I'm sorry, ladies. I was wrong. The eternal poet bowed his head and begged for mercy. I was just saying it casually. After all, this plot setting is so poetic. I mean no harm. I love my wife too. Don't say that, Nikyukia said, hands on his hips. As for the old man, with his stern knightly nature, he takes such rumors seriously. He's already had a difficult past. We shouldn't place other people's mistakes on him. That's right. Whoever is to blame must bear the consequences. It was Niab's scheme, Drake was tricked, and the god of light is a selfish fool. What does this have to do with our lovely wives? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want, and you can't blame anyone. Sorry. The eternal poet slid to his knees. I shut up. I won't talk nonsense again. What's next? Did you lose your hair today? He asked. Should we try to complete the next few days' storylines? 1 loop equals 1 in-game day, which equals 12 hours in the origin world. We entered the dungeon early today, and 12 hours later, it's only 7 a.m., so we still have time to finish it. Ijin Pachienshan said, if we verified all the information here and there's no further intelligence, we can start with some simple side quests. We can exit the dungeon at any time after we finish the subsequent plots. I agree. Everyone nodded in agreement. There might be some important clues in the side quests, so we better keep an eye out for them while we're doing the missions. Xianyuitiu sorted through the information he had and stuffed everything he read into Niakiki's backpack. Put it all in your backpack. When we exit the dungeon, we see if there's anything we can take with us. I unearthed quite a few items here too. Tangnan Baowu threw away the last empty box in his hand. I wonder if these are the items the old bishop collected. My identification spells haven't worked on any of them. Let's keep them for now. Maybe they're good, but we're just not at the right level. Today Yoyu said, our identification spells can only identify items up to level 5. Above that level, it's all about luck. If we can't identify anything, it means there's a high chance it's good. If we can take it with us, it's definitely good equipment. Niakikia confirmed. Everyone flipped through the remaining tomes again, finding nothing particularly noteworthy, and deposited all the information with Nikyukyu. The remaining 34% of the plot remains unresolved. I suspect it's related to these few points of doubt. Analysis Emperor Jinri Yoyu counted on his fingers, saying, what happened on the eve of the god's birthday, and on the god's birthday on the 6th day? How did the old bishop die? All the people with the core obsession. Abbreviated as the Vengeful Ghost. The Path to Ascension. Okay, who exactly is the Vengeful Ghost? Today, Yoyu readily followed suit, immediately changing his tone. Regarding this last point, I think the two most obsessed with this dungeon right now are either the old bishop or Drake, and both are closely tied to the DM's content. By the way, Melissa Kubo suddenly said, there's another point of doubt. How did Drake, who was so well protected by the old bishop, practically a flower in a hothouse, meet Naya, and how did he become bewitched by her? That's a long story. A deep, smiling male voice suddenly echoed from the darkness. It was a voice the players had never heard before, and it made everyone's hair stand on end. What the hell? Someone's here? Have you lost your hair today? He exclaimed in shock. Impossible. I checked back and forth several times. Who's over there? Show up. The main theater suddenly lit up, illuminating the previously dark stage. The heavy curtain slowly opened, and the candles in the large chandelier in the center of the stage flickered to light, illuminating the single chair. A tall, thin figure sat in the chair, legs crossed and chin propped up. He had dark skin and long, flowing black hair. He smiled brightly at the players. Nayako, Naya-chan, you seem to have a lot of strange names for me. Well, I kind of like them. The players were instantly terrified. The world elf on Moyu's shoulder suddenly raised her head, staring into space, as if sensing something. What's wrong? Moyu asked curiously. A few anchor points just vibrated. Leah said. Is something wrong? Moyu's gaze shifted from the forum page, his expression growing serious. Leah concentrated and felt it for a moment, shaking her little head. It's okay, everything's back to normal. It's probably just the network fluctuations caused by the players' emotional fluctuations. Moyu okay? Emotional fluctuations? What have these players been up to? Have they fallen for a new couple? He rubbed his forehead, glanced at the darkening sky, and asked, Leah, is Aalian still sleeping? Yes. The little world elf nodded. It's a bit strange. Normally, after so many days of recuperation, He should be getting better, but he's getting more and more tired, and his sleep time is getting longer and longer. Mou glanced at Xianyu's post on the forum, a thoughtful expression on his face. After a moment of shock, Yuhua Dingxian quickly regained his composure, even a hint of excitement. After all, veteran Cthulhu players often suffer from a form of Nyarlathotep PTSD. This condition manifests itself in that everyone in the group looks like Nyarlathotep, and whenever something goes wrong, they assume it's Nyarlathotep's fault. Nyarlathotep, the most famous comedian in the Cthulhu world, the mastermind, the scapegoat. While there's a 90% chance that any conspiracy is actually his, the blame isn't in vain. This led Yuhua Dingxian to be stunned for only a second when Nyarlathotep actually appeared. Wow, this dungeon's Nyarlathotep is pretty handsome. Then he returned to normal. When the ever-changing comedian truly appears before you in his true form, he's actually not that scary at all. Druids like Xianyuitiao, Nikyukyu, and others calm down even faster. For those obsessed with couples, nothing is beyond their reach. Even the legendary 3 pillars, as long as the modeling is handsome enough, they're welcome. Thus, even when confronted directly by one of the 3 pillars, the player's anchors only trembled slightly and shot before quickly returning to normal. For player souls from higher dimensions, forcibly reducing their SN values is impossible. Naya's dark golden eyes flickered with interest at this. These people are strange. They move freely within the illusion, and their mental stability is eerily stable. Even when confronted directly by his presence, they don't instantly succumb to madness like other normal people. Even the highly trained elites of the Church of Light can't achieve this. Interesting, truly interesting. Nyarlathotep's lips curled up. You want to know the truth about the past? Then let me see what choices you make when you become the characters in this play. He snapped his fingers, and everyone's vision went black. They lost consciousness as the world spun around. Salted Fish woke with a splitting headache. She blinked, took in the surroundings, and realized she hadn't logged off. Her system screens vanished, no quest prompts appeared, and she couldn't open her backpack. She seemed to be outside her body. She touched her chest, which was flat, then raised her hands. They were clearly the slender hands of a young man. She lifted her hair again. Wow, it was blonde. If her suspicions were correct, she was probably in the body of the Dark Sun, Drake. Naya's voice suddenly echoed through the void. If you want to understand the past, you might as well experience it yourself. Let's play a little game. Each of you has entered a separate memory space, where you will become Drake. You will play the role of this Dark Sun, and at every crucial point in this story, you will be forced to make your own choices. If you behave in a way that is out of character, and if others suspect, detect, or even discover you, you will be eliminated. If you attempt to escape the plot and passively avoid the events of this memory, you will be eliminated. If you attempt to tell anyone in the story about the game I played with you, you will be eliminated. But I am a forgiving person. Gods, if you violate the rules, I will stop you and give you 3 warnings. After the warnings, you will be eliminated. In this game, you can only use Drake's own abilities to overcome any difficulties. Of course, using any ability will have corresponding consequences. To allow you to empathize with Drake's despair, I have converted all of his abilities into numerical values and presented them to you. To ensure fairness, the Goddess of Fate will roll the dice for us. If the value on the Fate dice is less than Drake's maximum ability, you will succeed. Otherwise, you will fail. Let me see if you can play as him and achieve a different ending. Xianyuitiao fell silent. Isn't this a solo Cthulhu game with Naya as the KP? Chapter 115. Experiencing a Cthulhu single-player role-playing game from an NPC perspective in the Cthulhu VR online game, with Nyarlathotep as the host, KP, what an explosive gaming experience. Xianyuitiao hadn't played many Cthulhu role-playing games, but as a useless and extraordinarily knowledgeable online writer, she understood the basic concepts. Drake's character card stats were displayed in the upper right corner of her field of view. All other game systems seemed to be disabled for the sake of player immersion. However, she wasn't too worried about Naya's supposed erasure. Failure in the game would only mean the death of her character once, no big deal. The game didn't explicitly state the requirements for completing the game, but since she was playing against Naya and had to relive the key plot points and choices Drake had experienced, the ultimate requirement for completing the game was undoubtedly to destroy Naya's conspiracy and frustrate the double descent plan. Whether the God of Light descends successfully or both gods fail completely, it should still be considered a win, right? No, wait. Even if the God of Light descends successfully, Drake's soul will still perish. So, the player only has one option for victory. Both gods fail completely, and Drake survives the Church of Light and emerges alive and well from this plot timeline. That's a bit too difficult, muttered Xianyuitiao. After deducing the conditions for completing and failing the single-player dungeon, Xianyuitiao began observing where he was. It was a cave. Drake woke up on the ground, his clothes disheveled, his white robe untied, and a suspicious red mark on his chest. Xianyuitiao's Fujoshi radar couldn't help but light up again. Fuck, this guy's really committed to Naya, Xianyu muttered. Luckily, the other marks on her body had disappeared, and she didn't feel anything strange. Otherwise, using this body would be a bit awkward. She glanced at the stats in the upper right corner of the screen again. Name, Drake. Occupation, Dark Sun. Basic stats, Strength 61/Constitution 65/Size 48. Agility 65/Intelligence 80/Appearance 70. Willpower 55/Education 80/Luck 35. Sand 55. Skills, Charm 70. Dodge 60/Stealth 60. History 50/Reconnaissance 50/Occult 50. Credit 40/Climbing 40/Combat 40. Listening 40/Library Search 40/Locksmith 40. Sleight of hand, using visual angles or the environment to hide objects and manipulate items 40. Special skill, Crawling Chaos, no check required, guaranteed success, sand value reduced by 10 each use. Why is he, a candidate for the Son of God, so unusually attractive and attractive? His agility and intelligence are okay. His skills are all in strange places. I feel like he's training for a thief, not a Son of God. My current sand value is only enough for 5 uses of Crawling Chaos, but using it is like joining Naya. I'm afraid it's basically the same as Happy. Ending said it was 88, so this trick definitely won't work. Xianyuitiao quickly made a rough assessment. The next key is to determine what day it is. She neatly adjusted Drake's clothing and appearance, then checked her reflection in the cave's puddle. After confirming everything was okay, she headed out. This was a small hill outside town, and from here, she could see the entire town, where festive decorations had already been hung. As Xianyuitiao walked into town, he quickly reviewed the contents of the old bishop's diary in his mind. Drake was now a follower of Naya, and it was obvious he wouldn't pass the itinerant cult's test. If the members of the cult were dead by then, the simplest option would be to simply fail the test, thus preventing the divine descent from taking place. But the problem was, Drake wasn't like Alien. His only value to the Church of Light was to serve as the vessel for the divine descent. Tampered, Drake would undoubtedly face the wrath of the itinerant cult, and the most likely outcome would be his immediate execution. Given Drake's attributes, he would undoubtedly be no match for the cult's men without the Crawling Chaos. It's a dilemma. Xianyuitiao began to understand what Naya meant. Do I choose to protect myself and continue making mistakes, or do I find another way? Or perhaps, seek my own death? Forget it, I just push it as far as I can. The worst that can happen is I just tear up the card. Oh, it's Drake's card, so that's fine. She randomly found a townsperson in town, lifted her hair, and raised her eyebrows. Hey, big brother, can you tell me how many days are left until the god's birthday? A female voice she had never heard before spoke in her mind. Charm check, 1d 109/70ths. The charm check succeeds, and it's extremely difficult to succeed. In Cthulhu, the check results are categorized as Great Success, 01 to 05, Extreme Success, less than or equal to 1/5 of the skill value, Difficult Success, less than or equal to half the skill value, Regular Success, less than the skill value, Failure, and Critical Failure, 96 to 100. The extremely difficult success score is quite high, meaning that even a simple question like Xianyuitiao will be easily answered without raising any suspicion. Oh, you're so lucky. Naya's voice echoed from the void. 7 more days. As expected, the townspeople didn't question why Xianyuitiao, as the Son of God, didn't know the date of the god's birthday. They simply gave the answer. How lucky, Xianyuitiao thought. But I have to be more careful next time. I can't always roll a very difficult bet. 7 more days means the members of the itinerant cult are still alive, and the next day is the first round of testing. She is currently at the starting point of this story. She has 2 choices. One is to simply fail Drake, thus failing the god's descent. If she plays it right, she will win the solo dungeon. The second option is to follow Drake's fate and see what happens next, gaining more information. However, she might lose the solo dungeon to Naya. What a difficult choice. She wasn't struggling with whether to kill the itinerant cult members. She was struggling with the idea that both outcomes seemed quite interesting. Or perhaps, a new route. Drake wanted to kill the itinerant cultists because he knew he was contaminated by Naya and wouldn't pass the tests. However, if there was a secret method that could conceal this contamination, he could pass the first plot point without killing the itinerant cultists. There were 3 rounds of tests, so it was entirely possible to reveal the secret after completing the subsequent plot points before the final test. So, where could they find such a secret method? Xian Yuetiao turned into the church's backyard and, relying on her memories from the previous dungeon search, entered the church library. They had searched the safe in the old bishop's study and found nothing similar. Therefore, the most likely place to find a useful item was the library's book room. But Drake's library search skill only had 40 points. Whether he could find anything was another matter. If he couldn't, then he'd have to kill the itinerant cult. She walked into the library, which was deserted. She passed the check immediately. A female voice rang out. Library search check, 1D141 40ths, failed. Just 1 point. Salted Fish was speechless. Ha ha, Naya's laughter echoed from the void. You spent 3 hours in the library and found nothing. Can you pass the scout check again? Salted Fish looked at the ticking clock and tried to struggle. A female voice rang out. Investigation check, 1D100, 9850, critical failure. Ha ha ha. Naya laughed even louder. You didn't find anything. The old bishop found you and sent you back to your room. The old bishop walked into the library. You're here. I've been looking for you everywhere. Hurry back to your room. The first round of tests starts tomorrow. Get some rest tonight. She was carried back to her room by the old bishop. He opened the door, pushed her in, and then closed it neatly and locked it. Dinner and water are already on the table in your room. Eat and get some sleep. The old bishop's voice came from outside the door. Salty Fish, Shit, she wasted 3 hours in the library and found nothing, and she didn't kill the cult. This is going to be bad. She had originally hoped to find a secret method to conceal the contamination and pass the test, or at least find a way to seal it like Ailian had. At least if she failed the test, she could still use the same excuse to save her life. But now, it seems she just have to wait until tomorrow's test, and go all out with crawling chaos. Drake's room was small and empty. Salted Fish walked around the room twice, but found no clues. She sat down at the table, and opened the lid covering her dinner. Beneath lay a whole loaf of black bread and a glass of milk. How miserable, she muttered, tentatively breaking off a small piece of the hard bread, stuffing it into her mouth and gnashing it with her teeth. Paw, paw! Dry, sour, and gritty. This is what a worthy candidate for the Holy Sun gets to eat. I really miss my druid skills. Salted Fish dropped the bread and lay down on the bed, suddenly making up her mind. Tomorrow she was going to clear the level straight away. Otherwise, if she had to eat this sour bread for 7 days, she starved to death. The next morning, the bishop knocked on Drake's door. Salted Fish almost immediately jumped out of bed and stood obediently at the door. The bishop glanced at her and nodded. You've been quite obedient today. Come with me. The itinerant cult's messengers are waiting at the small altar. She followed the bishop to a small room off the main hall of the church. Inside stood 5 itinerant cult messengers, clad in white robes embroidered with gold thread. Standing at the front, the oldest, with a recognizable hooked nose, looked like the most senior official. She took a deep breath and was about to activate her crawling chaos skill when she heard a female voice. Luck check, 1D155 35ths, failed. Wait, I haven't activated my skill yet? Didn't they say you don't have to pass the check to activate it? She was stunned for a few seconds before realizing it wasn't the luck check that had passed, but the contamination test. Sure enough, she heard Naya's voice. The itinerant cult's messengers have tested you. You are stained with my aura and contamination. You are no longer qualified to be a child of God. Defiler! The hook-nosed priest yelled. Betrayer! The other priests gasped and drew their weapons. Kill him! Naya's voice rang out. The battle round begins. Agility order. Itinerant Cult Archon 85, U65. The Itinerant Cult Archon initiates 5 rounds of attacks. Please respond. You may dodge, block, or parry. If your parry is successful, you may counterattack. Crawling Chaos cannot be used during a round not initiated by you. Fuck, a battle round? They're going to attack first? Salted Fish shouted, dodge. A female voice rang out. First attack, dodge check 1D100, 1565, success. Second attack 1D100, 8865, failure. You are struck in the heart by the Archon sword. Game. Over. Naya laughed. Choosing death directly to avoid a double divine attack. Interesting, interesting. I didn't expect you to be so willing to sacrifice for the greater good. I respect your choice. Wait a minute. Xianyu's eyes widened, but the battle had already begun. She dodged the first divine messenger's attack, only to be met head-on by the second sword, piercing her through. Her vision went dark, and then she heard a familiar system notification. Your body has died, and will exit the illusion in 3 seconds. The body is intact and reusable. Do you want to log in immediately? Yes. She logged back in, opened her eyes, and found herself lying outside the illusion. She checked the time, and saw it was already past 7 a.m. She was probably one of the latecomers. Nikyukyu had sent her a system email, saying he was rushing to the fields with the professor today, and would discuss the dungeon with her that evening. The player's system suddenly rang with a notification. Received an emergency healing mission from Ialian. Do you want to accept it? Accept. Chapter 116. Let's rewind a bit. Moyu finished his overtime work on time today. He showered and picked out a programmer t-shirt from his suitcase. It had "This requirement can't be met" written on the front, and "Yeah, you're right" on the back. He wore it as pajamas and yawned as he entered his room. After saying goodnight to Leah, Moyu turned off the lights and fell asleep in a split second. He slept until midnight, awakened by the beeping system alarm. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, surprised to find that the ring on his left hand was gleaming with a faint silver light, more pronounced than before. Even the ring itself was gradually turning silver. Leah nudged his shoulder, trying to get his attention. Lord. Ialian needs your help. I'm awake. Moyu instantly woke up and hurriedly got out of bed. What's going on? Ialian needs your help. Please come quickly, Leah repeated. Okay. Moyu glanced down at his pajamas, hesitated for a second, then automatically gave up the idea of changing. Forget it, it's urgent. Ialian doesn't recognize the otherworldly language anyway. He hurried downstairs, pushed open the door in the darkness, and upon turning on the light, was startled by the overwhelming silver thorns that covered the room. Ialian was the source of these silver thorns, and also the object of their binding. The silver-haired saint was now weakly clinging to the desk, breathing heavily, as if on the verge of collapse, yet still struggling to move forward, as if trying to leave. Ialian? Moyu called out. Ialian's scatterbrained gaze finally caught Moyu. His silver eyes focused again, filled with pain and exhaustion. He paused, extending his hand, palm facing forward, a clear gesture of dissuade. Don't. Come in. He struggled to find the words, gasping for breath. There's pollution. I called the druid. Indeed, calling the druid was the right move. Moyu glanced at the NPC's phone that had fallen to the floor. The quest posting interface was still open, but no one had yet answered it. He glanced at the origin world time on his system interface, 7:30 a.m. Unfortunately, this was the lowest hour, with the fewest players online. But pollution? Wasn't that a coincidence? He was immune to it. Moyu stepped directly into the room. The thorns covering the floor rustled and moved away as he approached, clearing a path. He was quite self-aware. Moyu continued forward, the thorns slowly giving way. Without the thorns obscuring his view, he could clearly see Ialian's current condition. The holy sun was tightly bound and entangled by the thorns. The silver spikes pierced his skin deeply, but no blood flowed. Instead, his skin cracked, and polluted black smoke flowed from the cracks. Ialian looked in agony, his teeth clenched, as if he were enduring something, while his body continuously emitted a series of crisp sounds like shattering glass. The polluted black smoke overflowed more and more, and the thorn vines tightened around him. He seemed to have no strength left to support himself, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Please ask the spirits of the world to teleport me away. Anywhere is fine. The seal within me is about to break. I don't want to become a monster here. Ialian closed his eyes. When he opened them, his silver eyes were filled with pleading. I have too much. Sealed within me. Pollution. Cough. Ialian coughed repeatedly, black smoke escaping from his mouth. He took a few deep breaths and gritted his teeth. I will destroy everything here. He raised his head and looked at Moyu, his eyes filled with sorrow. Please, let me die alone. In a faraway, uninhabited place. His legs seemed unable to support his heavy body any longer. His knees gave way, and he slid to the ground. Moyu took a few quick steps, and steadily caught the holy child. The thorns emerging from Ialian's body seemed to fear Moyu, and moved away from him. No! The pollution will corrode you. Ialian's thoughts were clearly clouded by the pain and pollution. His eyes suddenly widened, completely forgetting that MOU was an alien from another world immune to pollution. Where their skin touched, a subtle tingling sensation spread, as if a tiny electric current surged through them. MOU supported Aileon's falling body, as if nothing had happened. "It's okay, I'm immune to pollution." Aileon's silver eyes lowered. He watched as the pollution he had spilled turned to white ash the moment it touched MOU, landing on MOU's white clothes. He slowly exhaled, as if his heart had finally settled. MOU helped him sit down, leaning against the edge of the bed. There was no way. Aileon was a heavyweight knight, slender in appearance but solid in nature. MOU's arm strength alone was no match for him in getting him back to bed. "Don't worry, I'm fine." MOU even shook the white ash off his clothes, then turned to ask the flying world spirit nearby, "What do we do with these polluted ashes?" "Hey, why are they white this time?" "No need for separate treatment," Leah said. "Your level has increased, and the immunity of your world barrier has increased. These pollutants hit you like a mosquito hitting an electric mosquito swatter. These ashes are the remains of the polluted ashes, not the aggregate of black smoke they once were. They are no longer polluting or corrosive. Just clean them up when you have time." Aileon gradually recovered from his shock and worry. He didn't even notice that the thorns were gradually retreating, or that the seal within him was no longer breaking. Even the pain had eased considerably. The tingling sensation of electricity continued to tingle on his skin. It was MOU's world barrier working, and the overflowing pollution continued to turn into white ashes and fall. Aileon could feel the room's once excessively dense pollution gradually diminishing. Fresh, unpolluted air flooded his nostrils and lungs. He coughed a few times, breathing in deep gulps of fresh air. "You be fine," MOU said. He sat down beside Aileon, letting him lean on his shoulder. The more contact they made, the more effective his world barrier would be. "You used your body to seal away the pollution from the high-level giant monsters of the beast tide?" "I overestimated myself." The silver-haired saint gave a wry smile, his eyes full of self-mockery. "I once thought I could withstand all the pollution in the world. But I clearly reached my limit. I can't even withstand the pollution from these last 18 giant monsters." "You done very well." MOU leaned against the edge of the bed, curiously asking, "When I teleported you back earlier, the druid's cleansing didn't work?" "No, they helped me a lot." Aileon let out a long breath. The thorns that had previously blanketed the room were now re-entering his body, transforming into silver tattoos once again. The black air no longer emanated from the scars on Aileon's body, and instead, blood began to slowly seep out. The mystical arts of the Church of Light use the strengthened bodies of the sons of God as vessels to absorb and seal away the pollution. This pollution exists within us, but is sealed by the power of the mystical arts, preventing it from directly contaminating our bodies and causing mutations. As the pollution was continuously burned and purified by MOU's world barrier, the pressure on Aileon's seal gradually decreased. As the pain eased, Aileon's breathing became smoother, and speaking became easier. He slowly began to explain. "The secret technique manifests itself externally as these silver thorns. They take root in my body, draining my strength and energy. Their nature automatically seeks out pollution, actively sealing and absorbing it. If the power of the pollution becomes greater than the seal, and my strength is insufficient to sustain the secret technique, the seal will begin to shatter from within. The pollution will gradually leak out, starting from my internal organs, attacking from the inside out. If this escaping pollution is not treated, it will be absorbed back by the uncontrolled thorns. This is to ensure that the leaked pollution does not harm innocent people. But if the pollution exceeds the carrying capacity, it will continue to increase. The broken seal cannot withstand the attacks from both inside and outside. Once it completely shatters, I will be instantly devoured by the pollution." MOU instantly imagined a cracked reservoir dam during a heavy rain. It was originally overfilled, unable to bear the weight, and gradually crumbling. But the reckless thorns would refill the leaking water. It would be a miracle if it didn't collapse. This secret technique, seemingly designed to protect the innocent, came at the expense of the holy sons who served as its vessels. In the best-case scenario, I explode, turning into a blurry pool of flesh and blood. Or worse, I become a strange-looking monster without self-awareness. Just like the monsters I've slain in the past. Aileon grinned, a self-deprecating smile on his face. This is the curse and cycle of fate. All the sons of God who fail to become sons of God die miserably like this. I chose this path myself. The druid's purification removed a large portion of the overflowing contamination, and the lilies of light you planted absorbed some. Aileon slowly closed his eyes, and leaned on MOU's shoulder. It's just that I sealed away too much contamination, and the burden of the secret technique on my body is too heavy. That's why. I couldn't hold on for a moment. You saved me. So many times. Lily of Light? Can it absorb pollution? Yes. The Church of Light plucks these specially cultivated flowers and distributes them in small quantities to each son of God who becomes a vessel. These flowers absorb the pollution that overflows from their bodies, reducing their suffering. But the amount of pollution these plucked flowers can absorb is extremely limited. Only in the Church of Light are there vast fields of Lily of Light. They reward obedient sons of God with these flowers. This is the Church of Light's way of controlling them. Only when we lie in the fields of flowers will the pollution on our bodies be absorbed, and we will feel better. Aelian curled his lips again. But they forbid me from approaching the fields, considering this my punishment. Chapter 117. Did the erosion of pollution begin so early? Mou asked. While I was fighting, it was difficult to maintain the seal with sufficient strength. Aelian whispered, once the Son of God becomes a vessel, pain and death are their eternal destiny. But you brought the seeds of the Tree of Life from the Elf King. I had the Elf King use a secret elven technique on that bag to isolate the seeds from the outside world for a period of time. They do the same with the grain they sell to traveling merchants. Besides, I carry the Lily of Light, so even if I enter the illusion, I won't have any problems. Then why did you give me the flower? Mou didn't understand. It's the last Lily of Light I possess, still in full bloom. All the other flowers in my spatial belt have withered from absorbing too much pollution. Aelian raised his hand to shield his eyes. The Church of Light has a tradition that holy sons who die from pollution are buried among lilies of light. Moiwu. I suspect he also died from pollution. At that moment, this thought occurred to me. This flower is no longer necessary to me, but I can still use it to commemorate my friend, as my final memorial. I didn't expect you to plant it, and for it to survive. You know, flowers planted in the soil absorb far more pollution than plucked flowers. No wonder the flower looked plumper. He thought Nyakiku had fed it some golden clematis. Can this mystical seal be broken? Mou asked. Aelian shook his head slightly, his silver hair swaying with his movements. It can't be broken. The seal's pollution is now far beyond what my body can bear. Once broken, I will be instantly corrupted by the pollution and transformed into a monster. This seal is both my death warrant and my lifeline. I understand. To use a metaphor, the mystic thorn is a dam, holding back the surging flood of pollution within Aelian. If the dam were removed, the flood would instantly destroy everything. However, as long as the total amount of the floodwaters does not continue to increase, gradually draining the water from the dam, Aelian's predicament could theoretically be resolved. The only question is whether this dilapidated dam can hold out for that long. Suddenly, footsteps sounded downstairs. Mou glanced at Aelian's discarded phone. Oh my goodness, a druid finally accepted the order. He looked down at his clearly super game and OOC t-shirt and pajamas, his mind racing. He said to Aelian, I'm sorry. What happens next may affect both our reputations. Aelian, ? Mou quickly stripped off his t-shirt and stuffed it into his space backpack, leaving his upper body bare, and wearing a pair of linen pajamas. He looked hopeless and said, it's too late. Let's just leave it at that. What otherworldly language is written on your clothes? Can't adventurers see it? Aelian leaned close to Mou's ear and whispered. It says this request can't be done. A well-known programmer meme in our world. Mou also leaned over and whispered a reply. Aelian was startled for a moment, then, unsure of what was going on, he chuckled softly, a laugh that was both self-deprecating and yet also tinged with joy. Lord Aelian. I'm sorry I'm late. I just emerged from the illusion and saw your urgent mission. Salted Fish rushed into the room, shouting, then instantly petrified. Salted Fish was shocked, his eyes widened, his pupils trembling. Holy shit! She held her breath, desperately taking screenshots from every angle. Who am I? Where am I? I should be under the car, not here. Salted Fish, her lord, shirtless, beckoned helplessly. Hurry up and help heal and purify. If you don't hurry, the holy sun will bleed dry. Salted Fish, a 20-year-old Fujoshi, a master of fan fiction, a giant of meat stews, and a longtime fan of couples, often said, officials, just give me the food. I seen everything. Today's scene was truly unprecedented for her. Her favorite couple, the Holy Sun and the Lord, sat on the floor beside the bed late at night, whispering to each other. The Holy Sun's clothes were tattered and covered in blood, looking like he'd been brutally tortured in a bondage play. The Lord sat shirtless beside him, with the Holy Sun resting his head on his shoulder, grinning with delight. What the hell was this scene? Good news, I got it real, she thought. Bad news, something seems off about the top and bottom. But good news, I'm an omnivore. I eat anything I can. Salted fish, stop staring blankly. Purify the contamination first. The Lord ordered, the seal of Ialian has broken. If the contamination isn't purified first, the wounds will continue to reappear. Holy crap! Hearing this was serious business, Salty Fish quickly put away her lewd thoughts and quickly activated infrared. No detection mode. Then she couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap! In detection mode, the Holy Sun's red had turned black, while the Lord's was still a normal light blue. Even the stray red pollution instantly vanished the moment it came near the Lord. The Lord is so awesome. As she thought, she took out her sealing orb and blue potion and cast Purification. Then she filled herself up with water. After consuming 20 bottles of blue potion, the Purification barely lightened Ialian's dark red by a shade. Though Salty Fish wanted to try harder, she burped 3 times in a row and was practically transforming into a fish spewing blue potion bubbles. She couldn't drink any more of the blue potion in her hand. The Lord stopped her just in time. That's enough. Just heal Island. He's recovered. Xianyue was still a little unsatisfied, but her dwindling mana bar only had enough to cast a healing spell. At this hour, there weren't many players online. Her friend list was completely dark, and the druids were mostly busy at work or school, so there was no way to urgently call for help. She was the only one who had just left the dungeon, and was still slacking off, unwilling to log off. Thank you for your help. Island's condition had visibly improved. The Lord helped him back to the bed, and sat down beside him. She noticed that their hands were always touching, never separating. With another sharp knock, Xianyue Tiao, like a dream, took the Lord's quest reward in a daze, and left as if treading on clouds. Mou, who had only maintained contact with Ialian, so that his outer world barrier could continue to remove the pollution, suddenly felt something was wrong when he saw Xianyue Tiao's smile. This rumor is truly irrefutable, even if you jump into the Yellow River. Oh, by the way, there's no Yellow River in the other world, and his territory is just a swamp full of corpses. That's fine. Forget it. What does the player's support for Moyawu and the Son of God have to do with Game Planner Moyu? After sending the players away and closing the door, Mou put on his t-shirt and sat back on the bed. Once the high concentration pollution leaked out is cleared, the thorns will no longer actively absorb it, and the seal within Ialian can barely maintain itself. The druids weren't online, so for now, they could only rely on this otherworldly bug. Wait a minute. Leah, can you remove the contamination from Ialian? The small world elf tilted its head, then shook it after considerable evaluation and calculation. My power is too intense. Using it will cause the sealed thorns to rebound, potentially exacerbating the seal's breakage. I recommend using a more gentle method to deal with the escaping contamination. In other words, the only options are me, Light Lily, and the druids. Mou sighed softly and took Ialian's hand again. Staying by Ialian's side meant saving this NPC. In Mou's eyes, this was a very cost-effective deal. The contamination passed through the skin it touched, then gradually turned into harmless ash. Ialian moved inward and patted the largely empty space on his bed. Mou understood and simply lay down as well. It had to be said that this position was much more relaxing, and with their shoulders close together, hands touching, the purification was much more efficient. They lay quietly in the darkness for a while, and Ialian suddenly chuckled softly. What should I do? I can't seem to leave you. Then stay. Mou replied instantly. You don't have any attachment to the Church of Light anyway. Indeed. Ialian nodded slightly, half-jokingly saying, May I swear to be your knight, my lord? If you're willing. Ialian turned to look at Mou. In the darkness, his silver eyes sparkled. The smile faded from his face, replaced by an expression of deep earnestness and solemnity. Have you truly considered the consequences? Although I am already a vassal to the Church of Light, I'm not a vassal to the Church of Light. Abandoned, they hate me to the core and constantly wish me dead out there. But as soon as I swear allegiance to you, the Church will know immediately. They will regard me as an apostate. When that happens, you and I will become the Church of Light's #1 enemies. The God of Light has most likely been devoured by Na, Mou shrugged. The Church of Light has effectively fallen under the control of the evil god. Sooner or later, we must confront them and reclaim world power. Whether you join me or not, I will always be their #1 enemy. So, I rather have a powerful ally. Ialian turned back, raised his free left hand, and covered his eyes with the back of it, tears silently streaming from the corners of his eyes. After a long pause, he spoke again. Can I know your name? Your real name? M.O.U. M.O.U. curled his lips. You may be the only living person in this world, besides Leah, who knows my name. I'm honored. Aalian closed his eyes. That night, he slept exceptionally peacefully. In his dreams, he seemed to be back in that tranquil flower field. Gentle petals swayed gently in the breeze, washing away the pain and taint of his body, and he found endless peace in the delicate fragrance. In the morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the gauze curtains, and the world elf slowly opened her eyes. In her eyes, the Lord remained asleep, while the silver-haired world knight leaned against his shoulder, his long silver hair spilling across the bed. She stored this beautiful image in her core consciousness. Chapter 118. Nikukyu wasn't very good at playing Cthulhu RPGs. Although she had watched a few games at class reunions, she hadn't really gotten interested. She didn't memorize any of the gameplay, key points, or techniques. She only remembered the 3 artifacts her roommate had told her about in Cthulhu RPGs: the old seal, the crowbar, and the friend. But this was a single-player dungeon. So, after waking up from the cave, Nikukyu followed her usual Zelda routine and explored every corner of the cave. She successfully triggered a bunch of spot checks, occult checks, and Cthulhu Mythos checks. Before she even left the cave, her SAN value was reset to 0 due to her direct gaze upon the altar of Nyarlathotep, traces of Nyarlathotep, and unspeakable liquid. The forced SAN reduction in the Cthulhu single-player dungeon was a completely different experience from the previous game. The former made Nikukyu feel like she'd eaten 5 pounds of sagebrush, her vision spinning uncontrollably, and filled with strange, colorful figures and tentacles. The latter, on the other hand, left her feeling nothing at all, simply transforming into an octopus. Although her body was difficult to control, Nikukyu's thoughts remained perfectly clear. She subconsciously pondered him. Those things I just discovered are so suspicious. Is it just my imagination? Why do I feel like Naya and Drake are a bit of a couple? Then, after failing her luck roll miserably, she tripped and tumbled down the hill, game over. Naya probably hadn't expected someone to completely ignore the complexities of choices, and selfishness versus righteousness, and simply support his pairing to death. After a 5-second silence, the host's laughter echoed from the void. How interesting. Nikukyu's vision went completely dark. She lay on the ground for a moment before hearing a familiar system notification. Your body has died. You will be leaving the illusion in 3 seconds. The body is intact and reusable, and you can log in immediately. However, your set logout time is only 5 minutes away. Do you want to exit the game immediately? Oh no! I have to go to the fields today. Afraid of being scolded by the professor for being late in the morning, Nikukyu had set a logout reminder in the game system before bed. She thought the game was truly thoughtful. To prevent players from playing too much and missing their wake-up time, they could set a dedicated wake-up call. If they ignored the alarm, the system could even kick them off without a word. She hurriedly sent a message to Xianyu through the system to let her know she was logging off. Then she hurriedly got up, brushed her teeth, and changed her clothes, ready to go work on the farm with the professor for the day. At lunch, she wearily opened her lunchbox, picking at grains of rice while shoveling them into her mouth, and opened QQ. She choked and coughed, sending grains of rice spraying out of her nostrils when she saw a long string of messages and high-definition screenshots from Xianyu. The classmate sitting across from her quietly moved 2 seats to the side. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Nietchio hurriedly took out a tissue to clean herself, then opened QQ again and took a closer look, making sure she wasn't just hallucinating from exhaustion. Oh my god, my CP is real, she muttered, clutching her phone. On the screen, the Holy Sun and the Lord were sitting on the floor beside the bed, their bodies pressed together, their heads whispering something. The Holy Sun's smile nearly blinded her. She could almost imagine the heat of their breaths mingling. Nietchio's face flushed yellow, her eyes gleaming as she quickly saved the image. She quickly read the message from Xianyuitio and couldn't help but shed a tear. Damn it. I missed out on such a great story mission. Nikukyu, A. Video link. Salted fish. Late at night, a single man and a single woman disheveled. When I rushed in, I thought they were having a blast. Salted fish. Although we later discovered it was the sun's seal that was broken, and the Lord seemed to be treating him. But it was so good. Nikukyu, eating food with big mouthfuls. Makes a woo-woo sound. Salted fish. When I got back, I think we found a lot of secrets about the Church of Light and my wife in the dungeon, which advanced the main storyline. I received my wife's urgent quest right after I left the dungeon. By then, you might have already left the dungeon and logged out. I left late, and this quest just happened to fall on my head. Hee hee. Salted fish. This game's plot design is really interesting. When we went to ask my wife, she was still making friends out of thin air. When we found the truth in the dungeon, she just happened to be assigned the quest to clear the contamination from the broken seal. Hee hee, how cool. Salted fish. My guess is, will the Lord want to take the sun? The master came straight back home from the Church of Light. Hee. Nikyukyu, is your hee an onomatopoeia? Or a verb? Xianyuitiao, you understand me. Nikyukyu, speaking of which, the Nia X Drake pairing seems pretty good, even if it's a little weird. Xianyuitiao, it's definitely a weird pairing, but why can't I control my hands? Nikyukyu, I'm really not good at Cthulhu raids. I was fiddling around for a while, when I just stepped on air and died just as I was leaving the cave. Salted fish. I got stabbed to death by a divine messenger during my second day check. I tried to use my ultimate, but couldn't. Salted fish. I wonder if anyone else managed to make it to the end. Luck is so important in Cthulhu. I failed to roll at key points several times. In fact, one of the 10 actually made it to the end. The veteran in the Feathered Cthulhu group might have average brains, but he couldn't have bad luck. He usually had bad luck and always rolled the dice to Odinsian, successfully making it to the final day for the Double God Descendant Showdown. They formed a small group of 10 and shared their solo dungeon experiences. A few beginners collapsed before entering the town, but most made it through the first day before failing at the crucial plot point of the first round of testing. Some, like Salty Fish, wasted their first day searching for nothing, then failed to pass the testing on the second day. Others followed a plot line to kill the itinerant cult, successfully unlocking the crawling chaos, but suffered a major defeat during the combat round and were killed by the cult. Only 3 lucky individuals, Forever Poet, Tangmin Boiju, and Yuhua Dengxian, made it through. Forever Poet wasn't a Cthulhu player, but he was incredibly lucky and had some impressive mechanics. On the first day, he didn't know where to look for clues, nor did he want to kill the cult, so he just lay low. On the second day, upon entering the small altar, he charmed all 5 oracle envoys, rolling a 1-point success, completely captivating them. He didn't even notice he miscast the detection spell and successfully passed the level. The Eternal Poet suddenly realized that a 70-point charm skill was truly useful, so he used it everywhere he went. After successfully charmed countless people with countless rolls, he finally suffered his first major failure on the third day. Those he charmed all turned to hate and fought, and the Eternal Poet fell in the crossfire. The Eternal Poet, honestly, I feel like the host is targeting me. You what, Dengxian? Are you serious? Our host is the biggest troublemaker in Nyaruko. He targets every one of us equally, and even if there's no opportunity, he create one to destroy us. The Eternal Poet Tangmin Boiju was more conventional. He couldn't play Cthulhu, but that didn't matter. He was a good student and had memorized the plot, so, without even considering any other tricks, strategies, or other possible playstyles, he simply followed the storyline. On the first day, he successfully completed the descent, the argument, the underground passage to the inn to kill the itinerant cultists, and the activation of the resurrection of the dead, Tangmin Boiju. However, using the chaos of the hiding and the resurrection of the dead provided by Naya will reduce your SAN twice, causing everything I see to be colorful, twisted figures, making the difficulty much higher later on. Tangmin Boiju. I thought there were NPCs, but they weren't. I even triggered NPC dialogue, but the old bishop almost thought I was crazy. Tangmin Boiju. And after your SAN is reduced, your inspiration seems to increase. It's very easy to encounter SAN lowering events. However, I have noticed that many fanatical followers of the evil god are gradually appearing in the town. I suspect some of them may have seen Naya or traces of her, while others may have had more contact with Drake. Drake, a follower of the evil god, is himself tainted with corruption and unspeakable attributes, contaminating the townspeople. Salted fish. That makes a lot of sense. Tangmin Boiju. The fanatics are causing all sorts of trouble in town, like sacrifices and summonings. The disappearances are probably all their fault. Starting on the third day, various side quests from the evil god faction will appear, all involving things like presiding over a dark mass and performing an evil god sacrifice. I abandoned them all and simply hid in my room. Tangmin Boiju. As night fell on the 6th day, a series of strange colored bubbles appeared in the sky. Whenever I looked up, my SAN value dropped. The fanatics began to revel, and the townspeople were terrified. The old bishop led those still conscious into the church and closed the doors. The wandering cult's undead messengers relayed Naya's orders, claiming they were oracles from the god of light. They demanded a divine descent in the early morning hours of the god's birthday, but the old bishop disagreed, arguing that the god of light always descended at noon, when sunlight was at its peak, and that it would never occur late at night. At this point, there would be a choice. Naya would ask Drake to make a choice, either kill the old bishop or be killed by a divine messenger controlled by Naya. Chapter 119. Yuhua Dengxian. That bubble should also be one of the three pillars, known as the gate key or the door key. Luzhou Laojiao, and then? The old bishop is Drake's adoptive father, right? Would he have done it? Tangnan Buju. Anyway, I couldn't do it. I have a pretty good impression of the old bishop. But since the plot allows this option, I guess he might have actually done it back then. I only made it this far before dying. Yuhua Dengxian. Then I might have made the furthest progress. Yuhua Dengxian knows that Cthulhu group play is different from ordinary games. After all, it's a tabletop game, and there's often no winning or losing in the traditional sense. The focus is simply on the participants working together to achieve the predetermined goal and having fun. Whether a group is fun or not often depends on the host. The host, also known as the Keeper of Arcane Lore, KP, is the only person who knows the story module and is responsible for directing the entire game's progress. This role should be a completely neutral judge. However, when the host of a Cthulhu role-playing game is Nyarlathotep, the most famous entertainer in the Cthulhu universe, Yuhua Dengxian believes that this game is absolutely not fair. The good news is that Nyarlathotep has asked the Goddess of Fate to handle the dice. Yuhua Dengxian doesn't remember whether the Goddess of Fate exists in the Cthulhu mythology, but he knows that there is one in the game of Ozelia. The Goddess of Fate, Janus, the deity worshipped by all members of the Lucky Sea Serpent Mercenary Corps. She is said to be a beautiful, two-faced goddess who controls the dice of fate, sometimes kind and benevolent, sometimes harsh and vengeful. When she is happy, she gives believers clues about the future through dreams and divinations, but when she is unhappy, she can also make people suffer the cruel twists of fate. Yuhua Dengxian's intuition suggests that if the Goddess of Fate, Janus, does appear, she's likely not on the same page as Naya, a suspicion confirmed during the dice roll. Yuhua Dengxian. I don't know if you noticed, but when we play Cthulhu raids, the dice rolls are categorized as follows: Great Success, 0-1 to 0-5, Extreme Success, less than or equal to 1/5 of the skill value, Difficult Success, less than or equal to half the skill value, Regular Success, less than the skill value, Failure, and Critical Failure, 96 to 100. The normal gameplay process is that the KP first tells you whether your event requires a regular success, difficult success, or extreme success to take effect, and then you roll the dice. Only great success and critical failure have the added bonus of good or bad luck. However, in actual solo dungeons, I noticed that when we roll good numbers, the Goddess of Fate will report that we rolled a difficult success or an extreme success. I think she's helping us, counteracting any obstacles Naya might pose. Xian Yuitiao, now that you mention it, it seems so. When I went to town to inquire about the date, for a moment, I suspected Naya was up to something, but then the Goddess of Fate gave me a very difficult time, so he seemed to let me off. Yuhua Dengxian. I feel like Naya is playing a game with the Goddess of Fate, like a gambling game or something. They're playing a board game of the gods, and we're the pawns. Eternal Poet. Oh, this is getting exciting. Did you lose your hair today? It's exciting, but I'm getting off topic. Tell me how you beat the solo dungeon. Yuhua Dengxian began to narrate. To excel in a Cthulhu role-playing game, you must possess impressive control and strategy. Without impressive control, there's no fun in the board game. Furthermore, these impressive moves must be logical and reasonable, otherwise, the KP will simply not acknowledge them. In a Cthulhu role-playing game, SAN is a crucial and easily degraded statistic. High inspiration, numerous discoveries, extensive knowledge of occult science, and a wealth of knowledge of the Cthulhu mythos all mean a dramatic drop in SAN. As the saying goes, the more you know, the faster you go crazy, or die. Thus, in a Cthulhu mod, you must learn both when to seek intelligence, and when to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear, striving to protect your SAN as much as possible. Furthermore, Yuhua Dengxian believes that SAN loss in a single-player dungeon should be governed by the rules of a Cthulhu role-playing game. That is, regardless of whether your underlying character is dizzy, afraid, or mad, your external character will definitely be dizzy, afraid, or mad. This is a mandatory penalty for losing control, not the kind of SAN reset to 0 that happens in online games where you can transform into an octopus and back again at any time. Since sanity can't be lost, the skill, Crawling Chaos, is undoubtedly a trap placed by Naru to lure players. After briefly analyzing Drake's character card at the start, Yuhua Dengxian concluded that Crawling Chaos couldn't be used and returned to town. He didn't explore the cave too much, but he suspected that Drake had likely summoned Nyarlathotep in the cave, or that Nyarlathotep had spontaneously appeared and tempted Drake. The two made no difference to him. The result was that Drake was now inevitably tainted by Nyarlathotep, and the next day would be the day for the itinerant cult's inspection. For Yuhua Dengxian, the greatest value of this single-player dungeon lay in the intelligence it yielded. The further he progressed through the storyline, the more clues he would gain to advance the larger dungeon outside. However, this dungeon was also a game in which he and Naya faced off against each other. Considering the intervention of the Goddess of Fate, Yuhua Dengxian felt that continuing along Drake's storyline wasn't a good idea. It would be like repeating all of Drake's mistakes, and Naya would most likely win in the end. As a veteran Cthulhu player, how could he let Naya win so easily? So, Yuhua Dengxian completely disregarded the option of using Crawling Chaos to kill the itinerant cultists and resurrect them. He simply entered the small chapel within the church, where holy water was stored, and repeated the cleansing ritual the old bishop had performed on him during his first run in the Bell Tower town dungeon. Although Drake's current class was Dark Sun, he was also a legitimate member of the Church of Light, and the old bishop's adopted son. With a mere cleansing spell, the Goddess of Fate didn't even roll the dice, predicting a guaranteed success. After the purification was complete, Yuhua Dengxian returned to his room with a bucket of holy water and used it to paint his entire body with the Old Seal. The Old Seal is one of the 3 sacred artifacts in the Cthulhu game. It's a grotesquely distorted 5-pointed star with a blade resembling an eye and flames within it. The Old Seal is often used as a symbol to repel mythical creatures and evil spirits, but the principle is that mythical creatures see the Old Seal as nothing more than feces. So, after this operation, Yuhua Dengxian believed that in Nyarlathotep's eyes, he would be nothing more than a mosaic of humanoids, theoretically effectively reducing Nyarlathotep's gaze on him. The next day, when he followed the bishop into the small room again, the Goddess of Fate calmly reported a successful luck check. Naya remained silent, and the divine messengers of the itinerant cult detected no contamination in Yuhua Dengxian. The 3 tests by the Church of Light were probably the most difficult part of this solo dungeon. Choosing Crawling Chaos would have been equivalent to taking the dark path, siding with Naya's faction. Yuhua Dengxian, however, believed he had successfully taken the light path of the Church of Light. Yuhua Dengxian, normally, once you choose a path in the game, you can't jump left or right. Climbing walls will result in death. So, I decided to follow the light path to the end, resolutely not losing SN. However, this path also had a problem. The Church of Light's members would do their utmost to facilitate the God of Light's descent, and a successful descent meant Drake's death. Yuhua Dengxian, Naya didn't explicitly state the final mission of the game. He simply said, "Let me see if you can achieve a different ending by assuming his identity." I suspect Drake's ending was a successful double descent, with Naya devouring the God of Light. If a different ending was desired, then completing only the God of Light's descent, or neither, would have been acceptable. So, Yuhua Dengxian's choice of sacrificing himself for the greater good, ensuring the God of Light's descent, was entirely justified. So determined, Yuhua Dengxian spent the next few days eating and sleeping, resolutely avoiding contamination, listening to mumblings, and approaching strange people and objects. Before each test, he purified himself with holy water, bathed, and then painted himself with the Old Seal. However, he also noticed that starting on the 3rd day, a new player appeared in this dungeon's chess game. Yog-Sothoth, the key to the gate. Strange events in the town increased, and more fanatics were influenced by the evil god. Yuhua Dengxian also heard countless whispers in the darkness, inviting him to join them. He ignored them all, carrying a bucket of holy water around every day to splash and paint old seals. He felt as if he had silenced Nyar. On the 6th night, Yuhua Dengxian also encountered fanatics causing chaos in the town, and the townspeople flocked to the church seeking protection. He resolutely stood by the old bishop, and even asked the townspeople for a holy sword of physics. A crowbar. Because the members of the itinerant cult had not been resurrected or controlled by Nyar, they were all steadfast believers in the God of Light. They guarded the church gates and protected the people. However, Naya still lured the townspeople in the church into attacking the old bishop, only to be swiftly and proactively countered by Yuhua Dengxian, who lashed him out with a crowbar. Because of his preparedness, he even automatically triggered a block check when he entered the combat round. The members of the itinerant cult quickly helped subdue the townspeople, but the old bishop sighed and uttered the DM's words, "Betrayal. Betrayal is human nature." Yuhua Dengxian. I speculated that, Although player storylines and choices differ, this single-player mod likely follows the path of the town's initial fall. Therefore, the old bishop's words at this point, in the original timeline, were likely directed at his attackers. And considering the recent experience with Tangnan Boiler, I suspect that in the original timeline, the person who attacked and possibly killed the old bishop was Drake. Chapter 120. In the immortal route, the old bishop didn't die, and they didn't perform a midnight descent. Instead, they waited obediently until noon on the god's birthday, successfully completing the descent of the god of light. He thought he achieved the happy ending of the light route, but when his consciousness emerged, floating in midair with a bird's eye view, he saw countless shadow tentacles burst out of Drake's body, wrapping the newly entered god of light in a cocoon. Immortal route, Shit! I've been tricked. Lujo Laojiu, So the light route isn't possible? Immortal route. Yes, I didn't roll a failure or a critical failure, so this ending is a default setting in the module. I later reviewed the game carefully, and found a few suspicious points. The first is that the single-player timeline doesn't match the timeline in the old bishop's journal. Drake's disappearance and stumbling return from the cave should have occurred 8 days before the god's birthday, on the 9th day before the end. However, in the single-player version, the story begins the day before the cycle, a 1-day discrepancy. I suspect Naya adjusted the timeline to reduce our exploration time. If this theory holds true, then the storyline and timeline in the single-player version are less credible, and it's highly likely that Naya tampered with it. On second thought, while my actions in the single-player version may have disgusted Naya, this doesn't change the fact that Drake was already contaminated by Naya before the start of the game. At most, we can use various tricks to deceive the Church of Light's detection methods, but we can't eliminate the contamination that has already occurred. So the light path can't continue, because going down that path is essentially helping Nyarlathotep lure the god of light into Drake's human trap. Even if we don't ultimately summon Nyarlathotep for the evil god's descent, the corruption Nyarlathotep has already infiltrated into Drake's body will still ambush the unprepared god of light. I think the only happy ending is to completely prevent both descents, and ideally, to ensure Drake's survival. Did you lose hair today? Damn, Nyarlathotep is a devil, one scheme after another, one link after another. Melissa Kubo. After all, he's the biggest troublemaker in the universe, one of the 3 pillars of chaos, the mastermind behind all the conspiracies. Drake, a naive little kid, can't withstand his words at all. Today it rains. Not to mention that this kid suddenly learns that he was raised all this time just to die during the descent and free up his body for the god of light, and that the old bishop who raised him is still the mastermind in his eyes. Putting myself in that shoes is really a bit heartbreaking. The Church of Light is simply inhuman. Gnawing ball. While I can understand why he used Neanderthal as a lifeline, it's clearly more poisonous than anything else. It's like drinking poison to quench thirst. Lujo Laojiao. Whether we can achieve a perfect ending in the single-player dungeon is another matter, but we basically gathered all the information. I think the vengeful spirit is undoubtedly Drake. Today it rains. I think so too. He's the only one destined to die in this dungeon, and he's been betrayed by his own church, his adoptive father, and the evil god he relied on as a lifeline. His resentment must be immense. Salted fish. I think if he really killed the old bishop on the 6th night, whether he did it himself or indirectly, he must have been deeply moved after hearing the old bishop's words, which is why he turned those words into a DM related to his obsession. Rainy day. Yes, a large part of his obsession should also be regret. Ascension to immortality. So, to clear his obsession, he probably needs to save the old bishop, stop the 2 divine descents, and let Drake live? Isn't that equivalent to achieving a perfect happy ending in a single-player dungeon? Salted fish. That makes sense. The key is in the single-player dungeon. Achieving a normal ending gives you information, achieving a true ending lets you know some of the past, and directly achieving a happy ending changes history to purify the entire illusion. Ascension to immortality. It's too difficult, too difficult. Actually, if Drake hadn't been corrupted by Nyarlathotep at the beginning, changing history and achieving a happy ending would be a piece of cake. But from the start, it's already a fait accompli. How can you achieve a happy ending? Ending! Today it's raining. I think Nyarlathotep's luring the enemy into a trap tactic was actually just setting a trap and waiting for the prey to fall into it. The key lies in the will of the Church of Light. If the people of the Church of Light hadn't been so actively carrying out divine intervention, Nyarlathotep's tactic would have been completely useless. Lujo Laojiao, a seasoned fraudster. If the victims were all flawless, without greed, panic, or desire, then no one would fall for it. Salted fish. Sigh, the plot of this dungeon is really lamentable. Everyone is just playing a game for their own interests. Humans are just pawns in the gods' game. The game's writers are really something. Ascension to Immortality. I'm planning to post our current solutions on the forum. Let's see if anyone can come up with any new ideas. I'm out of ideas, right? Salted Fish. I have no objections. By the way, 9-Ball, Tang Clan, did you guys have anything in your inventory that you could bring out when you left the dungeon? 9-Ball, nothing. We couldn't bring anything out. But that's normal, right? After all, we only found the dungeon clues and solved the plot line. We haven't even reached the ending yet. It's impossible for us to exploit bugs to get rewards at this stage. Salted Fish, that's true. MOU opened his eyes and stared at the unfamiliar ceiling for several seconds before his memories of last night gradually became clear. He yawned and sat up, finding himself practically buried beneath a mountain of white ash. The bed was empty, but the sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. The amount of pollution that had escaped through the cracks in the seal overnight was terrifying. It was hard to imagine how Aelian could endure the pain of this erosion every day and still move freely as if nothing had happened. Beep, the system prompt. Main quest has been triggered. Please check the quest panel. Oh, there's finally some movement on the main quest? MOU opened the quest panel upon hearing this. Main quest 8, True World Knight. Please help Aelian break free from the Church of Light's constraints and become a true world knight. Note, when Aelian abandons his status as the son of the Church of Light and pledges his allegiance to you, the Church of Light's hatred will increase by 10,000 points. At the same time, all of Aelian's skill templates based on the Church of Light, except for the secret techniques related to the pollution seal, will no longer be usable. Completing this quest unlocks the World Knight's complete skill template, allowing Knight players to complete the job transfer quest. Quest completion condition: hold a Knight inauguration ceremony under the witness of the world consciousness. Please complete the following preparations. Replace your Knight with a full set of equipment and daily robes. Create/select a venue for the inauguration ceremony. Register your territory emblem with the Magic Federation. After the inauguration ceremony, your Knight will bear your emblem and fight for your honor and interests. Goodness me, it turns out there's been no progress on the job transfer quest for T-Class players. It's not that they haven't been pushing the main storyline, it's me. MOU muttered. The requirements for these quests weren't difficult, it simply involved building an extra building and crafting some clothing and equipment. DeCarlo had already filled out the registration form for the previously designed world emblem and sent it to the Magic Federation for registration. Calculating the dates, we should have news soon. Aelian's Knight equipment has been handed over to the dwarves, and next up are the daily robes. MOU brushed off the white ash and stretched. Time to get back to our work. Players who logged in or opened the official website that evening were pleasantly surprised to see the new quests listed in the AMT County News. AMT County News today. Version 0.05 AMT City Construction Event now active. Adventurers now have the opportunity to participate in the construction of your faction's main city, AMT City. Today's recommended quest: Main City Construction Quest City Council Hall, Masons. Please build a City Council Hall for the new main city. Please note that this quest is a prerequisite for the Pledge of Allegiance. World Knight. World Knight Job Transfer Quest. The World Knight Job Transfer Quest can only be advanced after the Council Hall is completed. Bright Lily Field. To protect the territory of AMT County during the Beast Tide, the Holy Sun used himself as a vessel to seal away the pollution. The erosion of the evil god's pollution caused him constant pain. Bright lilies can absorb the pollution from his body and alleviate his pain. The Lord has asked the druids to cultivate a bright lily field for the Holy Sun. Before the field matures, please use purification to remove the pollution emanating from Aelian. Tailor. Tailor. The Lord is seeking professional tailors. Adventurers interested in or with tailoring experience can sign up at Aunt Rosa's tailor shop. Farm expansion. The Lord plans to open up more clean fields to grow fruits and vegetables. Druids are welcome to sign up. Today's hottest items: Spirit Potion, sealed bottle. Today's hottest dish: Pearl Milk Tea. Nikyukyu's attention was suddenly diverted from the dungeon. Oh shit, the Bright Lily Field quest. Didn't the Lord leave those bright lilies to me to tend? Then hurry up and take the quest from the Lord, or someone else will snatch them away. Tangman Beozu gloated, earning another glare from his cousin. I take the quest. You help me make the milk tea and put it on the shelf. Don't forget to hatch the feathered serpent eggs in the ashes. Nikyuki ran further and further away, her voice growing fainter in the wind. Tangman Beozu scratched his ears. What are you talking about? The wind's too strong, I can't hear you. Hey, I haven't been to Rama in a few days. I have to go see if there are any new quests in the new patch. Chapter 121. MOU spent the entire morning drawing the design for the city council hall. As he sat on the sofa, sketchbook in hand, Aalian leaned beside him, watching his pen rustle across the paper, line after line outlining a magnificent, castle-like European-style building. Its exterior was square, imitating ancient Romanesque architecture, with a towering, castle-like dome at its center. MOU drew inspiration from Western church domes and stained glass windows, but only for the aesthetic, retaining no religious imagery. The gate of the city council hall would display the world emblem, registered and recognized by the Magic Federation. He envisioned the city council hall as a venue for various ceremonies, events, and important discussions within the city. It would be a building for the people of this city, not for any deities. In the territory of AMT County, faith in false gods was no longer necessary. MOU wanted to redirect the people's faith back to the world consciousness. Such a city-state council hall would be the perfect place for the world's knights to pledge their loyalty and revolt against the church. After completing the exterior and interior designs, MOU had Leah upload the blueprints to the system and send them to the players who had accepted the quest. He then turned a page in his sketchbook and began drawing the design for Aalian's daily robes. Tapping his pen lightly on the paper, MOU glanced at the person beside him. Aalian was still wearing the church's standard white robe with gold thread. "So have you decided?" MOU asked. "I have." Aalian tilted his head to look at him, his eyes etched with an unwavering determination beneath his long, thick silver lashes. A knight's loyalty can only be to one person. Sitting on the fence between two sides, playing both sides, isn't my style. I never wanted to follow my heart as much as I do today. MOU nodded. I always believe that loyalty is relative. If a leader is incompetent and ineffective, unable to earn the trust and loyalty of his employees, then it's perfectly legitimate for them to resign and change jobs. If someone insists on fighting a foolish leader without a wise one, then loyalty is nothing more than self-satisfied blind loyalty. As a corporate slave, MOU could sympathize with Aalian's desire to change jobs. For such a good employee to be assigned to a rubbish company like the Church of Light was sheer misfortune. When he moved to his company, he would definitely provide him with every possible benefit: food, housing, clothing, a flag, salary, bonuses, and 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. Loyalty should be given to someone more deserving, MOU said. Indeed. Aalian looked at him, his lips curled. What kind of clothes do you usually like to wear? MOU asked. I mean, when you're away from the church, free from their constraints. Aalian blinked. From childhood to adulthood, I never worn anything other than formal robes. I can say I don't have any preferences of my own. MOU put down his pen and sketchbook. If that's the case, why don't we go shopping? He had originally thought that if Aalian liked wearing the white robes of the church, he could design a similar one in a different color, perhaps a silver blue that would complement Aalian's long silver hair. But if Aalian had been bound by the church for so many years, and had never explored other options, MOU felt he shouldn't restrict the knight from exploring new life. Let's go! He reached out to Aalian, helping the knight up from the sofa. I take you to visit the villagers' and players' shops. The silver-haired knight readily shook the lord's hand. Okay. Jin, who had a glass of wine, was working part-time at the tailor's shop. As a visually conscious player who loved all sorts of beautiful, cute, delicate, and furry clothing, she immediately topped up her account in the store and purchased an alchemist doll's skin. She created a custom skin with long, straight silver hair, small and adorable, like a doll. And then, nothing happened. The visuals in this game were practically barren. It's not that the artists weren't working. The art level in this game has always been top-notch. It's just that currently only the knight's skin in the store, and the druid's achievement skin have been released. They're beautiful, sure. But she can't wear them. The druid class's entry level was too high, and she couldn't find a way in. As for the knight, the frail girl decided to just lie down. Luckily, this was an open-world VR game, and since the official clothing wasn't designed, she might as well make her own. As an alchemist, tanner, and hunter, she trained in these professions solely to obtain materials for clothing. After working for Aunt Rosa for so many days, she felt she mastered the basics of this world's clothing-making skills. She had a degree in fashion design, and often made her own cosplay costumes in the real world for comic conventions, so the basics of clothing making were a piece of cake for her. What she learned at the shop these days was nothing more than how to extract the liquid from spider silk sacks into fine silk, and then weave it into satin. Unlike the origin world, Where clothing can be sewn from a single piece of cloth, clothing here must be collected from Warcraft materials. Different Warcraft materials can imbue clothing with varying textures and properties. You can even add patterns like magic circles and runes to the garment, significantly increasing its defense. There are various compatibility issues and incompatibilities between materials. The more she researched, the more intriguing this profession became. But the system hadn't yet popped up any notifications about the tailoring profession, which she found very strange. Logically, a profession as common as tailoring wouldn't be officially available. So there must be some missing requirement. What exactly is it? Jin was pondering this, having a drink, when he saw the Lord walk into the tailor's shop, holding Aelian's hand. Aunt Rosa. The Lord smiled at the tailor shop owner. Aelian wants to try a new style. Do you have any recommendations for clothes that would suit him? Oh, Lord Sun. But hasn't Lord Sun always worn church standard robes? Aunt Rosa looked confused. The church has always crafted robes from specially treated sacred materials, and each type of robe corresponds to a different status. Only tailors dedicated to the church can make them. Ordinary tailors, like us, can't. No, you misunderstood. Aelian corrected her with a smile. I want to try ordinary clothing. Is there a mission? Aunt Rosa's thoughts shifted in a different direction, as she began selecting clothes from the racks. What disguise do you need? I have a full selection of clothing for all walks of life. No, not really. Aelian shook his head. I'm just planning to defect from the church and try out some outside church attire. His tone was remarkably calm, as if he were saying, what a beautiful day. He dropped such a bombshell. Defection from the church? Aunt Rosa dropped her clothes in surprise. Jin, even after a glass, covered his mouth in surprise. The surrounding players fell silent for a second before erupting in excitement. Holy crap, new plot? Can my job transfer quest be advanced? What's going on? What did I miss? Why is the Son of Light suddenly betraying the church? Is there any background information? Didn't you see today's news? The prequests for the World Night job transfer quest are now live. This is clearly progressing the main storyline. Why betray the church? The church and we aren't on the same side. Probably not. Have you seen that new Clock Tower Town dungeon guide on the forum? The Church of Light is truly inhumane. Did the Lord finally secure the sun? I paid 9 yuan for the marriage registration. Out. Is there a civil affairs bureau in another world? I go get one. Sister, calm down. Where's a civil affairs bureau in this world? So they're here to order wedding dresses? You Fujoshi, stop and think. Seeing that Aunt Rosa hadn't recovered from the shock of the news, Jin seized the opportunity and rushed to the counter. Lord. Let me do it. Let me do it. I'm a fashion designer. Without hesitation, she helped Aunt Rosa up and led her to the back room of the shop. You can rest for a while. I, the salesperson, can handle small things like recommending clothes. Huh, eh? Aunt Rosa had been kidnapped by her. 3 seconds later, the player reappeared before Mou and Aelian. Mou silently glanced toward the back room, wondering if she had tied Aunt Rosa up behind the shop. My dear wife. Aw, no, your highness. What kind of clothes do you like? Her eyes sparkled as she surveyed Aelian. Your waistline is simply perfect. Clothing with a cinch is perfect for you. Alas, the church's robes are too loose and don't really show off their shape. I don't have a favorite. Aelian lowered his brows, a little dejected. I only worn church-issued robes and armor, so if anything suits me, I'm willing to try it. Fuck, Miracle Sun Nuanuan. What kind of quest is this? Is the reward so great? All of you, get out of the way and let me do it. Too late. Jin, having a glass of wine, quickly accepted the 2 quests triggered by the system prompt, Knight's new outfit, and the much-desired life occupational quest, Tailor. Knight's new outfit. Aelian has decided to leave the church and join AMT County. After leaving the church, he cannot and does not wish to wear the church's formal robes. Please select/craft a suitable set of daily clothing for this lord's future knight. Requirements. 1. The clothing must have a defense rating of at least level 50 and be capable of bearing high-level spell runes or defensive arrays. 2. The clothing design must be aesthetically pleasing and satisfying to Aelian. 3. As Aelian suffers from the erosion of the corruption seal within his body, it is recommended that the clothing be made from materials that can absorb the contamination. Friendly reminder, alchemists are recommended to assist in searching and obtaining materials. Life Class Quest. Tailor, successfully design and craft a set of clothing, and receive approval from any NPC to advance to tailor. Chapter 122. Honestly, I don't think there's anything here that suits you right now. Jin took a drink and pulled a tape measure from under the counter. But I can make any style of clothing. Her nostrils snorted, her face flushed red as she pulled out the ruler. Come, let's take some measurements first, he. The Lord slammed a piece of parchment onto the counter. It was the data ammo you had asked Leah to save when the dwarf took the measurements last time. The Lord raised his lip. All the measurements are here. Professionally measured, absolutely accurate. Oh, this, Jin tried to protest, but I need precise measurements taken right up close. Here they are, the Lord said, pushing the parchment forward without question. Precise measurements taken right up close. Hiss. A flurry of gasps echoed from behind, interspersed with voices like, my wife's measurements. Did the Lord measure them himself? Why does the Lord have his wife's measurements? Officials are giving us sweets. Okay. Jin reluctantly took the parchment, his eyes rolling. What kind of styles does the Holy Son prefer? For example, showing off abs, a torso, a back, or thighs? Nothing. The Lord stopped him decisively, defense first. He, so spoiled, jealous, and he echoed from behind. Mou's face was filled with black lines. If I wasn't on guard against you lecherous players causing trouble and scaring away the Holy Son whom I had finally brought back, would I have it easy? Don't think I don't know. You guys who only care about appearances are desperate for every bit of fabric you can spare, and you won't wear anything that reveals more than you can. When the clothes are finished, he have to scrutinize them carefully, and he won't miss a single suspicious design. Otherwise, if he scares off the pure saint, even selling all those players won't cover his losses. Jin's motive for a drink was exposed, and she puffed her cheeks in anger. Then she pulled out a thick book from under the counter. It contained all the designs she'd drawn in game when she had nothing better to do. After all, an hour outside is like 2 hours in game, and it only takes up sleep time at night. Doing something you don't have time for during the day is a steal. Ailian took the book, flipped it open, and was immediately impressed. Mou also leaned over to take a look. This player was indeed quite talented in clothing design. Many of the clothes were eye-catching, and the designs were carefully noting which worlds would be best for which fabric material. The other players, who had previously been jokingly saying I can do it, I do it too, also quietly retreated upon seeing the thick book of designs. This guy really looked quite professional. No one could compare. While Ailian was carefully leafing through the atlas, Mou had Leah send the player a design license agreement he had prepared long ago. The basic terms of the agreement were that the player authorized Mayu Studio to use the player's design in the online game, excluding the official store, free of charge. Of course, the player must guarantee that they are the copyright owner of the design. Mayu Studio would ensure that the player's design would not be copied, misappropriated, or imitated by other games or NPCs in the game, infringing on their rights. Alternatively, the player could directly set a royalty rate. That is, any counterfeiters who sold the counterfeit product would have a fixed percentage of their revenue deducted from the system and deposited directly into the player's account as copyright fees. Of course, Mo, you could only ensure that designs in this world weren't plagiarized. Leah, as the world's consciousness, could do that. As for whether players would see the designs and then create knockoffs in the original world, Mou's ability to do so was quite limited. Mo, you could only ensure that Mou Studio would provide players with timestamped game recordings upon request, and assist them in registering the copyright for their designs in the original world. This idea had been carefully considered by Mou when he considered becoming a tailor. After all, this was a real other world, and designs like clothing were inherently patentable and sensitive. If a player's creation was plagiarized by another player or NPC, it would not only dampen their enthusiasm and creativity, but would also create significant legal trouble for the game and the studio. So Mou had already asked his older sister to help him draft a template agreement and keep it with Leah. Wouldn't that come in handy? Holy crap! Are the game's officials that serious? Jin took a drink, read the agreement, and sighed as he signed his name at the bottom. 2 copies were made, one for the players and one for Leah to keep for future reference. I like these designs. Ailian had also finished looking through the design book. The designs he chosen were all very form-fitting and easy to use in combat. There was a waisted combat robe with silver white and blue crystal snowflake ornaments, a long, fur-collared, waisted British-style coat perfect for winter, paired with a tight white sweater and matching leggings, and a gorgeous burgundy leather jacket paired with a brown-black leather vest, looking a lot like a vampire hunter's outfit. It seems like he really wants to try out all sorts of styles. However, for a natural clothes lover like Ailian, Mou, as an artist, believes that these outfits would look great on him. Lord Saint, you have excellent taste. Would Lord like to have a few outfits made too? Well, that's not impossible. MOU currently wears Moiwa robes. These robes are classic mage robes, characterized by their loose fit, strong defense, and limited mobility and unattractive appearance. They're perfect for socially inactive long-range turrets, but as a lord, he should also have a few that are both convenient and stylish. For another thing, even for his investiture ceremony, he needs to wear something nice. This will be saved as CG by fans and inserted into various music videos. So, he selected several court-style gowns that looked perfectly suited for a lord on important occasions. These included wide sleeves, narrow sleeves, puff sleeves, vests, and capes. A complete outfit. However, choosing clothes is something that can become increasingly addictive. MOU looked around and added a few more European, aristocratic military uniforms to Ialian's wardrobe, which would definitely accentuate her slim waist and long legs. Wow, Lord, you're such a picker. The girl's eyes gleamed, and she pulled out her small measuring tape. Hey, then I take care of your data. No need. MOU expertly wrote down his data on the parchment. As a single man who frequently buys clothes for himself, he knew these numbers by heart. The girl and Ialian both shared a slightly disappointed expression. Oblivious to the situation, MOU contentedly paid the deposit. He then told the players to pick up any special materials from the Mage Tower, and then he and Ialian, chatting and laughing, walked to the next shop. Jin had a glass of wine and looked at the pile of orders. As the excitement of making clothes for my wife gradually faded and his rationality gradually returned, the smile on his face slowly faded. Fuck. So many clothes, how can I finish them all? MOU took Ialian to visit many player shops, and even took him to see the newly begun construction of the City Council Hall. Future World Knights, now bricklayers, players, who had long been unable to find the path to their class advancement quests rushed to accept the prerequisite quests for the Knight class advancement upon seeing them, and were now busy moving marble on the construction site. Seeing the Lord and the Son of God coming to inspect them, the players immediately became more motivated to move bricks, and their work became even more enjoyable. What a bunch of incredibly useful tools. Ialian couldn't help but smile as he watched the lively players. MOU had noticed before that, despite his seemingly aloof personality, Ialian actually enjoyed pausing to watch the lively scenes of the players. Perhaps, the sight of these people happily and peacefully living could help this knight, who had endured pain and corruption, steadfastly treading the thorny path of suffering he had chosen, to rekindle his original purpose in fighting. Once the City Council Hall is completed, I will hold a ceremony to crown you here. MOU lowered his voice, speaking beside Ialian, his gaze meeting his silver eyes. Once you pledge your allegiance to me, you will no longer be a holy son of the Church of Light, but merely a world knight of AMT County. But you will lose everything the Church of Light has given you, except for the seal that brought you pain. Honor, prestige, status. He stopped Ialian in his tracks. No, don't deny it. Even if the Church's higher-ups don't see you that way, in the eyes of the common people, you are still a noble holy son. You will lose all your glory, bear even more infamy, and become a true enemy of the Church of Light. MOU took a deep breath. You will also lose the spells and skills the Church of Light taught you, and even everything you know. Perhaps, the changes this will bring to you will be far greater than you can imagine. Even so, are you willing to abandon everything in your past and become my knight? MOU asked. You don't have to answer so quickly. I hope you make your choice carefully and solemnly, for this is a path of no return. If you simply wish to remove the taint from your body, to survive, or to alleviate your suffering, then even without swearing an oath to me, I will provide you with everything you need. Whether it's purification, the Lily of Light, or the resources you need, as long as it's within my power, I can provide them. I will never use these things as chains to control you. I hope you can put all this aside, follow your heart, and make a decision you won't regret. Chapter 123. Hearing this, Ialian smiled and extended his hand to MOU. Walk with me? MOU reached out and shook Ialian's hand without hesitation. After all, he had just promised to provide Ialian with all his resources, and as Ialian's most important lifeline, he couldn't just go back on his word the next moment. The two walked towards the Mage Tower. Ialian paused for a moment before slowly speaking. The Church of Light never gave me a choice, Ialian whispered. They always used all sorts of things and methods to constrain me. When I was young, they controlled us through food, clothing, and punishment. Obedient children ate meat, while disobedient children starved and were beaten with whips soaked in salt water. When we reached self-sufficiency, a traveling group would appear, visit our branch parish, and select those among us adopted children who might become sons of God, bringing them back to the Holy City. In the Holy City, they would use the previous sons of God, who were not chosen to become sons of God as our mentors. As we became familiar with our mentors and companions, they would use them and our companions, who had been through thick and thin together, as hostages to control us. When you make a mistake, it's not you who's punished, but your closest friend, your most respected mentor. You could feel Ailian's hand tightening, even trembling slightly. I have elven blood, which caused me to grow slower than normal. Back then, I was the smallest and most delicate of all the children. I couldn't wield a great sword, wear armor, or endure pain. But I was fortunate, my companions took exceptional care of me. But I was causing them to suffer punishment every day, which was extremely painful for a while. For a long time, I couldn't find the meaning of living. We were fed secret potions. Besides the daily arduous training, every 10 days, the church would have us enter a fantasy realm under the guidance of a mentor. The bodies of the candidates for the Holy Sun could not be contaminated, so the church's method of purifying the fantasy realm was simple and brutal. Use a divine artifact to forcibly reverse the fantasy realm and kill everyone within. If one attempt isn't enough, kill them several times. Just like I did when you first met me. This method doesn't require understanding the thoughts of the people in the fantasy realm, solving puzzles, or even searching for obsessions. Simply pick up the sword and kill. It's simple, brutal, but actually quite disgusting. Reversing the fantasy realm can instantly transform innocent people into villains, while outwardly making no difference. If you hesitate before striking, you be killed. After countless injuries, and witnessing the death of our companions, our hearts grew colder, our swords growing numb. In the end, I could barely distinguish between the illusion and reality. At night, we must keep our weapons out of reach. Otherwise, if we wake in the middle of the night, we often lose track of our location and instinctively swing at the nearest person. Ailian took a deep breath, forcing himself to relax. More and more companions are dying in this endless trial. The Church of Light never cares. In their eyes, only those who survive all trials are valuable, those who die are failures. Every night we emerge from the illusion alive. Those of us who survived would gather around the campfire and perform our own ritual to mourn our fallen companions. Those who died within the illusion themselves would become part of its obsession, unable to return to the sea of world consciousness. Unless that illusion was purified. Each of us swore before our dead and living companions alike to do our utmost to purify the illusions in which our companions had fallen and to save their souls. To this end, we helped each other and struggled to survive. More than once, a companion had given up their hope of life to me, facing death themselves. The burden of my life grew, and sometimes I considered simply giving up my hope of life to others, passing on the burden to them, and finding eternal peace. But every one of them told me that I was the one in this generation most likely to become the Son of God, and they all wanted me to live. Survive at all costs. He closed his eyes, as if mourning his fallen companions. Mou stood with him in silence for a moment. Ailian calmed down, then opened his eyes and continued, "My mentor, he was a very good man, saving us countless times in the illusion. He taught me how to use my small size and speed to defeat enemies stronger than me, and even taught me many tricks to deal with the church's higher-ups. He even taught me the sun spell to use himself as a vessel to seal the contaminated, and repeatedly told me not to use it. It was he who, when I lost my purpose and meaning in life, told me that there are many beautiful things in this world worth seeing with my own eyes, experiencing with my heart, and protecting with my own strength. It was he who told me that besides the God of light, there's an even more ancient faith in this world. The faith of the world consciousness. He told me that according to unofficial history, before becoming a deity, the God of light prayed to the world consciousness, exchanging his loyalty for divine authority. And by praying to the world consciousness, we could also gain additional protective power. Under his guidance, I became a world knight. This wasn't a skill taught to me by the Church of Light, but a gift from the world consciousness. At first, the voice of the world consciousness was faint. But as I prayed more and more, I gradually began to hear it. It was distant, faint, yet incredibly familiar, like a mother I never met. She imparted knowledge and taught me many things. When only 5 of us remained, the divine messenger of the itinerant order reappeared and chose me as the Son of God. That night, through the connection of prayer, the world consciousness revealed the truth about becoming the Son of God. They reached the bed of lilies of light. Numerous seedlings had sprouted next to that particular lily, and Niakiku was watering them. Perfect. I give you a task first. Mou patted Ailian's hand and assigned Niakiku a task, to transplant the lilies of light from the bed and plant a field. Seeing that no one else had grabbed the task, Niakiku happily accepted it and continued to work, not forgetting to glance at the hand in hand of the Lord and the Holy Sun. Ailian pulled Mou to sit by the flower bed and watched as Nyakikia took out a hoe and began to cultivate a field in the open space at the other end of the road. The world consciousness told me that the God of Light made a mistake during his ascension. He needs to use the bodies of 9 sons of God as his husks, perform a divine descent ritual, and return to earth to gather faith and replace the foundation. After becoming a son of God and performing the divine descent, my soul will completely die and return to the world consciousness, while my body will be used by the God of Light and become part of the foundation of the God of Light. At that moment, I felt an endless sense of sadness. Our countless companions, generation after generation of sons of God, have endured suffering, endured torture, and even sacrificed their lives. Not for any greater good, not to save the people, but simply to become carefully selected stepping stones on the path to advancement for a selfish God. Even the sons of God who were not chosen, the Church of Light does not want to waste them, and will use them as vessels to seal away the pollution. They do this not to save the world, but to protect the people, perform miracles before the public, and gain more faith in the God of Light. The entire Church's actions are based on selfishness. We are all lackeys of the God of Light, never harboring any sense of greater purpose. I don't want a life like this, and I certainly don't want to be a stepping stone for the God of Light. And as if by fate, that night, my mentor came to see me. He came to say goodbye, not only because I had been chosen to become the Son of God, but also because he sensed his seal was about to break. But just as he was about to leave, the seal, tainted by excessive contamination, finally gave him the strength to hold on no longer. He exploded before me, transforming into a gigantic, white monster. The seal's complete collapse occurred incredibly quickly, without any warning, so quickly that we were completely unprepared. He thought he could hold on for a few more days, but fate only granted him a few minutes to say goodbye. He transformed into a 3-story tall white monster, with 7 or 8 white wings, round eyes as large as wheels, bloodshot, and a lower body covered in tentacles. The Church calls the monsters created when the sun seal collapses fallen sinners, meaning they are the evil creatures born after the sun succumbed to the corruption of sin. In that monster's enormous eyes, I saw sorrow and a desire for death. Those were the eyes of my mentor. I didn't know if he was still conscious, if his soul still resided within the monster. But the only thing I could do was to take up the great sword and slay the monster, personally, killing my most revered mentor. The corruption within the fallen sinner's body suddenly spiraled out of control, threatening to spread, contaminating the earth, and even transforming into more monsters. I suddenly realized this was an opportunity, a chance to escape my future as a son of God. I cast the spell to seal the corruption, trapping all the corruption my mentor had once sealed within me. I thought I would explode into a monster like my mentor, but I didn't. Perhaps it was my youth, or perhaps it was my elven bloodline, but my tolerance for contamination far surpassed that of an average human. The amount of contamination that would have killed my mentor didn't even fill 1/10 of my seal. Because I sealed the contamination, my body was no longer pure, and I lost my qualification to become a son of God. The other sons of God had already been sent to the illusionary realm to seal the contamination, and the Church was unable to stop them, and all of them lost their qualification. The divine messengers of the itinerant order and the Church's high-ranking officials were furious. They dragged me before the Inquisition, but my actions were not wrong. If I hadn't killed the fallen sinner and sealed the contamination, he would have wreaked havoc within the Church's holy ground. They exonerated me, but my mentor bore all the blame. Of course, in the eyes of many in the Church, I acted deliberately, and they were not wrong. This was the most important decision I ever made in my life, and I haven't regretted it to this day. But surviving with all this burden was painful. More than once, I felt overwhelmed with exhaustion, even contemplating death. During the beast tide, I left everything to fate. If I survived, I would continue to fight. If I died, I would cast aside all burdens and enter a peaceful sleep. But you have pulled me back from the brink of death. Several times. Ailian's lips curled slightly. My life is already yours. Without any other factors, without any consideration, this is a choice I made from the bottom of my heart, spontaneously and voluntarily. Chapter 124. Although Mou had initially suspected the Church of Light was rather unkind, it was only after hearing Ailian's story that he realized just how despicable it truly was. For a company as crappy as this, just quit, an employee as outstanding, resolute, loyal, capable, and handsome as Ailian has been treated so poorly. It's simply bullying an honest person. Actually, I always wanted to find a way to leave the Church. Ailian smiled bitterly. But I have nowhere to go. There's no place on the entire continent for me. I always thought only death could bring me out. Until you showed up. When you told me this would be my home, I was truly, deeply moved. No one has ever been willing to fight the entire Church of Light for me. Aelian lowered his head. But I don't know if you understand what kind of future you face. The Church of Light is the largest and most populous church in the world today. Their influence spans the entire continent, leaving only a few cities unaffected by their influence. Becoming their enemy will expose you to numerous obstacles. What is the relationship between the Magic Federation and the Church of Light? Mou asked. My title of Lord was probably granted by the Magic Federation. As long as the Magic Federation and the Church of Light are not on the same side, there shouldn't be any problems. The Magic Federation and the Church of Light are at odds. They only maintain a superficial courtesy. Aelian said, the Church of Light cannot directly interfere in your territory, you can be assured of that. Tell me about the gods, authority, and these forces in this world. Mou said, Moyowu's memories are vast and complex, and I still haven't been able to make sense of them. He had long wanted to find someone with inside knowledge, but aside from Leah and now Aelian, everyone believed him to be the great mage Moyowu. Asking such a common-sense question would undoubtedly lead to suspicion. Leah was an incomplete fragment of world consciousness, her memory shattered with the split of that world consciousness. Now, she was a dysfunctional, memory-depleted system, akin to the unreliable, incomplete memory bank left by Moyowu in Mou's mind. Mou suspected that the great mage Moyowu had never memorized this knowledge, which he considered useless in the first place. While his disciple DeCarlo wouldn't doubt his teacher, he had lived in the desolate AMT County since birth, and his knowledge was too limited to fully grasp the intrigues between the various factions on the continent. Aelian was different. He was intelligent and adept at feigning aloofness, and even a resigned friendliness. He had been deeply embedded in the church for years, able to uncover many secrets even when deliberately concealed by church members. He also traveled extensively, resolving illusions, and was knowledgeable. He was the perfect person to ask. Aelian nodded and said, let's start with the basics. Our planet is called Osiria. There are 3 known continents on this planet. Ours is named after the planet, and is the largest. To the north and south of our continent lies another. The northern one is called North Continent, a land of ice and snow, sparsely populated and inhabited only by ice barbarians. Because Northland lies far from the sun's orbit, it has only 2 seasons each year. The white season and the dark season. During the white season, 2 suns alternately pass by Northland's edge, while during the dark season, darkness shrouds the land, oblivious to the sun. Oh, polar day and polar night, I see. Mou understood. Between Northland and Osiria lies the LSC, a perpetually freezing sea with half-frozen in glaciers. The Church of Light has virtually no influence in Northland. The barbarians of Northland rarely see the sun, and do not believe in light, they revere darkness and ice. South of Osiria lies the Deldra Sea, and beyond this sea lies Southland. Southland, in contrast to Northland, lies within the sun's orbit, practically constantly under the sunlight of one of the suns. Precisely because of this, pollution is minimal there, water resources are plentiful, and large, lush plants grow everywhere. Farmland and plantations abound, serving as the Church of Light's treasury and granary. But in South Continent, the South Continent Chamber of Commerce, even more powerful than the Church of Light, controls almost all of the continent's plantations, slaves, and merchant ships. Even the Church of Light must maintain a good cooperative relationship with them. However, these merchants are driven by profit, and have no faith, only gold and silver. I see. It's similar to the equator. Mou muttered, writing it down. There are only 3 continents on the entire planet. What are the east and west? Aelian flipped his wrist, pulled out a dagger, and drew 2 circles on the ground. In one circle, there were 2 continents, each like a roof, and in the middle was a huge landmass with curved edges, covering more than half of the hemisphere's surface. In the middle of the continent was a long, narrow ocean area. The other hemisphere's upper and lower parts were still extensions of the continental cap, but in the middle of the sea above South Continent, Aelian had carved a deep scar. On the far side of the planet, above South Continent, lies a great abyssal rift that has existed since the age of divine silence. It's said to be inhabited by abyssal demons and monsters, and no one can cross it. The area beyond the abyssal rift is perpetually shrouded in black fog. It's the ancient battlefield of the gods, from the age of divine silence. It's said that at least 5 gods perished in that darkness. It might now be the lair of an evil god. Can we get there from the edge of North Continent? Mou asked curiously. No one has ever attempted it. From the cape at the edge of North Continent, you can directly see the black fog. It's said that in recent years, the fog has been very slowly expanding toward North Continent's coast. Aelian shook his head. People of our time know nothing about that place. It's also known as the darkness of the planet. No one knows whether it's a continent, an ocean, or a rift valley. Aelian pointed his dagger at the first hemisphere again, circling the center right. This is our territory, AMT County. He was in A. Several circles were drawn below AMT County, marking Magic Federation Main City, Corinthal, Elven Territory, and Roselle City. Then, extending a line from the east of AMT County, another circle was drawn, Mystic City, Onisal. Further south, another circle, almost parallel to the main city, Corinthal, Magic Academy, Calcadora. Excluding the Elven Territory and the neutral port city of Roselle, these remaining major cities, and the surrounding wizard towers, villages, towns, and counties constitute the entire Magic Federation. The Magic Federation is the largest power on this continent, formed by the Alliance of Magicians. It shares power with the Church of Light. The Magic Federation adopts a parliamentary system, composed of 13 highly respected and world-class magicians. The current speaker is the head of the Magic Federation's leading family, Philizlock. Hiss, that name. MOU gasped. Yes, it's Moya's family. If I remember correctly, the current speaker should be his eldest sister, Charloria Philizlock. MOU, He searched his memory for the name, but all he could recall was the face of a beautiful, long-haired woman, and an image of her furiously pointing at Moya's nose and shouting, "Get out!" MOU, Could this great magician even forget his own sister? What's their relationship like? He asked hopelessly. Not really. But Moya seems to have severed ties with his family over 100 years ago, abandoning his surname. Strangely, he accepted the Magic Federation's appointment as lord of this territory 50 years ago, and the person who signed the letter of appointment was presumably Speaker Charloria. Aelian shrugged. Perhaps this territory is Speaker Charloria's gift of reconciliation to my younger brother? MOU rubbed his temples with a headache. So, regardless of Moya's relationship with his sister, overall, it seems the Philizlock family isn't a weak family that would sit idly by while Moya is bullied by the Church of Light. Indeed, not really. The Philizlock family's style has always been, if no one offends me, I will not offend them. If someone offends me, even if they are far away, I will punish them. MOU. That's very similar to me. But in reality, regardless of the Philizlock family's stance, given Moya's status, the Church of Light shouldn't dare act rashly. Aelian tapped the Magic Federation circle with his dagger. Moya alone holds a seat on the Magic Federation's Council of 13. Fuck. Am I really that awesome in this world? Aelian chuckled. Yes, you still need to attend the annual meeting of the Magic Federation Council at the end of each year. Come to think of it, the first time I met Moya was when I was escorting the Pope to a joint meeting of the Magic Federation. MOU felt overwhelmed. Then I have to impersonate Moya in front of a group of people who know him well. You can do it. Aelian gave him an encouraging look, his lips curled up. He continued to draw 6 circles on the left side of the Osiria continent. The center one was the largest, and the remaining 5 circles surrounded it. The center is Jurlanda, the holy city of the Church of Light, and the 5 satellite cities surrounding it are also key cities of the Church of Light. The Church of Light's sphere of influence is truly vast. MOU couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 125. Yes. Aelian nodded, half-jokingly asking, facing such a formidable enemy, Lord, are you still willing to accept me as your knight? Of course you are. MOU said, I'm not the kind of person who would abandon my allies for my own convenience. Aelian chuckled softly and continued, outside the sphere of influence of the Church of Light, there are still other smaller neutral nations and city-states, as well as other non-human races. They are far from us, and the likelihood of contact in the near future is slim. We introduce them to them when we meet them later. Let's talk about the gods. He wiped the pattern on the ground with the sole of his shoe. But as for the secrets of the gods, it's better to discuss them in the Mage Tower. MOU nodded and stood up first. He glanced across the road. Nikyukia was busy turning the soil, looking very obedient and attentive. MOU extended his hand to the knight and helped Aelian up. The two returned to the study. MOU asked Aelian to sit on the sofa while he went to the cabinet, pulled out the can of black tea, and from his backpack found a can of freshly baked milk-flavored biscuits from the player's shop. He brewed 2 cups of black tea, added a little honey to one, and placed them on a tray with the milk-flavored biscuits. He brought them to the coffee table and handed the honey-flavored cup to Aelian. When discussing these mystical matters, a little black tea is still necessary to perk you up, MOU said with a smile. Aelian took a sip of the tea, took another biscuit, and put it in his mouth, his expression of happiness and contentment returning. He was clearly a very contented knight, striving to enjoy every bit of life's beauty. Emo, you couldn't understand why fate had been so harsh on him. Osiria is a newborn planet, less than 100,000 years old. It was only about 70,000 years ago that the core of world consciousness emerged. The birth of planetary consciousness, the emergence of humanity, and the formation of world consciousness occurred about 20,000 years ago. Thus, that era was called the Age of Chaos. During the Age of Chaos, the rules of this world had not yet been established, and everything was chaotic and disordered. Because of this chaos and disorder, people lived in misery, longing for the gods to appear and clear all obstacles for them. Thus, people's faith continued to consolidate, and a large number of gods emerged. The gods who govern the natural elements were the first to appear. The gods of wind, water, darkness and light, earth and sky. As life multiplied and culture advanced, various gods emerged, governing humanity. The gods of war, craftsmen, and mysteries. Thus, that era was also called the Age of all gods. Back then, becoming a god was simple. All one needed was faith, authority, and a foundation to establish one's own rules. Aelian took another sip of black tea, thought for a moment, and continued, faith is the starting point of the path to becoming a god. It is a powerful and stable force of prayer. Without faith, there are no gods. Faith requires a clear goal to converge upon, and this goal is the cornerstone. The cornerstone can be a fixed image, an object, or a collection of countless anchor points. Authority, on the other hand, is the domain and power that a god controls. Does the authority of a god come from world consciousness? Mou asked. Aelian nodded. It can be said that the authority of all gods comes from world consciousness, because it is people's faith and prayer that grant gods their authority, and faith and prayer are part of world consciousness. Simply put, when everyone believes that the goddess of fate controls fate, she gains the power to manipulate destiny. However, this authority can be divided. For example, in the Age of the Gods, humans worship the Mother of Plenty, while the elves worship the Mother Tree of Life. Thus, the Mother of Plenty and the Mother Tree of Life shared equally the authority of nature. The sources of a deity's authority vary. Some are borrowed or demanded by the deity itself from the world consciousness, while others are automatically granted by faith. A deity can even devour deities whose authority intersects with its own to gain even greater power. But under normal circumstances, no matter how much authority a deity acquires, it remains solely within the deity's control and ultimately belongs to the world consciousness. The world consciousness's rank is higher than that of the gods. A complete world consciousness can wield the authority of all gods. I understand. Mou nodded. Because people's beliefs are complex and impure, to prevent the power of the gods from being contaminated and distorted, all gods, after gathering the three elements of faith, foundation, and authority, will obtain their own unique rules. This rule will become the essence of the gods. What do you mean? Mou was a little confused. Aelian thought for a moment and explained. The power of the gods comes from people's faith. When people believe in a god, they always involuntarily imagine the details of the god's appearance, abilities, authority. These fantasies will gradually merge into their faith and influence the god. If these fantasies are unwanted by the god, they may even become pollution. To give a somewhat inappropriate example, if a male deity lacks an origin rule, then if their followers all believe they are actually female, they will gradually become female. I see. On the historical evolution of the image of gods in the people's minds. Mou snapped his fingers. So this origin rule is the official, unchangeable foundation of a deity's personality that they desire most. Once their official personality is established, they won't have to worry about their followers' wild speculation and OCs. Aelian glanced blankly at Leah. Leah thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, but there are also deities who exploit loopholes, using this origin rule to seek further benefits for themselves, to atone for past mistakes on their path to godhood. It can be said that if the origin rule is well formulated, the deity gains unlimited possibilities for future development. If it is poorly formulated, for example, if it is self-contradictory, then it is undoubtedly digging a hole for itself, diminishing its divine power, and even leading to its demise. Official settings should leave ample room for character growth. The basic setting shouldn't contradict itself and must be logical. Well, that makes sense. After the age of 10,000 gods, due to the sheer number of gods, overlapping powers frequently occurred, and wars between their factions were frequent. This led to the subsequent age of divine wars, where the gods sometimes resorted to underhanded tactics, while others openly fought, formed alliances, and devoured each other. Finally, a great war of gods erupted in the dark planet, where countless gods perished, leaving the land shrouded in an eternal black fog. After the divine wars, the age of divine silence began. Only a few gods survived the war. Some emerged victorious, some survived, and some remained neutral. After that, the division of divine power was largely settled, with only minor frictions and clashes, and no major divine wars broke out. At that time, the rules of the world were largely established, the gods held sway, and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment. It was perhaps the most beautiful era. Then, thousands of years ago, evil gods descended from the outer universe. Legend has it that they descended upon the planet's darkness, devouring the remains of the gods, who fell in the divine war within that black fog, corroding the very essence of the world and polluting the world's consciousness. That was the age of the Great Advent. The evil gods' pollution began silently and quietly, unnoticed, and before people even realized it, the catastrophe had already erupted. By the time the world's consciousness became aware, a large portion of its ocean of consciousness had already been eroded by the evil gods' pollution. Thus, as I said before, the world's consciousness fell into a vicious cycle of repeated self-sabotage. It was a form of self-rescue, yet also a helpless self-destruction. What about the surviving gods? The weakest gods were the first targets of the evil gods. Losing their followers in the polluting attacks, their faith or power due to violating the rules of the essence, they ultimately perished. The powerful gods, however, either feared for themselves, or stood with the world, or sought to exploit the situation for personal gain. Aelian shook his head. In the end, this situation has emerged. Countless gods have perished in the war of gods, and the invasion of evil gods, and I cannot possibly list them all. I can only tell you about the gods who exist today. The God of Light goes without saying. Since the beginning of the Great Advent era, his power has expanded rapidly, now encompassing half the continent and holding the greatest number of followers. He possesses worldly authority over both reality and spirit. Then, there is the God of raging waves and ice and snow. Originally the ice and snow god of the northern barbarians, he devoured the God of wind, the God of water, and the God of thunder during the War of Gods, thus ruling over storms, water, and lightning. He possesses 1/3 of all natural authority. Besides the northern barbarians, the people of the port areas on the continent's edge also deeply worship this deity, who controls storms and the sea. The Earth Mother of all spirits is the most powerful deity in the South Continent. She also holds another third of natural authority, governing fertility and planting. The Tree of Life, as the elves' mother tree in faith, holds the final third of natural authority. However, the Tree of Life is currently severely polluted, so the elves have asked me to bring you tree seeds, seeking the last hope for their race. Janus, the goddess of fate, has no orthodox church, but many mercenaries, fortune-tellers, and wandering artists are her worshippers. She holds the power of fate. The Old Man of Time, the deity who controls time, has disappeared since the War of the Gods. No one knows his whereabouts, and no one has ever seen him during the war. Some suspect that this deity, in order to avoid the War of the Gods, used his power to hide in the cracks of history or time. The Dark Goddess, whose followers call themselves the people of darkness, remains hidden from the world, rarely revealing their beliefs. The power she wields is a mystery. Some believe it's silence, others believe it's oblivion. There's also the Grand Duke of Hell, said to reside within the Great Rift, ruler of demons, and possessing authority over souls. In addition to these gods, there are 3 gods of humanity: commerce, craftsmen, and war. These gods were born later, and are relatively weak. From what I understand, the power of these gods has been targeted by other gods, and some have even begun to erode it. Chapter 126. The followers of the Earth Mother of all spirits are primarily merchants from the Nanzhou Chamber of Commerce, and plantation slaves. Their profits are built on the plantation harvest, so their faith in the Earth Mother of all spirits is deeply rooted. Using these merchants' followers, the Earth Mother of all spirits is gradually eroding the authority of the God of Commerce. I hear that in Nanzhou, and even in some cities on the southern tip of our continent, merchants have begun praying to the Earth Mother of all spirits instead of worshipping the God of Commerce. For nearly 1,000 years, there has been no war on the continent of Osiria, so people's faith in the God of War has gradually weakened. Extinction. Now, only the barbarians of northern continent frequently fight among themselves, but they worship only the God of raging waves and the God of ice and snow. Consequently, these gods have also usurped much of the authority of the God of War. As for the God of craftsmen, I heard from the Church of Light that the goddess of fate attempts to attract the faith of craftsmen through luck, while the goddess of darkness lures craftsmen toward art through quiet madness. These gods are all tempting their followers to think outside of their own authority, encroaching on the authority of others, expanding their own followers and territory. Mou sighed. Yes. What happens if a god loses his authority? Loss of authority inevitably leads to loss of faith. Once faith is lost, the foundation naturally collapses. A god who loses these three will fall. I see. Mou understood. To put it in perspective, it's like a bunch of workers, gods, each performing their duties. The god of wind controls the wind, the god of rain controls the rain. Suddenly one day, the king of rolls, the god of ice and snow, appeared and said, I can do these things too. They quickly took over all the company's affairs. The boss, the followers, saw that they were saving money, faith, and laid off all the other gods. The laid-off gods lost their faith, salary, couldn't pay their mortgages, and naturally lost their house's foundation. Game over, bankruptcy. What's worse than the limited abilities of the workers is that these gods have unlimited power, and are invincible. As long as their ambition is great enough, a Gook King God will eventually emerge, swallowing up all divine power and becoming the sole true god. But just as these local gods were battling it out, a wave of evil gods from outer space arrived. It was as if before local businesses could even establish a monopoly, foreign companies were already taking advantage and using dumping tactics to seize market share. What kind of hell is this for working gods? Mou muttered to himself, his eyes wide open. Alien? ? However, as just stated, the world consciousness's rank is higher than that of the gods of this world. Regardless of the authority the gods possess, it all lies within the world consciousness. So what's the matter with the so-called loss of world authority? Ahem. The little world elf cleared his throat. It's like this. To put it in a different way, the world consciousness's authority is like the world consciousness owning an apartment building, with each apartment representing an authority. Some of these apartments are occupied by tenants, gods, some remain vacant, and others have been rented out by powerful tenants, connecting them together to form a single large house. When the world consciousness was still a single entity, it served as the landlord, while the gods were merely tenants who came and went. The world consciousness was the ultimate owner of authority. But after the world consciousness was shattered into fragments, it was like the keys and property deeds to these apartments disappeared along with a part of the landlord's body. And the landlord's body was divided into 7 pieces, each linked to a different house key and property deed. Our ultimate mission is to follow these powers to find the fragments of the world consciousness, purify them, and piece them back together. Mou frowned, took a deep breath, and rubbed Leah's head with his fingers. That's a good metaphor. Don't use it next time. What a massive crime scene. Leah's metaphor was gory and gruesome. I don't know where she learned it from. But the point was conveyed well. It's simply that the world consciousness possesses the back-end authority over all divine powers, and the lost interfaces are located within those fragments of the world consciousness. Only by obtaining the fragments can one bypass the gods holding power and regain access to authority through back-end authority. The small world elf puffed out its cheeks in dissatisfaction, and Ialian, looking at the two, couldn't help but curl his brows in a smile. If I had kept the spiritual authority, things would be much simpler now. Mou couldn't help but sigh. Giving spiritual authority to the god of light wasn't a wrong decision. Ialian said, spiritual authority requires faith as a source of energy, and the god of light has the most believers. In fact, this authority still functions normally today. Aluma's sunlight still purifies the earth. Alien didn't say it explicitly, but Mou understood. The real problem lies with the world consciousness. The part of the world consciousness connected to authority has been contaminated, forcing it to be discarded as a fragment. But then again, the contamination of this part of the world consciousness connected to authority is most likely due to the god of light being corrupted by Na. Mou rubbed his temple and reframed his words. In other words, every authority is half on the side of the deity holding authority, and half on the side of the world consciousness. And after the world consciousness shatters, only the deity's half remains functioning normally. No, that's not the case. Leah shook her head. Authorities attract each other. When the world consciousness severs its fragments and authority, that authority and fragment transforms into a divine artifact, actively moving toward the deity holding authority. If no deity holds authority, it will move toward the most qualified individual deserving of authority. Also, that is, because the god of light previously held a portion of these two powers, after the world consciousness fragmented them, the fragments, carrying their authority, returned to the god of light. Mou analyzed. But that doesn't make sense. Isn't the god of light now being corrupted by Na? If Na possessed spiritual authority, the world would be doomed. Aalian shook his head. I suspect that before the incident, the god of light hid both powers somewhere inaccessible even to himself. Have those adventurers discovered the truth behind the clock tower town illusion? Perhaps we can find the answer there. That was a good idea. MOU opened his laptop and logged into the player forum, where he found the post about the Yuhua Dingxian update. Aalian couldn't understand the text on the player forum, so he had MOU read it to him. After they finished reading the lengthy strategy post together, they both fell silent. Wow, a double divine arrival. This time, Naya is lying in wait inside Drake's body, waiting for the god of light to enter unnoticed so she can slay him. MOU held his forehead. He truly is a fun-loving guy. I didn't expect him to actually be hiding in this illusion. He even took the initiative to play Cthulhu with players. What a touching NPC volunteering. This appearance he saves. It seems the god of light has indeed been corrupted by Naya. Whether he's completely consumed or still resisting remains unclear. But after over 170 years, spiritual authority hasn't fallen into Naya's hands. It seems the god of light was fully prepared before the divine arrival. When it comes to hiding things, this god of light seems quite capable. Is that evil god afraid of sunlight? Aalian suddenly asked. It seems one of his avatars is afraid of light. MOU remembered that Naya's night demon avatar's weakness was light, but it wasn't clear if the other avatars had the same problem. Aalian glanced at the yellow sun in the sky. Perhaps that authority has always been before our eyes, but no one can reach it. MOU immediately understood. Good man, if it's there, no one can get it. No, if Naya completely devours the god of light, then he can use the god of light's power to take it. The question now is, how can we take the authority back? For a moment, both the two elves and their world fell silent. Furthermore, rather than the unknown power of reality and spirit, Naya seems to have set her sights on the goddess of fate. MOU glanced again at the post about ascension and couldn't help but sigh. Our territory has only just begun to develop, so how did it suddenly find itself caught up in the game between the gods? Don't be too nervous, Aalian consoled. Even without the power of spirit and reality, the druids are still able to carry out the cleansing smoothly. The current situation is much better than before you arrived in this world. That's true. The gods are at least several hundred levels high. Currently MOU, a LV, 50 Lord, isn't qualified to intervene in their game. One must eat one bite at a time, and one must walk one step at a time. What we need to do now is prioritize developing our territory, expanding our own strength and that of our allies, and striving to level up. Leah, what's the level of the weakest god? MOU asked. You must be at level 300 or above to enter the divine realm, the small world elf replied. The gap was so vast that MOU actually breathed a sigh of relief. Besides, he was only level 50, completely outmatched against Na and the other gods. Even if they truly regained his spiritual authority, it would be snatched away in a matter of minutes. It would probably be safer to leave it in the sun. Strength was paramount. Since Na's attention was now focused on the goddess of destiny, MOU had to focus on developing himself. After all, if the sky fell, he still had the taller goddess of destiny to hold it up for now. Chapter 127. Leah said, Actually, Lord, you don't have to worry. Even though the world consciousness has been contaminated and fragmented, it still possesses a certain sense of self-preservation. They and the corresponding authorities will select the most suitable host and test it. Only the host that passes the test will gain authority. The probability of it falling into the hands of the evil gods is not high. That's true. If authority were easily seized, the gods wouldn't have to resort to so many roundabout tactics. A direct confrontation would be enough. MOU nodded. Our current task remains to develop ourselves and strengthen the faith and anchor of the world consciousness. With a stable anchor, our foundation will be more solid. With more faith and sufficient core energy for the world consciousness, I will be able to accomplish more, and will also attract the return of fragments and authority. Leah said. This is our mainstay. MOU smiled. Since the beast died, we haven't had any new players because of a lack of core energy. Once the core energy levels stabilize, we can resume issuing quotas. Once his influence expands a bit, he's established himself as an adventurer on this continent, and Leah's core energy is no longer so limited, then he can transition the closed beta test to a public beta test, open the doors to a legitimate business, and let more players work for him. The kind that pay him. Well, he won't charge much. Just a monthly subscription of 88 yuan, and a 35 yuan per minute subscription for 3,500 minutes. Mou thought this and looked up to see Ailian leaning against the window, staring out, lost in thought. He didn't know what he was thinking. The smile on his face had vanished, replaced by a solemn, bewildered expression. Ailian? What are you thinking about? Mou asked. The knight suddenly broke free from his deep thoughts, and shook his head gently. No. Nothing. Your expression doesn't say that. Mou said, the best way to relieve your troubles is to confide in someone. He paused. You can tell me anything. Ailian's lips curled, but his silver eyes were filled with desolation. I'm just wondering, if I hadn't resisted back then, but instead obediently become the son of God and performed the divine descent, could I have prevented the tragedy of Clock Tower Town? Would the god of light not have been devoured by the evil god, and the world consciousness connected to the power of the virtual and the spiritual would not have been contaminated? Perhaps, I am the root cause of that tragedy. Am I protecting the world, or am I avoiding sacrifice? Perhaps, after all, I am just a selfish person. That's not selfishness. Mou shook his head. That's self-preservation. There's a huge difference between the two. Ailian looked up at him. All living things have the instinct to preserve themselves. It's only natural. You shouldn't have to endure the pain inflicted upon you by the Church of Light, and the God of Light has no right to demand that you sacrifice your life and become his body. This in itself violates your rights. Mou gently patted the knight's shoulder. The most important lesson my previous career experience has taught me is to never take the blame for someone else's mistakes. Being responsible is a good thing, but seeing someone make a mistake shouldn't mean you're responsible for not warning them. If someone makes a mistake, it's their own fault. It has nothing to do with you. In the entire illusion of Clock Tower Town, the biggest source of the problem could only be the God of Light himself. If he hadn't disregarded the wishes of others, and forcefully demanded that his followers sacrifice their bodies for him, none of this would have happened. In my old world, mountain gods and river gods, who demanded children and women from their followers would be slain by brave men. Puff. This time, Ailian smiled sincerely. You're right. I think it's wonderful that you were able to escape the fate of the Son of God and survive. Mou said seriously, no one can control your fate. You live for yourself. You have committed no faults, and you don't need to atone for your sins. I will exact retribution from the Church of Light for everything they have done to you, and for the debt they owe you. Even after you leave the church and become my knight, I still hope that you prioritize your own interests. Your survival is the greatest help to me. You really. Ailian was suddenly at a loss for words, finding no suitable words to describe Mou. He let out a laugh. How could there be a lord like you? Am I a bad lord? Mou tilted his head. No. Ailian shook his head. You're just too kind. Knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Rama pushed it open and poked his head in. Excuse me? I made the puppet you requested. He walked in, followed by a familiar dwarf. I'm here to deliver the Holy Sun's armor. The Holy Sun's armor is finished. It's finally finished. Mou explained in surprise. Then I go try on the armor first, Ailian whispered to Mou, then led the dwarf downstairs. After they left the room, Rama pulled out an alchemical figurine from his interspatial bracelet. Because you ordered this figurine with a higher body level, I spent a little more time looking for materials. After finishing it, I found it's even higher than expected, with a system rating of LV 50. This face is truly exquisite. Mou examined the face he had sculpted and admired it. The figurine he had sculpted was a gorgeous, yet somewhat sinisterly handsome man, with long, smooth, shiny black hair. Paired with the alchemical figurine's 8-pack abs, it was a monumental achievement in modeling history. Mou was so satisfied that his artistic inspiration flowed endlessly, and he couldn't help but want to draw some professional suits. This body has a high affinity for magic, but its basic physique and combat power are also quite good, Rama said. It can be easily controlled by any class. Very good. Mou was very satisfied. By the way, we made some progress in antimatter engine research. We basically solved the production and storage of antimatter fuel contaminated by the evil god, but we're still searching for a suitable, resistant reactor. Only by finding a stable reactor that can withstand an antimatter explosion can we convert the enormous energy of the antimatter explosion into power. Then, whether it's used for power generation, manufacturing, or as an engine, it'd be easy. Mou had heard of the idea of antimatter power generation back in his origin world. It said that the energy from the annihilation of antimatter and matter is 1,000 times that of nuclear fusion, and it's completely clean and pollution-free. If this explosion could be controlled, Mou could easily supply the energy needed for his entire territory. Consuming the enemy's pollution and converting it into clean energy for his own use, Is there anything more cost-effective than this? Any ideas for container materials? MOU asked. Monster material should be a good choice, Rama said. We tested it before during the Beast Tide. When bombing monsters, the effectiveness of antimatter bombs is significantly reduced, indicating that the monster's defenses can withstand a large portion of the explosive energy. I'm considering trying to find some thick hides from high-level macrophage worms. Their hides are a very defensive material for monsters, but only if they're protected from sunlight. The adventurers at the copper mine are still clearing out macrophage worms. I can have them collect some more thick hides, MOU said. Rama nodded and extended his hand to MOU. Research funds. MOU, how much? Rama quickly recited the figures. 20 gold adventure coins, 300 pounds universal coins. Hiss. MOU gasped. Why so many universal coins? You don't have many alchemical materials here. You have to go to One Sail City to buy them. Or you can give me the equivalent amount of Warcraft materials, and I send someone to One Sail City to trade. You don't have the money, so I give you the materials. MOU waved his hand and called out Leah. Get them directly from Leah's warehouse. That's fine. Rama wasn't picky. The Warcraft materials currently fetched a better price in One Sail City. Shrugged, he taught MOU the key points of using and storing the alchemy doll. After Leah transferred the anchor point of MOU's trumpet from its previous shell to the alchemy doll, he and Leah went to collect the Warcraft materials. MOU happily donned his monocle and began testing his new alt shell. Alchemy dolls are truly a hot-selling item in the online store. Not only do they allow players to customize their own looks, but their physical attributes are far superior to those of random shells. Players can also enhance certain attributes using materials. Players who spend money on their alt shells will no longer find themselves in the situation of wanting to be a mage, but being forced to be a warrior due to insufficient intelligence. Low intelligence? Invest some transformation materials to increase intelligence. Low constitution? Add more constitution-enhancing materials. It's simply a matter of talent and technology. And logging off is easy. Because the alchemy doll is completely lifeless, it automatically loads into Leah's dedicated storage space. Just like in a normal online game, you can log off and back on right away. No more searching for a locker in an inn or lying dead in the fields like the druids. This also saves MOU from having to find a hiding place every time he logs off his alt shell. Well, but when the Elven Expedition expansion launches, we have to adjust some of the settings. For example, players using alchemy dolls can store their bodies in some kind of space sphere when they log off, allowing the elves to take them with them. Otherwise, if they log off and on in the same place, they won't be able to advance with the main elf army. And this space sphere needs to automatically release the player when they log off and on. Otherwise, if the player opens their eyes and finds themselves still in the space storage device, it would be quite shocking. But Leah should be able to implement this little feature. MOU touched his chin, lost in thought. Chapter 128. MOU controlled his alt account and tried out basic moves and magic skills. He then took a few sealing orbs from his backpack, drank some contamination, and tried out the 3 transformations of the alchemy doll after it was contaminated. Satisfied, he prepared to log off. When he logged off, the system automatically popped up a dialog box. Do you want to store the alchemy doll in the system space? MOU tried everything. If he stored it in the system space, the alchemy doll would disappear from its original location and automatically reappear when he logged back in. If he chose no, the alchemy doll would remain in its original location, but after attaching an anchor point, it could no longer be added to the system inventory. This prevented other players from exploiting a bug and trapping players who had paid for their services while they were offline. MOU was happily experimenting, playing, when a dashing knight in brand new armor pushed through the door. Hearing the noise, MOU turned and looked, his expression immediately filled with astonishment. MOU dared to say that this set of armor would be considered top-notch in any game, featuring a chicken leg design. Thanks to the meticulous dwarven craftsmanship, every detail has been meticulously recreated. Compared to the bulky, canned-looking armor of the Church of Light, MOU's custom-made suit truly maximized the silver-haired knight's physique. The polished silver gleamed so brightly that it seemed to reflect a person's reflection. It was unknown what material the dwarven elder had chosen for the forging. Upon closer inspection, the armor's plates shone with diamonds, like starlight, as the viewing angle changed. This is mithril alloy. Seeing MOU's keen interest in the armor's material, Aelian explained, it's the finest material the dwarves can forge. It's as light as a feather, as strong as dragon scales, and possesses extremely strong magical affinity and defensive power. It's the most stable magical alloy, its hardness and luster never fading with time. How does it compare to the armor you worn before? MOU asked. Of course, this one is better. Aelian chuckled. The Church of Light wouldn't be willing to use precious mithril on our armor. The appearance is absolutely flawless. The armor perfectly outlined Aelian's physique, tightly hugging his broad chest and lean, powerful waist. The gap between the breastplate and shoulder armor revealed his powerful muscles, tightly wrapped in the tight armor. To enhance the defensive capabilities of this separate armor design, the dwarves added a layer of fine, dragon scale-like armor. It's truly well thought out. The wing-like spikes on the shoulder armor are angled perfectly, creating a sharp edge while minimizing the risk of harming the wearer or allies. The skirt armor is outlined with a thorn pattern in gold thread, its complexity shimmering with mystery. The center of the gleaming silver breastplate and the knight's shield are meticulously painted with the world emblem designed by MOU. What about defense and mobility? MOU asked. Are there any areas that make movement difficult? Aelian stepped back and unsheathed his great sword. MOU then realized that the dwarves had added magnets to both the back of the armor and the great sword, allowing the knight to easily store and secure the sword on his back. Like the armor, the great sword was made of a mithril alloy, incredibly sharp, strong, and lightweight. According to Aelian, this great sword wasn't nearly as heavy as it looked, and was more than half as light as its predecessor. But MOU tried to lift it, but couldn't. Aelian made a few sword movements in front of MOU, demonstrating several slashing and blocking moves at different angles. Because of the small space, he clearly held back, but you could see that his movements were incredibly light and fluid, and the armor presented no obstacle to Aelian. The translucent silver-blue gauze-like wing cape fluttered with his movements. It was unclear what magical material the dwarves and Rama had finally chosen, but the silver-blue starlight shimmered between his movements, transforming the knight's battle into a truly delightful spectacle. Excellent. Aelian's face was filled with joy and satisfaction, like a child who had found a long-cherished treasure. Once the city council hall is finished, we hold a coronation ceremony there. MOU contemplated the future with satisfaction. Once you awakened your guardian heart and donned your armor, you surely charm a ton of players. Oh, right. MOU suddenly remembered. Have you paid the dwarves? Yes, Aelian replied smoothly. Oh, that's fine. I forgot. Huh? MOU suddenly sensed something was wrong. He looked at Aelian in confusion. Did I forget to give you the adventure coins? Aelian was startled. Then what did you pay with? Dwarf Elder Morat Maduro happily returned to the mines, unpacking items from his space backpack one by one. His nephew Malmoro Maduro, the son of the dwarf chieftain, came over in confusion. Uncle, weren't you delivering the goods? Why did you bring back so much armor? Hey, isn't this the standard of the Church of Light? We're making a killing. This is all the reward from the Holy Sun. He said we can melt it down. Just keep it a secret, and don't let the Lord know. Morat Maduro rubbed his hands excitedly, and piled the armor and great swords neatly on the ground into a small pile. This is all brand new, Momro exclaimed. 1, 2, 3. 5 brand new sets of armor and great swords? There's also an old set of armor, but that one was badly damaged and had to be melted down. Elder Morat's smile was so thick it swallowed his eyes. This is all top-quality orchard steel, crafted by the Church of Light. It's not as good as our mithril, but with so much, we're making a killing. Thank you, Holy Sun. I thought I have to work for the Lord for free to pay the rent this time. I didn't expect the Holy Sun to give us so much. He's so kind. Mora. The elder rolled his eyes, pulled his nephew over, and instructed, remember, this must not be made known to the Lord. If he asks, just say the Holy Sun paid. Otherwise, the skinning Lord will probably demand all the extra money back. Momoro zipped up his lips and nodded. Uncle, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this. Let's melt this armor down and make orichalcum ingots quickly. Don't wait until the Holy Sun changes his mind. I go light the furnace. MOU finally remembered to deposit money into Aelian's NPC account. It's not his fault for only giving the phone and forgetting about the payment. Ever since Aelian had settled in to recuperate, he'd been paying for everything. With so much on his plate, he'd forgotten to pay the Saint's son. However, since Aelian had already paid the dwarf, MOU assumed it was from the Church of Light. As craftsmen, the dwarves also engaged in a lot of external trade. Besides adventure coins, they accepted payments in other currencies as well. This set of armor is truly impressive. I have the dwarves craft a few more for you as backup. MOU began his calculations again. Then we can use lower-level materials to make similar ones for the players. It doesn't need to be too high level. Around level 50 or 60 should be enough for them after they upgrade. We can use steel or orichalcum steel, Aelian suggested at the right moment. The dwarves should have plenty of materials. Yes, players don't need the finest armor. We can make it reasonably cheap. That way, when the equipment breaks, they buy it again and continue to spend. You was well versed in the economic principles of the game. He couldn't let players wear the same set of armor until they were old. He needed to constantly collect some currency from them to motivate them to work. By the way, does your armor have protective runes? Mou asked. Yes. The dwarves engraved them on the inside with dark patterns, Aelian replied. Mou used the appraisal technique several times, and seeing that the system's test results were very reliable, he felt relieved. The main reason was that the dwarf's previous record of playing tricks had left a deep impression on him. Although he had chosen the seemingly friendly dwarf elder from among the dwarves to forge the armor, he still had to do a thorough inspection just in case. He didn't want to betray the Holy Sun on the battlefield in the future. Aelian also tried the Guardian Heart's one-click costume change feature and successfully returned to his white robes, but he clearly preferred his new armor. Don't worry, the new clothes should be ready in a few days. Mou glanced at the backstage. The tailor player had already recruited many players and shared the task with many partners. They were frantically gathering materials, and sewed their otherworldly sewing machines. It shouldn't be long before they could create new clothes. Construction had already begun on the City Council Hall and the Mercenary Relief Institute. Players had found a marble mine outside the city, perfect for building materials. Once the City Council Hall was completed, it could serve as a hub for activities, not just during festivals or major events. Mou also envisioned setting up a service window for the Adventurers Guild within the building, eliminating the need for a separate one. As Mou's thoughts began to wander, Aelian noticed the alchemical figurine. Is this the kind of body some adventurers use? Yes, Mou snapped back to his thoughts. This one is mine. For example, when I need to enter a dungeon or test a new quest, it's more convenient to use an alt to blend in with the other players. Plus, using an alchemical figurine doesn't mean I'm afraid of dying. It's just that I've been busy lately, and haven't had time to use my alt. If I think about it this way, if I get busy and don't have time to use my alt, leveling up later will be a problem. Do I have to ask Rama to keep using high-level materials? Can I try? Aelian suddenly asked. Chapter 129. Come to think of it, there's absolutely no problem making the GM account shareable. Mou muttered. Compared to ordinary people in this world, Aelian's situation is quite unique. He's the Holy Son of the Church of Light, and his soul is highly resistant to contamination. If he devotes a bit of his energy to using a player's body, even if he becomes contaminated and transforms into an octopus, it won't significantly affect his main body. Furthermore, his main body has a seal that continuously absorbs contamination. Even if his secondary account transforms into an octopus, the contamination it carries back will be directly absorbed into the seal. If excessive contamination overflows, it only takes a few minutes of extended application time to completely resolve it. Just then, Leah reappeared in the room after handing over supplies to Rama, and Mou asked her to modify the monocle's rule settings. I also given Aelian permission, Leah said. Mou handed the knight the monocle. Try it out? If you're not used to the dual view mode for the first time, you can lie down on the sofa and use sleep mode. Aelian readily complied, lying down on the sofa, putting on the monocle, and closing his eyes. The alchemy puppet's eyes opened, revealing golden pupils. He blinked, tilted his head, and looked at Mou. Watching his own alt account move uncontrollably from this perspective was a completely new experience. Mou tried hard to banish the thought of my account being hacked from his mind and asked with concern, how does it feel? A little weird, but it feels good. Aelian spoke in a barbecue squid voice. The alchemy puppet's voice was a deep male voice, noticeably different from Aelian's own clear voice, but still quite pleasant. This will be much more convenient. Mou clapped his hands excitedly. When I need my alt and I to play together, I can let you log in. Of course, having someone to help is more comfortable than having to distract myself with two accounts. So this is what the player's perspective looks like. Aelian familiarized himself with the player's body and system panel, then tried a fireball spell, igniting a small flame at his fingertips. Although the clever knight had no experience with otherworldly online games, he quickly figured out the general gameplay. Thanks to Leah's language conversion system in the anchor point, he could also log into the forum smoothly and read the text used by the players. Though he still had trouble understanding much of the player jargon. Very interesting, Aelian said. It feels like I can observe a world I don't understand from another perspective. And in this body, I don't feel the pain of contamination at all. That's right. Because my soul is playing games while my body is resting, it actually has a pain-relieving effect. Mou stroked his chin. But wouldn't that make it harder to detect the seal on my body? Leah, can you build Aialian a login device, one that can also monitor contamination? Sure. What kind of design would you like? Leah asked. The glasses didn't match Aialian's style at all. Mou scanned Aialian's body from head to toe several times before saying earrings, Aialian. Aialian said almost in unison. Okay. Leon nodded. The earrings and the monocle are both linked to the barbecue squid GM account. If they log in at the same time, the person who logs in later will take over the previous person's account and log them off. The earrings will have a pollution monitoring function. If pollution levels exceed the set maximum, Aialian's account will be forced offline and a notification will be sent to the Lord. Is this okay? Yes. The two nodded in unison. The small world elves began to work, while Mou let Aialian experience the feeling of a player accepting and submitting quests. So this is what it's like from a player's perspective. Aialian suddenly realized, this is truly a unique experience. Mou curled his lips. Teaching an NPC to experience the GM/player account was a unique and first-time experience for him. Come to think of it, the name Barbecue Squid sounds familiar, Aialian said. Well, when you first met us adventurers in the Clock Tower Town dungeon, I was using this account. But not this body, of course. This alchemy doll's body is newly made. I was using an ordinary human body before. Mou smiled. I stopped you before you entered the mirror. A look of sudden realization crossed the face of the barbecue squid. Though their features were completely different, they somehow looked remarkably like Aialian. Mou couldn't help but chuckle softly. The new login device was also completed. Leah flew back and showed Mou and Aialian the silver earrings in her hand. They were very small, mithril earrings, shaped into a semi-3D pattern of flaming thorns. They looked quite harmonious with Aialian's new armor. The aesthetic of the world consciousness was always online. So, Aialian experienced a series of logging off and replacing his equipment. The equipment replacement was a bit more complicated. The knight, who had never had his ears pierced, picked up the earring without blinking, and without a tremor, he pierced his right earlobe. Seeing Mou gasp, he couldn't help but perform a healing spell on him. Can't you be a little more kind to your health? Mou couldn't help but scold him. I'm sorry, I be careful. The knight's sincere apology practically made Mou lose his temper. After logging back in with his new equipment, Aialian noticed a new contamination value on his GM account, currently at 33% in the green. Evidently, Mou's backend could also see this value. The green range indicates that the current leaked contamination is within an acceptable range, and removal is recommended. When the value exceeds 50%, it turns red, and the system automatically sends an emergency notification and forces Aialian's account offline, Leah explained. Mou, curious about the efficiency of his world barrier in clearing pollution, also sat down on the sofa. As soon as his body made contact with Aialian's, he saw the numbers on the back end slowly begin to decrease. Aialian's expression, even in his sleep, seemed to soften. Seeing the knight's eagerness, Mou couldn't help but smile. I still have some work to do. So why don't you use this GM account to go around and complete some quests to level up? Barbecue Squid's eyes lit up. Great. I don't know many people on this account. Just a few, like Luzhou Laojiao, Yuhua Dengxian, and Nikukyu. Just look at your friends list and you see. Mou instructed, if they ask why they didn't see you during the Beast Tide event, just say you just changed into the alchemist's body, and it was so chaotic they couldn't recognize you. Most players don't care what others are doing anyway, so they probably just ask in a friendly way and try to fool around. I used to play a mage on this account, but now that my stats have been upgraded, I can take on other classes. If you're not used to mage skills, ask Leah to open a World Knight class for you. Ignore players who say strange things. You absolutely mustn't let them know you're Aialian. Nothing else matters. If your body is contaminated and mutated, and you want to change back, ask a druid for help. Don't forget to buy something to eat if your hunger level drops. Okay. Aialian nodded obediently. That's perfect. Getting more sleep will also help the seal recover. Mou smiled and used the backstage to top up some adventure coins on his secondary account. Let's go play. Watching Aialian awkwardly walk out of the mage tower with his secondary account, Mou couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly felt like he successfully introduced the Hell Switch to an elder who knew nothing about electronics. It's really fun. This was the first time Aialian had completely shed his status as the Holy Sun and his Church of Light background, stepping out into the sunlight as a completely unknown new face. No one suddenly bowed to him, nor did anyone respectfully address him as Sir Holy Son. Freed from those constraints, he felt only relief. Although the way the adventurers looked at him was always different, unlike the higher-ups of the Church of Light, who looked at him with disdain, as if he were a dirty person, nor were they like the ordinary people, who constantly looked at him with hope and pleading, hoping that he could miraculously bring hope to everyone, like a savior. But he wasn't a savior. He could barely breathe under those gazes. He couldn't bear the weight of such hope. There was a time when exhaustion, like a tide, almost completely engulfed him, dragging him down to the depths of the ocean. But the adventurers always looked at him with a glittering gaze. He couldn't describe what it was. It seemed to contain admiration, pure affection, and a kind of excitement and joy that the adventurers themselves called hitting the mark. That joy seemed to infect him, filling him with an involuntary joy. He surveyed the territory once again from the perspective of an adventurer, curiously feeling everything was different. The adventurers' heads bore their strangely shaped blue names, while the villagers and other NPCs had green names. Some even had yellow question marks or exclamation points above their heads. When reviewing something, notes popped up before his eyes. When accepting a quest, a dialogue box and quest panel popped up. To cast a skill, he simply clicked the skill button with his mind, and his body automatically performed the action. This was all a completely new experience. He wasn't particularly skilled in magic, but Aelian didn't want to experience World Night again in this body. The familiar combat style would make him feel like he was still in his own body. He thought for a moment, followed the system's quest recommendation, and pushed open the tavern door. "Hello, is this where I accept the Magic Chef quest?" he politely asked the yawning druid at the counter. "Yes." "Wow, handsome." The druid's eyes lit up, and he called out to the kitchen, "Uncle James. We got a quest." Maid Chef James de Morera emerged from the kitchen, cigarette dangling from his lips, and wiping his hands with a white towel. As he walked, he pulled the NPC's phone from his apron and swiped it at him. "Done. Want something to eat?" A dialogue box popped up for a class quest. He accepted it, then curiously asked, "What's good to eat?" "There are so many options." Maid Chef grinned and handed over a menu. "Anything you like, order." Chapter 130. James de Morera leaned against the bar as usual today, a sense of accomplishment filling the faces of the adventurers before him as they sampled his dishes, their faces lit up with amazement, satisfaction, joy, and healing. He became a magic chef for many reasons, a large part of which was the profound psychological trauma he suffered during a childhood famine. In times of food scarcity and sustenance, he was forced to risk the insane costs of using magic beasts as ingredients. Of course, part of it was also James de Morera's passion for cooking and food, and the incomparable sense of accomplishment he felt when he saw the smiles on his guests' faces as they savored his cuisine. The magic chef's motto was, "Better to go crazy than dead, better to die well-fed than starving, better to die late than early, and even better still to eat delicious food before death." However, given the magic chef's unique choice of ingredients, most of the guests he encountered in the past had a maniacal grin on their faces. This also made James de Morera extremely depressed, until, in his search for ingredients, he encountered a once-in-a-lifetime beast tide, and an even rarer encounter with a strange overlord and his adventurers. The druids who could purify ingredients no longer worried about their guests going mad or dying after eating them. And these adventurers didn't seem particularly concerned about the purity of their ingredients, they were more concerned about the food safety of the non-adventurers, whom they called NPCs. What a noble character, this devilish chef, who had developed a bad habit during his long journey of crazy ingredients, disregarded both his own life and the lives of his guests, and didn't care too much about pollution, madness, or life and death. Recently, under the constant urging of the druids, he gradually formed a habit. Or perhaps the druid had cast enough cleansing spells on him, allowing him to regain some of his sanity. This adventurer, who had just accepted the Magic Chef class quest and ordered a bunch of James's signature dishes, was incredibly appealing to the Magic Chef, from the delicious-looking name grilled squid to his wholeheartedly absorbed expression as he savored the food. This intensified the Magic Chef's desire to confide in him, which in turn intensified his desire to talk. This adventurer seemed different, too. He quietly listened to James's life story while eating, occasionally joining in the conversation to discuss exotic delicacies from distant lands. His breadth of knowledge impressed James. You have to remember, most of the adventurers here are newcomers to the continent of Oziria. They either only know a bit about the distant, foreign lands they call home, or know nothing at all. It wasn't lunchtime, and no other adventurers were around. James, in high spirits, simply leaned against the bar and engaged in a lively conversation with the adventurer. My initial erosion was already quite severe. Thinking back, I was a little crazy and couldn't control myself. James grinned broadly. When I heard that AMT County was about to face the most devastating beast tide in history, I had only one thought in my mind. What a ton of prime meat. So I ran all the way from Ossard City in the northwest. It was as if two voices were ringing in my head, one saying, "You're crazy. You'd die in the beast tide." The other saying, "What kind of magic chef would have the chance to cook all that meat? It would be worth dying for." Unexpectedly, upon arriving in the village, I happened to see the Overlord evacuating residents, so I just followed him. Guess what? The Overlord had the same idea as me. Hey, how long will all that monster meat last? At that moment, I thought, this is truly a magical place. I'm cooking here and won't leave. This truly is a magical place. The barbecue squid nodded. Yes, and the druids here can purify the contamination. Now we don't have to worry about funerals for our guests. The druid next to him twitched at this. How many people have died from your cooking? The adventurer at the bar didn't even raise an eyebrow, calmly spooning his fish floss and egg-fried rice into his mouth. He ate elegantly, taking small, steady, and rapid sips. It was strangely pleasing to watch. James laughed heartily, pulled a bottle of wine from under the counter, and filled the adventurer's glass. Try this, my treasure. The druid appeared at the right moment, expertly tested it, and finding it uncontaminated, he quietly left. Have you ever tried wine? James pushed the glass toward the adventurer. This is a fine wine from the north. Don't be fooled by its watery appearance, it's incredibly potent. The adventurer shook his head. Never had any. Then today must be your lucky day. James held out a plate of fried fish. Fine wine goes well with crispy fried fish. Try it. The adventurer took the glass and sipped it. He frowned, seemingly disliking the spicy taste. Then he stuffed a crispy fried fish into his mouth, his expression shifting to relief. Indeed, they go really well together. He nodded in understanding. The spiciness of the wine cuts through the greasiness and fishiness of the fried fish, accentuating its crispness. You know how to eat. James gave him a thumbs up and poured himself a full glass. These little fish are also raised by the druids, plucked fresh from the pond every morning and brought to us alive. After cleaning them and frying them in the pan, the bones are completely crispy and crumble to the touch. James said, "This territory is developing at a pace I can hardly imagine. The Lord said he'd build me a larger restaurant soon. The thought of being able to use a wider variety of ingredients to create more delicious dishes and feed more people makes my hands itch. Every day I think that coming here is the best decision I ever made. Thank you, our wise Lord." Barbecue Squid raised his glass. To our wise Lord. James clinked his glass with him graciously. After a satisfying meal and a few drinks, the tipsy adventurer donned a brand new knife belt, stuffed his cooking utensils into his backpack, and stumbled out of the tavern. The alchemist puppet's physique was excellent, metabolizing alcohol quickly. By the time Ialian reached the player's market, the dizziness had gradually dissipated, and the drunken debuff on the system panel began its countdown. The noisy players habitually considered the player's market the perfect place to group up. From time to time, one could hear shouts of 7D1, a druid, "The copper mine bus is leaving, are you going?" and Dark Forest, this is the bus to kindergarten." The shouts echoed. Ialian tilted his head, observing the players from the side of the road for a while, before gradually understanding the meaning of their jargon. The way they talk is so strange, Ialian thought, but it's quite interesting. Material cart. Material cart. Anyone coming? Suddenly, Ialian was stopped by several familiar figures. Hey! Squid brother? You spent money. I just realized I haven't seen you lately. Ialian opened his secondary accounts friends list and glanced at the person in front of him. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains, ascension to the immortal realm. Indeed, a familiar face in this body. Yes. He nodded, recalling the Overlord's signature smile, perfectly replicated it, and then mimicked the player's tone, saying, "This body type is very useful. Highly recommended." Wow, self-made faces are so beautiful. Several people were dazzled by his brilliant smile. Is this the brilliance of money? Ah, so dazzling. Wow, it's so nice to have money. When my food allowance arrives next month, I'm going to tighten my belt and save 188. Yuhua Dengxian touched his non-existent abs and shed tears to himself. Squid, have you switched to Magic Chef training? We're forming a team specifically for World of Warcraft materials. Would you like to join us? Yijian Pachianshan asked. Jin, have a drink? I accepted a tailoring quest from the Lord and my wife, and am searching for materials. She's asking a high price, and said she'd raise it even more if anyone can get the pollution-absorbing materials. Magic chefs and hunters are popular for disassembling World of Warcraft materials, so we're planning to form a larger group. Aelian, who had never participated in the players' activities, accepted the invitation with interest. Okay, but I'm not very familiar with this yet. It's okay. Magic chef is easy to learn. EP111 said, but this profession is mainly determined by the dual factors of success rate and critical hit rate. It all comes down to luck. How many people are in your group? Suddenly, a player appeared nearby. Can I join? I'm lucky. EP111 glanced at the player's ID and said, welcome. Including you, we have 8 people, just enough to start the journey. Who else? Aelian asked curiously. You, me, Ayu, Xianyu, Melissa Kubo, and this guy who turned left. I originally wanted to call Nikukyu, but she said she was busy growing lilies, and called her brother over instead, the alchemist, Tangnan Bao Chu. And Jin, have a glass of wine. She's the boss, and all the materials we find belong to her. She pays us according to the market price. But since we're exploring new materials, we might have to go a little further this time. Ejin Pokienshin sent a team invitation to a few people. Aelian looked at the dialogue box that popped up and pressed accept. Joining the players to kill monsters and collect materials to make clothes. What a novel experience. Chapter 131. The player team quickly assembled and gathered in the tailor's shop, waiting for the boss's instructions. So what Warcraft materials do you need? Asked Ejin Pokienshin. I don't know. Jin Libai said confidently, his hands on his hips. The quest says the clothing must have a minimum defense level of 50, be able to bear high-level spell runes or defensive arrays, and be made of materials that can absorb pollution. Aelian was a little surprised. He hadn't known the player quests included such requirements. Hey, I already assembled my team, and you're telling me this? Ejin Pokienshin said with a headache. There's nothing I can do. I went to Rama, and Rama suggested I just go back to bed and have some sleep. I dream about anything. Jin Libai said angrily. He's not usually like that. Tangnan Bozu sincerely defended his mentor. You can't start by telling him 3 times that clothes can't explode. No, clothes aren't supposed to explode, right? Although I love to see my wife's clothes explode. No. If I make clothes like that, the Lord will twist my head off, okay? Jin almost vomited blood. Is there something wrong with you alchemists? To be fair, you're an alchemist yourself. Jin covered his face with his hands. Anyway, I asked around, and the only known lifeform that can actively absorb pollution and survive is the light lily. Nibbling helped me grow one. She pulled a flower Aelian was very familiar with from her backpack and fiddled with its petals. But it's too tender and fragile to make clothes out of. Besides, the amount of pollution a single flower can absorb is very small. It's about the same as a sealed bottle. I asked Aunt Rosa again, and she said, I never heard of such material for making clothes, not even in the Church of Light. If such clothes existed, they would probably be the most precious thing in the world. Will this quest? Aelian said, feeling troubled. Aunt Rosa was right. If such material existed, many people's misfortunes and disasters could be avoided. But unfortunately, such precious materials have never appeared. He wondered if the Lord had sent the wrong quest, or if his lack of understanding of this world had led to his impossible expectations. But this quest was clearly unachievable. Indeed, after discussing it with Tangnan Bozu, I suspect this quest involves material science related to alchemy. Jin, with a glass of wine, took over the conversation with Grilled Squid, but said something completely different. Aelian, Aelian, ? Material science? What's that? Think carefully. A quest personally issued by the Lord and his wife couldn't simply be about ordering a suit of clothes made by me. Developing this material is the real point of this quest. They probably chose me because I'm both a tailor and an alchemist, which just so happens to meet the prerequisites. Jin, after a drink, said something so convincing he almost believed it himself. If we analyze the material composition of the light lily, use other materials to simulate its pollution-absorbing properties, then transfer this pollution into a storage medium, supplemented with magical materials that can isolate and absorb pollution, and use alchemical methods to combine, replace, or recombine them. Perhaps we can create the chemical fiber materials of this world. Aelian, ? What about chemical fiber? A storage medium. Something like a sealed bottle should be fine. The sealed bottle is just ordinary glass. The real effect is the spatial barrier inside. It should be possible to make it out of a hollow gem. Xianyuitia also pondered. We could also consider the materials used to modify the alchemy doll. Tengen Baozhu said, the alchemy doll's tolerance to pollution is at least 3 times that of a normal body, and Rama previously said this characteristic is due to the use of pollution-resistant materials. Do you remember what the materials are? Jin asked, taking a drink. It should use spider silk and some kind of spider crystal, or some kind of dropped items. Tengen Baozhu fell into deep thought. It's the kind of crystal produced by the crystal spider. Xianyuitio snapped his fingers. No need to fight for that one, it's a boss drop. They sell it over at Songlin. After purification, that polluted crystal becomes like a transparent gemstone. We tried filling it with pollution, and it feels similar to a sealed bottle, with a large holding capacity. But when it's full, it turns green and begins to emit pollution. That should work. Crystals are perfect for making clothing accessories. We probably need a lot of monster bones, horns, and leather. Tengen Baoyu tried to recall. How about we fight in the dark forest first, then in the copper mine? After we defeat all the monsters, there should be something useful, right? That's a really simplistic approach. You what? Dengxing grumbled. No, that's called exhaustive search. Tengen Baoyu smiled. This is a level 50 quest, and we're only level 50 now, so the materials must be drops from monsters in our current map. If that's the case, we can defeat them all, and we definitely find it. Simple, crude, but effective, I like it. Turning left, he said, let's go. So, bewildered and inexplicably, Alien followed the other players to the dark forest. These players are truly full of hope. He thought, even though the path ahead is a mystery and hope is slim, they're willing to sift through the vast ocean to find even a glimmer of hope. The lowest level in their group was LV40, and the highest was LV55, making them a natural navigator in the low-level monster zone of the dark forest. They started with the lowest level demonized squirrels, searching and capturing as they went, killing and capturing every kind of demonic beast and putting it in their backpacks, even digging up any grass, vines, and tree bark they found appealing. Alien wasn't sure if they could find the ingredients this way, but his demonic chef skills had clearly honed from rusty to proficient. After thoroughly scouring the dark forest, barely even diving to the swamp floor, the players teleported to the copper mine. This copper mine is somewhat similar to the previous iron mine, but since it's occupied by burrowing giant worms, the worms have carved out even more winding, vertically intersecting passages within the original mine. Many of the entrances are even buried in the excavated gravel, making them difficult to discern. Stepping on them will cause you to fall back down, creating a 3D maze. Because of this, the clearing experience in the copper mine is significantly worse than in other maps. However, players do have a special trick: level suppression. Even the toughest monsters can't withstand a level 50 attacking a level 35, and for the first time, Alien witnessed just how creative these players were in their monster hunting. Take, for example, the guy who turned left. He was a magic chef. Before attacking a monster, he poked 3 cigarettes into the ground, bow, then, with a roar, pull out a sealed bottle and drink it all in one gulp, transforming into an 8-tentacle octopus. Then, with a swish, he'd draw the 8 knives from his belt and, with a chuckle, leap onto the monster and unleash a barrage of slashing blows. Holy crap! That's some seriously impressive moves. Ejin Pachian-shan was incredibly impressed, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Then, just as Chuan Chu's Wiguan was laughing triumphantly, he was devoured by a giant phagnum worm that suddenly emerged from the underground tunnel. Everyone, shock! Thankfully, he had a level limit. Unlike Ejin Pachian-shan and Luzhou Laojiao, who were instantly killed by the giant phagnum worm king in the bell tower town illusion, this guy was apparently simply swallowed whole. Moments later, the giant phagnum worm began to tremble and writhe. It struggled in the mine tunnel, seemingly in excruciating pain, slamming against the wall. Then, the giant worm ripped apart from the inside, and a slime-covered octopus ball leaped out of its wound, clutching 8 kitchen knives of various shapes. It even struck what could be considered, handsome martial arts pose upon landing. Sassy, really sassy. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains was after all the thumbs up he gave him. Not only that, after defeating the monster, he returned to his backpack by turning left and returning the 3 unlit cigarettes stuck in the ground. Salted Fish, curious, asked, "What are you doing?" "Praying to the gods for a critical hit. I don't have any incense, so I thought, in Hong Kong movies, they use cigarettes for prayers. So I asked our instructor for 3 cigarettes. Then you should at least light it, right? And what's with the recycling thing? This stuff is so expensive. 3 silver coins a stick. Of course, I can't actually light it. What will I use it for next time? Anyway, it's just for peace of mind, a token of appreciation. What's a token of appreciation? The crowd was grumbling when they saw Octopus Dumpling step on empty air and fall back into the pit. Everyone, It's said that incense used for offerings can't be recycled. From the distant bottom of the tunnel came a faint voice turning left. I'm fine. It's just the law of luck, a bird of habit. Aelian, Thankfully, their goal was to search for materials, not to clear the mines. After collecting enough macrophagnum worms, they teleported again to the teleport point near the desert oasis illusion. Since that illusion had been purified, the site was now a normal oasis ruin. This teleport point is now commonly used by players to reach the various leveling areas in the Silent Desert and the Thorn Plains. As for the oasis, after the news of the foul-smelling star crab carcass dumped their spread, all the players avoided it, and no one visited it again. Melissa Kubo suddenly asked, by the way, when we buried those women on the rocky mountain in the fantasy, did that also happen in reality? I don't know. The players who were going to the dungeon at the time couldn't help but look at each other and suggested, since we were all looking for materials, why don't we go to the oasis and take a look? Chapter 132. It didn't matter where they found the materials, so everyone agreed to Melissa Kubo and the others' proposal. They followed Melissa Kubo to the oasis ruins and climbed the rocky mountain. Melissa Kubo spotted the small pile of stones they had built atop the rock. It really is there. After exiting the dungeon, they returned to the teleportation point. Everyone was so immersed in the excitement of the dungeon that no one wanted to look back. Melissa Kubo took out a flower seed, which sprouted into a small red flower. She placed it on the small grave and clasped her hands together in worship. Is this the purpose of that save point? Ejian Pachianshan was a little confused. Why would the events in the illusion also change reality? That illusion took place in this oasis, right? Aelian said. In that case, the scene in the illusion could overlap with reality. For example, the crab's carcass is left here. He pointed to the carcass of a star crab beside the oasis lake at the foot of the rocky mountain. The giant crab carcass, left after purification, was still there, but Melissa Kubo and the others couldn't help but feel that it looked different from their memories. When they mentioned this, everyone immediately became alert. Different? How is it different? I'm not sure. We better get a closer look. Melissa Kubo said, leading the way down the slope. Relying on their higher levels, the others followed without hesitation. As they approached, Melissa Kubo and the others realized what was wrong. This crab doesn't stink anymore. Not only that, the entire crab shell had dried out, completely hollowed out, and even served as shelter for many small animals. Melissa Kubo habitually opened the monitoring panel and cast several purification spells on the crab and the animals. The contamination isn't serious. It seems the purification of the star crab carcass before the illusion ended has also manifested in reality. She turned to look at the others, about to close the monitoring panel, but the next moment, she froze in the distance. Huh? She rubbed her eyes and looked again, reaching out to grab the arm of Xianyuitio. Open the monitoring panel and take a look. Isn't the color of the plants near the oasis a little off? Hearing this, Xianyuitio also opened the monitoring panel and took a look. The infrared image showed that the roots of the tall, straight, reed-like plants growing near the oasis were a dark red, while the stems and leaves were a harmless blue. That's not quite right. Xianyuitio and Melissa Kubo exchanged a glance and immediately called everyone to the lakeside. Unconvinced, they followed and saw two druids cast several identify spells on the plants near the lake. Then they cheered, found it. Jin! See if this is the material you're looking for. Jin, having a drink, cast an identify spell himself. Mercedar Flax LV50, ripe for harvest, a special variant of a type of flax that grows on the shores of the oasis lake. Long tucked between reality and illusion, it absorbs both the pollution of the illusion and the sunlight of the desert, growing into a remarkable plant capable of absorbing pollution and converting it into its own energy. Its fiber is an excellent textile material, absorbing pollution and converting it into energy. It possesses excellent magical conductivity properties, allowing fabrics woven from it to bear high-level spell runes or defensive arrays. When exposed to light, the fabric exhibits a flowing starry, iridescent hue. Artificial cultivation requires the following conditions: using the pollution of the evil god as nutrients, receiving abundant, purified sunlight for extended periods, and planting in an environment bordering reality. Holy crap! Great stuff. Jin's eyes lit up after a glass. That's it. Appraisal shows that this patch of mercerized flax is ready for harvest, But what the hell are the conditions for artificial cultivation of this thing? I can't even begin to understand. Melissa Kubo asked, where do we find a place bordering reality? I don't know, but we need to harvest all this flax as soon as possible. Xianyuidao said, the illusion here has been gone for a while. These flax plants remain because they are mature. Look, there's a patch of undeveloped flax over there that's already withering. Holy crap! Melissa Kubo quickly pulled up sleeves. He pulled a hoe and sickle from his backpack. How do we harvest this? Using a sickle is a waste. Jin took a drink and said, dig up the whole root. Maybe it can be put to other uses. Be careful to save the reddish-brown fruit. They contain seeds. Salted Fish shouted, even though we don't know how to plant it now, we'd definitely be able to plant it later. Got it. The players habitually pulled out various weapons and equipment from their backpacks and began digging at the roots of the mercerized flax. Some used knives, some swords, some borrowed spare hoes or shovels from the druids, and some even transformed into 8-legged spiders and dug with their claws. Ayalyan observed curiously for a moment, then pulled a sealed bottle from his backpack. He drank the contamination and transformed his lower body into spider-like legs and claws. It wasn't his first exposure to contamination, but it was the first time he felt no pain, madness, or other negative sensations. The change in his lower body shape was a bit of a chore, and it took him a while to successfully control his newly grown claws. He tried digging in the lake mud. The loose mud crumbled into clumps under the spider's sharp claws, and the loose mercerized flax was easily uprooted. It was a bit amusing, even a little bit addictive. The mercerized flax only grew in a large patch around the lake. Honestly, the amount wasn't very large. With 8 people working together, they harvested it quite quickly. By sunset, all the mercerized flax had been stuffed into the players' backpacks. Because the conditions for artificial cultivation weren't yet met, the 2 druids, still somewhat reluctant to leave, meticulously dug the lakeside once more under the setting sun, collecting all the fallen seeds into their backpacks. They even dug up the dead, immature mercerized flax plants and packed up a large pile of lake mud. The mission was a complete success, but the value of the mercerized flax was significantly higher than expected. Jin couldn't finish the entire amount with just one drink, so he had to buy enough material for clothing and share the rest as a reward. I need to figure out how to weave this stuff. Don't waste your materials. I buy more when I have the money, Jin said reluctantly after paying for the materials and everyone else's rewards. Okay. Everyone had a great harvest, and after disbanding their group, they returned to the teleport point and teleported away. Ayalyan didn't rush to leave. He quietly surveyed the lake for a moment, then heard the voice of Salty Fish next to him. Would you like me to purify you? He turned his head, and Salty Fish gestured with his spider legs. He nodded, if it's convenient. The druid cast 2 purification spells, and Ayalyan felt his body return to human form. Thank you. Nature is truly amazing, isn't it? Salty Fish put away the sealing ball and sighed. After practicing druidism, I always feel that I see the world from a different perspective. It feels different now, as if I can appreciate the miracle of nature even more. This place was once a fantasy world contaminated by evil, yet it still manages to produce tenacious plants, purifying the land. It's just like what our ancestors often said about mutual growth and mutual restraint. Wherever there's a poison, there's an antidote within 10 steps. From a biological perspective, this is a matter of tolerance and balance. Tangmin Bochu, who hadn't left yet, overheard the 2 men's conversation and came over. After living in a toxic environment for a long time, organisms naturally develop adaptability and tolerance, and after mutations, they develop the characteristics of an antidote. You science students always manage to make even the most philosophical things sound bland. Xianyuitiao grumbled, let's go, you completely destroyed the poetry. This is science. Tangmin Bocha frowned. Ayalyan watched the 2 men bickering, couldn't help but chuckle, and followed them back to the city. He teleported directly back to the mage tower. When he walked into Mo Yu's study, the lord who was working hard raised his head, and looked at the free power leveling for his own trumpet. Ayalyan pulled a stalk of mercerized flax from his backpack, and logged off his ult. The black-haired alchemist puppet vanished in a flash, and the silver-haired knight gradually regained consciousness, sitting up on the sofa. Mou smiled at him. How's it been playing on your ult? It feels like I've seen hope and a future. Ayalyan's silver eyes sparkled, gleaming with a rekindled light of hope. Although he didn't understand why these adventurers had so many fantastical ideas, using only skills copied from the people of this world by the world consciousness, they were able to accomplish seemingly impossible feats one after another. But he had to admit that Moiwu, this daring great magician, risking his life in this final, risky move, seemed to be the key to turning the tide. That clothing-making quest you posted earlier actually helped players find textile materials that can absorb pollution. He picked up the mercerized flax plant, feeling the pollution escaping from the cracks in the seal slowly being absorbed by the plant. It seems to be even better than the light lily, though not as easy to grow. Mou also walked over to sit next to Aelian. He used an identification spell on the mercerized flax, and was immediately astonished by its properties. Where did you find this? Aelian began to tell Mou about the unique adventure he had experienced that afternoon. Chapter 133. I didn't expect Leah to add such a restriction to the clothing quest. After listening to Aelian's account, Mou opened the backstage and took a look. I guess the world elves have noticed the birth of this plant. It's Leah. Aelian's expression suddenly dawned on him. Before, I thought it was a quest posting error. It seems these players have a deeper trust in the world than I do. If this mercerized flax can be cultivated on a large scale, it should be able to purify a lot of pollution. Mou said, it's just that the conditions for cultivating it in an environment at the interface of reality and illusion are a bit strange. I'm afraid we have to wait until we gain authority over reality and illusion. I just don't know how to cultivate plants in the illusion. Maybe we need to use a save point? Perhaps we can have the druids research it before we gain authority. Speaking of which, I designed the contents of the investiture ceremony today. Mou, sketchbook in hand, went through the details with Aelian. Aelian listened with a smile, then asked a question that struck a chord with Mou. Lord, can you lift the great sword? Mou, 5 days later, the magnificent city council hall was finally completed. Amid the cheers of the players, Mou cut the ribbons tied by the players at the entrance of the city council hall, announcing the completion of the first and most iconic building of the new city-state of AMT. That day, the blacksmith delivered the ceremonial sword specially crafted for the Lord, and Jin Lai also promptly delivered the newly made new clothes for the Lord and the Holy Son. Mou promptly posted a task notice on the official website and forum, announcing the investiture ceremony to be held the following day. AMT County News today, thanks to the hard work of the Masons, AMT City's first civic building. The City Council Hall has been completed. Pledge your loyalty. World Night. World Night Job Change Quest. Quest is about to begin. Players who have accepted the World Night Quest can attend the investiture ceremony at the City Council Hall at 10 a.m. on the XTH day in game time, 11 p.m. on the XTH day in real time. The investiture ceremony is open to the public. Players interested in attending should enter the viewing area of the City Council Hall in advance. Space is limited and will be on a first-come, first-served basis. At the same time, would-be knights in the game have also received a quest notification. Pledge your loyalty. World Night. Please attend the investiture ceremony at the City Council Hall at 10 a.m. on the XTH day in game time, 11 p.m. on the XTH day in real time. Quest requirements. Prepare a set of knight gear, a set of armor and a great sword, which can be worn or stored in a backpack. Friendly system reminder. For the sake of your and other players' gaming experience, we recommend arriving at the quest location 10 minutes early to avoid missing important storylines. If you're unable to attend the ceremony, don't worry, you can complete your job change through the daily quests that become available after the ceremony. Holy crap! The T-Class players burst into tears of joy, spreading the word, Planner, you finally remembered us. Aelian's been here for so long, and I haven't seen him issue a job change quest. So he's planning to unleash a powerful move on the Overlord. Finally, we can change jobs. Knights are the class with the longest delayed job change, right? I'm sure the officials are planning something big. There's no such thing as a canonization ceremony for the magic chef and hunter job changes. We must be the best. The T-Class players began to revel, while another group of players sensitively revealed a hint of a wicked anti-smile. Xianyuitio and Niakikyu exchanged glances, their lips curling in unison. Go early tomorrow to grab a spot, sister. Of course, sister. The next day, game time, 9:55 a.m. The doors to the City Council Hall opened, and a red carpet stretched from the entrance to the main hall. Over 300 players had already packed the entire hall. Under the guidance of their NPC guides, DeCarlo and Pharaohs, the would-be knights formed neatly into square formations on either side of the red carpet in the main hall. Players who had come to watch the ceremony entered the viewing area, which was cordoned off by red silk ropes, and took their seats in order of arrival. Niakikyu and Xianyuitio had been waiting at the door since early morning, and indeed, they had secured 2 excellent viewing spots. They even began sharing the pumpkin seeds they had grown, and roasted themselves. Next to the player viewing area, Seats were reserved for NPCs, elves, villagers, and several class mentors were already seated. At 10 a.m., the outer doors of the city council hall closed, and players were instantly silenced, leaving only the text chat room for a flurry of discussion. Amidst the utter silence of the council hall, the solemn music of the organ began to emanate. MOU, dressed in a gorgeous Black Lord's garb with gold embroidery, emerged from the front door of the council hall and stood on the staggered platform at the top of the 3 flights of stairs at the front of the hall. He wore a tight-fitting black silk shirt with aristocratic puff sleeves, a black corset with gold embroidery, and a golden cape. He wore a lord's crown, a golden belt at his waist, and slung across his body a ceremonial sword with a light, gold-carved hilt. Today's lord is so handsome. Xianyuitu's eyes lit up. Indeed, indeed. Nikyukia frantically took screenshots. The lord stood in front of the stage. As the rhythm of the background music changed, a silver-haired beauty appeared at the door at the other end of the hall, stepping down the red carpet, solemnly and gracefully approaching to the sound of the music. Aelian wore no trace of the Church of Light's attire today. He wore a silver-white silk shirt and a narrow, silver-blue gradient vest. The shirt seemed to shimmer with starlight in the changing light, and the silver-blue gems on the vest shimmered. He wore a pair of slim-fitting white leather trousers, the tight leather highlighting the knight's perfectly curved hips and legs. He also wore a golden belt and scabbard at his waist, but his scabbard contained no sword. A silver cape draped his shoulders, ornate yet not heavy, like untidy wings, fluttering behind him as he walked. Aelian's long hair, meticulously braided into a silver plait, cascaded down his right shoulder. Dotted with tiny diamonds, it shimmered like snow in the sun. He walked with determined steps to the staggered steps. Across 3 steps, he gazed up at his lord and knelt on one knee without hesitation. MOU descended the steps and stood before Aelian. Aelian, once the son of God, now a knight of the world. The Church of Light has used you, mistreated you, and controlled you, yet you remain true to your heart, sealing the darkness with your body and protecting the world with your life. As the executor of world consciousness and lord of AMT County, I hereby promise you that if you are willing to become my knight, I will treat you with sincerity, provide you with everything you need, and be your unwavering support. AMT County will forever be your home and your camp. If you bear the sword in defense, we will bear the shield alongside you, never failing or betraying you. Are you willing to forsake all your past, abandon your past with the Church of Light, become my knight, and protect the world with me? Kneeling on one knee, the silver-haired knight raised his head, revealing his fragile neck. With gentle eyes filled with loyalty and expectation, he gazed intently at the Lord and said with unwavering determination, I do. The Lord drew his golden law sword from his waist, the tip of the blade pointed at the knight's Adam's apple. The knight remained unmoved, his eyes devoid of fear, like a swan waiting to be slaughtered. The sword's edge shifted, gently tapping the knight's right shoulder, and then his left. The Lord deftly turned the hilt, grasping the sword in his hand, and handed it to the knight. I, the executor of the world's consciousness, the Lord of AMT County, hereby appoint Aelian and all of you adventurers as world knights. Please swear an oath to the world spirits. Under the witness of the world consciousness, you will become the sharpest sword and strongest shield guarding the world. Aelian took the golden sword and said solemnly, I wish to protect the world. May the world spirits grant me the heart of protection. With the heart of protection activated, Aelian transformed his attire with a single click. His rapier was replaced with a gleaming, unrivaled mithril greatsword. His clothes were replaced with a set of imposing mithril armor. His silver, gossamer cape unfurled in the light of the heart of protection, resembling 2 enormous silver-blue wings. The knight players in the formation behind him also received the system prompt and uttered the oath in unison, activating their protective hearts. For a moment, the arena was bathed in a silver-blue glow, and players clad in various armor stood proudly with their swords in hand. Aelian remained kneeling on one knee, extending his right hand toward the Lord, palm up, as if seeking his permission. The black-haired Lord lowered his eyes, and placed his free right hand in the knight's. The silver-haired knight's lips curled slightly. He grasped the Lord's hand, raised it to his lips, and reverently kissed the back of it. MOU believed that if he hadn't silenced Liao from the outset, the screams of the female players would have been deafening. He leaned forward slightly, and said to the knight, From now on, you are no longer an ally of the world. Aelian's long eyelashes trembled slightly. MOU continued, You have become a member of the world faction. The silver-haired knight's eyes filled with a smile. He gently released MOU's hand, stood up, sword in hand, and tucked the great sword behind his armor. I am willing to fight for you, he whispered softly. Beep, system notification. You have completed the main quest. Aelian has joined the World faction. The World Knight skill template is fully activated. You have received the Special Lord skill reward, Knight's Guard. Knight's Guard, a skill exclusive to LV. 50 Lords. When a World Knight, who has sworn allegiance to you, is within 30 meters of you, you can activate this skill to generate a 3-meter radius sphere. This sphere protects against all physical, magical, and mental damage for its duration. The base duration of this sphere is 30 seconds. For each additional LV, 30 or higher Knight nearby, and for each additional Knight level, the duration is extended. Holy crap, this is an invincible skill. Chapter 134. Ding, the player system prompts. Congratulations, you successfully transitioned to World Knight. The complete skill template is now available. At the same time, the player mute was lifted. The newly transitioned World Knights burst into tears, their hearts burning with pride and excitement. Ah, we finally transitioned. Larger than their cries were the female players in the audience. Ah, it's a wedding. Knight players. ? What's going on? It seems like you're not playing the same game as us. After the ceremony, Aelian and the other players removed the Guardian Heart effect and returned to their silver-blue attires. Players began to leave the venue one after another, and many came up to, presumably, secretly take a few screenshots of the Lord and his newly appointed knight before leaving. MOU and Aelian both habitually and indulgently allowed the players to take screenshots. After they had taken enough, they left through the small door at the back of the hall and entered the small lounge. A smile lingered on Aelian's lips. Without the title of Holy Son of the Church of Light, he seemed even happier and more relaxed. However, MOU also received a system notification that the Church of Light's hatred had increased by 10,000 points. It seemed the Church had already discovered the Holy Son's defection. It seems the Church of Light, while incompetent, maintains a strong discipline. MOU grumbled. Aelian nodded. The Church has specialized secret seekers. They are blind and disabled, yet possess a strange power that allows them to discern certain destinies. Although they couldn't see everything in the world, because observing fate would be a tremendous strain on their bodies. The sun's change of faith was a significant event that would be observed and reported immediately. A secret peeper? Why does it feel like they're on the side of the goddess of fate? MOU muttered. Yes, some say this was a deal the goddess of fate and the god of light once made, but the details are unknown. I see. However, even though the Church of Light knew and was angry, it was difficult for them to break ranks with Moiwu, who was backed by the Magic Federation. Furthermore, AMT County was not under their jurisdiction. In fact, after the 2 divine descents that destroyed Bell Tower Town and the Church of Light, the entire town was transformed into an illusion, and the Church of Light lost control of AMT County. The people of the Magic Federation, on the other hand, had no faith, or rather, they believed in everything and nothing at the same time. In their eyes, there was only scholarship and profit, and anything that could be used for their own benefit would be exploited. The people of the Magic Federation did not believe in gods, they themselves just want to be a god. Currently, MOU saw the goddess of fate as a skilled and versatile goddess, on good terms with numerous gods, perhaps even engaging in certain exchanges of interest. However, she was now being targeted by Nyaruko, and it was unclear whether she could escape unscathed. However, compared to the power of the goddess of fate, MOU had a better chance of gaining control over the natural power of 1/3 of the Tree of Life, the source of the Druid's power. Thus, after attending the ceremony to crown the former Holy Son of the Church of Light, now the loyal World Knight of the Lord of AMT County, the Elves' return mission was now on schedule. It was a good opportunity for them to share this news with another ally in the World faction, the Pokemon King. MOU had just the offline method for alchemy dolls. Now, paying players could freely choose whether to log off as is or have other players carry the space ball containing their bodies. However, they could only carry it with them and not put it in their space bags. This update quickly led players to jokingly call it the birth of a new Pokemon. But despite the complaints and jokes, players were honest and happily playing with this new feature. After all, who wouldn't want to throw their high-paying friend's space ball and yell, "Pikachu! It's you!" when the system prompts, "Your friend is online. Please place the space ball on open ground." Alchemy doll sales in the mall had inexplicably increased again. The public experience pool was full, so MOU added some to his own, instantly leveling up to level 60. A new Lord skill has been added to the level 60 spell library. Summon Guardian LV. 60. Lord exclusive skill. The Lord can summon 3 players in their territory to their side daily. A Lord exclusive skill? This is the second time I've seen this type of special skill. MOU scratched his chin. 2 new common spells have also been added, Tornado LV 58 and Waterspout LV 60. These 2 skills share similar names and functions. Both create a large tornado that deals damage and also has a knockback effect. The only difference is that Tornado is a wind-based skill, making it easier to use. Waterspout adds a water element, making it more powerful than Tornado. The system also recommends using it in areas with abundant water for optimal results. After reviewing his skill library, MOU opened the system backend and checked the World Knight's complete skill template. In addition to the previously available Guardian Heart, for taunting and maintaining aggro, Arc Slash, for a group attack, and Star Shatter, for a single target, 6 new skills have been added to the World Knight's skill template. Guardian. Select yourself or a companion to create a silver shield with 3000 defense. After absorbing 3000 points of attack, the shield shatters and disappears. The absorbed enemy attack power allows the knight to use the Revenge skill with 3000 attack power. Revenge. Concentrate the knight's vengeance for himself and his companions, unleashing a powerful sword strike. Range, 30 meters. Attack damage, 2000. If the prerequisite skill, Guard, is used and the shield is broken, the attack damage increases to 3000. Death Substitute. When the person the knight has designated as their guardian is in danger, the knight can teleport 1 second before the person is attacked to take their place, allowing them to withstand a fatal attack. If the attack is not fatal, the knight will take all damage. If the attack is fatal, there is a 50% chance of triggering, sharing. In this case, the knight's health bar will not drop below 1 point for 30 seconds. If the attack is fatal, if the person being replaced voluntarily chooses, sharing will be activated with a 100% chance, reducing both their health bars by half, and neither of their health bars will drop below 50% for 30 seconds. Friendly system tip: the deeper the bond, the better the effect. There's a chance of forced health lock when dying in place of the player. This is the knight's invincible skill, right? However, triggering it depends on the probability and the companion's choice. Well, in a way, it's precisely because the companion has 2 choices, yes or no, that there's a 50% chance. The 4th skill is a health recovery skill, World Guardian. When the knight protects the world will reward them. Consume 200 world core energy to restore the current health bar of the player or the target. System tip: players can accumulate world core energy through their own activities. This skill cannot be used when world core energy is insufficient. Amazing, Liachan. MOU muttered. To prevent players from abusing this skill and consuming world core energy, players must first accumulate enough core energy before using it. Truly a sharp-tongued and shrewd world consciousness. Sword Sweep. Sweep the entire field with the mighty sword energy of the great sword, dealing damage and blowing enemies away. Aggression skill power, 1000. This is clearly a skill well suited for a one-on-many defense. Iron Wall. Unfolds a massive silver shield for all allies, blocking 15% of damage for 15 seconds. So, while the knight's offensive skills haven't increased much, their defensive skills have increased considerably. Not only can they protect a single player, but they can also reduce damage to a large group, essentially facilitating a defensive counterattack. As a defensive class, the knight's survivability is strong. While their offensive methods are limited, they are nonetheless powerful. The simplest attacks are the most effective, without the need for excessive frills. In teamfights, the knight is the ultimate anchor protecting their teammates. Even if the team's healer or DPS is struggling, a powerful knight can turn the tide. Lack of healing? World Guardian instantly refills. Out of character, attracting a fatal attack? Guardian or Death Substitute can save the day. During dungeons with a knight, it feels incredibly safe, right? MOU closed the skill template and opened the player forums. Sure enough, a knight player had already posted screenshots of their skills. Analyst posts were flooding in, and knight players were celebrating with ecstasy. Healers and DPS players, after a moment of envy, realized that the knight's buffs benefited their own team, and their smiles curled up. Some experienced players even reverse-engineered the main storyline, concluding that the knight's previous class upgrade had been prevented by Ialian's lack of faction membership. The crucial prerequisite for Ialian's joining was the player's excellent performance in the Beast Tide, saving this NPC who otherwise would have died. The veteran players unanimously deduced from this that the crucial mentor NPCs involved in class quests in this game were in danger of death during the main storyline. If the player could successfully protect the NPC, they could proceed to their class normally. If they unfortunately failed, sorry, please change careers. Thus, they urged that important NPCs be closely monitored. If necessary, players should die first to avoid giving the NPCs a chance to die. Night players, in particular, now possess the skill of die in place, should be magnanimous and sacrifice themselves generously during key storylines. MOU, who had inexplicably gained a slew of Death Squad players, couldn't help but smile maliciously. Chapter 135. Nukyukyu and Zionui logged off almost immediately after the Lord and the Holy Sun left the stage. Regardless of the fact that it was the middle of the night, the perfect time for sleep, they immediately opened their computers, exported the footage, and began excitedly producing content. Nukyukyu, wow, I'm blown away by this ceremony. Xianyuitio, absolutely amazing, +1, it's like a wedding scene. I pay the 9 yuan marriage certificate fee. Nukyukyu, that scene where the Lord holds his sword to his wife's throat is so cool, and he immediately moves away, so sweet. I feel like this material will be useful for any storyline. Xianyuitiao, exactly. I love my wife's neck so much, Shashasha, oops, why is the screen a little dirty? Nukyukyu, what's the storyline for this music video? Xianyuitiao, factional rivalry, helpless betrayal, punishment, sword pointing, a dark room, a wife-chasing crematorium, and lots of melodrama? Nukyukyu, Shashasha, you're a wife. Write the video script and I edit it. So, after working all night, they posted several music videos with their own storylines on the forum the next day. Players who were offline for work immediately liked them, and pinned them to the top of the forum. What Nukyukyu and Zionui had never anticipated was that there seemed to be a traitor among those reading today's posts. Aelian also logged into his SMF account today using the earring client. Although there wasn't anything else he needed to do that required in SMF, MOU had to finalize the expedition arrangements with the elves today and wouldn't be able to act as his pollution purifier. To help Aelian lessen the pain of the pollution eroding his seal, MOU suggested he use his SMF account to relieve the pain. Aelian wasn't actually that afraid of pain. Or perhaps, over the years, he long since grown accustomed to it. But the feeling of being cared for was truly wonderful, and he gladly accepted MOU's offer. He didn't feel like going out on quests just yet, so he opened the player forum. He was deeply curious about these adventurers. These otherworldly souls, calling themselves players, possessed an optimism and hope completely different from those of the people of Osiria, possessing a wondrous and unique imagination and creativity. Aelian felt that this wasn't simply due to their bodies being able to resurrect endlessly. All player portals were Leah's anchor points, including their secondary accounts, and the built-in otherworldly language translator within them naturally functioned. However, to Aelian, the Chinese web pages appeared to be written in the official language of Osiria, making them easy to read. The communication panel on this secondary account was even linked to MOU's secondary QQ account. MOU had previously added his main QQ friend account and joined several player groups using his secondary QQ account. Aelian could see several familiar players still chatting online. Aelian's knowledge of instant messaging tools limited itself to the WeChat clone built into the NPC communicator. He was completely bewildered by the endless stream of emojis, emoticons, and internet memes that players were rapidly updating. He simply closed QQ and opened the forums. While many players on the forum spoke in incomprehensible jargon, there was still much he could understand, such as videos without a single word and beautifully written literary works. Yes, Aelian was also a reader of popular literature from the continent of Osiria. He often visited the small shops in the main cities during his downtime to browse for the latest hot chivalry novels. Although this world's literary development was relatively underdeveloped, the most popular novels were all the same old stories about knights saving ladies, princesses, and queens from dragons, demons, and villains. But they were more than enough to pass the time between missions. Then, Aelian opened a post about a novel by a remarkably familiar author, whose protagonist seemed to be him and the Lord, and a huge question mark popped up in his head. Can it be like this? He tilted his head, a look of confusion on his face. Can it be like this? It had to be said that, despite the protagonist being him and the Lord, and the plot being bizarre, this novel was certainly better than the stereotypical, third-rate, cheesy chivalry novels from the continent of Osiria. Aelian was quite engrossed in it, reading with gusto until the very end, then scrolled down, and it was gone. Aelian, ? The Knight of Another World had never experienced the pain of following a serialized work and then encountering a break from an unscrupulous author. Seeing that the last update date was already last week, he was immediately bewildered. Thankfully, the forum was full of posts. Aelian clicked on the author's page and saw that she had also released a new music video. The plot seemed to be continuing from the novel, so he happily clicked on it. Then he discovered that these videos were all pieced together from screenshots and recordings of him and the Lord. MOU had taught him these concepts. He still remembered these moments, these words, and these actions, but how could the story they told be so completely different? Although the image clearly depicts both him and the Lord, it seems to tell a completely different story. It's like watching two people from another time and space, a truly bizarre feeling. If Island had any knowledge of otherworldly literature, he would have recognized this as a Romeo and Juliet fanfiction, a radically altered parallel universe. According to the familiar author, Mrs. Xianyue Tiao, the Night Island and the Lord Moyu belonged to two different factions. They met and became friends at a masquerade ball, but neither recognized the other's identity until they met again on the battlefield. The conflict between the factions caused them to be tormented and agonized, yet they were forced to continue fighting under the tide of the larger situation. The video also captures the sequel to the series. The Lord captures the Knight, but before executing him, he reverses the hilt of his sword, deciding to release him. The Knight, however, chooses to fake his own death, abandoning his former identity and remaining by the Lord's side. Aelian felt something familiar, yet couldn't quite put his finger on it. Question mark. However, the adventurer also wrote in the post that it was purely fictional, so everyone should just treat it as a story from a parallel universe and have a laugh. Isn't this a coronation ceremony? Why does it even look like a captive? Aelian was completely unaware of the wise sophisticated techniques of taking things out of context and extreme editing, but he loved the subtle sweetness in the videos and articles. I'm clearly not eating, but why is there this strange sweet feeling? Just as Aelian, lost in the player forums, and slowly opening the door to a new world, MOU had already finalized the mission details with the elf Kylo Allen, and sent out mission invitations to the most meritorious online players in the Royal Guard. Yes, MOU plans to convert all expedition quests into military merit quests, with designated distribution options. This will firstly target reliable and active veteran players. Secondly, it will also motivate players to obediently earn military merit by completing quests. After all, MOU always uses the most arduous, tiring, and repetitive tasks, yet the most important ones, to earn players' military merit. Players with the most military merit have higher-level personal guards and are highly valued by their lords, naturally earning more opportunities to take on important quests. This makes perfect sense. The elves have been staying for too long, and while the young elves are somewhat reluctant to leave, Kylo Allen is deeply concerned about the Elven territory's defenses and has repeatedly urged MOU to urge him to leave. At MOU's request, Kylo Allen agreed to attend the knighting ceremony, but after the ceremony, he once again proposed leaving. This time, MOU immediately issued the player quests, and the online players quickly assembled, except for Isolde. Wait, MOU glanced at the backstage. Oh, Aelian is online too. That makes things much easier. No need for dual accounts, that's much simpler. MOU directly created a quest for his sub-account, asking Aelian to join him as he headed to the Elven territory. The Knight quickly sent an OK message to MOU's main account via QQ. The Knight had mastered QQ so quickly, his adaptability was quite astonishing. MOU sighed inwardly as he watched the players gather. To his surprise, Nikukyu and Xianyue were both absent in the middle of the night. He hadn't known that these two fan editing masters had just released a music video, and were still working through the night to edit more. But missed out. This mission only required 10 druids, and MOU selected 2 second-generation druids to fill the gaps. All set, many players had been eagerly anticipating the Elven Territory expedition since the announcement. Upon receiving the quest, they quickly teleported to the entrance of AMT Village and exclaimed in amazement at the already lined-up elves. 30 elves and 30 players quickly formed a team, each assigned to a player. These elite elves were told that when a player needed to go offline to rest, the elves would carry the player's octopus shell or poke ball and continue on their journey. Kylo Allen and his lieutenant would serve as team leaders, leading these 30 elves and 30 players on the journey back to the Elven territory. Fellows would remain in AMT County, responsible for the remaining elves. The team had assembled, and the chattering players formed a relatively neat line. They gazed at the towering elves beside them, their eyes filled with excitement. MOU spotted his trumpet in the crowd. The black-haired alchemist puppet seemed to sense something, looked up at him, and smiled. Kylo Allen bowed to the Lord. Thank you for your care for our clan. I promise to bring these adventurers safely back to our Elven territory. MOU nodded to Kylo Allen and handed him a letter. Please pass it to the Elven King, and give him my regards. Chapter 136. The elves had no mounts, so they would have to walk back home this time. The The route they had chosen wasn't the usual route for traveling merchants, so the elves had no idea what specific difficulties and obstacles they would encounter along the way. However, given their average level, they should be able to handle whatever lay ahead. The adventurers wouldn't truly die, as Kylo Allen had witnessed firsthand over the past few days. However, upon death, the adventurers' bodies would be kept intact as much as possible, otherwise they would be teleported back to the resurrection point for repair or replacement. Kylo Allen naturally didn't want this to happen. If the adventurers, who had finally made their way home, accidentally died back in AMT County, it would undoubtedly be a disgrace to the elves. Thus, even though MOU had repeatedly told them not to overly care for the adventurers, Kylo Allen still instructed the elves to take good care of them, remain on high alert, and vowed to protect the adventurers. Of course, at least the part about protecting the adventurers with their own lives had been removed. Mixing in with the players, Aelian, disguised as a grilled squid, flipped through the map displayed in the quest details and felt a sense of freshness. For the Son of God, who had traveled the entire continent of Oziria, constantly on quests, the elven territory was not unfamiliar. The Elf King was a very amiable monarch. After becoming a world knight, Aelian, guided by the world consciousness, befriended him and became one of the Elf King's rare long-lived friends in his long life. This time, however, Aelian wasn't acting as himself, but as an ordinary adventurer, embarking on the journey to the elven territory alongside the elves and players. Using different identities also leads to completely different perspectives on the world. Compared to the prim and proper world knight, the magic chef is a very free-spirited profession. No skill proficiency, and no knowledge of Warcraft anatomy. Just slash with your sword, relying on critical hits. You always get lucky, although a bit reckless. After being restrained for so long, Aelian found that he sometimes enjoyed this occasional indulgence. The elf responsible for protecting and caring for him was named Arad, a shy young elf. They seem to have been repeatedly instructed by Kylo Allen to take good care of the adventurers, and they seemed a bit overly attentive, constantly asking about their well-being. Aelian was a little uncomfortable with such enthusiastic elves. In fact, enthusiasm was not a characteristic theoretically associated with elves. Their temperaments tended to be aloof. Even though Aelian was merely of elven descent, he inevitably inherited this aloof temperament. So, he glanced around uncomfortably, noticing that the equally uncomfortably players had gradually joined forces, forming a group of players and elves. He quietly blended in. The elf was a little disappointed, yet also visibly relieved. Clearly, he wasn't used to being so attentive to adventurers. Walking through the desert was honestly a bit boring and tiring, and the cautious elves didn't want the players to provoke monsters too much. So, the group gradually became one of players walking in the middle, with the elves surrounding them. Whenever a player needed to log off, they would find their elf partner, with whom they had exchanged names upon departure, and entrust their bodies to them. After admiring the elves' beauty up close and experiencing the desert hike, most players gradually grew bored and logged off. Only a few, engrossed in chatting with the elves and unconcerned with their time off, continued their journey. Aelian estimated the elves' pace, and roughly calculated the time it would take them to reach the first teleportation point. He then found Arad and logged off. When he awoke from his body, he saw MOU had returned, dozing off beside his bed. Their hands were still clasped. The white ash from the pollution had once again gathered on the bed, indicating that the Lord had been sleeping there for some time. Aelian lay quietly in bed, feeling the pollution in his body diminishing thanks to the Lord's continuous efforts over the past few days. The Lord's concern for his health far exceeded his own. Thanks to the Lord's efforts, his seal began to slowly repair itself. This was unprecedented among the sons of God. Aelian had only ever heard of seals gradually crumbling under the strain of pollution. His ability to repair it was truly a miracle. It was a miracle brought about by the Lord. Although the evil god's pollution would always cause mutation and death, the sons of God, who used the Church of Light's secret techniques to seal the pollution, felt more the pain of the struggle between the pollution and the seal, rather than the madness of ordinary people ravaged by pollution. Ordinary people wouldn't even feel pain when ravaged. After all, how could a madman realize they were mad? When the pollution overflowed the broken seal, the thorn tattoo would come alive, piercing deep into the flesh, frantically absorbing the sun's strength and nutrients as energy, absorbing it, and sealing the pollution, further burdening the seal within. But with MOU, the pollution would immediately collide with the invisible barrier of the world as soon as it overflowed, then silently disintegrate into white ash. The thorns couldn't even detect a trace of the pollution, still quietly disguising themselves as harmless tattoos. The pollution seal within his body was decreasing, and the pressure of the seal was gradually easing. Although the amount of pollution within Aelian's body was still enormous, The seal had time to breathe and recover, stopping its collapse and beginning to heal. It was as if MOU had forcibly paused the countdown to Ialian's life, and the total time was even constantly adding 1 second. Ialian looked up at his lord. This game planner, as he called himself, from another world seemed to radiate a dazzling, godlike light in his eyes. As if sensing Ialian's gaze, MOU moved slightly, and slowly woke up. Huh? You're offline? MOU rubbed his eyes, and saw that Ialian had also woken up. He figured the knight probably didn't want to wake him, so he lay motionless in bed. Suddenly, a little embarrassed, he said, I was so sleepy, I took a nap beside the bed. You could have woken me. He stood up and stretched. Ialian also sat up in bed. Nothing, I was just thinking about something. Is everything going well with the elves and the players? MOU asked. Everything is going well, except that the journey is a bit boring. Most of the players have logged off to rest. It probably take another half day to reach the first teleport point. The elves won't stay there for long. They won't camp near the snake pit at night. Ialian briefly explained the situation, and MOU nodded in understanding. Okay, I log in when the time is right to set up the teleportation circle. As for the players being bored, he couldn't help it. After all, for the elves, the adventurer's safety was far more important than a tumultuous adventure. The latter was probably what they were desperately trying to avoid. To some players, the monotonous desert march seemed a bit boring. The elves didn't even let them fight monsters. But to those who enjoyed sightseeing and hiking, it was a blessing from the development team. Free desert travel. While there weren't camels to ride, there were beautiful elves as companions, and you could experience a long, painless desert expedition. Such a good thing, it was a steal. Do you know how much a desert tour costs in real life? And in real life, engaging in some dangerous activities meant you could easily die. In the game, not only did you not experience overwhelming hunger, thirst, and heat, but you also had elves to care for you. If you couldn't walk anymore or didn't want to, you could simply log off and let the elves carry you on your journey. The development team was truly devoted. The player forums began to buzz again. Some people posted about falling asleep while playing expeditions, literally logging off to sleep. Others raved about it, and even created travel threads, posting screenshots of the scenery. Countless players lamented with envy, why don't I have enough military merit? And then, there were the cries of 2 druids, who had already earned enough military merit, but missed the quest because they were offline. What? The expedition started while we were offline? How could the authorities move so quickly this time? They're leaving before we even get on the bus? Hilarious. 2 ladies were so engrossed in producing food that they missed the expedition. What kind of producing spirit is that? These ladies are the best in the world. Thumbs up. Frontline urging for an update. Has the second MV been released yet? Although, this expedition is just a big sightseeing quest, not exciting at all. It's more important for ladies to just produce food. I saw in the quest prompt that after this sightseeing, no expedition, a teleportation array to the elven territory will open. Ladies, don't worry. Nikukyu was furious, but there was nothing else to do. If you missed the quest, you missed it. At this point, besides reading other people's game guides and posting some game reviews, he could only comfort himself by raving about the couple. So, today's second MV update was quickly released. Compared to the first update's heartbreaking love-hate relationship, this MV is downright sweet, making players guzzle it with gusto, even urging wives to stop doing quests and just stay home to produce food. Why are you rubbing salt on the edge? Nikukyu, a salty fish, I'm so angry. But even if I'm angry, I still have to give out food. Chapter 137. Lord, the Elven expedition has arrived near the first teleportation point. You may log in and set up the teleportation array. In the afternoon, Leah, who was observing the Elven expedition's movements in real time, gave a timely reminder. You quickly put on his monocle and logged in within a second. The elves, following their previously agreed plan, made a brief stop near the designated teleportation point. This was the largest monster haunt in the area. The Snake Pit, a notorious place of death. The elves would not venture into this dangerous area. They only went to the edge and stopped, waiting for the adventurer you had mentioned, who would be responsible for setting up the teleportation array, to come online and begin work. Kylo Allen felt slightly relieved when he saw the adventurer, Barbecue Squid, whom the Lord had previously introduced, appear. He stepped forward and whispered, Do you need our help with what the Lord has instructed? Had Leah scan the surrounding terrain and monster populations before selecting a location for the teleportation array. He glanced at the map Leah had sent, and saw it was nearby. He shook his head and said, No problem, I can handle it. Well, we plan to stay here for a maximum of an hour. Then we have to keep moving, otherwise we won't reach our designated camping spot tonight. Kylo Allen glanced at the sky. Please let me know when you completed your mission. Okay. MOU nodded. Taking advantage of the fact that most players were offline and unnoticed, he quickly separated from the group and headed towards the route Leia had arranged. The monsters in the snake pit ranged from LV-50 to LV-70. The snakes on the outskirts were low level, and mostly non-venomous. The deeper you go into the pit, the higher the level of the basilisks, and some even spawn highly venomous snakes. At the very center of the pit lies the LV-80 boss, the Snake Queen Medusa. This isn't a place for new players to level up, but it's a great place for veteran players, who have mostly reached level 50, to continue their progress. The pit also boasts a variety of both common snakes and mutated basilisks, making it a more appealing challenge than the single-species monsters of the previous two mines. The basilisk's mutations vary widely. Some resemble snakes, but their sight can petrify. Some have grown human limbs and bodies, retaining only their heads. Some possess human upper bodies, but a thick, serpentine tail beneath, remarkably similar to the serpentine mutations found on the alchemy dolls of paid players. There are even basilisks with humanoid upper bodies, and a tangled mass of snakes beneath. MOU accessed the world consciousness and surveyed the entire pit from a bird's-eye view, nodding with satisfaction. Both ordinary snakes and basilisks here hold many valuable materials useful in alchemy. MOU remembered that Rama's purchase order included a large quantity of items, like snake scales, venom, skin, and slew. If players could obtain these items directly from this source, the cost of producing the gold figurines would be further reduced. Of course, MOU wouldn't lower the selling price, as this would allow him to earn more. The snake pit also contained numerous items left behind by those who had met with misfortune. Numerous pieces of jewelry, equipment, and weapons had been dragged into the pit by the basilisks. Many of these items appeared to be in good condition, or could be reused after being polished and refurbished. For the players, this is a monster that drops equipment. You could imagine the players' enthusiasm being reignited once this area opened. Although their enthusiasm hadn't waned much at the moment, MOU preferred to plan ahead. Snakes prefer the dark, damp environment of snake pits, so MOU placed the teleportation array on the nearest hillside facing the sun. The surface was dry and there were no plants or obstructions, so players didn't have to worry about snakes lurking. After setting up the teleportation array, MOU didn't rush to activate it. Instead, he set it to private mode, allowing only him to teleport. The expedition was still ongoing, and he didn't intend to allow other players, who hadn't met the military merit requirements, to teleport and interfere with the mission. After the expedition storyline was complete, he could have opened all the preset teleportation arrays at once. This was just a normal monster leveling area, so MOU didn't plan to do anything else. After setting up the teleportation array, he returned the same way. Kylo Allen was anxiously pacing back and forth. Only when he looked up and saw the returning adventurer did he breathe a sigh of relief. You really don't need to be so nervous, MOU kindly reassured him. We adventurers aren't that fragile. At most, it's just a matter of death. It won't be a big deal. No, I'm worried because the sandstorm is coming. Kylo Allen waved his hand, and the elves who were resting immediately stood up in unison. They either picked up the player's octopus shell or carefully stored the alchemy doll's space orb in their pockets. To make it easier for players to log in, and to prevent them from bursting their elves' trouser pockets as soon as they logged in, which would cause problems that would affect the game's approval, MOU had set the space orb to issue a 3-second warning when a paying player requested to log in, before connecting to the anchor point. If the space ball is placed on the player's side, the system will alert the player. If it's placed on the NPC's side, the NPC's phone will alert them. If the NPC doesn't immediately place the space ball on an open surface, the space ball will emit a deafening beeping alarm and a red light until it detects a space available for players to log in. At that point, the alarm will cease and an anchor connection will be established. While this will cause a slight login delay for players who pay to play, this subtle adjustment won't be noticeable. Players will at most notice that their network speeds haven't been very good lately. Sandstorm? MOU followed Kylo Allen's raised hand and looked into the distance, only to see the sky on the northern horizon inexplicably tinged with yellow and black. Yes, at this rate, they catch up soon. We need to move immediately to our next destination. Kylo Allen unceremoniously heaved the grilled squid onto his shoulder and sprinted forward, leading the elves. You better transform into your space ball form. Are all elves this strong? Even if an alchemy doll isn't heavier than a human, carrying it so effortlessly while running is ridiculous, isn't it? MOU was speechless for a moment, then quickly logged off to avoid burdening the experienced elf leader with any further trouble. Besides, he was a little worried about the impact of the sandstorm on AMT City. He almost regained consciousness. Aelian was leaning against the window, half leaning over the sill, gazing into the distance. Seeing Mou awake, he was about to sound a warning. "Sandstorm," the two men said in unison again. Aelian chuckled softly. "It seems you already know." Mou said, "Kylo Allen discovered it, but this sandstorm is coming from the north, and will have a greater impact on us than the expeditionary force. The strong winds and sand in a sandstorm can damage people and buildings, and it also contains a large amount of polluted dust. If inhaled, it can further contaminate and cause mutations." Leah said, "If the barrier between the pure land and the garden of the Tree of Life is attacked from outside, it will consume the energy of the world core to maintain it. Currently, the world core energy is low. To prevent the barrier from being damaged and affecting the Tree of Life, it is recommended that the Lord take other defensive measures in advance. One moment there's a beast tide, the next moment there's a sandstorm. Why does this feel so wrong?" Mou muttered, scratching his chin. "And it feels like the targets are all young trees of life, and the threats all come from the north. The god of the north. The god of raging waves and ice and snow. He possesses 1/3 of all natural authority, including storms. And even the winds of dust and sand." Aelian said solemnly, "The newly born Tree of Life will have the opportunity to replace the aging, polluted, and dying Mother Tree of Life. If the Mother Tree of Life falls, he and the Earth Mother of all spirits will divide its authority. The newly born Tree of Life is his greatest obstacle. This isn't just a beast tide or sandstorm, this is a war between gods. Then we must use our best tactics to deal with it." Mou opened the backstage panel and quickly compiled a quest, sending it to all players. "Limited time emergency quest. Natural disaster time. A powerfully polluted sandstorm is approaching. Following the beast tide, this is another attack on our territory by an unknown enemy. The Overlord is about to deploy a protective shield. This shield requires multiple players to serve as pillars, and will drain significant physical and mental energy from the players who volunteer to serve as pillars. Pillar players can rotate, so please participate. Actively participate in this limited-time emergency quest to receive substantial military merit rewards. The player who ranks first in points will also receive a hidden reward." He simultaneously sent this message to online players, and, after announcing it on the official website and forum, assigned a pillar player registration task to his disciple, DeCarlo. He himself, carrying the unused array materials from the beast tide, went to the open space beneath the mage tower and, following the instructions in the system skill, constructed a massive protective shield. The high military merit and hidden rewards immediately drew players online, while those already engaged in expeditions began to express dissatisfaction. This time, the two druids who had previously missed out on the expedition were actually pleased. "I knew the planner wouldn't favor only those selected expedition players." Nikukio logged in immediately. She didn't want to miss another limited-time quest. She and Xianyu both immediately took on the Pillar of the Magic Circle quest. As the quest panel slowly unfolded, another familiar-looking minigame appeared. Bubble Dragon? The two were dumbfounded. Chapter 138. Two light screens appeared in front of Gnawing Ball. The larger screen on the left displayed the familiar Bubble Dragon minigame, while the right displayed a diagram of a hemispherical defense shield composed of countless hexagonal light tiles. Silver, blue, and red marked areas of stable energy and low energy defense zones, respectively. According to the system's instructions, Gnawing Ball selected a red hexagonal light tile on the right screen due to insufficient energy, and the Bubble Dragon minigame on the left immediately entered a countdown. Below the Bubble Dragon minigame was the elf Leah, carrying a bubble turret. Above, a series of colorful pollution bubbles descended continuously. At the very bottom, a long blue bar represented the player's spirit bar. The player could use their spirit to continuously generate their own bubble bullets to eliminate the descending pollution bubbles. Generating bubbles of a random color only required 1 spirit point, but generating a specific color cost 3 spirit points. After winning each round, the player's mental power bar will be restored based on their performance. The hexagonal light tiles on the right side of the screen will gradually turn blue as the player progresses through the game. When a player's mental power is depleted to 20%, they cannot unlock new levels and must wait for the mental power bar to recharge. As long as they have sufficient mental power, they can exit and re-enter a level at any time to progress through the game, and they can change their support targets based on the real-time shield diagram on the right. Each light tile displays the real-time player count, and the system will prioritize supporting the light tiles with the fewest players and the weakest defenses. If a light tile is left undefended and breaks, all players will receive a penalty. Similar to the previous match 3 games, where druids improved the soil, Bubble Shooter is a classic and addictive minigame. Especially after the official introduction of a current player score screen, players were instantly ignited and began to play without hesitation. After selecting an unguarded tile, Nyakikia dove headfirst into the minigame, commanding the world elves to angle their turrets and fire their psychic orbs. The right panel displayed real-time scores, rankings, and military merits earned. These numbers continued to rise with each bubble she cleared. Getting positive feedback in the minigame was incredibly addictive. Nyakikia cleared 15 levels in a row before the system prompted a switch to a red defense tile. She then selected another red defense tile and continued. As the number of players participating in the quest increased, the defense shield gradually turned blue. When it was fully blue, all players heard a system notification. Defense shield successfully constructed. The first wave of attack is imminent. Players, please keep working hard and don't let your guard down. Nyakikia dismissed the notification and continued playing. Shiochio looked up. She was happily playing when she heard Shioniwitsu exclaim beside her. She looked up and saw a silver-blue shield, almost identical to the one on the screen, stretching across the sky above her territory. Beyond the shield, a sea of black and yellow appeared, as wind and sand, carrying black, polluted smoke, barreled towards it. Holy crap! Nyakikia couldn't help but exclaim. The bubbles on her control panel suddenly began to fall faster, and she quickly clicked on the game panel to launch her attack. For some reason, she had a feeling. These bubbles represented the sandstorms from the sky, and the players playing the minigame were using their mental energy to counter the sandstorm. The newly constructed blue shield gradually began to fade under the attack, its tiles turning a lighter red. Beep! The player system prompted. The shield is under attack. Players, please replenish your tiles immediately. Low energy will cause them to break. Got it, got it! Nyakikia frantically clicked on the bubbles. As she popped more and more bubbles, the red tiles gradually returned to silver blue. Like her, there were many other players diligently contributing their mental energy to the minigame. MOU stood in the center of the defensive formation, checking the back end. With the urgent release of limited time, emergency quests, more and more players began logging in to complete them. As the players became more and more excited, the shield's energy grew stronger. It no longer flickered back and forth between blue and red as it had at the beginning. Even under the constant impact of polluted sand and dust, it remained unmoved. Soon, a thick layer of gravel covered the outer layer of the shield. The 200 or so elves remaining in the territory seemed to realize that this unusual sandstorm was targeting their new mother tree. Led by pharaohs, they sat in layers of circles around the sapling of the tree of life, holding hands and humming a long prayer. This is the elves' prayer of life. They prayed for the growth of the tree of life, the stability of the earth, and the subsidence of the storm. Leah rested on MOU's shoulder and explained, the elves' prayers also help to gather and recycle the energy of the world's core. It seems the elves are quite useful after all, MOU thought with relief. He maintained the protective shield within the magic circle. Aelian, with both hands gripping the hilt of his great sword, thrust into the ground, stood outside the circle like a stabilizing force. The knight hadn't activated his guardian heart, but instead wore his silver tunic inlaid with silver, white, and blue crystals. Beside him, James, DeCarlo, and the villagers and dwarves who had witnessed the strange vision in the sky gradually gathered. Some of them looked terrified, others at a loss, but most felt reassured after seeing the Lord's ease, and the former Son of God, now a knight, guarding him. Trust and fear are equally contagious. When people recognized the reliability of the Lord and the adventurers he constantly brought miracles to, their unconditional trust instantly overcame their momentary panic. They followed the example of the elves nearby, sat down on the ground, and began to pray to the world consciousness for the Lord. From a perspective visible only to Leah, the faith, prayers, and wishes of the inhabitants of this world converged into tiny specks of silver blue light, transforming into countless abundant core energies that merged with the world consciousness. The tiny world spirit, following its thoughts, channeled half of this core energy and injected it into the newly born tree of life. Nourished by the silver blue energy, the tiny seedling began to grow, growing from a finger-thick seedling to a large one 2 fingers wide, its height increasing by more than an inch. It quietly branched out into more branches, and curled, tender green leaves emerged from the buds, spreading out comfortably, basking in the bounty of the world consciousness. The changes in the tree of life were so noticeable that the elves humming their prayers noticed them, unconsciously letting out gasps of surprise, or covering their mouths in disbelief. Several older elves even shed tears of emotion. The Mother Tree of Life has heard our prayers. She has responded. The elves whispered, their humming growing louder, their prayers growing more resolute, and the energy of the world's core gathering ever more powerful. Having completed a highly profitable investment, Leah happily gave the Tree of Life another dividend. The sapling waved its branches toward her, as if thanking her for her gift. At this moment, Pharaoh also heard the Mother Tree's call carried on the wind. He listened intently for a moment, hesitated for a moment, then nodded and knelt beside the sapling. He lowered his head in meditation, gathering strength in his hands. He suddenly pulled a small mirror out of thin air, and a figure appeared on the other side of the mirror, an elven woman who bore a striking resemblance to himself. Alicia, I have heard the Mother Tree's call, Pharaoh said. Yes, the Mother Tree will channel its power through us to the newly born saplings, in order to combat this power struggle initiated by the Lord of Raging Waves. Be prepared, Alicia said quickly and decisively. Sister, wait a minute, is the Mother Tree still powerful enough? Fellows asked anxiously. Even if it's not, it has to be. Stop talking nonsense and build the channel. Alicia on the other side shouted furiously. Yes. Fellows obeyed instinctively. As he moved, a vortex formed in the center of the mirror, and he aimed it at the Life Tree sapling. A green beam of light emanated from the vortex within the mirror, illuminating the Life Tree sapling accurately. The Life Tree grew at a visible pace, expanding, its roots spreading deep into the ground, its sparse branches becoming lush. Nourished by the source energy, it had grown from a seedling into a full-grown tree. The green beam of light continued to flow from the mirror, but the Life Tree absorbed no more of it. A new beam of green light shot straight into the sky from the Life Tree's crown. Undeterred by the protective shield, it broke through the sand and dust, completely shattering the dust crust covering the shield and even dispersing the raging storm. The green beam of light carried a steady, tranquil power from the earth. It rose from the ground like a vast green mountain, stretching across the sky, defying the storm and the raging sand. Mou stood within the magic circle, looking up. This was his first witness to the clash between two god-level beings from another world. Two immense forces collided, the green glow representing the earth, and plants colliding with the storm of black wind and yellow sand. A tremendous roar erupted above the shield. The aftermath spread in all directions, like a tsunami. The shield trembled slightly under the powerful aftermath, but it remained firmly erect. Only a few tiles flashed red, but were quickly replenished by the players. After the roar, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the storm subsided, as if it had never occurred. The green glow of the earth and plants remained, but the monarch of storms and snow seemed to be merely testing the waters, calling off his attack after missing a single blow. Is it over? Mou wondered. No sandstorm reaction detected, Leah replied. It's over. Chapter 139. To be on the safe side, Mou waited a while. Only after the dust settled and the sun's rays cleared the pervasive black smoke did he remove the shield and send a notification to the players that the mission was over. The players, still enjoying the minigame, momentarily let out a chorus of discontent. "Aw, how come it's over so soon?" Mou didn't indulge them. Seeing that the god of raging waves and ice and snow wouldn't make any new moves for a while, he had Leah settle the rewards for the limited time emergency mission, natural disaster moment, mission for the players. Limited time emergency missions are limited time emergency missions, and they end immediately after the storyline. Want to play minigames again? No problem, there's always another chance. At the same time, Mou received a reminder from Leah about the main quest. Main Quest 9. Guard against sandstorms. Activate the shield to guard against sandstorms from the god of raging waves and ice and snow. Completing this quest will reward World Consciousness Core Energy X 3000, People's Faith X 1000. This quest has been completed. Main Quest 10. Saving the Mother Tree of Life. Quest Stage 1. The Mother Tree of Life has consumed a significant amount of its life force while fending off the attacks of the raging waves and the god of ice and snow. Please replenish World Consciousness energy for it to prolong its life. Currently replenished. World Consciousness Core Energy X 3000. The Mother Tree of Life consumes 100 World Consciousness energy daily. Barring any other unforeseen events, as long as the daily replenishment of World Consciousness Core energy is sufficient, the Mother Tree of Life will survive that day. Quest Stage 2. Use the Druid's Anchor power to remove the contamination from the Mother Tree of Life and restore its health. Current pollution level, 300 million. Life Tree status, near death. Mission Stage 3, Tree of New Life. System note: if Mission 2 fails, this mission will automatically begin. When the Life Tree cannot recover, Please assist it, and transfer all its power and authority to the new life tree. Main Mission 9 has been completed, and during the first stage of Main Mission 10, Leah had apparently given all the core energy earned from Main Mission 9 to the life tree. Adding in the energy previously spent growing the life tree, it's estimated they didn't earn much this time. MOU opened the system backend and saw that, as expected, after the increase and decrease, the core energy remained roughly the same. But considering the life tree had grown from a seedling to a sapling, it wasn't a complete loss. Although the sandstorm was fierce but lacked substance, MOU had a feeling that the Lord of Raging Waves, whose actions were somewhat inexplicable, wouldn't let it go so easily. He had already set his sights on 1/3 of the natural authority held by the Tree of Life. This time, it was only thanks to the timely intervention of the Mother Tree of Life that the life tree sapling was saved. Although the God of Raging Waves, the God of Ice and Snow, the Tree of Life, and the Earth Mother of all spirits share natural authority, the barren northern lands cannot support many people, and the faith of the God of Raging Waves and the God of Ice and Snow is not as strong as that of the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life, however, has the elves, a united and loyal race, as its source of faith. Born from the blooming buds of the Tree of Life, the elves naturally regard the Tree of Life as their mother. Their survival and fate are inextricably linked to the Mother Tree, and they will never betray or lose faith in it. Moreover, as the only race currently capable of growing food on this continent, the elves are deeply beloved by the people of the continent. Ordinary people, suffering from hunger, will, after consuming the sustenance cultivated by the elves, express their gratitude to the Mother Tree of Life. This immense faith supports the Mother Tree of Life and serves as a lifeline for the tree, which is still suffering from pollution and erosion. According to a previous letter from the Elf King Lancel, they had previously intended to use the power of the newborn tree, channeled back through Feroth, to heal the Mother Tree. However, this time, due to the attack of the Raging Waves and the God of Ice and Snow, the Mother Tree was forced to reverse course and call upon its own power to protect the newly born saplings. The Raging Waves and the God of Ice and Snow immediately withdrew their attacks after their initial strikes, presumably because their strength was insufficient to withstand a head-on confrontation with the Mother Tree of Life, and also because their goal of draining its power had been achieved. MOU reflected on the past, realizing that this sandstorm was not only another test by the Raging Waves and the God of Ice and Snow following the Beast Tide, but also a guerrilla harassment and depletion campaign against the Mother Tree of Life. This is a bit troublesome, MOU muttered. As the saying goes, it's better to be mindful of a thief than to be concerned about it. And when a deity like this is concerned about their little sapling, constantly harassing it every few days, it's truly annoying. But everything has two sides. The bad news is that he have to keep up with this big brother's sneak attacks, work overtime on copywriting, and work with Leah to distribute limited-time surprise quests. The good news is that there will be a steady supply of limited-time surprise events that players love, and the lead planner for these limited-time surprise events won't even need MOU's salary. This time, the Lord of Raging Waves thought he had depleted the vital forces of MOU and the Mother Tree of Life, but in reality, no damage or loss occurred. Leah absorbed the core energy from the prayers of the elves and the people, providing it to the life tree's growth. The life tree, in turn, expended its own strength to protect MOU and the sapling, and in turn, received core energy from the elves from Leah to sustain its own life. The core energy came from the elves and ultimately returned to the life tree. The core energy flowed in and out of the chart, unchanged. With just one cycle through Leah's hands, their side gained a fully grown sapling and the gratitude of a god-level Mother Tree. MOU, on the other hand, simply activated his protective shield once, triggering 2 main quests, and completing one, while players earn military merit for completing limited-time emergency quests. In short, neither of the two gods vying for control over nature gained anything, and the outcome was a victory for MOU and Leah alone. Seeing MOU's expression somewhat odd, Aelian asked curiously. After listening to MOU's analysis, the knight smiled in sudden enlightenment. I see. However, I don't think the Mother Tree of Life has gained nothing. He explained, during my last trip to the Elven territory, when I retrieved the tree seeds, the Mother Tree of Life was already in very poor condition. Perhaps, knowing his time was running out, he took the risk of attempting a battle. After all, this would have obligated our world faction to use its core energy to sustain its life. Actually, even if he hadn't taken action then, given the solidity of the protective shield you constructed, he probably wouldn't have suffered any damage. It's just that the Mother Tree of Life's intervention scared off the Lord of Raging Waves, bringing the attack to an early end. The gods of this world are truly calculating. MOU couldn't help but sigh. But we are now allies with the elves, and the Mother Tree of Life is a vital ally on our side. Even if he hadn't taken action, we couldn't just stand by and watch him perish. 10 druids and 20 other players were already en route to the Elven territory. These druids had originally intended to purify the Mother Tree. Once teleportation to the Elven territory was open, MOU planned to make purifying the Mother Tree of Life a daily quest for druids. The evil deity that was corrupting this world was their true enemy. Of course, those gods with ill intentions, disregarding the survival of the world and willingly siding with the evil gods of Cthulhu to seize power and strengthen themselves, were no different from evil gods in MOU's eyes, enemies that the world camp needed to deal with. However, MOU had a favorable impression of allies like the elves and the Mother Tree of Life who had proactively helped them. As long as it didn't harm his own interests, he would certainly help. He also hoped to gather more good seeds from the elves for his crops. MOU didn't consider himself someone who would sacrifice everything for the greater good. He was actually quite selfish, but when there was a win-win situation, there was no need to focus on himself and leave his allies out. Only through mutual benefit could cooperation last. MOU had DeCarlo clean up the remains of the magic circle, and had Leah check the extent of the sandstorm's impact on the area outside the protective shield. He also spent some time comforting Pharaohs, who was somewhat bewildered after disconnecting from Alicia. After all this was done, Leah informed the Elven expedition that, fearing the sandstorm, they had rushed all the way, completely overshooting their planned camping location for the night, and now reaching the second teleportation array site. MOU, Recognizing his life as a laborer, he returned to the Mage Tower, switched to his alt account, and went online to work. This illusion was located in the middle of the desert, with no village or shop in sight. The black smoke enveloped a small area, and it was unknown which unfortunate individual had left behind enough deathly resentment to create the illusion. MOU's alt account still needed to continue with the main Elven group. He had no intention of exploring the illusion at the moment. He simply placed a teleportation array near it, and set its permissions to private. All he had to do was check the illusion before the teleportation array opened. If it was a suitable illusion, it could be open to players. If it wasn't, that was fine. Even if the array remained in private mode, it could still be used as a node in the teleportation array network. After setting up the teleportation array, MOU turned and headed back. However, as he lifted his foot, he kicked something in the gravel. He bent down and groped in the sand, unearthing something familiar from beneath. It was a pair of thorn rings, corroded by wind and sand and stained with rust. Their style and appearance were identical to the one on his left ring finger. Chapter 140. MOU, what's going on? Are these rings still mass-produced? He turned the rings over and over, noticing that the mechanism in the center had completely decayed and wouldn't turn. MOU tried to use the identification spell again, and the system popped up a dialog box. Thor ring, Church of Light style, damaged thorn ring, that has completely lost its function. Perhaps its only remaining function is as a commemoration? Unable to uncover any clues, MOU put the rings in his backpack, planning to have Aelian online to see what the rings were. Aelian hadn't told him in detail about the rings, but the former son of God held many secrets, and MOU understood his reluctance to expose all the scars of his past. Based on the information provided by the system, MOU deduced that these rings were likely pseudo-artifacts or artifacts mass-produced by the Church of Light, using its power over the virtual and real, to be used by each generation of sons of God to forcibly reverse the contents of the illusions during their purification missions. But as to why these rings had to be worn as a pair, and why one of them was so binding that it couldn't be removed even in death, MOU wasn't quite sure. This ring seemed to bind the user rather than being an artifact of the Church, because even if Aelian left the Church, the ring would still function normally, just like the thorn seal. If these thorn rings were mass-produced by the Church and distributed to every son, then this illusion here was likely related to a particular son. Perhaps this illusion was caused by a deceased son, or perhaps this was an illusion that a son had attempted to purify but ultimately failed. But MOU felt these speculations were untenable, as the thorn ring had clearly been split in two, meaning two people must have been involved. And how did the person holding the ring manage to remove it? MOU didn't rush back to the elves. Instead, he quickly logged off and deposited his body into the system space. When he awoke in Moya's heavy chair, he saw the silver-haired knight sitting on the sofa next to the coffee table across from him, meticulously tending to his great sword. "You're here." "That's great," MOU said. Aelian looked up in confusion. MOU raised his left hand and tapped the ring on his left ring finger with his right. He said, "I just found 2 thorn rings while using my alt to set up a teleportation array in front of the illusion." Aelian's expression immediately grew serious. "2? Yes, I put them in my alt's backpack. Why don't you log on now and take a look? Then, return the alt to the elves and let them set up camp. Mou glanced at the sky and decided it wouldn't be a good idea to delay the elves camping for the night. He figured the cautious elves wouldn't consider sleeping near an illusion. Aelian nodded. He stored the great sword in his spaceship, closed his eyes, and lay on the sofa, logging into his secondary account using the earring client. Not long after, Aelian reopened his eyes, his silver eyes solemn. The secondary account's body has been returned to the space sphere and handed over to the elves. They will continue to advance another 50 kilometers before setting up camp. Aelian briefly explained the situation, then said, that illusion? I suspect it's the exile ground. The exile ground? Mou asked doubtfully. That's also a rumor my mentor once told me. Aelian closed his eyes, clearing his tangled thoughts. Before we get to that, I think I need to explain the ring to you. Finally, it's here. Mou's spirits lifted, ready for a crucial plot twist. You may already know that this ring is a special piece of equipment crafted by the Church of Light, using the power of illusion and reality. It's a divine tool unique to the sons of God to dispel illusions, and a crucial tool for controlling the sons. If the sons are the dogs of the Church of Light, then these rings are the leashes. When the sons become vessels capable of entering the illusionary realm independently to conduct purification, they are given these rings, and each son is assigned a caretaker. Aelian took a deep breath and said, this pair of rings consists of the Thorn Ring Distortion and the Thorn Ring True. Normally, the son wears the Thorn Ring Distortion, which cannot be removed, while his caretaker wears the Thorn Ring True, which can be removed. Mou. Wait a minute, something seems amiss. Aelian's eyes were filled with apology. Yes, my rings have been tampered with. I'm giving you the Thorn Ring Distortion. But don't worry, because of the tampering, these rings function differently from the standard Church of Light rings. Mou. I always feel like my knights have endless tricks up their sleeves to deceive the Church of Light. Aelian coughed lightly, avoiding Mou's inquiring gaze. Let's talk about normal situations first. These rings have several functions. The first is the conversion of reality and illusion. Because both the son and the administrator could potentially enter an illusion, the two rings have exactly the same function in this regard, creating an inner world that is the opposite of reality. Besides that, distortion can be forced to activate its functions by reality, allowing for communication, interrogation, monitoring, location, forced teleportation, even punishment. Aelian's voice gradually lowered, a rare hint of guilt in his voice. But don't worry, the communication and teleportation functions of our rings have been modified to require mutual consent, and the punishment function has been completely removed. Mou stared at him. If our two rings function identically, why did you keep reality not identical? Aelian whispered, reality is named reality because it has an additional ability, the ability to see through falsehood. Seeing through false. Mou recalled his first encounter with Aelian. Even while talking to the players in the illusion, he subconsciously rotated the ring. So it wasn't a subconscious habit, but rather the ring's power? Yes, I experienced severe after effects before. Aelian smiled wryly. As I told you before, for a long time, I couldn't distinguish between the reverse illusion and reality, between living people and targets. The authority of the reality ring allows me to easily distinguish everything. You said that under normal circumstances, the reality ring is worn by the Son of God's caretaker. What about your caretaker? Mou asked curiously. I don't have a caretaker. I used to be the Son of God. I shouldn't have had a ring or a caretaker. Aelian whispered after I chose the path of depravity. The Church of Light crafted a pair of rings specifically for me. They also intended to designate a caretaker for me. However, I can't fight without the reality rings. I will treat everyone as an enemy in the illusion. After I accidentally injured several administrators, the Church of Light decided to merge the two rings and give them to me, making me my own administrator. Mou. Our knight is truly the most eccentric individual in the history of the Church of Light. Mou. So does that mean the Church of Light can't control you through the rings? Aelian nodded. Yes. For me, the rings originally only served the purpose of transforming illusions and discerning reality. The Church of Light couldn't control me with the rings, so they used the mystery peepers to monitor my movements. However, as I said before, observing fate is extremely taxing on the mystery peepers' bodies. During those years, I chose to obey, becoming the Church of Light's most useful weapon. They quickly relaxed their vigilance and control over me. Mou curled his lips. He could see that this holy son was very good at playing the game of docility. Normally, the caretakers look after the sons, monitor their battles, and force teleportation when a son becomes exhausted. A good caretaker can maximize the son's combat effectiveness and be his or her best partner. But more often, caretakers manipulate the sons through their rings, forcing their obedience. From what I learned, many sons could have survived, but their caretakers allowed them to die in the wilderness rather than take the risk of teleporting back a fallen sinner. During my time traveling the continent, constantly on missions, I encountered a unique craftsman, a centaur. Aelian lost himself in reminiscence. He was a follower of the goddess of fate. He said our acquaintance was guided by the stars, and it was also guided by the stars that he helped me modify the rings. I was skeptical, but I didn't want to miss any opportunity to break free from the church's constraints. So he helped me modify the rings and told me I had made the right decision, one that would save my life in the future. He was also the one who told me to hand distortion over to someone I trusted most. He curled his lips and smiled. Now it seems that the fate he spoke of has come true. During the beast tide, you saved me through the rings, and I knew you were the one I've been waiting for. He continued. Moiwu once heard me tell this story and offered to make him my caretaker. You know, there's a downside to not having a caretaker. When I truly lose control of the seal and transform into a fallen sinner, no one will be able to control me or teleport me to an uninhabited area. Aelian tapped the ring on his hand. The colors of distortion and true indicate the degree of breakdown within the sun's seal. For our pair of rings, if distortion turns silver and true turns black, it means my seal has completely collapsed. The silver flash you saw earlier was due to the seal being unstable and breaking. Chapter 141. So you said? Mo, you recalled what Aelian had said shortly after they first met, after she put the ring on his finger. If the ring turns silver, please kill me. Aelian nodded. I don't want to become that kind of monster. The destructive power of the fallen is immense. The taint within their bodies is tens, hundreds of times greater than any monster in this world can bear. It could be said that each one is a pseudo-god, and their greatest vulnerability comes when the seal is initially broken. If that day ever comes, please teleport me to some uninhabited wilderness, and at the moment my seal begins to break, I kill you. Just kill me, then have the druids forcibly disperse and seal the pollution. This way, the land won't be polluted again, and no new monsters will be born from it. What if there's another way? Mou hesitated. Perhaps an end would be a relief for you at that time. But for me, I wouldn't be able to live without exhausting all possible means. Mou took a deep breath. Perhaps this is too much to ask of you. But if things really reach the worst possible point, I hope you can hold on a little longer, giving me a chance to bring you back intact. Aelian was stunned. His eyelashes trembled slightly, as if making an extremely painful and difficult decision. He whispered, I'm truly too exhausted, Mou. Perhaps in your eyes, I've been fighting on, but only I know that for so long, I've been pursuing a kind of liberation. It's just that I'm too cowardly, lacking the courage to abandon the burden entrusted to me by my predecessors. I fear betraying their lost lives, terrified of seeing their reproachful eyes in the world's consciousness. So, I always dared to leave everything to fate, waiting for my end to arrive quietly and silently. But I fear even more that the sword in my hand, the power I possess, will harm all I love, all I have protected with my life. If it is your wish, even if I become a monster, I will endure it. He raised his head, his silver eyes gazing directly into Mou's. But you must promise me, no matter what, please do not let me harm this world I love, or anyone or anything I love. And do not abandon myself to endless darkness and despair as a monster. I promise you. Mou said solemnly, I will never let my knight die alone in the wilderness. No matter what, I will bring you home safely. If that's your word, perhaps I can do it. Aelian's lips curled slightly. You have shown me that there is another future in this world, a future where everyone is saved. Mou hesitated, then asked, why didn't you accept Moiwu as your steward? Moiwu is a great man. Aelian blinked, and said seriously, he dedicated his life to this world. Perhaps he made this suggestion for the sake of the world, or perhaps out of sympathy for me as his ally, but we both knew at the time that he was not the person I was looking for. What about the exile land? Mou asked. The exile land is a legend. It is the helpless home and resting place of the sons of God. It is also the only illusion without obsession. Aelian thought for a moment and corrected himself. No, it should be said that it is the only illusion without resentment. This is a story passed down orally among the sons of God, but no one truly knows what happened. Aelian said, the church has suppressed most of this information. What we know may be truth, rumors, or the imaginations of the sons of God hoping for a happy ending. Before you discovered these rings, I thought this place was just a legend. The God of Light has successfully reincarnated 8 times. Before me, there were countless sons of God, chosen to be vessels for the God or seals for the pollution. In my opinion, both face inevitable death, but at least the latter can preserve their souls and choices. Some of the sons of God who became vessels for the pollution perished in the process of purifying the illusion, their pollution and obsession merging with it. Some had their seals broken, becoming fallen sinners, slain by the church. Others, succumbing silently to injury or illness while on the march. The evil god's corruption originates from the mind and spirit. While it does have a certain effect on inanimate objects, the effects and mutations are far less pronounced compared to the pollution affecting living things. Aelian explained, if we are alive when the seal breaks, we will become fallen sinners. But if we are already dead by then, the corruption will simply dissipate and recondense in search of its next target. Of course, if such a large amount of corruption were to dissipate, it would be a devastating event. The corruption we sealed with such pain would spread once again into the world upon our death, mocking our sacrifice and declaring it a meaningless effort. Worse still, if a son of God still harbors attachments at the time of death, a hallucination will inevitably emerge. But who can control their own thoughts before death and die without regret? A hallucination imbued with resentment and obsession is like a lurking beast, luring and capturing passing humans, trapping them within the hallucination and absorbing their obsession to gain more power. Aelian closed his eyes and paused for a moment, as if mourning for his lost companions, or perhaps calming himself. No matter how we die, the contamination within us is an intractable problem. The Church of Light cultivates a sea of lilies of light, but those fragile flowers are only a reward for their favored status, utterly incapable of bearing the contamination sealed away by all the sons of God. Moreover, most sons of God never return to that sea of flowers alive, let alone after death. So, for a time, more and more sons died within the illusion. But later, they discovered that this only made the powerful illusion even more impenetrable, becoming even more greedy, and thirsting for innocent lives. So the backup plan you mentioned earlier, developed with Moyawu, was inspired by this? Mou asked. Aelian nodded. At the time, I believed that if our seal collapsed anywhere in this world, our efforts would be in vain, and only by transporting us to a distant rift in time could we avoid it. But now it seems that I truly overestimated my ability to withstand the contamination. Back to the matter of the exile. It is said that a son had a bold idea. What if a builder of illusions could somehow create a completely safe illusion for ordinary people? Sons on the verge of death could enter that illusion and find eternal peace there. That's the place of death where the sons of God exiled themselves. So this illusion is called the exile land. The exile land? Is it an illusion created by a deceased son of God? Mou speculated. Aelian nodded, yes and no. Rumors vary, but the most common view is that the son who proposed this idea, along with his manager, completed this illusion before his death. It's said that his manager buried their pair of rings before the illusion, then entered it, and never emerged. Aside from them, I haven't heard of any other sons or managers losing their rings. Furthermore, rumors say that the exile land is very small, and doesn't actively lure ordinary people in. It's said that if an ordinary person accidentally enters, they'd be escorted out without having to do anything. But if someone enters a son of God from the Church of Light, they'd be entombed there forever, unable to leave. In that case, the illusion does fit the description perfectly. Mou nodded. Once the teleportation array is fully deployed, I use my trumpet to enter that illusion and confirm if it's the place of exile. I want to go too. Aelian said, his tone firm, not a request but a statement of purpose. Mou, You may not understand, but I've been searching for this illusion. Aelian's eyelashes drooped slightly. No, I'm not seeking a place of death for myself. I simply want to see if that illusion truly, as the rumors say, allows those holy sons to rest in peace. He raised his head, his silver eyes fixed on Mou. This is something I must witness with my own eyes. The Lord locked eyes with his knight, ultimately yielding to the knight's pleading gaze. If you wish to go, you must meet the following conditions. First, enter using a trumpet. I cannot allow you to venture into a fantasy world so clearly targeted at the Son of God with your own body. Even though you are nominally a former Son of God, you still bear the seal of thorns. We do not know how the exile territory judges the Son of God. If you're still a knight, it might still consider you a holy son. I can't risk losing my knight. Second, I use my old, smaller body to explore first. Only after I confirm it's safe can you enter using the alchemy puppet's body. Before then, you may not sneak in on your own, no matter which body you use. Third, you are now my knight. Without my permission, you must not do anything that would sacrifice yourself or harm your body. Of course, inaction and the prospect of a foreseeable tragic fate are also unacceptable. If you discover anything dangerous or suspicious at any time or place, you must inform me immediately. Ailian said solemnly, I agree to your terms. Mou thought carefully again, confirming that there were no loopholes that would allow this cunning knight, Tang Yuan, who appears innocent and pure on the outside but is actually full of sesame seeds, to exploit any of these words. Then, satisfied, he nodded, it's settled then. Once the expedition reaches the Elven territory, and we set up all the teleportation arrays, we return to explore this illusion. Chapter 142. After learning about the Exile Land illusion, it was already evening. Mou had DeCarlo bring over 2 dinners. After eating with Ailian, he worked overtime again and opened the player forum. The Elven expedition had successfully reached a safe base by nightfall. They used seeds to grow trees in the desert at night, built a bonfire, and pitched their tents for the night. The players online, seeing this, immediately and happily began a bonfire party, posting numerous live streams on the forum. I can't believe it. Lighting a bonfire, singing and dancing, and eating barbecue in the desert under the stars at night. Oh my, I'm already craving it after dinner. Mou muttered, these players really know how to have fun. And with fruits and vegetables provided by the elves, and monsters drawn to them by the noise and light of the fire, the magic chefs were like rats in a rice barn. With fires blazing here and meat replenished there, and druids purifying the meat on the spot, the various Warcraft meats were practically fresh from the slaughterhouse, and on the table, incredibly fresh. The elves were also shocked by this operation, but they had at least witnessed the scene of fighting monsters on the city walls, and feasting below during the beast tide. After their shock quickly wore off, even they joined in the singing and dancing at the barbecue bonfire. Mou, who could sense the joy from reading the post, looked up at Ailian, who remained silent, seemingly still preoccupied with the exiles, and said, players are starting to log in, and my outs need to show up too. I have some work to do tonight, so please fill in for me. Okay. Ailian agreed obediently, rising to bid Mou farewell. Good night, Lord. Please take care of yourself, and don't stay up too late. Mou watched him leave the room, then listened to his footsteps descend the stairs, and return to his room, letting out a slow sigh. Hopefully, the player's happiness will be passed on to Ailian as well. This former son of God, burdened with everything his predecessors had inherited, deserved to experience the joy of life after resigning from his sinister former employer. Ailian, known by the ID Barbecue Squid, opened the golden eyes of his alchemy puppet, and was startled by the bustling bonfire party. What's going on? At first, he thought the flames blazing fiercely among the crowd signaled an enemy attack, but upon closer inspection, he saw everyone dancing joyfully. Ailian, ? Squid. Yuhua Dengxian waved the skewers in his hand at him. Come over for some barbecue. Ailian had been fed barbecue by players several times, and the delicacy the word represented was quite familiar to him. He waved back, said hello, and walked over to him. When he approached, Yuhua Dengxian stuffed a few skewers into his hands without hesitation and pulled him to sit with the other players. Familiar faces like Luzhou Laojiu and Ijin Pokianshin were there, along with a few players Ailian didn't recognize. Sufan Zhishi, Moyuzifu, Jinri Yuyu, and Sanlin. Nikyukia and Xian Yuda Lao missed this expedition, but got to participate in the limited-time emergency mission. Is that a blessing in disguise? They were clearly discussing what happened in the game today. Sanlin was the one speaking. But it's better if they stay. I was worried that no one would take care of us in the fields this time. As expected of a druid, even when traveling so far, he still worries about his own farm. Ijin Pokianshin gave him a thumbs up. I was worried that there were only 30 spots for this expedition, and the remaining players would be bored. I didn't expect the officials to arrange other quests. I heard that not only is the Bubble Dragon minigame fun, but the story CG is also super cool, and they give out a lot of military merits. Suifeng Ershi said, also using the body of an alchemist doll, his black hair tied in a small bun at the back of his head. I'm starting to wonder if the quests over there are more fun. Of course it's fun. Mayu Shifu said, referring to a female player who must have used a randomly drawn initial body. Judging by her armor, she must be training as a knight. Think about us in real life, going to school, and get off work every day. How can we ever have the chance to gather around a campfire in the desert? Barbecue over a fire? Look at that sky full of stars. Ah, this is the retirement life I've been dreaming of. I heard the desert section might be a bit boring. It's going to rain today, the elves said. Due to the sandstorm, we're moving much faster than planned. Tomorrow we pass the edge of another illusion, and we reach the Magic Federation's main city, Corinthal, around noon the day after tomorrow. Although we can't stay there for long, once we complete the main quest in the Elven territory, the cities along the way should open up. The second main city. Yu Huadingxian's eyes lit up. But come to think of it, it seems not many players have been to Onisal City before. The entrance fee is too expensive. It's not worth going there just for the scenery. Jinryu shrugged. Although the Adventurers Guild will provide a 20 dragon loan, players are required to complete trade quests, and they take a 20% commission on the profits. There are quite a few unscrupulous merchants in Onisal City. I heard many players have been ripped off. One unlucky guy was nearly stripped of his clothes, and before he could figure out how he'd been scammed, he reportedly wanted to commit suicide and return to the city. Wow, is it really that exciting? Everyone gasped. Yes. Don't underestimate the NPCs in this game. I don't know how the AI works, but each one is more cunning than a living person. And they have their own culture and background. Last time, I heard a player snooped into the Onisal City Lord's mansion and was caught by the guards and imprisoned. He spent all his trade money to redeem himself. Huh? Can't you commit suicide and return to the city? Yu Huadingxian asked. The system indicates that the prison is a special area and suicide is prohibited. Today Yo-Yu spread his hands. Anyway, there are definitely many quests and storylines to explore there, but the cost is too high and the cultural background is too complicated. I plan to inquire around in Rama for a while, and then explore there in detail after completing my farming tasks. Otherwise, running back and forth so frequently would be too expensive. Corinthal, the main city of the Magic Federation. Does anyone know anything about this city? Lujo Laju asked. Well, I heard from DeCarlo that our lord is a member of the Council of 13, the powerful body of the Magic Federation, and that AMT County was granted to the lord by the Magic Federation. Ma Yushifu said. Holy crap, our lord is so awesome. He's worthy of being the faction leader. Yu Huadingxian exclaimed in astonishment, you know all this stuff, by the way. I love chatting with NPCs. Ma Yushifu winked at him. DeCarlo once complained to me a little, saying that Lord Aelian had taken over his room while recuperating, and now he can only sleep in the Adventurers Guild. Aelian paused slightly as he ate his kebab, having unexpectedly heard such gossip about himself, and the information it contained was something he had never heard before. He had always assumed it was an unoccupied guest room. How could DeCarlo be so miserable? The Lord is convinced he's forgotten his disciple for a beautiful woman. Mou Fu continued, DeCarlo said he had too much going on at the Adventurers Guild, so he moved in for a while. Unexpectedly, the Saint's son took over his room the moment he showed up. At first, it was just a one-night stay, so he didn't think much of it. Later, when the Saint's son was injured in the Beast Tide and needed to recuperate, he took over permanently. But then, after delivering his meals every day, the Lord sent him back to the Adventurers Guild. He thinks the Lord has almost forgotten he lives in the Mage Tower. Ha ha ha, that's pathetic. Everyone laughed even louder. How funny is this plot design, ha ha ha. NPCs' behavior can influence each other. That makes perfect sense. It's okay. Once Lord Aelian moves in with the Lord, DeCarlo can move back in. Sui Feng Airshire laughed. Ha ha ha, if Nikukyu and Shinyu heard you say that, their eyes would light up, and they'd give you a thumbs up. Moyuzafu slapped his thigh in laughter. Today, Yu rested his chin in thought. Perhaps, the window behind the Adventurers Guild will open into the City Council Hall. The old one should be demolished or renovated. Wouldn't DeCarlo be homeless then? Ha ha ha. Oh my god, isn't he the most miserable NPC? But don't you think it's strange that Island lives in the Mage Tower? Whether he's the Son of Light or the current World Knight, living in the Mage Tower is quite strange, isn't it? A true mage apprentice is being kicked out of the tower. Yijian Pachianshan said, as he immediately received a link to the post sent by everyone in the chat box. He opened it, and his pupils suddenly trembled. Holy crap! Is this real CG or a player photoshopped it? Real CG. Xian Yuitio even posted a video. Suifeng Ershi said, in the middle of the night, the Lord sat down with Lord Aelian in a disheveled state. They were flirting on the floor beside the bed. Oh yes, this room should be DeCarlo's. The official team really knows how to play it. Yijian Pokianshan sighed, at this rate, will DeCarlo have to call Aelian his master's wife? Ahem. Aelian was caught off guard by the players discussing his affair with the Lord and accidentally choked on a skewer. Immediately, everyone expressed concern. Are you okay? Eat slowly, don't choke. No, I'm just a little surprised. He finally managed to catch his breath. The Lord and the Sun? Well, I think they're definitely an official couple. Look at all the music videos the official team has made for Ialian, and the ending to Beast Tide was TSK TSK. Suifeng Urshi fabricated rumors about NPCs with complete impunity, not even considering the possibility that the player in front of him might be an NPC. No one in their right mind would have guessed that. Chapter 143. By the time the players had finished their lively barbecue and shared NPC gossip, it was already late. Most of the elves, having been busy all day, had gone to sleep in their tents. The few remaining elves still on night watch walked to the campfire, pulled out a few of the longest sticks, and stuck them at the edge of the camp as torches. There was no such thing as sleeping in the game. Aside from a few casual players, who found an open space to lie down and gaze at the stars, most players were full of energy and ready to show off their skills. Kylo Allen was deeply concerned. While the surrounding monsters weren't particularly formidable, and the adventurer's skills and abilities were sufficient to deal with them, traveling the desert at night was still a dangerous undertaking. The dim light often obscured the rugged path beneath their feet, and numerous small, but highly poisonous creatures lurked in the sand and rock crevices. Furthermore, countless people were unable to discern the billowing black smoke that signaled an illusion, treading into an unknown horror. He pondered this matter, consulted with pharaohs and the overlord remotely via mobile phone, and then issued several quests to the players. Guard the camp night patrol mission. The elves are exhausted after a long day's journey, and tomorrow they must continue their expedition. Adventurers, please take over the night patrols and guard the camp for the weary elves, ensuring they get enough sleep. Requirements: patrol in teams of 5, with a total of 3 patrol teams required. The camp has 3 patrol checkpoints, A, B, and C. Each team must check in along a designated patrol route. Team A's check in order, ABC. Team B's check in order, BCA. Team C's check in order, CAB. The patrol period is 6 hours, from midnight to 6 a.m. 1 patrol check-in round is required every hour. During this mission, various events may occur randomly. Adventurers are requested to handle them appropriately. If adventurers encounter a crisis they cannot handle, please promptly proceed to the nearest elf tent to awaken the elf and resolve the situation. System reminder: to check in, stand within the system's aperture at the designated location for 3 seconds until prompted. Mission reward: for completing 1 patrol check-in round on time and without a camp crisis, each adventurer in the team will receive 100 military merit points. Failure to complete the patrol check-in round will result in a deduction of 100 military merit points. For successful completion of this mission, and with the camp safe that night, all adventurers will receive an additional 1,000 military merit points and 10 random seeds from the elf reward. System special note: this quest cannot be cancelled after accepting it. If you neglect to complete it, you will be considered a deserter and lose 2,000 points of military merit. This quest is a special quest in the main storyline. Your completion will impact the next day's expedition storyline. Please complete it actively. Druids are prohibited from accepting this quest. Tutorial time Druid exclusive quest. Please have 10 druids visit Kylo Allen's tent. He has some experience to share with you. Quest requirements: please complete the corresponding quest requirements according to Kylo Allen's instructions. Quest reward: 10 seeds of your choice. Hidden quest reward: chance to master 1 druid skill. Special requirements: do not leave the camp during this quest. Tomorrow's meal magic chef exclusive quest. The elves will have another long day of travel tomorrow. Kind adventurers, please prepare a delicious, easy to eat, and nutritious meal for them. Mission requirements: breakfast 0/30, lunch 0/30, dinner 0/30. Required materials can be obtained from Serbia. Mission rewards: military merit X 1000, elf favorability, based on food taste. Special requirements: do not leave the camp during the mission. Oh my god! A mission has been assigned. The sudden ping of the mission notification interrupted the players, as they formed their teams and headed out into the wilderness. All players stopped and simultaneously opened the mission panel to check. Seriously, why can't druids accept patrol missions? Because we all have to go to class. Look at the hidden rewards. There's a chance to learn a new skill. Oh shit! Go go go! Hurry up and get to class. How do I choose between the Magic Chef quests? Are the Magic Chef quests or the patrol missions better? Patrol missions are quite lucrative. Successfully completing them nets you 1,600 points of military merit. But deserting will deduct 2,000 points of military merit. Just accept the quest and complete it honestly, right? Isn't it just walking around the camp triangle and checking in? You might even encounter some unexpected events. It should be fun. I'm signing up. How are you guys so fast? All 15 spots gone in the blink of an eye? Wow, kid, I didn't get a patrol mission, so I have to go cook. Kylo Allen finally felt a little relieved as the number of quests on his phone app quickly filled up. First, the full quota of 10 druids was filled. The allure of new skills was too great, and no druid wanted to miss this opportunity. Second, it was the patrol missions that Kylo Allen had always dreaded. Apparently, what Kylo Allen considered a dull night patrol was a highly sought-after opportunity for players, offering countless new storylines and numerous military rewards. Some slow-moving players were even lamenting why they could only accept the Magic Chef mission. Fortunately, due to the previous Beast Tide, most of the players had already trained as Magic Chefs. The remaining 5 reluctantly took out their knives and utensils and, with a look of resentment on their faces, went to Serbia to get the ingredients. Kylo Allen couldn't help but feel that tomorrow's meals might taste strangely bittersweet. But when he thought about the adventurers staying in camp all night to complete their quests, instead of wandering around, and the elves no longer needing to keep a large number of people on duty at night, just a few people would be needed to watch the players clock in, Kylo Allen couldn't help but laugh. This is truly wise advice from a lord who understands adventurers' habits so well. Then he spotted the group of druids outside his tent, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Oh yes, he was the only one left, and he had to work overtime to teach these druids all night. But if these 10 most important druids could be kept under watch, the Mother Tree's pollution could be purified. Kylo Allen, with a mixture of pain and joy, lifted the tent curtain and motioned for the druids to find a seat and prepare for the lecture. After remotely assisting Kylo Allen in issuing the tasks, Moyu also concluded his work for the night. Before retiring, he checked on Ialian. The knight changed into a soft robe and curled up quietly in bed, his long silver hair cascading across the pillow, his right earring gleaming faintly. Mou opened the backstage and checked Ialian's pollution level. It was currently in the green at 40%. He sat by the bed for a while, waiting for Ialian's pollution level to drop to 30%, then yawned and went upstairs. By the time he finally washed up and lay down in bed, it was past midnight. I always feel like this is a bit inefficient, Mou muttered, rolling over and closing his eyes. Ialian was currently completing a quest with the other players. He glanced at the pollution level in the upper right corner of the panel, and saw that the pollution, which had already reached 40%, was suddenly slowly decreasing. He guessed that his lord had secretly come to purify him again. Ialian's mood suddenly brightened, and he curled his lips slightly as he followed the other players towards point B. Because he didn't trust his cooking skills, he decisively chose the patrol mission, and was assigned to Team Up by the system. He had been accompanying the Church of Light on quests since he was a child. Night patrols and sentry duty during camping trips were commonplace for him, something he could even do with his eyes closed. But this was his first time accompanying the players on an official main quest. Ialian couldn't understand why Leia had simply marked the players' anchor points with 3 different colored circles of light, located in the 3 corners of the camp, and yet the players could happily carry out this patrol mission, which was nothing special except walking around. Oh, not that it wasn't anything special. He decapitated the 3rd venomous snake that had crawled out of the crevice below him, deftly splitting the head in half with his machete. He then placed the body in his backpack, saving it for the druids to purify when they had time after completing their quest. Wow, Barbecue Squid, you're really impressive. Is this the 3rd venomous snake you killed? The bald player walking next to him looked at him with envy. How could I not have noticed? Ialian glanced at the ID above his head. Did you lose your hair today? He seems to be a veteran player who's quite active on the forums. These venomous snakes hide in crevices like these. Our footsteps will startle them, so be extra careful. A bite from one of them is no fun, Ialian explained. Even after you chop off the head, the snake's head will still bite. It's best to throw it away. He lifted the snake's head with his knife, preparing to throw it away. Hey! Wait, don't give it to me. If I put it in my backpack, I won't be afraid of it biting me. These fangs and venom are good stuff. Have you lost your hair today? He quickly stopped Ialian's movements. Big brother, you definitely dislike this garbage taking up your backpack. I pick it up. Ialian, ? Before he could even finish his be careful, he saw the bald player happily putting the snake's head into his system backpack and repeatedly striking the crack in the rock with his great sword, as if trying to force out more venomous snakes. Ialian, ? No, my lord, look at this. When it comes to recklessness, these players are far superior to me. Chapter 144. Aelian knew that deep down, he had always harbored a desire for death. He also knew clearly that it was simply because he had spent hundreds of years wandering and fighting like a rootless duckweed without rest, and the responsibilities and burdens left by his fallen companions weighed heavily on his shoulders and chest, making him unable to straighten his back or breathe. But now it was different. He had a lord who cared for him constantly, a home that would always welcome him, a place where he could laugh and live freely without punishment, and countless players who loved him and fed him all kinds of delicious food. Though these eccentric adventurers stubbornly called him wife, and had inexplicable misunderstandings about his relationship with the Lord, he also had a world consciousness spirit who could clearly communicate with him, respond to him, and provide assistance, even if she was only the last uncorrupted fragment of the vast world consciousness. Aelian could feel the shadow of death that had long shrouded his heart slowly being dispelled by true light. He no longer longed for death, nor for liberation, as he once did. Now, he wanted more to strive to live with his Lord and this world, even if that meant facing the future he most feared. But he believed in his Lord, and he was willing to endure all the suffering that had gone before for the sake of that final ray of hope. However, he realized that, compared to him, these players were truly more desperate for death, since discovering that venomous snakes and other monsters were hiding in the crevices and sand, the patrolling players had begun their sweep, happily and desperately, hammering at the ground, stones, and crevices with their various weapons. While others would avoid these venomous snakes, desperate to step as lightly as possible, these players would look on in frustration. Why haven't they appeared yet? Occasionally, when they caught a hapless venomous snake, they would be thrilled and unleash their ultimate moves. Even after decapitating the snake, they weren't afraid of its muscles and nerves still responding, and would simply scoop up their trophies with their bare hands. The bald player named Have You Lost Your Hair Today? Even felt that alerting the snakes was too inefficient, so he simply used the earth wall to pile up the rocks into a wall, with a row of venomous snakes neatly nestled in the center. He first cast Guard on himself, then used Arc Slash to chop off an entire row of venomous snake heads. With a single move, he tucked the entire row of corpses into his backpack, sighing afterward, "This knight's skills are truly effective." The real-world knight instructor's pupils trembled. "No, wait, what's with this earth wall? It's clearly a mage skill." "No, not even mages use it like that." Aelian watched these fearless knights plow through the nearby rock crevices 3 or 4 times over and over again, and began to seriously consider whether there was something wrong with his previous fighting style. The other players happily replicated this style of play, praising Bald Boss with their praise. "You're worthy of being called the hair-losing boss." "Bald Boss, awesome." Boss, awesome. "Wait, what the hell are those names?" Thank goodness, these venomous snakes are all monsters. Otherwise, with these players plowing like hunting methods, if they were animals, they would be hunted to extinction in a matter of seconds. Unlike the native, naturally reproducing plants and animals of this world, magical beasts exist in a state somewhere between life and death. According to the researchers within the Church of Light, who study these mysteries, magical beasts are actually the product of a large amount of evil god contamination, a small amount of matter, mostly corpses, combined with certain concepts. They can't be considered truly alive, but they still retain a desire to eat, and while they won't lose weight or die without eating, they can move freely like ordinary beasts, even possessing greater physical strength and magical power. Aelian still remembered that when his mentor was explaining something, he looked up at the sky and sighed, "Ah yes, these magical beasts are like the product of uncontrolled contaminated willpower. Their living habits are primarily derived from the material part, the concepts lingering within the corpses. For example, if a magical beast was initially born from a snake that was corrupted, transformed, and then died, then this demonized snake, inheriting the concept of snake, would retain the original snake's appearance, venom, and lifestyle until it devoured other magical beasts, fused, and evolved into another form. These magical beasts didn't reproduce naturally. They instinctively consumed the pollution in an attempt to become stronger. Sometimes, they would devour each other, fusing into something like a chimera. This fusion was almost entirely unpredictable. A demonized snake and a human corpse could fuse into a snake-headed monster with a human body, or even a human-headed snake-body creature. There was even the possibility of a human with countless snake tails covering the lower body, or a humanoid monster composed of countless intertwined smaller snakes. As the magical beast's level increased, this mutation for mutual devouring and fusion became more pronounced. The giant monsters Aelian faced during the Beast Tide were essentially high-level magical beasts mutated and fused in this way. As these magical beasts grow stronger and level up, they absorb too much contamination and incompatible concepts, causing them to reject them. At this point, they spontaneously split, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, until each beast can accommodate the contamination and concepts within it. This is how magical beasts reproduce. This is also why, after death, a magical beast will quickly begin to disintegrate and disintegrate, transforming back into a formless force of contamination. This is primarily because the concepts that comprise it are shattered. If this massive contamination isn't sealed, purified, or dispelled, it will reattach to a body with some concept, regenerating into another magical beast. However, Aelian has always been puzzled as to why magical beasts can still survive after being decontaminated by druids, or why, after death and purification, they can still leave edible flesh and materials. But he suspected that the pollution the druids removed was most likely only the portion of the polluted power that truly belonged to the evil god. After this pollution was removed, a vast amount of pure power, perhaps even willpower itself, remained, combining with matter and concepts to become purified monsters. In other words, players' killing of monsters was undoubtedly a process of purifying the world. So, whether players were constantly chasing demonized deer in the dark forest or wiping out spiders lurking in the mines, it was actually beneficial to the world, not harmful, and MOU never restricted their actions. But for ordinary animals native to this world, the principle of no excessive killing was adhered to. For hunter players, this principle was directly incorporated into their skills, and it remained in effect even when switching to another class. After all, it was a cause for the benefit of the world. After his initial shock, Aelian gradually joined the players and began slaying monsters with them. By the time they had completed the 3 checkpoints in one round, the demonized venomous snakes had practically vanished without a trace. The second round of patrols was somewhat dull. Fortunately, during the third round, the campfires attracted a pack of demonized wolves. The players, who had already begun to yawn, perked up and shouted, "Finally, a plot!" They pounced on the wolves. Aelian was convinced he saw disbelief and fear in the demonized wolves' eyes. For a moment, he couldn't even tell which side looked more like the villain. He began to understand the meaning of the force scourge, which the Lord kept blurting out. That night, with the exception of Kylo Allen and Serbia, who took turns lecturing the druids in the first and second half of the night, the other elves slept soundly. The elves had assumed that in the late hours, when the monsters often appeared, they would be awakened by the adventurers and sent to defend the camp. However, when they yawned out of their tents in the morning, they were greeted by bright sunshine and a steaming, fragrant breakfast. Serbia swore that the ingredients she had given the night before contained no snake or wolf meat. Yet, a large pot of fragrant snake soup and 2 plates of sizzling wolf and snake skewers drew nearly every elf in their group. Originally, the elves favored vegetarianism, but now they discovered they actually enjoyed monster meat. The elves devoured the snake meat, which they had never touched before, as if every extra bite would purify the world a little more. The magic chefs, holding a large pot in one hand and a rice spoon in the other, moved through the crowd, looking at them with kind and benevolent expressions. "Want another bowl? There's plenty in the pot." Kylo Allen, who had only slept for the second half of the night before being woken up by players to distribute quest rewards, was also shocked. He had assumed these adventurers needed the elves' protection, but looking at the spoils they brought back, he felt that he had misjudged him. These were clearly top-tier warriors. How dare they hunt these venomous demonized snakes in the pitch-black darkness? Those were the kind that could kill with 7 steps and kill with 10. Countless warriors had been ambushed by them in the darkness, tragically succumbing to their venom, and yet, these adventurers had actually brought back so many snake bodies, their heads and venom sacs removed. They had even purified and skinned them, boiling half into a soft, glutinous snake soup and roasting the other half into crispy, oily, bone-crushing snake segments. Kylo Allen, a bowl of snake soup in his left hand, and a plate of snake segments in his right, ate without even looking up, contemplating the depth of his misunderstanding of the adventurer's abilities. But this was a good thing. The stronger the adventurers, the greater the hope for the Mother Tree's survival. He sniffed, unsure if tears welled up in his eyes from the adventurer's hope of saving the Mother Tree, or if it was the overabundance of chili peppers sprinkled on the roasted snake segments. Chapter 145. The players who participated in the patrol missions and the magic chef were delighted by the rewards they received. Not only had they earned a fortune in military merit that night, but the elves even gave them seeds. While they couldn't grow these seeds themselves, the druids and NPCs would collect them. If the seeds were particularly special, they could easily sell them for a high price. Compared to the usual grind-intensive quests issued by the system, these quests, which offered such high returns by simply driving around a few times, killing monsters, and cooking, seemed like bonus quests the system had added because they were worried that simply watching the scenery would get boring. However, the druids, who had spent the entire night listening to the lectures, were mostly disheartened. Where's the promised chance to comprehend a skill? Why only seeds? Does anyone know what the chance is? Could it be that none of the 10 of us learned anything? I didn't learn anything. What about you? I learned something. Amidst the wailing, a different voice suddenly emerged. The druids all looked at Jinra Yoyu in unison. Today, Yoyu took a screenshot of his new skill and posted it in the Druid QQ group. Life Force Transfer. Note, First Aid Skill. No cast required. Converts 50% of your total health bar into life force and transfers it to the target. This skill cannot be used if the player's current health bar is at or below 50%. The effect depends on the target's maximum health bar. Targets that are plants gain a buff from plant affinity. Targets that are animals gain a buff from animal affinity. Note, this cannot be used on enemy targets. Holy crap! A nurse's first aid skill. And it can even be used on plants? Doesn't this mean even those who struggle with planting can get another shot? As expected of you, the master of the day. How did you trigger it? I don't know. Kylo Allen was talking about so much and so many different things last night. Maybe when he mentioned how the Tree of Life can transfer life force to injured elves, I thought about giving it back. Today there will be rain. The players around her suddenly received a system notification. Congratulations on mastering the druid skill, life force transfer. Holy crap. As expected of you, the master of the school. I actually triggered it too after you said that. Me too. Me too. Is this the case of the rich leading the poor? No, this is the master of the school giving supplementary lessons. Shocked, to be fair. Kylo Allen is not a very good teacher. Perhaps the elves don't have any concept of lesson preparation. They basically just sit down and talk about whatever comes to mind. It's not uncommon for them to go off on a tangent before finishing a topic. I heard that many druids were sleeping like they were in real-life university classes. Not snoring was a sign of respect. Second half update. Serbia wasn't much better. However, what the druids didn't know was that Kylo Allen considered it a colossal victory that, with just one night of his and Serbia's nonsense, he had managed to keep these most important druids in the safe central tent. As for whether the druids learned anything, what business was it of his? Didn't they see that the quest only stated a chance of learning a skill? Isn't a 0.01% chance still a chance? The players happily received their quest rewards, found their elf companions to store their bodies, logged off, and began another day of real life. The elves packed up their tents and set off for the next teleportation array site. Aelian opened his eyes and was met with the pitiful, dog-like gaze of DeCarlo, curled up beside his bed. He was instantly startled awake. Luckily, he now stored his spatial props out of reach before retiring. Otherwise, if he had seen someone crouching at his bedside while half asleep, DeCarlo would have been slain with a single greatsword strike. Lord Aelian, breakfast is ready. DeCarlo sighed softly, and Aelian immediately recalled the information he had heard from the players last night. DeCarlo. He hesitated for a moment. I don't think I asked you before. Is this the guest room in the Mage Tower or your room? DeCarlo's eyes instantly filled with tears, and he looked as pitiful as a kicked puppy. It's my room. There are only 2 livable rooms in the Mage Tower, one for the teacher and one for me. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Aelian said apologetically. So where have you been staying lately? I've been sleeping on the floor in the small room behind the Adventurers Guild. DeCarlo sniffed tearfully. But the teacher said that you, Lord Aelian, still need treatment, so it's more convenient to stay in the Mage Tower. Aelian, It's too bad for this child to sleep on the floor. He wondered if MOU hadn't seen the fact that there were only 2 livable rooms in the Mage Tower in the memories left by Moiwu. I talked to Moiwu. Aelian stood up and walked to the table. He picked up his interspatial belt and pulled out a talisman necklace. I caused you a lot of trouble these days. This talisman necklace is my apology. It's a fine piece of craftsmanship from the Church of Light. It effectively prevents most contamination from spell casting. DeCarlo's dog's eyes sparkled, looking eager but hesitant to accept it. No, it's just an empty room. There's not much I can do besides deliver meals and clean. Take it. Aelian pressed the amulet necklace into his hand without hesitation. With this amulet, learning magic will be easier. Okay. DeCarlo clutched the amulet necklace tightly, his expression clearly brightening. Aelian could almost see a large tail swaying happily behind him. Then I go take breakfast to the teacher. Your breakfast is on the table. Remember to eat." He ran off happily, and Aelian shook his head helplessly. His lord was sometimes very shrewd, but sometimes he could be confused about the smallest things. After washing and eating breakfast, Aelian carefully braided his long hair into a fluffy, elegant single braid and changed his clothes. Today, he chose a burgundy silk shirt and black skinny leather pants, topped with a brown-black leather vest. This outfit was paired with a gorgeous burgundy leather jacket, both styles Aelian had never worn before. He looked into the full-length mirror before him. The handsome figure in the mirror made him feel a little unfamiliar, but more of a sense of novelty. He quite liked himself the way he was now. Aelian pushed open the door and entered Mou's study. He saw the lord typing furiously on what he called a laptop, occasionally scooping a spoonful of scrambled eggs from a plate into his mouth. Perhaps having heard Aelian enter, the lord looked up in his direction, his eyes alight with admiration. "Wow, this outfit suits you perfectly," Mou said approvingly. "The burgundy and black combination has a touch of aristocracy and demonic flair. I have to say, these players have quite the aesthetic sense." Aelian smiled and sat down on the sofa. "Do you know whose room I'm staying in?" "Huh?" Mou took another bite of scrambled eggs and tilted his head in thought. "Isn't that a guest room?" "What? Did you find anything lost?" Aelian shook his head helplessly. He knew Mou had never considered where his apprentice lived. "That's DeCarlo's room. He's been having to stay there these days. The Adventurers Guild's small room is a sleeping area on the floor." Mou paused, his hand holding the spoon. His pupils dilated as he asked in surprise, "Doesn't DeCarlo live in the Mage Tower?" Aelian, "Sure enough." Mou put down the spoon. "I always thought this Mage Tower was so large, with not only his room, but also guest rooms." Aelian shook his head. "DeCarlo said there were only 2 rooms in the Mage Tower suitable for living." Mou was shocked. Thinking about it, although his base was the first place he should have explored in the other world, Mou had been busy with work since arriving. He had only been active on a few floors of the Mage Tower, which has 7 surface floors and 1 underground floor. That didn't seem to work. He looked at the knight. "I haven't even explored the entire Mage Tower yet. Would you mind walking me around?" "My pleasure," Aelian said with a smile. They first climbed to the roof of the Mage Tower, a place Mou had visited before. He had already installed numerous solar panels there, and the power cords were covered in waterproof rubber tubing. They led down the stairs to the 5th floor, where Mou resided. "Actually, if I didn't want to see the druids haunting here every day, this rooftop would be perfect for growing some plants," Mou said, as he descended and entered the 7th floor. The 7th floor consisted of a single room, resembling a chemistry lab, filled with all sorts of bizarre bottles and jars. In the center was a massive furnace, with a heavy crucible suspended from it. Next to the crucible stood a classically styled bookcase, upon which lay a thick, open book. "This is where the magicians make potions." Aelian understood at a glance. Potions. Mou's mind immediately flooded with a flurry of corresponding memories. Hundreds of recipes suddenly popped up in his mind, causing him to sigh and clutch his head. Aelian instantly tensed. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. It's Mou's memory bank." Mou painfully stuffed the memories back into his head. "The memories left by this great wizard aren't very useful at all. He doesn't remember anything about people, only prescriptions and spells." Aelian's lip curled slightly. Mou took a moment to recover. "Let's go downstairs and check." Chapter 146. The entire 6th floor was an empty spell training ground. Even Mou, a half-baked magician, could see that the walls, floor, and ceiling were covered in a thick, shimmering silver barrier. Scattered about were various human-shaped target parts, attack-absorbing shields, and damage-absorbing protective cushions. You could even see a few charred marks beneath the barrier. Clearly the caster's spell was too powerful, and even the thick barrier couldn't successfully block it. Upon entering the stairwell, several mannequins in protective robes stood on the left, likely for spell experimenters/trainers to change into. To the right was a heavy weapons rack, filled with various wands, crystal balls, spellbooks, and even a few swords that looked very magic, likely weapons Mou had used in training or collected. Mou used several identification spells to examine the weapons and protective robes. The levels of these weapons and protective robes were quite high, ranging from level 100 to 150. Mou, in the past, truly was a powerful mage. The entire 5th floor was Mou's personal areas, his study, bedroom, and bathroom. Mou and Aelian skipped this familiar floor and went straight to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was divided into 2 sections. To the left of the stairs was a small room resembling a classroom, equipped with a blackboard, podium, desks, and chairs. Shelves were filled with stationery, books, and teaching aids. The items showed signs of use. This must have been where Moyawu taught DiCarlo. Is DiCarlo Moyawu's only disciple? Mou asked. Right now, there's only DiCarlo. Ailian thought for a moment. He probably had a few more disciples before him, but they should all have graduated. DiCarlo is an orphan Moyawu had adopted in AMT County. He practically treated DiCarlo like his own son, not that he placed much importance on his studies. This also explains why even DiCarlo, a poor student who took amnesia powder every day, could study under Moyawu, a high-ranking master magician. They say that young apprentices are the most beloved by their masters, and it seems there's some truth to that. On the right side of the fourth floor is a massive library, densely packed with countless books. Mou was choked by the dust as soon as he opened the door, and had to retreat, pinching his nose. He glanced at the door for a moment, and didn't want to go in. First, the books were piled from floor to ceiling, stacked like a mountain. The room was pitch black, and if one rushed in rashly, the mountain of books would likely collapse. Second, paper books actually emit some carbon dioxide when stored, and with the sheer number of books in this room, Mou suspected there might not even be much oxygen left. He didn't want to faint from suffocation the moment he entered. The two of them simply closed the library door and continued exploring. On the third floor, besides the en-suite guest room where Ailian currently lived, there was another room with an almost identical door. Mou had initially assumed this was DiCarlo's bedroom, but upon opening it, he discovered it was also a library. Furthermore, since each floor of the Mage Tower was larger than the previous one, this library was even larger than the one above. The entire second floor was devoted to the library. Near the entrance, a small hall with bright windows housed a coffee table and matching sofa, presumably a resting area for those tired of searching for books. The first floor housed the living room and kitchen. The kitchen led to a small dining room on one end and the woodshed on the other. Behind it lay the stables, where Moi's pony was kept. The basement was familiar to Mou, needing no further inspection. The entire tower, with 8 floors above and below ground, contained only 2 habitable rooms. The remaining space, aside from areas for practicing spells, brewing potions, and teaching, was entirely filled with books. Thank goodness, this was a different world, one focused on magic rather than science. Otherwise, with such a large collection, the tower would have collapsed under its weight. Not to mention the issues of fire, dust, and corrosion protection. However, Mou estimated that the carbon dioxide levels in those nearly sealed library rooms were likely lethal, and any flames entering would have extinguished themselves. Mou's eyes were dull as he muttered to himself, I never thought I'd become the very person I hate the most. A capitalist boss who only cares about making employees work overtime and sleep on the office floor, not letting them go home, even giving them painted cakes instead of money, and even making them pay for takeout. Is this what I become when I grow up, or is it like the dragon slayer becomes the dragon? Just think about it, it's not just about hanging a street lamp, it's at least the Eiffel Tower or the Statue of Liberty. Ailian, who didn't understand the joke but had a rough idea of what Mou meant, very considerately offered a solution. How about I move to a hotel? It's too pitiful for a child to sleep on the floor in the Adventurers Guild, and isn't it going to be demolished soon? Yes, the Adventurers Guild window will soon be moved to the back door of the City Council Hall. Mou suddenly felt a little dizzy. That silly kid, DiCarlo, I didn't think of it, but why didn't he say anything? How much of a filter does this kid have for his teacher? Doesn't he have any ability to protect himself? Such a kind and good child will be bullied by the bad guys in society. In short, DiCarlo can't be left to sleep pitifully on the floor of the Adventurers Guild anymore. Mou rubbed his temple. However, the seal in your body hasn't been repaired yet, and it's still slowly releasing pollution. Staying in a hotel or somewhere else would be too troublesome and too druid-intensive to purify. Salted fish. A salted fish that nearly turned itself into a blue bottle-flavored fish last time, only managed to reduce Ailian's pollution by less than 5%, barely enough to reduce the color and save the day. If he hadn't taken action and only had the druids do the work, the assembly line wouldn't have been able to clear the backlog even after 3 days and 3 nights. Not to mention that Ailian's broken seal was still slowly releasing increasing amounts of pollution. It was a classic swimming pool math problem where the water was both being released and being added. But if Ailian moved out of his peaceful mage tower and into an inn, not only would players invent bizarre rumors of a lord and knight falling out, but the mere fact that he'd been going to the inn day and night to ask Aelion to cleanse the pollution with of players inventing horrific gossip like, why would the Lord crawl into the knight's bed in the middle of the night? Or the knight, angry at the Lord, ran away and slept in a separate bed, and the Lord actually crawled into his bed in the middle of the night to get back together. MOU shuddered violently just imagining that scene and the forum frenzy. No, even if the rumors are unstoppable now, they can't escalate to that level. MOU muttered to himself, as if he had made up his mind, if you don't mind. Aelion, I don't mind moving to a hotel. MOU, you can move into my room with me. The knight and the Lord spoke almost simultaneously, and Aelion was stunned for a moment. What? MOU said, I mean, if you don't mind, you can move into my room with me. Moyo's bed is big and comfortable, big enough for 2 adults. After all, what office worker hasn't experienced going on a business trip with a colleague of the same gender only to find one king-size room left at the hotel, or having to share a room, because the stingy company refused to reimburse the exorbitant room fee? This was a common occurrence for Moyu, a veteran office worker. Aelion was a very clean keeper and didn't snore, making him a perfectly competent roommate. While MOU had no idea how a poor overlord like him could manage to live in such a miserable state, lacking even a spare guest room, and forced to either find an extra roommate or force his unfortunate apprentice to sleep on the floor of a soon-to-be-demolished guild. This was the best solution he could come up with. Since you usually log into your alt account to relieve the pain when you sleep, we barely affect each other, and this way, I can always purify you of the pollution. While physical contact was more effective, as long as they were in the same room, MOU's world barrier effectively eliminated the pollution and reduced its concentration. Like a human-sized ultraviolet mosquito repellent lamp. Perhaps finally persuaded by MOU, or perhaps the knight had never considered refusing and was simply stunned for a moment, Aelion's expression softened, and he smiled. Okay. And so, the matter was happily settled. That afternoon, DiCarlo received 2 messages from his teacher, one saying he could move back to the Mage Tower, the other that the teacher had topped up his phone account with a large sum of money. DiCarlo, the silly road deer disciple, who had been using his wages from the Adventurers Guild to cover the teacher and the Holy Son's meals, and was nearly bankrupted by the food, burst into tears. Wow, the adventurers are right. It's much more reliable to go to the master's wife when you have trouble than to go directly to the teacher. Shoo! The adventurer next to DiCarlo quickly gestured to him to keep his voice down. Don't say the title master's wife out loud, let alone to her face. Right. Keep your CP support low-key. Keep your CP low-key. Another adventurer nodded frantically. Hush, so there are only 2 rooms in the Mage Tower, and Lord Aelion hasn't moved out yet. Hush, sisters, that's terrifying. If he moved out of one room, he'd naturally have to move into the other. The 2 adventurers exchanged glances, each smiling like an auntie. Unbeknownst to MOU, rumors were quietly spreading from player to NPC. Chapter 147. While the players in the Elven territory happily embarked on an unknown adventure, the players remaining within the territory were not idle either. They had begun the construction of the new urban area of AMT City in full swing. After days of hard work, MOU had already completed the architectural plan for the new urban area. Compared to the previous rough preliminary plan, this draft, after repeated adjustments and revisions, was more reasonable. The newly planned AMT City was based on the area enclosed by the city walls built during the Beast Tide. MOU intended to use this construction area as the core inner-city area. Later, as the number of players and residents increased, he could expand the outer city area beyond the city walls. In later versions, he could gradually expand the outer city area and build satellite cities as needed. After all, his territory, while desolate, was indeed quite large, with a vast area to the north for future development. When MOU first entered the other world, he was inexperienced and assumed the area displayed on the sand table the system gave him was the extent of his territory. Unexpectedly, it was only his new Lord's Novice Zone/Initial Activity Area. After searching through the drawers and cabinets in his study for a long time, he finally found a globe from this world, a world map, and a letter of appointment as Lord granted to him by the Magic Federation, along with an accompanying map of his territory. Of course, MOU believed that geographical cartography in this world was still in a relatively chaotic era. Scales and contour lines were out of the question. Simply being able to draw a rough outline of the area was a significant achievement. So, he asked Leah to use the bird's-eye view of the world consciousness. After defining the area with an aperture visible only to the world consciousness, she took several panoramic photos of his territory. It was also the first time he realized just how vast and sparsely populated this planet, this continent was, and how vast his territory was. It couldn't even be considered a county, but rather a country. However, within the Magic Federation's political system, AMT County was indeed, in a sense, a member state of the Magic Federation. And he was the supreme leader of that member state. Thinking about it this way, he felt a bit proud. AMT County's actual area was also the largest in the Magic Federation, far exceeding the Magic Federation's capital, Korinsura. If the Magic Federation occupied the right half of the entire Oziria continent, then AMT County occupied more than half of the central portion of the Magic Federation's territory. From a bird's-eye view, it resembled a giant, square cashew nut. The sunken portion of the cashew nut on the right side of the map, in the east, bordered the mystical city of Onisil. The dark forest stretched like a half-belt from the northwest to the center of the cashew nut, covering approximately one-third of the county. To the west, on the left edge of the cashew nut, was a towering central mountain range, nearly bisecting the continent. From a bird's-eye view, the eastern side of the mountain range was the Magic Federation, while the western side was the territory of the Church of Light. The 50-kilometer radius surrounding the Mage Tower, where he initially started, was merely a small patch of land in the lower central part of AMT County. However, despite its vastness, this land was also incredibly barren, and its population was truly sparse. The people of several villages to the north had been relocated here during the Beast Tide. Today's actual photos revealed that most of the northern part of AMT County had been razed by the Beast Tide, leaving those villages in ruins. It seems that being poor has its advantages. Even if everything were destroyed, the loss wouldn't be too great, as it could be rebuilt slowly. Scattered in the southwest and southeast were a few small villages, and a few solitary hunters. However, MOU wasn't in a hurry to relocate them. As the city developed, the people's lives would naturally improve. It was up to them to decide whether to move to the city. The northern, eastern, and central parts of AMT County were mostly desert. Only the west, due to its proximity to the central mountain range, had lakes and rivers. When moisture from the ocean blowing inland from the continent's edge encountered the central mountain range, the uplift and obstruction of the terrain formed water-laden clouds. Unable to cross the mountains, however, it fell as rain or snow. This abundant precipitation flowed down the mountain range, forming a winding river running from west to southeast. It passed right through the southern edge of AMT County, and continued to flow towards the city of Kolinsir and the Elven territory, providing a vast supply of water for daily life and farming in the main city and the Elven territory. It could be said to be the mother river of the right half of the continent. The remaining precipitation converged into the dark forest. Beyond the corpse-filled swamp formed by the ancient battlefield, further northwest lay a vast, clear lake. However, that lake lay deep within the dark forest, at the foot of the central mountain range, a sparsely populated area where magical beasts swarmed. According to Leah's intelligence, the average level of nearby magical beasts was 80. Based on Leah's actual photos, MOU drew a detailed topographical map of the area and had her mark the distribution of various minerals and magical beasts. But aside from the iron and copper mines and the difficult-to-excavate coal mines beneath the dark forest swamp, there weren't any particularly surprising metal deposits, only common ores like marble, lime, and quartz of low value. Warcraft were quite numerous, and their levels ranged widely, from level 1 to level 99, each with its own unique habitats and habitats. After listening to Ialian's popular science presentation on Warcraft, MOU finally gained some understanding of the ecology of the other world. God knows how he wondered during the Beast Tide. Why would those beasts, driven by hunger and appetite, form a tide, yet still roam tirelessly for days and nights without fatigue, needing no food or water? The complete process of a typical beast tide is, animals, eroded by pollution in a drought characterized by food shortages, die with a thirst for food. The pollution then accumulates on their corpses, stealing their original concepts, giving rise to countless beasts. These monsters possess an inherited urge to devour and destroy everything, but eating is no longer a necessary process for their survival. They rely solely on absorbing pollution to strengthen themselves, even dividing and evolving into all sorts of bizarre forms. This is easy to understand. MOU himself had seen deer covered in antlers and chickens covered in legs in the dark forest. After all, in this world infested by Cthulhu, it's perfectly reasonable for monsters to take on any depleting form. However, players do enjoy these unique and bizarre monsters, primarily because they provide more usable monster materials and parts, naturally increasing the income from selling these materials. Through Ialian's detailed explanation, MOU gradually understood that the 100,000 magical beasts that appeared during the Beast Tide were a massive condensation of pollution. They didn't need to reproduce or give birth. As long as there was enough pollution, they could naturally split into such a vast and astonishing number. In fact, if we only consider the amount of pollution, just 2 level 100 giant monsters could split into 100,000 magical beasts, Aelian said. High-level magical beasts split only to excrete the incompatible pollution, concepts, and substances within their bodies. It's a process of continuous purification and evolution. They don't blindly split into lower-level magical beasts. Isn't it like this? For example, a wolf and a snake die, and under the influence of pollution, they merge into a magical beast with a wolf's head and a snake's body. But as it continuously devours the pollution and grows stronger, it finds that crawling on the ground is too tiring, so it keeps the wolf part and splits off the snake part. So, it becomes just one wolf and one snake? Mou asked. Right. Aelian nodded approvingly. Lord, you understand quickly. A split monster typically consists of a higher-level main body, and one or more lower-level clones. Their levels are determined by the amount of contamination condensed by the concepts expelled from the main body. I see. It makes sense for a single elite boss monster to spawn countless smaller monsters. Mou nodded. Typically, after a split, due to the expulsion of unnecessary concepts, the main body's living habits differ significantly from those of the clones. Therefore, the main body and the clones often don't stay in the same area. They each seek out a more suitable living environment, absorbing more contamination and repeating the process of engulfment, fusion, rejection, and splitting, evolving and upgrading. I see. Mou nodded and circled 2 more suitable leveling areas on the map. Ever since the monsters in the iron mine were cleared, his players have been lacking low-level leveling areas. Fortunately, the Beast Tide has raised player levels, so currently, players are still able to find leveling areas. But once Leah's core energy is sufficient, and new players join, corresponding leveling areas will need to be opened simultaneously. One of the leveling areas you circled this time is a low-level monster zone suitable for new players, ranging from level 1 to 15, dominated by bizarre wolf cubs and puppies. This area is not far from AMT City, about 25 kilometers to the north. It is likely a regeneration of the monsters that died in the Beast Tide and the pollution. Letting new players clear monsters in their territory is much better than having them bully ordinary squirrels in the dark forest. At least the monsters can absorb the pollution and continue to divide. Mou stroked his chin, feeling that an idea for recycling monsters was about to emerge. No, wait, his goal was to purify and save the world, not to raise monsters. Mou, on the verge of deviating from the main questline and putting the cart before the horse, quickly stopped himself and looked towards another area. The second area was for levels 15 to 25. The monsters were primarily long-legged poisonous mushrooms that scurried about, as well as winged monsters with large eyes. It was located east of AMT County, perfectly level to connect with the first leveling area and complement the monster areas on the way to One Cell City. Chapter 148. This way, the low-level leveling areas for levels 1 to 15 will include the Dark Forest and the newly designated area. Mou intends to name it Demon Wolf Hill, and the new area for levels 15 to 25. Let's call it the Poison Eye Trail. It joins the Sand Lurkers and Thorn Plains, the 2 leveling areas leading to the Desert Oasis teleport point on the road to One Cell City, and perfectly fills the gap left by the clearing of the spiders in the iron mine. The opening of the Poison Eye Trail should also alleviate some of the pressure on the Sand Lurkers. These unfortunate monsters, with their pronounced weaknesses, have been nearly wiped out by players, and their extinction is imminent. The level 25 to 35 area contains the Copper Mine's Macrophagnum worms. Due to the Copper Mine's terrain, it's causing significant trouble for players to explore. Currently, the speed at which players can clear it is almost equal to the rate at which the Macrophagnum worms divide and spawn, so there might still be some fun to play with for a while. The leveling areas for low-level players were already defined, and next came the areas for players above level 35. Mou searched the map again, and found a suitable leveling area on either side of the Desert Oasis. The left area was for players between levels 35 and 45. The monsters here were rather unusual: sand and stone elementals and stone golems. Mou decided to call this the Sand and Stone Garden. Sand and stone elementals were monsters made of sand and gravel. They were massive yet able to float in midair. Their strange ability was unknown. Stone golems resembled Jewish golems, composed entirely of mud or stone. However, they lacked spells on their foreheads, yet they could still move around. Their attack, magic resistance, and defense were extremely high, and their thick skin and tough flesh made them seem like tough monsters. The area on the right, MOU planned to call it Star Crab Beach, was dotted with small star crabs. It wasn't clear if they were descendants of the star crab from the dungeon, but their levels had already surpassed their ancestors, around level 45 to 55, just enough to connect with the snake pit. These two areas, along with the sand lurkers and the thorn plains, form a cross around the desert oasis. The distance from the teleportation array in the desert oasis was not far. For these areas, you didn't need to set up additional teleportation arrays. He simply updated the AMT County news to remind players of the existence of leveling areas in these two directions. Both Demon Wolf Hill and Poison Eye Trail required new teleportation arrays. MOU checked the back end and saw that Leah's core energy reserves were sufficient, so he called Ialian and had him ride his Pegasus with the teleportation arrays to set up the area. It must be said that Ialian's participation was a great help to him. This knight's extraordinary combat prowess goes without saying. His extensive knowledge of this world's gods, mysticism, and even Warcraft rescues MOU from Moiwa's shabby, almost empty memory bank, awash in specialized, arcane knowledge. Compared to the amnesiac, partially disabled world consciousness Leah, Ialian possesses vastly more practical experience, enabling him to more concisely, accurately, and quickly explain key points. Even better, he knows everything. From then on, MOU finally has a know-it-all ally, no longer having to resort to roundabout tactics to gain answers from the naive Roe-Deer disciples. Even if DeCarlo hadn't suspected anything, the fact that their frequent conversations didn't align was a major problem. He had Leah generate 2 teleportation points for Ialian, and then sent a quest to Ialian's phone. The knight, accepting a quest as himself for the first time, fiddled with his phone with curiosity, and quickly understood the requirements. "I will do as you say." Ialian's lips curled slightly. He clenched his right fist, placed it on his left chest, and bowed slightly to MOU. After the greeting, he turned and headed for the door. Don't forget to place the teleportation array in a safe location, MOU reminded him promptly. Otherwise, players will be transported into a swarm of monsters, and someone could die. Puff. The knight imagined the scene, and couldn't help but smile. "Okay, I remember that." MOU listened to Ialian's brisk footsteps fading down the stairs. A few minutes later, the exclamations of players could be heard from outside the mage tower, along with a chorus of screams from those stunned by her beauty. "I almost forgot, Ilan's outfit today is quite different. He probably looks stunning on a Pegasus." MOU sat back at his desk, opened his computer, and wrote a few lines for today's news from AMT County. Then, he couldn't help but open the player forum. Sure enough, the forum's front page was flooded with high-definition photos of Ilan from multiple angles. MOU opened several posts, each filled with high-definition screenshots. Some showed Ilan just emerging from the mage tower and greeting the players. Some showed him summoning a unicorn Pegasus and gently stroking its mane, and some showed him soaring high on his steed. It had to be said that the red and black color scheme suited the silver-haired Ilan perfectly. Well, it's more accurate to say that beautiful women look amazing in anything. Players probably think so too. Every post is filled with their comments like, my wife changed her appearance." My wife looks so good in red and black too." "My wife's beauty is off the charts." "Ugh, my screen's dirty, let me lick it." All sorts of comments from fans of good looks. Today's another day the art team needs a bonus. MOU happily saved the carefully taken pictures from the players to his computer, preparing to use them as promotional material for the official website. The next wave of player slots is about to be filled. AMT County News today. Expedition mission returns. The Elven Territory. In full swing. Players who weren't selected for the expedition mission shouldn't be discouraged. There are many missions waiting for your participation at the base. Today's recommended mission. Main City Construction Series Mission Mercenary Aid Home. Bricklayers. Please participate in the construction of the Mercenary Aid Home. Successfully completing the Mercenary Aid Home will unlock subsequent Mercenary Series missions. Leveling Area Update. 2 new low-level leveling areas have been added, accessible via teleportation portals for new players. The system map indicators at the Desert Oasis teleportation point have also been updated. Players can follow the indicators to reach the Sandstone Garden and Star Crab Beach. More leveling areas await player exploration. Adventurers Guild Relocation. The Adventurers Guild window will soon be relocated to the City Council Hall. Adventurers willing to assist with the relocation and subsequent demolition tasks should register with DeCarlo. Main City Construction Series Quest Luxury Restaurant. Want to enjoy 5-star cuisine prepared by the Magic Chef Mentor? His humble tavern kitchen limits his creativity. Please build a brand new luxury restaurant for him in the designated area. Players interested in participating in this quest should register with James DeMorella. Main city construction quests. Luxury Inn. Still feeling like the tavern's second floor isn't enough? Join the construction of the Luxury Inn. Interested players should register with Papa Polly. Life occupation. Carpenter quests. The carpenters, Reno Tarda and Reno Tarda, from the northern village, are recruiting apprentices. Interested players should register with Reno Tarda. Today's hottest item. Mercerized linen. This is a rare and hard-earned material, but please reserve it for tailors, who can truly use it. Players who maliciously inflate the price of this item or disrupt market order will be warned and penalized. Today's hottest dish. So many delicious dishes. How about having the magic chef James D. Morera prepare a delicious meal for you? Be sure to ask a druid to help with purification. A&T County News Update. There are more leveling points. But where are the higher level points? I want LV 50 and above. Leveling points. I want to play new dungeons. Are there any new dungeons? Writers, please, give me some more dungeon plots that keep me awake. Wake up. When have you ever been unable to sleep since playing this game? Honestly, the dungeons in this game are really well made. But it's such a waste to have them disappear after playing the true ending once. They could be played over and over again, but they have to make them one time only. A one-time mystery dungeon is more interesting, because that way people will seriously play the true ending. That kind of brute force push, searching through every last bit of evidence and mindlessly trying to figure out an ending, is simply not the right approach to a mystery game. Just following a walkthrough is pointless. I'm on the official side this time. If you want to play a dungeon, isn't there one you haven't completed yet? That dungeon's plot is too mind-boggling. It even has a Cthulhu solo raid embedded in it. I just can't handle it. I just want the official to make some dungeons with good plots and simple scenarios, to give a new, timid, and devoted player like me a chance to survive. Honestly, the official should probably. A new dungeon has been released. I suspect the main questline is stuck. Maybe a new dungeon will be released as soon as the Elven territory opens. Think about it. Didn't the last Desert Oasis dungeon open after the trade route to Onisal City was opened? So can we look forward to it? The expedition quest should be almost finished, right? It seems like we're only halfway there. Will it take another 2 or 3 days? Wow, guys, hurry up and work on it. I really want to play the new version. That's the Elven territory. Swipe saliva. Chapter 149. The newly planned AMT city can be divided into 5 main areas. The north remains an agricultural area. Starting from the city walls, there are Victory Square, the experimental field, and the Garden of the Tree of Life. The area enclosed by the city walls still has a lot of open space waiting to be developed. MOU plans to slowly transform this entire area into clean fields. The west side can be used to plant fruit trees and tea plants. Once Leah redeems her previous reward, perhaps coffee and cocoa can also be grown. In addition to food, cotton and linen, raw materials for clothing, can also be arranged. An artificial lake will also need to be dug. When the arable area is larger, relying on the Druids and Elf exchange students, we can achieve self-sufficiency in food and fruit. The slightly off-center circular area, centered around the Mage Tower, the City Council Hall, and the original AMT Village, will serve as the central administrative and commercial district of AMT City. MOU plan to plant a sea of lilies of light beside the Mage's Tower, and then create a park nearby for players and NPCs to enjoy the flowers and relax. This way, although his Mage's Tower was centrally located, it wouldn't be too noisy. The Sea of Lilies of Light would help Ionian remove pollution, providing both practical and aesthetic benefits. The area around the City Council Hall would become the most central and bustling area of AMT City. The City Council Hall's lobby and meeting hall would be used for important events and meetings, while the first floor at the back would house the Adventurers Guild Hall. MOU had Rama craft a large number of upgraded magic puppets. When the time came, 10 automated windows would be available at once, eliminating the need for adventurers to wait in line for quests. DeCarlo could also free himself from the daily grind and find time to learn some advanced spells. In front of the City Council Hall is the World Square, currently under construction. MOU plans to erect a statue of this planet in the center of the square as a symbol of AMT County. To the left of the City Council Hall are the Civic Library and Civic School, and a little further out is the Mercenary Welfare House. Of course, the Civic Library and School are currently just fenced-off plots of land, while only the Mercenary Welfare House has already begun construction. The Lucky Sea Serpent Mercenary Group has leased a full 20 acres of land. The initial blueprint includes a courtyard, a 5-story welfare building with medical treatment facilities, and a 3-story building to serve as a base for the mercenaries. The mercenaries, eager to complete the construction of the house, have been taking turns helping with the construction these days, besides taking quests in One-Cell City to earn rent. They have become close friends with the masons and players who come to help. These mercenaries act with a straightforward and decisive approach. While they sometimes dwell on fate and luck, this mystical quality is all the more appealing to players. One player, a male player named Kinokawa, even took up astrology and divination with the mercenary Xiangyang. Kinokawa even triggered a basic class called Fortune Teller. This class isn't easy to learn, and he hasn't yet successfully completed the job transfer quest. However, judging by the 3 skills currently granted, this class isn't like a traditional nurse, but more like a combination of a thief and a prophet, like a gypsy wanderer. The 3 skills granted to the Fortune Teller before the job transfer is successful are Precognition, Divination, and Mastery. Precognition, passive skill. By tapping into the mysteries of fate, you have a chance to touch the threads of destiny spun by the goddess of fate, allowing you to perceive certain visions of the future. System note: you cannot control the visions you perceive. These visions may be glimpses of major events, or they may be trivial matters of insignificance. Whether you can grasp these warnings from fate depends entirely on your judgment. Divination, active skill. Using your learned divination skills, you can glimpse a 3-second view of the future at a specific point in the divination's future. System note: the duration of this glimpse increases with your skill level. Skillful hands, active skill. Using your elusive movements and deft finger movements, you can exploit visual misconceptions to hide cards and items, or even increase your ill-gotten gains. If you have lock-picking equipment, you can open most locks. Duration, 30 seconds. Friendly system reminder: when using this skill to gain ill-gotten gains, you may receive some strange karma. Choose your targets carefully, preferably targeting those who are unjust. If you steal the money needed to save the poor, you may face dire karma. This skill's duration increases with your skill level. For 3 minutes, cooldown period, after using skillful hands, your fingers will become fatigued. Please avoid delicate work to avoid accidents. When this player activated the fortune teller profession, Moyu remembered how he had been too lazy to work overtime on the career planning. But it didn't matter. This was a real alternate world after all. Even if the planner slacked off, the inevitable would still happen, and Leah would automatically distribute the career skill template copied from Xiangyang. In fact, Moyu felt that Leah had been learning more and more from him recently, and had become a mature planner capable of standing on her own. The fortune teller class is likely the previous stage of Xiangyang's astrologer, and both belong to the destiny sequence. Their skills are heavily influenced by the dice of fate. This class is very much like a gypsy circus member. Since the fortune teller as primary divination tool is an 88-card arcana deck, very similar in form and meaning to a tarot deck, they also possess exceptional hand skills, similar to a magician's. Hiding, swapping, and stealing cards are easy tasks. This also makes them more like con artists than fortune tellers, saying one thing to one person and another to another. The full set of templates unlocked after the class change also includes unconventional skills like persuasion and creation out of nothingness. However, this class's combat effectiveness is quite weak, with only throwing knives and daggers at their disposal. It is a slippery class focused on agility and escape. The fortune teller's complete skill template looks like this. Persuasion. Use your eloquence and eloquent speech to gain the target's favor and approval, lowering their defenses. If fate favors you, requires a successful persuasion check or a lucky roll, you can conquer the world with your words. Creating out of nothingness. Through crafty hands, you can make items appear that weren't originally in your possession. Required status. The prerequisite skill, crafty hands, has been triggered. The designated item must be within 30 meters of you. You must own the item or have its owner's permission to use it. Hit, passive skill. Your throwing attack's hit chance increases by 10%. Dagger mastery, passive skill. You gain equal dexterity in both hands, automatically mastering all daggers, short swords, and dagger-type weapons. Agility increases by 10%. While in sleight of hand, your hit chance increases by 50%, and your critical hit chance increases by 30%. While sleight of hand is on cooldown, your mastery decreases, and you have a 10% chance of accidentally hitting yourself. Throwing knife, active skill. A long-range throwing skill. Affected by both sleight of hand and sleight of hand. While in sleight of hand, your hit chance increases by 100%, and your critical hit chance increases by 30%. While sleight of hand is on cooldown, your hit chance decreases to 10%, and you have a 40% chance of accidentally hitting yourself or allies. Note: in combat, if you don't throw, you can use throwing knives as blades. Although both hunters and diviners have dagger specialization, there are clear differences between them. Hunters are more suited to one-handed daggers, while diviners can wield two daggers. Hunters have neither bonuses nor penalties, making them a fairly standard skill. However, diviners are significantly affected by the skill of hands skill, making them a double whammy. Following the mercenaries' strong demands, a luxurious restaurant and high-end inn will be built across from their orphanage. To the right of the city council, where AMT Village once stood, the old houses will be demolished and replaced with various shops. Tailors, blacksmiths, and general stores will be relocated, expanded, and apprentice areas will be added, freeing players from having to work in cramped, dark shops. Tailor shops, blacksmith shops, and other shops with livelihoods will place equipment and workbenches in the apprentice area that players can rent and use at low prices. There will no longer be a situation where a furnace in a blacksmith shop is hard to come by, or the only sewing machine in a tailor shop is occupied by someone else. Of course, new shops like the carpenter shop also need to be added. And with more players, the player market can expand further, even adding some player farms to serve as breeding areas. For example, near the fish ponds north of the village, several breeding farms could be added. This way, druids can cultivate the fields and then care for the animals, creating a convenient and well-organized flow. Furthermore, the fertilizer from the breeding farms and fish ponds can be returned to the fields, and the crops grown can be used as feed. The finished products can then be sold at the player market within a short distance, making it very convenient. Further west of the player market is the residential area, which accommodates not only players but also NPCs. While most NPCs live in a shopfront, back-of-house arrangement, many of the refugees who relocated from the previous Beast Tide haven't found suitable jobs yet, and are currently simply renovating the empty houses in AMT Village to live in. As relations with the elves grew closer, MOU asked them to add another 100 treehouses. Now, not only would every adventurer have a chance to obtain a treehouse, but the elves and homeless NPCs assigned to their territory each month would also have a place to live. Of course, players still needed to earn military merit and gold coins before they could finally live in their own treehouse. But with such a tangible reward right in front of them, the players' enthusiasm was indeed boosted. When MOU passed by, he often saw players squatting outside the treehouse area, drooling. Keep working hard, workers. While you might not be able to pay your mortgage in real life, at least you can earn a treehouse in this other world. Chapter 150. The southern part of AMT City is still a factory district, but MOU has deliberately left a considerable distance between it and the rest of the city. Although this world's technology incorporates the advanced technology of alchemy, the factory district still carries significant production risks, such as environmental pollution from dust and chemical toxins, and the potential for accidents or explosions. Leaving the land empty is also a delicate matter. In the original world, perhaps it would be more reasonable to designate it as a storage area. But in this alien world with space props, there's no need for a storage area. Whether it's raw materials or finished products, the safest way to store them is to stuff them into space props. It's simple and easy, requiring no manual handling. It automatically preserves its original state during storage, preventing volatilization and decay. It can also be retrieved directly through mental power. Such a powerful storage device should be introduced to every world. So, MOU is considering digging an artificial canal between the factory district and the residential area. Of course, this project currently seems a rather difficult concept to realize. Even if antimatter bombs and earth walls could be used to dig a canal, creating a canal out of thin air in the desert would require far more than water flow technique and earth walls. Upstream and downstream environments, the direction and path of the artificial canal, the network of tributaries, and whether factories along the way would generate wastewater discharge. These are all issues that require planning and design if the artificial canal is not to become a stagnant pool of water. Leah suggested that MOU wait until they gain the authority over nature or reality before attempting to alter the landscape. With the authority over nature, one could alter the topography and course of mountains, rivers, and other landforms. Or with the authority over reality, one could create springs and water sources out of thin air at will. For a god, these tasks are a snap of a finger, but using human power would require considerable effort, even for players in the fourth disaster. MOU accepted Leah's suggestion, pinched his nose, closed his computer, and prepared to happily leave work. Aelian just emerged from the bedroom. Although he always kept most of his belongings in his interspatial belt, he was moving in for a while after all, and there were still many frequently used personal items that needed to be put back in their proper places. Mou even cleared out half his closet for Aelian. Clothes, like mercerized shirts, which needed to maintain their drape and avoid wrinkles, needed to relax naturally in the closet rather than in the interspatial belt. Since Mou's time travel, DeCarlo had taken care of almost all the housework and chores in the Mage Tower. Even those days when he had to sleep on the floor in the adventurer's shared quarters, the young apprentice, though a poor student, was undeniably respectful of his teacher. Not only did he deliver meals, wash dishes, and clean the room and bathroom every day, he even washed Mou's clothes. Mou had finally managed to salvage his own underwear. Asking his apprentice to wash his underwear was too embarrassing for him. Even though Aelian's room had been taken over, due to Mou's mistake, DeCarlo still took good care of the former Holy Son, now a knight. He even cleaned Aelian's bathroom and removed his bandages and clothes, washing them and hanging them on the top floor. Of course, after discovering this, Aelian's face would unconsciously turn a pink with embarrassment whenever he saw DeCarlo. This time, when he heard from the players that he had been occupying the young apprentice's room, the knight was so embarrassed that he almost dug a villa out of the ground with his toes. So, after the Lord proposed what seemed to be the most suitable solution, Aelian agreed almost immediately. Aelian rarely owed favors to anyone, he usually repaid them readily. Under normal circumstances, he owed many more people. But this time, he felt like he was about to repay the debt of gratitude he owed to this master and disciple. "Are you all settled in?" Mou asked. "Yes." Aelian sat down obediently on the sofa, looking unusually reserved. "Don't worry too much. We're just moving to a new room. It's not like we haven't slept in the same bed before." Mou noticed Aelian's uneasiness and offered a soothing smile. "It's just a new roommate. Of course, since we're living together, it's going to take a few days to adjust. If there's anything you're not used to, please let me know. I'd do my best to fix it." He paused. "If you need some time alone, you can tell me directly." "Okay." Aelian smiled, visibly relaxing. Just then, Leah suddenly appeared. "Lord, the Elven expedition has arrived at the designated location, and the third teleportation array can be deployed. But there are currently 5 members of the expedition online. They discovered the existence of the illusion and are heading there. Should we stop them?" Aelian also sat up straight, leaning forward slightly. "I can go online and stop them." Mou waved his hand. "No, although I prefer to run through the content myself before launching a new version to confirm there are no bugs, but the new dungeon. No, the new illusion is physically there. It doesn't really matter whether the players or the GM enter first. The only bug right now is that the teleportation array at the entrance to the new dungeon is not open. This is easy to fix. Aelian, go on your SMUF and activate the teleportation array. We keep it in private mode as planned. If these 5 players successfully complete their quest and exit the illusion, we activate the teleportation array in public mode to facilitate their return to the city. If they all die and return to the city, we continue as planned." He pondered for a moment and instructed, "After activating the teleportation array, Kylo Allen can break camp and set off without waiting for these stragglers. Anyway, once they reach the Elven territory, all the teleportation arrays will be activated, allowing players to move freely. Kylo Allen won't have to be so obsessive about keeping tabs on every single player." Mou had naturally emphasized this to Kylo Allen, but the stubborn elf always had his own beliefs, so Mou let him be. "Are we really not going to worry about those players?" Aelian asked worriedly. "No, players are like cockroaches, possessing incredibly strong vitality and the ability to self-reinvent themselves." Mou said, "They must be thinking they're advancing the main storyline and have successfully triggered a new illusion. When someone successfully completes the quest and exits the illusion, and discovers the teleportation array, they assume it's because they already completed the dungeon and activated it. The logic is self-consistent and perfect." Hearing this, Aelian felt relieved and said, "Then I go set up the teleportation array and tell Kylo Allen to set off." Mou nodded. Seeing Aelian close his eyes and lie down to log into his secondary account, he also opened the player forum to see if there were any live broadcast posts about this dungeon. Apart from anything else, he was still a bit curious about this new dungeon. Yoyu was incredibly thankful that it was her day off, and she happened to be online. She had been feeling a bit sleepy and wanted to catch up on some sleep, but after tossing around in bed a few times, she habitually donned her VR glasses and logged into the game. She was surprised to see the elves arriving at a new location, resting there. And not far away, a familiar black smoke rose from a small hill. Yo-Yo had been in dungeons a few times before, and she immediately recognized the black smoke as a sign of an illusion. She rubbed her hands excitedly and, while the elves weren't paying attention, slipped out in that direction. But after only a few steps, she noticed several other players had the same reaction. "Hey! Yo-Yo, let's go explore the new dungeon together." Luzo Lagia waved to her. Following behind him were Suifeng Ershi, Ma Yujifu, and a girl she didn't quite recognize, Ming Wirukwai. She was more familiar with Luzo Lajiao than the three players behind her, so she politely nodded as a greeting. "Are we going to team up?" Luzo Lajiao asked. Suifeng Ershi is a hunter, Mo Yujifu is a knight, Ming Yiruhuai is a mage, and with you being a druid, we have a pretty complete class mix. Let's go in and take a look. We don't even know what kind of dungeon this is. Today you said, if it's a team-based dungeon, we team up. If it's a competitive dungeon, then we follow the system rules. Oh yes, that's a possibility. Luzo Laji nodded. Let's get there before the elves notice we're running away. They tiptoed quietly, and finally made it to the small hill where the black smoke had emerged. Excitement filled the faces of all five. Jinri Yo-Yo and Luzo Laji were excited to discover a new dungeon for the first time, while the other three were even more excited. They hadn't even entered the previous dungeon before, having only watched expert forum videos showcasing their progress. Enter! Jinri Yo-Yo rubbed his hands and stepped into the dungeon, successfully entered the illusion, analyzing the illusion's obsession. This illusion has been detected as a special one. Main quest, 1, side quests, unlimited, and the number of dungeon entries, unlimited. The dungeon information and prompts have been updated and can be viewed on the quest interface. As she passed through the familiar jelly-like barrier, she heard a divine, lofty female voice echo from the sky. "It's dark. Please close your eyes. Everything is quiet." Jinri Yo-Yo, ? Why does this sentence sound so familiar? She shook her head, not bothering to check her status before opening the quest panel. Chapter 151. Instance name, Village where night falls. This is an illusion created by the obsession of the dead. You are in a strange little village. While seemingly peaceful, a werewolf lurks within. Werewolves appear normal during the day, but transform at night. This village has long been threatened by werewolves. This instance is a special instance. Groups are not available, and private chat, forums, or external communication devices are unavailable. Please play as your current character. Current main quest, unknown. Current side quest, successfully complete a round of werewolf. Complete at least one side quest or main quest before exiting the instance. This instance is a special instance. Deaths do not contribute to instance distortion. After 5 minutes of entering each round of werewolf, the room will be locked and the game will begin. Your current side quest room number is 001. Current dungeon difficulty, hard. Current dungeon purification progress, 0%. Game rules. The village originally has 13 people. Upon entering the game, the player will randomly replace one person and assume their role. The village contains 4 werewolves, 5 ordinary villagers, and 4 people blessed by the Dark Goddess and the Goddess of Fate. The villagers and those blessed by the goddesses are all on the good side. Each night, all werewolves can kill one person. Each day, the villagers can investigate or discuss the situation. At noon, they vote and kill the most suspicious person with the most votes. If all werewolves in the village are eliminated, the good side wins. If the number of werewolves exceeds the number of good people, and all people blessed by the goddess or villagers die, the werewolves win. The person blessed by the dark goddess is, one person the witch can prepare 2 potions, one that cures all ailments and the other that inflicts a fatal blow. A witch can only use 1 potion per night, either saving or killing someone. Hunter, 1 player. When a hunter dies, they can shoot and kill 1 person, but they cannot shoot if they are poisoned by a witch also blessed by the dark goddess. Blessed by the goddess of fate, prophet, 1 player each night, they can confirm the true identity of 1 person. Guardian, 1 player each night, a guard can protect 1 person, including themselves, and the protected person will not be killed by werewolves. However, they cannot protect the same person 2 nights in a row. If a protected person is poisoned by a witch blessed by the dark goddess, the protection is lost, and the protected person will still die. Time flow. This dungeon has a 7-day cycle, which is equivalent to 1 day of game time outside of the dungeon. Save points. There are no save points for side quests in this dungeon. Wow, I'm actually playing a werewolf dungeon in a VR online game. And it's a 13-player game with a female hunter guarding a normal board. Today, Yo-Yo muttered, and there's a side quest that allows you to open unlimited game rooms. This dungeon could be played forever. She closed the quest panel and looked around. She woke up in a bed in a room, dressed like an ordinary village girl. However, after searching her room and finding and opening a secret door, she saw a crucible in a dark room and 2 bottles filled with liquid potions. One bottle was labeled, highly toxic, the other, divine elixir. Oh my god, I'm a witch. Today Yo-Yo checked again and discovered that this werewolf game was a physical one. There were no character cards, but there were physical items. The items couldn't be added to the game's inventory. Furthermore, all the system's built-in communication channels, forums, QQ, and other communication apps were all disabled. Her own druid-class skills were all grayed out and unusable. As expected of a special dungeon, this is to prevent players from cheating. Today Yo-Yo tucked 2 small medicine bottles snugly into her bra, wrapped herself in a coat, and after jumping a few times to make sure they wouldn't fall out or be seen, she left without worry. It was daytime, the perfect time for investigation. She had to find out the identities of her companions. The god cards had props, making them easier to identify. The hunter's was a gun, the guard's might be a shield, and the prophet's might be a divination prop. Today Yo-Yo had played werewolf many times, but only online. She knew the key to werewolf was concealing and guessing identities. But now everyone was using physical props. So how could they play? Logically, werewolves were the only ones who could recognize each other in the dark. Their advantage was knowing each other's identities. But the god cards and villagers had to rely on guessing. If the god cards had such obvious props that could easily identify them, then werewolf would undoubtedly become incredibly easy and boring. No, this game couldn't possibly have such a bizarre setup. The divine card props were so obvious, they could only be used to increase the difficulty. Could it be that the props themselves aren't completely linked to identity? Today, Yu was startled, and suddenly realized something. Although there were 2 bottles of potion hidden in the house she had just woken up in, was she really a witch? And why? Did this werewolf game actually start during the day? She glanced at the sun in the sky. It should be around 3 p.m. According to the normal werewolf setting, it should have started in the evening or at night. She suddenly turned around and looked back at the house she had just left. Every house here looked almost identical, those German fairy tale style mud cottages with thatched roofs, as if they'd been copied and pasted from the same template. She was standing in her yard. There was a mailbox at the gate. She looked at the name on it, Olivia. The current confirmed clue was, Olivia was a witch. So, is my name Olivia? Today Yo-Yo wondered uncertainly. She walked around the yard, but found no further clues, so she left. Lujo Laggio thought he might be a werewolf. Not that the werewolf game gave out ID cards or anything like that. But when you wake up in a basement, lying on a thatched mat in just your underwear, your right hand chained to the wall, and the walls and floor are covered in marks from wolf claws, it's hard to come up with any other conclusions. He looked around and finally found a note on the wall behind him that read, "The key is under the straw mat." Lujo Laggio pulled the key to his chain from under the mat and unlocked the shackles on his right hand. Then, carefully restoring everything, he walked out of the basement. The door to the basement was a secret door. Upon exiting, the secret door automatically returned to a flawless brick wall. He must have lived alone. Lujo Laggio found clothes in the closet that fit perfectly. He then checked the letters on the desk. They were all addressed to a young man named Hilta. He suspected he was this Hilta, and a werewolf. This round of werewolf features 4 wolves, 4 gods, and 5 civilians. Since he's a werewolf, the 5 players can't possibly be on the same side. While I feel like I might be a bit of a scapegoat, it's probably easier to extract information from players right now than from an unknown NPC. I don't know what the god card is, so maybe I should just pretend to be an ordinary villager. Lujo Laggio made a decision and pushed open the door. Today, Yo-Yo felt something strange growing more and more strange as he walked. Every small house, every intersection, every path here was almost identical. 13 identical houses formed a circle around a central point. In front of each house was a path leading to the center, and that center was a small circular square. In the center stood a stone table, flanked by 13 stone chairs. To the northwest stood a gallows. This should be where they all voted at noon. But today, Yo-Yo felt something very strange. She couldn't help but feel that this dungeon wasn't a regular werewolf game. The incorrect start time, the lack of identity cards, the unhidden divine item. What was the purpose of all these settings? Furthermore, if each game of werewolf consisted of a side quest, 1 room at a time, then what about the main plot of this illusion? Who was the person who died here? Was he or she obsessed with endlessly playing werewolf? Good afternoon, Rosalie. Suddenly, a man approached from the opposite path and greeted her. What are you thinking about? You look so serious. I'm pondering a philosophical question. The man was clearly an NPC. Jinryu suddenly had an idea and, in a long, enigmatic voice, asked, I'm wondering. Who am I? You're Rosalie? Who else could it be? The man was stunned. No, that's not what I meant. Jinryu shook his head. My name is Rosalie, but that name doesn't represent everything about me, right? I'm made up of my soul and body, but my hobbies and personality all come from my past. In my memories, I'm Rosalie, but if my memories disappear, will I still be the same person? If, at this moment, everyone told me, with no memory, that my name was Olivia, and I believed them without a doubt, who would I live as? That's a good question. The man said, what makes us human is it determined by external perception, or by one's own perception? So what do you think? Today's Rain asked, who do you consider yourself? I, naturally, am your loyal companion, Leonardo. The man bowed ostentatiously. Lady absorbed in philosophy, it's getting late. You should return to your abode. The sunset in the village is always exceptionally brief. The goddess of darkness always descends silently. When you find yourself surrounded by darkness, werewolves have already extended their claws under the cover of night. The man wore a playboy's smile. Please choose a path home. Chapter 152. It's raining today. Since entering the game, the only house whose owner is clearly known is the one owned by the witch Olivia. But this NPC named Leonardo clearly recognizes her, and calls her Rosalie. But who is Rosalie? Why is she in Olivia's house? Is she also a divine card? Leonardo's urging her to return home is not only a reminder of the game's progress, but also a choice for her to make. Should she return to Olivia's house? Or blindly search for Rosalie's house? Or, is there any other path? The most crucial aspect of a game like Werewolf is identity. While maintaining your own identity, you must also discern the true identities of others. So, in this Werewolf side quest embedded within the VR online game dungeon, the game's troublemaking planners and screenwriters, who have repeatedly proven themselves in previous dungeons, have likely made some uncanny changes to the Werewolf rules and planted clues about this dungeon's main plot. A suspiciously long half-day passed before the game began, and there was no direct ID card or hint. Considering that the divine card item could be taken away, today Yo-Yo had a bold guess. This must be the first level of the game, the puzzle involving her own ID card. Flashing with thought, today Yo-Yo smiled at Leonardo. Dusk is approaching, and it would be rude for a valiant gentleman to allow a lady to return home alone. She lifted her skirt slightly, and gave a classic European curtsy. I'm a little scared. Could you please escort me home? It didn't matter that she didn't know where her home was, surely this NPC should know. She hadn't encountered any other players in such a long time, and Jinryu began to suspect that at this stage, all player spaces were isolated. Then, the NPC that appeared at this stage was likely the host of the Werewolf game, a completely neutral judge. The playboy-like Leonardo stared at Jinryu for a moment before a bright smile gradually emerged. Yes, you're right. It's every gentleman's duty to escort a lady home. He bowed with an exaggerated gesture. Then please follow me. Jinryu followed Leonardo out of the circular plaza. If she had come from due south before, she noticed that he had taken the northeastern path, the third path from due north. This path was identical to the one she had taken from Olivia's house. The two of them walked quietly to the gate. Jinryu glanced at the name written on the mailbox. It was indeed Rosalie. Well, good luck to you, Miss Philosophy. Leonardo took off his hat, gave her another fancy salute, and then turned and left gracefully. Jinryu breathed a sigh of relief. She looked around the yard but found no clues or unusual circumstances. She hurried into the house to search for clues. The basic furnishings of this room were not much different from Olivia's, but on Rosalie's dressing table, Jinryu found a locket with a female portrait. Opening it, she saw her own face in the photo. Okay, it seems my true identity is indeed Rosalie. Today Yo-Yo felt a little relieved, but Rosalie still held many mysteries. She also found a secret room within the house. Upon entering, she discovered that Rosalie must also be a divine card. On the table in the secret room lay a crystal ball, playing cards, and a pendulum. A notebook, filled with bizarre and incoherent writing, lay open on the tabletop. Holy crap, I'm a prophet. Today Yo-Yo was shocked. So I'm in someone else's house because I'm checking witches for the first round today? Wait, why can a prophet steal someone's props during a check? That doesn't seem right. Today Yo-Yo took out the 2 small bottles and fell into deep thought. Well, there are several possibilities. The first possibility is that this stage is actually the identity card issuance stage. I have 2 choices, either become the prophet Rosalie or the witch Olivia. After choosing one identity, the other will most likely be discarded. Or alternatively, the exposed character name will be discarded, and the unselected identity will be forcibly issued to another player or NPC who has no right to choose. The second possibility is that this is some kind of privilege of the prophet. The prophet's method of identity verification is likely to be the ability to enter someone's house and inspect their secret room. But inspection is one thing, but taking someone's items is a bit too much. Could the witch even brew 2 more potions herself? Or could the prophet obtain the items of the person they inspect every night? But Jinri Yo-Yo thought about it and rejected himself. No, the speculation about the prophet's verification method is plausible, but the latter is unlikely. The prophet is already a powerful card. There's no need to add a setting that allows him to obtain other people's items. It would actually disrupt the game balance. Before she could even think of a solution, she looked out the window and saw the sun setting outside, signaling the approach of nightfall. Just then, a system voice rang out, 5 minutes until dark. Please enter your character name and identity in the dialog box. If you've chosen the character blessed by the goddess, you must also submit the corresponding items. So that's the first option. Today Yo-Yo quickly ran into the secret room, pocketing all the prophet's items on the table. She also dropped the 2 bottles of witch's potion onto the table. A dialog box appeared before her, player character name. Character identity. Today Yo-Yo immediately filled in the information. The system voice continued, player character name, Rosalie. Character identity, prophet, the selected character is blessed by the goddess. Item detection in progress. Today Yo-Yo felt an orange-yellow light sweep over her, and then the system voice announced, prophet items detected, crystal ball and arcana cards. Verification passed. Congratulations to Today Yo-Yo, you have obtained entry to this werewolf side quest. Your prophet items can now be saved to your player inventory. Your currently activated main quest faction is Destiny. Sure enough, this extra day is for obtaining an ID card, but what does the main quest faction mean? Today Yo-Yo recalled the dungeon prompt. A person blessed by 2 goddesses. The goddess of darkness and the goddess of destiny. Could this game be controlled by the goddess of darkness and the goddess of destiny? Are all you gods so bored? Do you enjoy watching players play werewolf? The sky darkened rapidly, and the same female voice I heard upon entering the dungeon rang out. It's dark. Please close your eyes. Everything is quiet. This is the first night. System prompt. Number of players entering this dungeon, 5. Number of players successfully qualified for this side quest, 3. This game has a fixed capacity of 13. Due to insufficient players, the remaining roles will be played by NPCs from the Illusion Realm. 5 people entered, and 2 have already been eliminated? It seems the initial identity for the house was probably a bit of a ripoff. It turns out the correct identity card is still a bit hard to come by. Today Yo-Yo muttered to herself as she watched the crystal ball she was holding light up slightly. A different female voice called out, please, prophet, confirm the identity of a player. Today Yo-Yo looked at the illuminated crystal ball, and saw its surface transformed into a display screen, scrolling through the portraits of 12 people besides herself. She saw the portraits of Luzhou Laojiu and Mingweru Huai. Well, let's start with the players. She decisively chose Luzhou Laojiu. The arcana card in her hand lit up, and a card fell out, depicting a werewolf. Not bad luck. I catch an iron wolf at the start. Today Yo-Yo had no time to rejoice before she was plunged into a silent darkness. When her vision returned to light, the system indicated it was the next morning. The evening was omitted. Today Yo-Yo blinked, and it felt like the darkness had only shrouded her for a few seconds. But what she omitted was not what the system saw. A nighttime event report popped up in front of her. Last night was Christmas Eve. No one died. Christmas Eve, so it seems the play was pretty normal. If the werewolf hadn't just happened to hit a guard guarding them, then it was probably the witch who saved them with a potion. In her experience with werewolf on rainy day, in the usual pre-game board for female hunters, if the player didn't speak up on the first night, the guards would most likely leave their guards alone to free up the initiative for the next day's guards, with a small chance of them defending themselves. Unless the werewolf had just hit a guard guarding them, it was almost always the witch who saved them with a potion. She's a prophet herself, having detected an iron wolf last night. If nothing unexpected happens today, she'd probably be on the police badge. Then she see if she can get some guards to watch over her tonight. There are only 3 active players in this bureau. I wonder if NPCs from other worlds are even considered police officers. Today, Yo-Yu opened the door and walked down the path to the square. Quite a crowd had already gathered. She counted and found 8 people, including herself, but the other 2 players were nowhere to be seen. She blended into the crowd and waited a moment longer before the remaining 4 appeared. Once all 13 people had arrived, a white mist enveloped the small square, and the 13 paths vanished into the mist. It looked like they wouldn't be allowed back inside until they passed the stage. A familiar figure emerged from the mist. Leonardo, wearing a dark blue tailcoat and white gloves, took off his gaudy hat and gave a pompous bow to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage of destiny. Chapter 153. This is Fate's stage, and also the battlefield of the night. Here, we are all puppets of the gods. Leonardo, hat in right hand and cane in left, happily spun on one foot. Perform here, tell your stories, wail fear. Death is our final destination, and only by pleasing the gods can our lives have meaning. I, Leonardo, am the master and referee of this game. Let me clarify the rules of this game. There is no sheriff in this round. He put his hat back on. Players voted out during the day, except for hunters, will not reveal their true identities. Players killed at night, except for which poisoning will not be known. Are they wolves? When a hunter fires a shot, the victim's true identity will be revealed. Since last night was Christmas Eve, please begin in room 1, due north, and take your seats in clockwise order. Your number will appear on the back of your left hand. You can speak truthfully or falsely, but you only get one chance to speak each day. Everything you say will become the basis for others' decision to execute you. The NPCs seemed accustomed to this plot development. They quickly took their seats, leaving only 3 empty seats at the table. Jinri Yo-Yu was number 3. After taking her seat, she looked up and saw that Luzhou Laju was number 8. Mingweru Huai was number 11. The owner of room 1, due north, was a middle-aged female NPC with a high bun and a wearied look on her face. I'm just an ordinary villager. What happened last night? I don't know anything. After she finished speaking, the owner of room 2, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose who looked quite dignified, spoke up next. I'm the prophet. I checked room 3 last night. Room 3 is Iron Wolf. Damn! It's raining today. A werewolf is pretending to be the prophet and has even managed to find me. It was her turn. She smiled and said, sorry, room 2. I'm the real prophet. Your impersonation has exposed you as a wolf. I checked room 8 last night. Room 8 is also Iron Wolf, so there are 2 of them now. There are 4 werewolves in total. If someone takes the lead and votes me out, there's a high probability that one of them is a remaining wolf. Werewolves will act collectively. If I get voted out, everyone must keep an eye on those who voted me out. Since last night was Christmas Eve, the witch should have used the antidote. If I wasn't voted out during the day, I hope the guards will keep an eye on me tonight. The witch can poison room 2 or room 8 Iron Wolf. The witch's poisoning of the wolf is visible. If 2 and 8 are wolves, then I'm truly a prophet. Considering the possibility that the wolf stabbed itself to death the first night, the identity of last night's target isn't particularly important. I suggest the witch conceal her identity and protect herself. Tonight, poison the wolf, and we know the outcome. If I survive tonight, I check on number 11. Number 4 was a young girl. Her gaze shifted hesitantly between number 2 and today's rain. There must be something wrong with these 2 prophets, but I don't know which one is the problem. Let's wait and see. I'm a villager. Numbers 5 and 6 were a white-haired old man and a teenage boy, respectively. Both claimed to be villagers and offered no other opinions. Number 7, a young woman with wavy brown hair, hesitated for a moment before speaking. There must be a wolf between number 2 and number 3 pretending to be a prophet. Number 2 is in the lead position pretending to be a prophet and sending a check. If she's not the real prophet, she's a wolf. Other good people wouldn't randomly send a check. Number 3's prophet feels more genuine. She sent a check to number 8 and had the witch use poison to test number 2 or 8 at night. I think if the witch protects her identity from the werewolf's knife, it can be confirmed. If numbers 2 and 8 are wolves, then number 3 is most likely the real prophet. Number 8's identity hadn't been revealed before. If number 3 is a wolf, there's no need to sacrifice a teammate. If number 3 is a wolf, then number 8 is definitely a good candidate. Personally, if number 3 is a wolf and simply wants to use someone else's knife to kill number 8, if they're unlucky, the worst they can do is kill a villager, which isn't very profitable, and the witch's poison will result in a fatal blow. It's better to pretend to be a villager and bite number 2, which increases the chance of survival. So, I think the probability of number 3 being a prophet is higher, and the probability of number 2 and 8 being a wolf is higher. Number 8 is Lujo Laju. It's raining today, so he can't claim to be a divine card. That would immediately indicate something's wrong with him. Since there are already 2 prophets on the field, jumping into the role of prophet at this point is better for assisting teammate number 2 and confirming number 2's identity. As expected, Lujo Laju opened his mouth. I'm a villager. I don't know why number 3 calls me a wolf, but I know her kill check is flawed. I trust number 2's kill check, and number 3 is undoubtedly the Iron Wolf. Number 9 was a dark-haired man who seemed the quiet type. I think we should focus on whether to vote for number 2 or number 3 this round. Number 8 can wait for the witch's test results tonight. He paused, as if pondering. The werewolves will definitely kidnap people. Whether we vote for number 2 or number 3 today, we can note the voters and use that to determine the outcome. Number 10 was a kind-faced old woman. She seemed unable to hear what everyone was saying. She let out a long drawn-out "ah" and simply said, I'm a villager. Number 11 was player Mingwe Rukui. She glanced at Lujo Lajiao, then at today's rain, and hesitated. I'm not very good at this. Let's just assume that if we vote for number 2 during the day, and number 3 is a wolf, then the witch will poison number 8 at night, and poison the villagers. We lose 1 prophet and 1 villager, but we can confirm that number 3 is the Iron Wolf. If number 3 isn't a wolf, then we have killed 2 wolves and confirmed 1 prophet. If we vote for number 3 during the day, and number 2 is a wolf, then tonight, the witch will poison number 8, the wolves. We lose a prophet and gain 2 wolves. If number 2 isn't a wolf, then we kill a wolf, take out a villager, and gain a prophet. She seemed confused, thinking over and over, muttering, there doesn't seem to be any difference. That's not how it's calculated. Number 12, a woman with glasses and long black hair, said, the werewolves have 4 votes. To maintain their team's lead, they definitely try to vote out the real prophet. If good people just blindly vote, the probability of voting out the real prophet is higher than the probability of voting out the werewolf. At this point, it's preliminarily confirmed that number 3 voted for number 2, and if number 3 voted, then number 2 and number 8 must have voted. If number 3 is a werewolf, there's no need to drag number 8 into the fight against her. Her werewolf teammates will help her vote for number 2. So I suspect it's more likely that number 2 is a werewolf, and number 3 is a prophet. Number 13, a middle-aged gentleman, adjusted his monocle, glanced around, and said, looks like I'm going to vote here. Let me think about it. Number 12 has a point. If number 3 is the prophet, then number 2, number 8, and the remaining 2 werewolves are the biggest advantage. Since it's only the first day, we good guys have the biggest advantage. While the truth of number 3 will be revealed tonight, I think, assuming number 3 is telling the truth, voting for number 2 will yield the highest payoff. For the werewolves to win, they must either kill all those blessed by the gods, all the villagers, or everyone. Currently, the good guys have a larger advantage. However, if we kill the real prophet, that advantage will be reduced, but it's not irreversible, and we can still make a judgment based on the kidnapping situation. Tomorrow's round will definitely reveal some clues. Well, everyone, vote. Leonardo took off his hat and pulled out 2 pieces of paper, red and blue. Those who want to vote for number 2, please write your number on the red paper. Those who want to vote for number 3, please write your number on the blue paper. He smiled. We soon find out who will be hanging today. If someone dies in the game and their team ultimately wins, do they count as losers or winners? Today Yo-Yo suddenly raised his hand and asked. They count as dead. Leonardo wore a clown-like, terrifying smile. They are victims of fate. Perhaps the road to victory is paved with their corpses, but dead is dead. For them, it must be a failure. Today, Yo-Yo fell into deep thought. The side quest required to complete the game is to complete a round of werewolf. According to Leonardo's statement, those who died during the game are dead. There's no chance of their faction winning and resurrecting them. So, for the player, the death of their husk means exiting the dungeon. To successfully complete a round of werewolf, one must survive from beginning to end. Now vote. The ballots were quickly collected, with red votes clearly outnumbering blue. Let me see. Leonardo counted the votes. Those who voted for number 2 are 1, 3, 4, 7, 9, 11, 12, and 13. Those who voted for number 3 are 2, 5, 6, 8, and 10. It seems the person chosen to be hanged today is number 2. Number 2's face paled visibly. A rope suddenly fell from the sky, wrapped around his neck, and dragged him, unresisting, all the way to the gallows. The man frantically clawed at the hemp rope around his neck, kicking his feet in the air until everything was completely silent. Today Yo-Yo gasped and couldn't help but touch his neck. Day 1 over. Everyone can go back to your rooms. Leonardo smiled and snapped his fingers. The white mist surrounding the small square dissipated. He put his hat back on. Tonight will be a lively night. Chapter 154. A small, illuminated path appeared before each player, flanked by walls of air, preventing them from communicating with the players around them. Today Yo-Yo walked back along the path to her house, arriving at dusk. It seemed that the time loop in this dungeon was more like a normal werewolf dungeon than the all-day loop of Clock Tower Town. Here, today Yo-Yo didn't even need to eat, her satiety never dropping. After she chose the Prophet, the 2 bottles of witch's potion she had previously obtained automatically disappeared. It seemed that the system had generated a new witch. This witch would probably follow her advice tonight and poison the Lujo Laju. She had just sat down on the bed when night fell rapidly again. The familiar female voice rang out again, "Darkness. Please close your eyes. All is still." This is the second night. Today Yo-Yo waited only a moment before she saw the crystal ball she held dimly light up. A different female voice called out, "Please, Oracle, confirm the identity of a player. Today, number 2 has already been voted on. If she survives tonight, and the witch poisons another wolf, the remaining 2 wolves will most likely be among numbers 5, 6, and 10. Today Yo-Yo flicked the illuminated crystal ball screen, and selected the portrait of the old woman at number 10. This hearing-impaired old woman indeed had no special identity. The illuminated arcana card depicted a person holding a wheat ear, with the word villager labeled on it. Today Yo-Yo fell into a silent darkness again. In the darkness, she pondered anxiously, will the guards watch over her tonight? Will the werewolves come to kill her? As the oracle, the chances of her being killed tonight are quite high. The witch's antidote must have been used up the first night. Will the wolves be poisoned tonight? After eliminating the old lady number 10, would numbers 5 and 6 be the remaining 2 wolves? Those 2 NPCs had barely made any comments other than they were villagers, appearing to be taking advantage of the situation. It's possible they were all wolves, but it's not entirely ruled out that after yesterday's comments, some wolves chose to protect themselves and defect to number 2. As she pondered this, her vision brightened again, and the system displayed last night's report. Guards guard number 3. Wolves attacked number 3. Nothing happened. The witch poisoned number 8, successfully. Number 8 is a werewolf. Today Yo-Yo breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed people had recognized her as a prophet. This way, without anyone on the good side being harmed, she eliminated 2 wolves. If she acted quickly, the game might be over by tomorrow. Position 8 was already vacant. Today's comments began counterclockwise from number 7. The young lady with wavy brown hair, who had spoken out yesterday in support of today's reign, began, "I'm a witch. Last night, I poisoned number 8. It's indeed a wolf. It seems our judgment yesterday was correct. Number 2 is also a wolf, and number 3 is a prophet. What I didn't mention yesterday is that I think the probability of number 3 being the prophet is higher because she was the first one to be killed by the wolves last night, so I trust her more. There are 2 more wolves. Does anyone have any ideas? I remember that those who voted for number 3 yesterday were numbers 2, 5, 6, 8, and 10. So one of numbers 5, 6, and 10 could be a wolf. Who did the prophet check last night?" After her speech, the most suspicious numbers were number 6 and 5. The boy number 6 took a deep breath and said, "I'm a hunter. But I suggest you vote for me today. I can shoot one of numbers 5 or 10. The prophet should have tested at least one of us, right? If she didn't test me, you can vote for me, and I take the other one. That way you know which one is the wolf." Everyone looked at Jinri Yo-Yo. It wasn't Jinri Yo-Yo's turn to speak, so she couldn't, but she nodded, agreeing to the plan. The old man in number 5 laughed. "No need to go to all that trouble and risk another life. I'm a wolf, I admit it." "Oh!" Leonardo grinned. A wolf blew itself up. According to procedure, all subsequent speeches are suspended. No voting is required today. He snapped his fingers, and the white-haired old man exploded without warning, disintegrating into a mass of blood and flesh. Today Yo-Yo jumped from her seat in shock, covering her mouth. She felt that the game's gory scenes were sometimes a bit too realistic. The system prompted, "Do you want to enable mosaic mode to block some R18 scenes?" "No. That's not necessary." Today Yo-Yo hesitated for a moment, but decided that compared to the ubiquitous mosaics, her heart could withstand such scenes. Today's discussion was abruptly ended by the werewolf self-destruction. The good news was that they should only have one wolf left. The bad news was that this wolf was well hidden, leaving today Yo-Yo at a loss for words. She had already confirmed last night that number 10 was fine, and number 6 was most likely a hunter. Otherwise, if she had pointed out during her speech that number 10 had been identified as a villager, today's vote would have been 6, shooting 5, and eliminating 2 suspicious targets at once. Number 6 was so easy to verify, Jinri Yo-Yo felt there was no need to waste another opportunity to check him. Number 5's self-destruction was likely due to Jinri Yo-Yo's reaction, which led him to believe that Jinri Yo-Yo must have verified one of them, either him or number 10. And this was indeed the case. To these NPCs, this werewolf only had one life left to kill them. Death was death. Perhaps the old man didn't want to kill the young man, number 6, even though he was from the opposing faction. Furthermore, after the self-destruction, the speaking and voting processes would be halted, protecting the wolves behind him, allowing them to kill one more person tonight. Jinri Yo-Yo gasped. She felt like she was in danger. The guards had protected her last night, but they couldn't tonight. If the wolf attacked her, she wouldn't be able to avoid it. The remaining individuals whose identities have yet to be confirmed are 1, 4, 9, 11, 12, and 13. Among these 6, there is a guard, a wolf, and 4 civilians. 2, 5, and 8 are the wolves that have already been found. Hunter 6, Witch 7, and herself are largely identified. The old woman 10 is a civilian who has been identified. The familiar female voice rang out again. It is dark. Please close your eyes. Everything is quiet. This is the 3rd night. Today Yo-Yo's eyes never saw light again. The system immediately gave her a death notification. You have been killed by a werewolf. But the good news was that her body wasn't seriously damaged, and she could return to the city and revive immediately. Oh yes, the resurrection point is at the entrance of AMT Village. Wait! Why is the resurrection point at the village entrance? Today Yo-Yo wailed. What about my expedition mission? What she didn't know was that after the 5 of them had left the elves and entered the illusion, Alien arrived under the guise of a barbecue squid, set up a teleportation array, and relayed the Lord's order to Kylo Allen. Immediately break camp and continue forward. Ignore any stragglers. Although Kylo Allen was somewhat reluctant, especially since one of the stragglers was a druid, he had no choice but to obey. Only by opening all the teleportation arrays could the adventurers be transferred to fill their positions. When Yo-Yo resurrected today, she saw Luzhou Laojiao, who had arrived a little earlier than her, squatting by the fountain at the village entrance, smoking a player-made cigarette. Hey boss Yo-Yo, you're out too? Luzhou Laojiao saw her and raised his hand in greeting. What happened next? Who won? I don't know. Today Yo-Yo sighed. The next day, during the speech, werewolf number 5 blew himself up, and then I was stabbed by the last werewolf at night. I'm not sure if I can find this werewolf later. She paused and asked, so who were the werewolves? Luzhou Laojiao said, number 2, number 5, me, and number 13. Number 13? Today Yo-Yo still remembered the gentleman who voted during the first round of speeches. Mr. Sure, hey, I never doubted him. If it were him, the good side might still have lost. He's the only wolf left. How can he kill them all? Luzhou Laojiao shook his head. Even if he kills you, the easiest way to kill them all, he still have to kill 3 more. It's hard to say. The hunter and the witch have already been exposed, and the witch is out of potion. Once the prophet is dead, if we can trick people into suspecting hunter number 6 again, have him shoot and take away a suspected guardian tablet when he's thrown out, and then kill the witch that night, we can complete the killing. Jean Yo-Yo quickly shifted her focus and analyzed the strategy. Sure, that's a bit suspenseful. Jean Yo-Yo wanted to know the final outcome, so she simply sat by the fountain and waited for the last player to appear. Whether we win or lose this round, I think we lost big. Luzhou Laojiao suddenly said. Indeed, I gave up the half-finished expedition quest just to play a round of werewolf. Jean Yo-Yo's heart bled as she said this. Why was I so desperate back then? She could have easily waited until she finished the expedition quest before entering the dungeon, so why couldn't she resist the urge to play the new dungeon? It must be the game's development team's fault for making the dungeon too mind-boggling and fun. Speaking of which, since we're free anyway, why don't we discuss this dungeon? Although the side quests are all werewolf, I think the main quest has some interest. Luzhou Laojiao exhaled a smoke ring and said. Jinri Yo-Yo suddenly cheered up. Yeah. I think this dungeon has to do with the goddess of darkness and the goddess of fate. It seems like these 2 gods are using people as players in a game of werewolf, playing some kind of novel game or gambling. The side quest involves completing a round of werewolf. The unspoken assumption is that you have to survive to the end. The two of them chatted back and forth, confident that their strategy guides would appear on the forums soon. Chapter 155. Mou felt that Ailian was a truly qualified roommate. Perhaps due to the inhumane treatment and training he had endured since childhood in the Church of Light, Ailian's needs were simple, frugal to the point of being somewhat heartbreaking. Although he had a sweet tooth, he wasn't picky about food. As long as it gave him the energy to survive, he could eat it without batting an eyelid, no matter how unpalatable or dark the food. He had no particular preferences for clothing. His only request after becoming a world knight was that he no longer wanted to wear Church of Light clothing. Mou and Ailian found a piece of wasteland and burned the white robes that carried with them negative memories. Then they went to Jin Lai to order a few more clothes for Ailian. They even accepted a few nightgowns from the seamstress. While not made of precious materials like mercerized linen, the nightgowns were made of spider silk, making them incredibly soft and comfortable. After Ailian moved in with Mou felt no discomfort at all. This slender knight moved with great care, like a paw-covered cat. Mou sometimes felt like he had just a silver-haired cat, not a roommate. No, the cat even did some parkour in the middle of the night, yet Ailian never woke Mou from his sleep. Before bed, the silver-haired knight would carefully place his weapons into his interspatial belt, then carefully place the belt in his closet. After ensuring there was nothing nearby that could be used as a weapon, he would curl up into a ball, burying himself in the soft blanket, and sleep in the very corner. Sometimes, if the seal hurt or the timing was right, Ailian would log into her Smith account, blend in with the other players, and happily experience the world from a different perspective. Sometimes, she even enjoyed a simple nap. Mou discovered that Ailian loved to spend the afternoons basking in the sun near the light lilies and taking a nap. He had the Carpenter brothers build a nap lounge chair and had Nukyukyu adjust the light lily plantings, tucking the lounge chair into the bushes without disturbing or harming them. Ailian was deeply grateful. From then on, the players discovered a new, regular spawn point. Every afternoon, they could spot the silver-haired beauty dozing on the lounge chair amidst the newly blossoming light lilies. Ailian, having had a perfect nap, was delighted. The players who admired her beauty and took screenshots and videos were also pleased. Mou, watching the world's core energy grow, was naturally even more pleased. It was a win-win-win situation. After moving in with Mou, Ailian's contamination was well under control. He no longer had to stay in the Mage Tower every day, free to wander freely. Mou felt that Ailian's smile had increased since joining their faction. Thinking back to when they first met, when Ailian looked like an expressionless, delicate puppet, Mou felt even more satisfied with the knight's current state, with a lively smile occasionally gracing his lips. Of course, some people didn't understand what had happened. Why overnight had the Holy Son of the Church of Light suddenly become a knight of AMT County and, reportedly, even moved into the Mage Tower? So you truly broken with the Church of Light? Fellows emerged from the Garden of the Tree of Life and sat down beside Ailian. The silver-haired knight, currently cradling a cup of milk tea, fed by a passing nibbler, sat on a covered bench in the small, player-built park across from the Garden of the Tree of Life. He blissfully enjoyed the cool breeze and afternoon tea, gazing at the druids and elves toiling away in the Garden of the Tree of Life. Ailian glanced at Fellows and nodded. Did that evil lord hold any evidence against you? Feroth, who had always harbored profound misunderstandings about the lord, asked. If you need it, the king will likely lend a hand. A large, invisible question mark appeared above Ailian's head. No, nothing. The lord has been very kind to me. The knight, holding his milk tea, gazed at the distant Tree of Life, a gentle smile on his face. The lord is the best. He saved me from the Church of Light. Feroth's face was filled with disbelief. Whenever he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with Mou's signature sinister smile. He was the terrifying necromancer, who could manipulate even the most important mother tree of his clan for its quality. So you two really have that kind of relationship? Feroth, recalling the rumors he heard from the adventurers, confirmed suspiciously. What kind of relationship? Between a lord and a knight? Ailian blinked, puzzled. That kind of. Fellows gestured, struggling for the right word. A relationship, of sharing a bed? Oh, Ailian nodded. We've been living together lately. Why do you look a little off? Fellows' face was filled with shock, but then understanding and heartache washed over him. Sure enough, the once noble holy son had been seduced, bewitched, captured, and controlled by the evil necromancer, trapped under a spell disguised as love. He didn't know how the necromancer had accomplished this, but anyone entering this territory would quickly and inexplicably fall into this state of the Lord is the best. It was as if they never wanted to leave. This was true of the refugees from the northern villages, the chef with the muscular abs, even his fellow elves, all with a look of I don't want to go back. Can I stay here forever? Perhaps only the ugly dwarves retained a shred of sanity. But fellows had always detested the rude, cunning, and petty-minded dwarves and wanted nothing to do with that despicable race. Kylo Allen also wanted to open a teleportation array to the elven territory, allowing more elves to travel freely there. Feroth, on the other hand, feared that more of his companions would be seduced by this evil lord. He also reported the strange happenings here to his sister and the king, including the bizarre rumors he heard about Ialian from the adventurers. However, the elven king only smiled with relief after hearing them. It's all right, Feroth. Lord Moy is truly a great and kind man, the elven king told him over the comms. King, why don't you seem quite right? Feeling increasingly isolated and helpless, Pharaoh silently stood up and decided to ask the chef for a delicious plate of almond curd to calm his nerves. Ialian watched the eccentric archery instructor leave, then turned his attention back to the adventurers toiling in the garden of the Tree of Life, using their mental energy to gradually improve the soil, actually, playing a game of match 3. Due to the seal on his body and the leaking pollution, Ialian couldn't enter these clean areas, but he enjoyed watching the players busying around outside. The vibrant atmosphere of fireworks gave him an indescribable sense of relief and joy. Ialian knew that MOU had discovered this, and for this reason, the Lord had delayed the plan to open more clean spaces in the city, citing insufficient core energy. The Lord had, however, paved a bluestone path outside the Garden of the Tree of Life and built a small park opposite, complete with various benches with built-in shade and pergolas for resting at any time. Besides Ialian, who often came to sit here, the city's elderly also loved to gather here to enjoy the cool breeze. Grandma Alishar was also knitting here today. Although it was still midsummer, AMT City was located in the desert, and winter here always swept across the land quietly overnight. The elderly were used to making preparations early. Grandma Alishar had already finished knitting a sweater for her grandson Pete, and the one she was preparing as a gift for the Lord was also almost finished. She narrowed her eyes and gently waved to Ialian. Ialian tilted his head in confusion and pointed at himself. The kind old man nodded. Ialian put down his milk tea, stood up, and walked over to her. Lord Ialian, Grandma Alishar shakily stood up, asked the knight to turn around, and held up the half-finished sweater in her hand to the knight's slender but powerful frame, skillfully memorizing the measurements in her mind. When I finish this sweater for the Lord, I make you one too. You like silver, right? Thank you, Grandma. Ialian helped the old woman sit down again. Silver is great. Perhaps a touch of blue, like a frozen lake in winter, covered with silver snowflakes. The old woman rambled on. After the scorching summer in AMT County, the cold winter followed. Overnight, the land would be covered in ice and snow, transforming into an empire ruled by the freezing cold. But in those days, the greatest happiness was staying in a warm little house, gathered around the fire with my family, and sipping a bowl of steaming stew. Ah, back then, I was just a little girl, and that was the most beautiful thing I remember. Happy moments. Do you like stew? If so, I have Pete bring some to you and the Overlord tonight. I do. Ialian smiled. He sat beside Grandma Alishar, watching the old woman's nimble fingers thread the knitting needle, quickly weaving line after line. Your stew is delicious. I'm glad you like it. It's thanks to the Overlord and those adventurers that we can now eat meat without worrying about contamination. Grandma Alishar smiled. Thank you too. If you hadn't stopped the beast tide, we never have returned to this newly prosperous home. Although this place is poor, it has always been our home. Everything will get better. Ialian said seriously. We have the best Overlord. Yes, thank you, Overlord, and thank you for this gift from the great planetary consciousness. Grandma Alishar bowed her head reverently and murmured. Thank you, world. Ialian also closed his eyes, feeling the warmth welling up in his heart. Chapter 156. Rama Anasil was working tirelessly on his research. It had to be said that these zombie adventurers, whom the Lord had found from nowhere, did have some truly ingenious ideas. Just when Rama had been struggling with a controlled antimatter reactor, struggling to find the materials, one of his newest adventurer apprentices, an alchemist, free labor, thrust a blueprint right under his nose. What is that? Rama took the blueprint. It showed a metallic structure that resembled something a bit like a human, but also something like a stone colossus. Mecha! Even if it's just a shell. The adventurer's eyes sparkled. Rama could see the familiar passion of a researcher in his eyes. This is a man's romance. but my abilities are limited. I can't draw the entire mecha design. Even the shell had to be rejected by the system 37 times before I finally finalized it. I'm not very good at drawing the mecha's internal power source, mechanical transmission devices, and weapons, but I think this little thing should be no problem for you." Perhaps the enthusiasm and drive in the adventurer's eyes reminded Rama of himself, caught up in the frenzy of research. He put down his hand. She picked up the blueprint in her hand, picked up her phone, scanned it at the adventurer, and glanced at the player ID that popped up. "Your name is Yusen, right? Sit down and tell me, what exactly is this?" Mecha, the full name is Mechanical Power Armor. It's a mechanical exoskeleton equipped with AI intelligence built outside the pilot's body. With continuous upgrades to the exoskeleton, the pilot can perform tasks their own body can't, like lasers on their hands, rocket launchers on their backs. Oh, and in some settings, the pilot can sleep in a dedicated cockpit, remotely controlling the mecha in combat through their thoughts. "Oh," Rama said, his interest diminished. "To you, isn't this just an alchemy puppet? If you need it, you can go to the mall and purchase the 188 alchemy puppet service. I can customize the metal exterior to your liking, and you can attach any weapon you desire. Just submit the materials. If you want to change the exterior later, you can purchase the 188 service again. The art of arming alchemy puppets is already quite advanced. I can make any weapon with any firepower you desire. As for whether you can obtain the materials, that's another matter." Rama hadn't forgotten what the Lord had told him. The more 188 alchemy puppets sold in the mall, the more research funding he would receive. Although he didn't fully understand what the Lord meant by mall and 188, he said that once he explained it, adventurers would understand. Yusen hadn't expected Rama to propose this solution, but when he thought about it, he logged into the game in real life wearing VR glasses. The alchemist doll was indeed a modifiable exoskeleton for him. Thinking about it this way, the VR glasses were the control pod, his current free system-provided body was the humanoid avatar, and the alchemist doll was the upgradable Iron Man avatar. It seemed right, it wasn't. No, wait, Rama couldn't have misunderstood. If you're modifying the alchemist doll, you're still talking about the Cyberpunk 2077 cyborg, right? A mechanized organism that gradually replaces human organs and a mecha are clearly two different things. No, what I want is a giant, alchemist-like mechanical exoskeleton that can fit inside my body and be controlled by me. Yusen tried to salvage it. It's not a partially modified mechanized organism like the alchemical puppet, but rather equipment worn on the outside of the alchemical puppet. It's like a knight's armor, only more mechanized, more automated, and integrated. More firepower. Longer endurance. An idea struck him, his mind racing. Perhaps it could be a mechanically modified cyborg alchemical puppet paired with Warcraft bioarmor. Don't Warcraft have the ability to absorb pollution, continuously reassembling themselves, and growing stronger? In theory, if a Warcraft absorbs enough pollution, it can evolve into a sufficiently powerful bioarmor. Even if attacked, it can automatically repair itself, and it can also use cyborg alchemical armor. The puppet's firepower. Rama's eyes lit up with growing interest, the spark of his research igniting. This idea is interesting. Currently, widely accepted academic research suggests that Warcraft is actually a collection of pollution condensed from leftover concepts. As Warcraft continuously absorbs pollution, it absorbs concepts to form larger collections, while also constantly rejecting incompatible concepts, undergoing a process of refinement and evolution. In fact, I think this is very similar to the gods. The gods' authority is their concepts. Constant disputes and struggles between the gods, devouring and vying for authority, are like Warcraft absorbing pollution, devouring corpses, and attempting to absorb more power through more and more complete concepts. Rama crossed his arms, lost in thought. However, it's currently impossible to control which concepts will give rise to Warcraft. While some have tried, even in severely polluted environments, there's a possibility that Warcraft won't be able to form. Comparing them horizontally, the concepts of animals and plants are more likely to form magical beasts, while humans are more likely to form illusions. But completely inorganic, artificial dead bodies. Yes, I said dead bodies, not corpses. Are less likely to react with pollution. He looked at Yusen, who looked confused. Is this difficult to understand? Then let me explain in detail. Dead bodies are entities without life or spirituality, such as air, earth, or corpses that have completely lost their souls and begun to decay. You can think of these dead bodies as aggregates of simple elements. Pollution accumulates in these dead bodies in a fluid form, but it doesn't react with the elements within them. Just like if you pour dirty water into sand, the sand will absorb the water, but they are still essentially separate entities. When exposed to the sun, the moisture dries up. Although some dirt may remain in the sand, this dirt may be destroyed by sunlight, or it may remain in the sand forever without external interference, unless you manually clean and wash the sand. These dead bodies do have concepts, just as air is air and water is water. But their concepts cannot, or are extremely difficult to become the core of pollution. Some theories currently propose that these dead bodies lack a spiritual dimension, making them difficult for pollution to penetrate. The opposite of dead bodies is living bodies, conceptual entities that possess a spiritual dimension and can react with pollution. Currently, all entities observed by academics that can form monsters, illusions, or condense pollution are living bodies. A recently deceased corpse with a soul still present is a living body, and a pure soul, commonly known as a ghost, is also a living body. But a corpse long dead, devoid of any soul, becomes a mere shell, a dead form, no different from ordinary soil. Until an alien soul somehow inhabits it, it can then transform into a living form, much like your own. Our bodies? Yusun, bewildered, pondered with dread, as if he had discovered something horrifying. Rama ignored him and continued, "The alchemical puppet Warcraft bioarmor you just mentioned is indeed a very novel concept. Its research direction is very similar to my ongoing research on utilizing pollution as an energy source. Compared to my antimatter reactor, your approach is to utilize the Warcraft's natural ability to absorb pollution and transform it into armor's defense and power. This idea is theoretically feasible, but according to what you're saying, the Warcraft bioarmor you're aiming for should be a creature without its own mind. Or a simple, controllable mind, but obedient to you adventurers, whose mind you can access and control." Yusun was confused, but then seemed to understand a little. "Yes, that should be the case. Let's go to the store and top up first. We get the armed alchemist doll." Rama rubbed his hands in anticipation. "Then we get some help to get some Warcraft materials. I happen to know where I can catch Warcraft with these attributes." "Okay." Yusun quickly logged off and logged into the store to place an order for the alchemist doll service for 188. Huh? Why do I feel like the NPC is forcing me to spend money? But whatever. This is a chance to experience both a cyberpunk armed transformer robot doll and a Warcraft exoskeleton in a VR online game. It's only 188, right? I'm going to spend my money. He quickly fashioned a handsome, middle-aged face perfectly suited to cyberpunk and quickly logged on. Then he received a system notification. "Your alchemical doll is still being produced and can be replaced in half an hour. Would you like to temporarily use your original shell to play the game?" "Yes." He climbed back up and saw Rama dragging the body of an alchemical doll from the freezer. This alchemical doll's head had no face. It was still being printed in a machine in another room. "Wow, so this is how alchemical dolls are made. So cool," Yusun said excitedly. "There are even cooler ones." Rama pulled a manual from his space bracelet. "These are configurable weapons. Choose whatever you want. But let me be clear, I can make anything here, but whether I can do it depends on whether you have enough money and materials." Okay. Yusun took the manual and was dazzled by the weapons as soon as he opened it. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Hush. Flying claws, concealable shurikens, pop-up hidden blades, flamethrowers, electromagnetic pulse cannons, photon knives. Isn't this the Middle Ages? Is this world's technology really that advanced? Do you have some misunderstanding about my abilities? Rama said unhappily. I told you I can make anything, except for lack of materials and funds. With all this technology, why don't we have mechas? Yusun demanded, heartbroken. I already mentioned alchemical puppets. The only difference between them and the mecha you're talking about is whether you can actually sit inside and pilot them. In reality, magicians use spells for mind control and never engage in combat themselves. Rama said nonchalantly, but there's definitely no such thing as Warcraft armor. It's worth researching. Chapter 157. Yusun discovered that he might actually have some misunderstandings about this other world, or rather, the designer's imagination. In the modification manual, or rather, the product catalog provided by Rama, he saw a multitude of equipment he coveted. The grappling claws that could be used to cosplay Sekiro's prosthetic ninja weapon, the hidden blades from Assassin's Creed, these were among the cheapest cold weapons, probably within the realm of possibility with a bit of hard work. And those flamethrowers, Gauss rifles, photon knives, which Yusun considered high-tech products, each one had a stratospheric cost and materials. It turned out that it wasn't technology that was limiting productivity, but funds. Not to mention that he had never even heard of most of the metals and Warcraft materials involved. Just take the production cost, which was in the Federation currency, and was incredibly expensive. Yusin counted the zeros in the flamethrower's production cost and reflected deeply on why he hadn't just learned to cast fireballs like a mage. Fireballs are so good. They also create a flamethrower effect, but they're free. The size of the fireball depends on your mana bar. Why bother making a flamethrower? It costs oil and fuel. Just think how long it would take to recoup the cost of 100,000 pounds of federal currency. It turns out humans developed mecha weapons simply to make up for the fact that they couldn't make fireballs by hand. But now that he's in a world where he can, why are he still so stubborn about using technology to make fireballs? He silently pushed the manual back. Well, let's not modify the puppets for now. Let's focus on researching Warcraft creature armor. Magic is still the best. Magic is wonderful. Magic smells amazing. In this alien world, you have to specialize in this world's technology. A Warcraft bioarmor that grows and strengthens itself simply by absorbing pollution. In this polluted world, it can literally dominate without recharging. How cool, how powerful, how awesome. And when the time comes to create giant Warcraft bioarmor, it's not impossible to make a suit of metal mecha to wear. Others in Pacific Rim imitated monsters and created monster mechas to fight them, but he's wearing a Warcraft mecha to fight them directly. Hey, how clever is he? Okay. Llama nodded, brought back an exquisite face shell from the next room, and attached it to the alchemy doll. Alright, this is your new shell. Go in and try it out. Yusin decisively logged off and back online. On the system login screen, he selected to activate the alchemy doll and abandon his old shell. When he opened his eyes again, he had already changed into the alchemy doll shell. I have to say, the 188 yuan was truly worth it. The entire feel of the alchemy doll is different from the ordinary free system shell. It truly feels like a VR cyberpunk doll. If I could afford the modification fee and upgrade my doll's equipment, even better. And so, a player who had been obsessed with the appearance of mechas since entering the other world inexplicably embarked on a path of alchemy research and profiteering. While letting the players experiment with their new bodies, Rama picked up his phone, selected a few seemingly capable fighters from the large NPC group, and expertly created a small group. Genius Alchemist, Rama, I got a new research idea for Warcraft creature armor. I like to go to the Monster Rift to collect some materials. I'm planning to form a team and bring a few adventurers. Does anyone want to go? It doesn't matter if the others come, you have to come, at Ialian. You need some combat power, otherwise you won't be able to defeat us. Ialian. Okay. Life Tree, please love me again. Pharaoh's Monster Rift? That place is west of the Central Mountains. How are you going to get there? Genius Alchemist. I have a teleportation scroll. A group of 15 or less can easily go back and forth. Life Tree, please love me again. That place is very close to the Church of Light's territory. At Ialian, is it okay for you to go there without any problems? Ialian, I know the place well. World's #1 chef, Monster Rift? Can you take me with you? There are lots of monsters there, making for great ingredients. Genius Alchemist, come on. I find a few more adventurers. This job can't be done without druids and knights. Life Tree, please love me again. Can they make it to Monster Rift? The monsters there are so strong, they probably kill them in one hit. Genius Alchemist, that's why I need you guys. You clear the way, they protect me, and I collect the materials. It makes sense. Life Tree, please love me again. Okay, I go too. Aelian, who had already returned to the Mage Tower, smiled, put away his phone, and said to Mou, Rama is planning to form a team of NPCs and players to go to Monster Rift to collect research materials. I, fellows, and James will all go. Rama has a teleport scroll, allowing a 15-person party to travel back and forth. Mou stroked his chin and glanced at the map Leah had pushed. Warcraft Rift, the monsters their average level 70. Sigh, isn't that a bit too intense for the players? Players are only responsible for protecting Rama and collecting materials, while the rest of us will be responsible for killing monsters and clearing the way. Ialian said, that ravine is a training ground for the Church of Light. I trained there since I was a child, so I know it like the back of my hand. Don't worry. Mou nodded. Okay. The only problem is, you might run into someone from the Church of Light. Ialian lowered his eyes. Just do what you want. Mou instructed. As long as you return safely, Leah will take care of you. By the way, don't worry too much about the players. Bring a few knights with you. If there's any danger, have them use their death substitute invincibility to block it. Remember, our principle is, when something happens, players go, and NPCs can't die. It's not that he was being overly cautious. It's more that Aelian has so many past records that he wouldn't feel reassured unless he repeatedly ingrained this message into the knight's subconscious. Okay. Aelian nodded with a smile in his eyes. Is your seal alright? Mou glanced at the pollution level displayed on the back end. It's down to 5%. It seems living together does improve pollution reduction efficiency. A trip to the monster rift shouldn't be a problem. Aelian nodded. By the way, do you need me to bring a teleport point over there and set it up? That's certainly possible. After all, Mou and Leah had the authority to activate the teleport point. Having another high-level monster spawning location, even if it was right under the nose of the Church of Light, wasn't a problem. Leah quickly built a new teleport array and handed it to Aelian. The quests Rama had posted quickly garnered responses from the adventurers. When Aelian arrived at Rama's alchemy lab, the player teams were already waiting. Rama waved at him, saying, "The teleportation scroll can transport 15 people at a time. Besides us, I call 10 players and 1 dwarf." Aelian had no particular regard for dwarves, and simply nodded. Feroth, arriving late, carrying a large silver bow, and the eagle diet, darkened at the sight of the dwarf. However, his face had been sullen since arriving in AMT County, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. Aelian looked around. Besides Rama and him, the other NPCs traveling with him to the Monster Rift included Pharaohs, James, and the dwarf Mamro Madoro. Rama said Mamro Madoro was the son of the dwarf chief and a warrior. The players were a 10-man team. Rama couldn't tell how worried he was about his own safety, but he already called in 4 knights alone, clearly enamored with the substitute skill. Aelian also remembered 2 of them, Luzhou Laojiu and Mou Jifu. They'd been sidelined from the expedition quest after entering a fantasy realm, only to find themselves in this unexpected quest. Their faces were filled with relief. Aelian didn't know the other too much. He took out his NPC phone and scanned them, identifying the player IDs as Yitong Dabian and Fu Sheng Ruming. The druids who were called in were, naturally, Enai Chiochio and Xian Yuitiao. Previously, these 2 had been agonizing over missing out on the expedition quest, but now, as if they found a great bargain, they were jumping around in excitement within the team. There were 2 other alchemists, one named Yusun and the other Tangnan Boiju. Both were said to be promising alchemy apprentices, free labor, favored by Rama. Rama, hands on his hips, said confidently, "Apprentices are free labor. Any problem?" No problem." Aelian curled his lips. The remaining 2 players, one the strange cook Aelian had seen transform into an octopus and wield 8 kitchen knives to chop monsters, left the door. The other, judging by the bow and arrows slung across his back, was a hunter. His phone ID read meow 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 meow. "Everyone's here. We can set off." Rama pulled out a teleportation scroll from his space bracelet. "What Warcraft materials are you looking to collect this time?" Aelian asked. "To be precise, we're trapping a magical beast." Rama grinned. "Little cutie, you know?" "I think you do." Aelian actually knew that the magical beasts commonly known as little cuties were anything but cute. They were small, fluffy creatures with soft brown fur. They had no wings, yet could float in the air. They looked like docile pets, hence the nicknames little cuties to those who didn't know the truth. But when they attacked, they opened their maws as wide as their bodies, revealing a dense spiral of teeth. A single bite would leave a bloody mess. The average level of a little cutie was around 50 to 60, and the average level of these 10 players was 55, making them more than capable of handling them. Aelian understood what was happening and followed Rama's instructions. They joined hands and formed a circle, surrounding Rama at the center. "Ready?" Rama glanced around, seeing nothing unusual. He tore off the first third of the teleportation scroll, and a khaki-colored halo immediately enveloped all 15 of them. Chapter 158. Outside the aperture, a khaki whirlwind swirled, completely enveloping them. The swirling sand obscured their vision. After a moment of weightlessness, the sand gradually dissipated, revealing a completely different scene. Their view was no longer Rama's alchemy laboratory, but 2 towering mountain walls, and they were standing on a rugged path in the valley. Luzhou Laoji was marveling at the detail of the scene when he heard Aelian command, "All knights, until the monsters attack you, do not activate your guardian heart. Don your armor and draw your great swords." The 4 knights obeyed. They had already donned their armor, and now simply took their great swords from their backpacks and attached them to the magnets on the backs of their armor. "Today, our goal is to trap a monster in this canyon nicknamed Little Cuties. They're level 50 to 60, and as long as you're not too weak, you should be able to handle them. Rama said, don't be fooled by their cute names, they're incredibly lethal. There's only one way to trap them. Rama waved to the two alchemists in his team. Yuzun, Tangman Boiju, you two come over here. The two alchemists stepped in front of Rama, only to be doused in potions by Rama. Fuck. Alright, you two are bait. You walk in the middle. Rama ignored the two unfortunate alchemists' protests and said, Aalian and the others will handle the other high-level monsters. You just focus on watching for the little cuties. Those round, fluffy little balls of flesh that can fly without wings, when they appear out of thin air. The knights will distract them from the bait, and give me the opportunity to administer the potion. The others will be responsible for my safety. This whole plan isn't difficult at all, right? The players exchanged bewildered glances. The only two alchemists who wanted to protest, knowing it was futile to do so, nodded silently. After playing the game for so long, players have become familiar with the NPCs' personalities. The only two NPCs they shouldn't mess with are the Lord and Rama. The Lord is a scheming faction NPC. If you mess with him, you lose favorability at best, or lose your account at worst. And Rama. The last player who pissed him off had him doused with itching spray. Even with their haptics at their lowest setting, they couldn't help but roll around scratching. The debuff couldn't be cleared, and even after dying and logging off, the itching continued. In the end, the player had to beg Rama's forgiveness with tears in their eyes before finally getting the antidote. After this incident was posted on the forums, Rama became the NPC players least dared to mess with. The mentor NPC is already a crucial element in this game. After all, without a mentor, a player's class is effectively useless, and all the effort they invested becomes a sunk cost, a consequence no player can afford. Besides, this game is so fun. Who wants to cause trouble and get their account deleted, or become the target of public criticism, getting beaten to the point of being unable to care for themselves? After all, PvP is possible in this game at any time, and even in combat, teammates can be accidentally injured. However, after hearing Rama's plan, Lujo Laju felt that this task might be a bit difficult. After all, this quest brings together important NPCs like the Knight Instructor, the Magic Chef Instructor, the Hunter/Druid Instructor, the Alchemist Instructor, and a Dwarf, who looks a lot like a warrior, and it also opens a new map. Perhaps it's another important plot point, perhaps revealing some important plot, perhaps a subsequent Alchemist class quest, or perhaps a Warrior class quest. This is the edge of the canyon. It's about 2 kilometers from the cutie's usual hunt. We must walk there. Upon landing, Aalian simply glanced around and determined their landing point. He had already quietly set up the teleportation array, while everyone listened to Rama. He warned the players, there will be high-level monsters along the way, but they're nocturnal. It's still a while before dusk, so everyone should try to remain quiet and avoid attracting their attention, so you can pass unnoticed. What if we attract monsters? Nikyukia asked, raising his hand. Try to stay close to us, don't stray from the group, and don't make too much noise, and you basically be fine. If you fall behind and attract a monster, Aalian said, his lips curled, there are 2 options. If you only attract one monster, remain calm and quiet, quietly lead it to us, and we take care of it. What's the other solution? Rama took over. If you attract more than one monster, or if you're too far away from the group, or if you panic and yell and attract more monsters' attention, immediately move away from the group, lie down, and return to the city. If anyone dares to lead a group of monsters towards us, I don't mind giving you some paralysis potions and bait potions to feed the monsters here. Fuck. The players' eyes widened, but the vivid expressions on their faces clearly showed that they had taken Rama's threat to heart. In the players' minds, Rama's words were far more threatening than the solemn warnings of their wife, Aalian, who appeared cold on the outside but was actually quite easy to please. Of course, they were far more threatening than the scolding of Feroth, who always had a sullen face but was constantly being taken advantage of by the players. After keeping the players in check, several NPCs gathered together. Feroth, release the eagle and observe from the sky for warnings. Rama commanded, Aalian Mamro Madoro, who's going to be the tank. Rama had been around the players for quite a while, and even his speech and vocabulary had become similar to theirs. The NPCs had also become familiar with the players' language through their interactions, so they weren't completely confused. Let me do it, Aalian said. He led the way, stating without emotion, the dwarves are so foul-mouthed when they taunt. If I let them draw monsters, I'd be tempted to hit them, too. Mamro Madoro chuckled, unconcerned with Aalian's taunts. He adjusted his horn helmet and followed behind, axe on his shoulder. The dwarf's legs were short, So to keep up with the knight's long legs, he had to take 2 steps at a time, occasionally even running. Maid Chef James de Morera put away the unlit cigarette between his fingers, adjusted his knife belt, and followed behind the 2 men. Rama followed with a group of players, and Pharaohs walked at the end, carrying a silver bow. Pharaohs' eyes, now sharing Diet's field of vision, had transformed into the golden hues of an eagle, soaring high in the sky, cautiously observing everything. Aelian, without even changing his armor, strolled leisurely, his great sword slung over his shoulder, as calm and composed as if strolling in his own backyard. However, perhaps only Rama knew that the former son of God was truly familiar with this place, as if strolling in his own backyard. The Monster Valley is very close to the Church of Light's easternmost satellite city, only a few hundred meters away at its closest point. On clear days, gazing from the city walls, one could see herds of monsters roaming the valley. Therefore, the sons of God were sent to clear the valley every few months. But the Church of Light never exterminated the monsters here. These monsters were a vital source of income. They would send many ordinary believers to follow the sons of God, cutting up the monsters' parts, preserving them, recycling them, and selling them to the mystical city of Anisil. This supply far exceeded the monthly supply of peddlers. Rama, once the most favored youngest son of the Lord of Anisil, had long been in charge of Anisil's procurement. Even now, despite being expelled from the city, he still maintained his sourcing and sales channels within it. The magical beast materials provided by the Church of Light were far more precious than the low-grade goods sold by peddlers. They were only found on high-level magical beasts. Without the exceptional martial prowess of the saints, countless lives would have been sacrificed to obtain them. Perhaps the majority of the materials Rama once handled were obtained by the man now at the forefront of the group. Thinking of this, Rama's lips curled up slightly. The last and most powerful son of Light of the Church of Light had so inexplicably switched sides and joined their Lord's side. One wonders what price and effort their Lord had put in behind the scenes. But Rama, always eager to watch the fun, was eager to see the expressions of those priests who were demanding exorbitant prices for high-quality materials. They followed Aelian silently, weaving through the shadows of the rock face and the crevices of the boulders, carefully avoiding the LV-90 canyon lions snoring and basking in the sun on the boulders, the LV-88 giant pythons curled up in a ball with their eyes closed, wrapped around a dead tree growing diagonally from the rock face, and the LV-71 canyon savages with deer antlers, a bare face, and a mouth on their belly. The level difference between these monsters and the players was too great. Any player with any sense knew they would be doomed to fail if they attracted them. Instead, they put aside their desire to cause trouble and obediently followed the quest instructions. However, just when the players thought they had passed most of the obstacles and were about to reach the quest location, they were blocked by a group of 2-headed creatures that resembled both wolves and foxes. The players skillfully sent out an identification spell and soon received a system prompt, LV-68 Demonized 2-Headed Jackal, a social beast that prefers to act in groups. Cunning and sensitive, it moves quickly and stealthily and excels at chasing and hunting. If you provoke one, be careful. You already provoked a whole group. Chapter 159. The players appeared quiet, but they were actually chatting furiously in their team chat rooms. Turn left. Hiss. Provoking one of these jackals will provoke a whole bunch. Are we about to start a fight? Nibbles. My wife stopped and seemed to make some kind of gesture. Hey, why are all the NPCs pulling out their phones? Salted fish. They're probably using their phones for group chats like us. Iwa's response. Damn, we use the team chat room, and the NPCs use their phones for group chats. That makes sense, haha. In fact, the NPCs were actually discussing things in the group chat room right now. Tree of Life, please love me again. A whole pack of 2-headed jackals is blocking the road ahead, and there's no way around it. Aelian, the 2-headed jackals aren't high level, but there are more of them, so they're worth fighting. World's #1 chef, jackal meat is quite smelly, not recommended. Genius alchemist, fur teeth, and sebaceous glands are all valuable resources. They're worth fighting. Aelian, Rama, do you have a tranquility potion? Genius alchemist, yes. Aelian, I start the monsters. You throw one, or these jackals will summon their allies. You lead the players in cleaning up the battlefield later. Genius alchemist, okay. Aelian put his phone away, shoved it into his dimensional belt, and walked forward. The players perked up and started chatting in the chat room. Nikukyu, wow, is my wife going to start the monsters? The players held their breath as Aelian walked toward the 2-headed jackals, muttering an oath as he walked. With his footsteps, silver light gathered, and his body was covered in the armor that had briefly appeared during the coronation ceremony. Salted fish. Oh, my wife is so handsome. As soon as the guardian heart was activated, all the nearby two-headed jackal's eyes suddenly fell on Aelian. Just as they were about to whistle to call their allies, an arrow tied to a potion landed squarely among the two-headed jackals. A lavender cloud of dust erupted, enveloping the entire two-headed jackal colony. For a moment, it was as if the silence button had been pressed, and all sound vanished. Aelian's lips curled slightly. He leaped into the pack with Starry Sky Shatter and unleashed Arc Light Slash. Wherever the tip of his sword pointed, the heads of the two-headed jackals fell to the ground. Rama raised his right hand, interlocking his index and middle fingers, and curling them forward. The players immediately understood, and tiptoed out of the range of the battle, happily loading the headless bodies of the two-headed jackals into their backpacks. Rama put his hands in his pockets, and glared disapprovingly at the skulls on the ground. The players understood, and someone immediately went over to collect the heads into their backpacks. Since the beast tide, both players and NPCs have discovered that storing monsters in players' system backpacks not only prevents contamination from leaking out and contaminating other items in the space props, but also maximizes the quality of the materials. Storing the entire monster in its original state is undoubtedly more labor-saving than disassembling it into parts after purification, and it also ensures that the spoils are not wasted. Instead of wasting the druid's mana bar on the battlefield, it's better to pack up everything and take it home to sort it out more slowly. The dwarf Miro Maduro was also busy. He raised his great axe, gripped the handle tightly, and swung it in a circle with all his might. Like a fidget spinner, he flew into the pack of two-headed jackals and slashed them frantically. Eway defense. Holy shit, warrior windmill. A new tank class has appeared. Lujo Laojiao. I have reason to suspect this quest was created just to showcase the new class skill CG. Fusheng Rumeng. So the warrior instructor is a dwarf? Gotta say, that fits some of the warrior class stereotypes perfectly. However, the one who caught the female player's attention this time was surprisingly the magic chef, James D. Morera. This class instructor, who mostly dominated the stovetop with a pot, now wielded a sharp kitchen knife in each hand, wielding a dual-wielding style. He charged into the pack of jackals, slashing them one by one, accurately chopping off the heads and tails, leaving only the center. The chef's 8-pack abs, covered in beads of sweat, gleamed in the sun, drawing even more attention than the mountain of two-headed jackal flesh piled up behind him. Xian Yuitiao, you're worthy of being my husband. His abs are sweating, let me lick them. Nikukyu, these abs, so dazzling. In front, Aelian was drawing the monsters in. In the middle, the dwarven windmills and the magic chefs were mindlessly hacking away. Finally, Pharaoh's omnipresent arrows rained down from the sky, blocking the two-headed jackal's escape. Several NPC trainers cleared out the herd of nearly 100 two-headed jackals in just a few minutes. To the players, it was like a CG animation. Players took screenshots and marveled at the sight, following behind them, filling their backpacks with their loot. The youngest, Rama, walked last, his hands in his pockets, leisurely like a leader on inspection. After slaying the last two-headed jackal with his greatsword, Aelian almost immediately closed his guardian heart to avoid attracting other monsters. After passing directly through the two-headed jackal's gathering place, their destination for this mission lay not far ahead. This place was a sharp S-shaped bend in the canyon, with mountains and boulders blocking the view in front and behind, making it well hidden. It was the driest summer of the year, and the river in the canyon had completely dried up. The mud on the surface had dried and cracked, and from time to time, dark caves the size of fists could be seen. These caves were the hiding places of the little cuties. The little cuties were nocturnal magical beasts. They hid in the mud caves of these dry rivers during the day, emerging at night to float in the air and prey on passing animals. Their bodies were extremely malleable. Although they could easily enter and exit these fist-sized caves, in fact, their smallest size was no more than a human head. Rama beckoned the two alchemists to transform into alchemical puppets, with the lower torsos of octopuses. They sat in the center of these dark caves. The potion they had just sprayed on their heads seemed to ferment over time, emitting a scent that attracted the little cuties. Island and the other NPCs hid themselves in the shadows of the rocks, each choosing a defensive entrance or exit on either side of the canyon's bend. The player and Rama, meanwhile, hid within the bend, keeping a close eye on the two decoys. As the sky gradually darkened, balls slowly emerged from the caverns on the surface. They trembled, seemingly sniffing the air, before gathering around the two alchemists and slowly landing on their hair. Crack, crack, crack. Strange noises echoed above and behind him. Tang Minboza cautiously turned his head and was instantly terrified. "Help! They're eating my hair!" Startled by his scream, the little cuties suddenly soared into the air, some still chewing on Tang Minbaoju's long hair, even pulling him off the ground. Rama snarled and dashed forward, throwing the 2 bottles of potion in his hand at the two. The 2 bottles exploded into a cloud of pink smoke, hitting the little cuties on Yuzin's side, who staggered to the ground as if drunk. On the other side, Tang Minbaoju's heights, varying due to the startle, were hit. Some of the little cuties fell to the ground, while others remained relatively unaffected and continued to float, lifting Tang Minbaoju even higher. "Ah, this is useless, brother." Nikyukia flipped his wrist, pulled out several long-treasured vine seeds, and activated plant growth acceleration. The vines quickly sprouted and spread, half forming a giant web beneath Tang Minbaoju, while the other half stretched out into the sky, seemingly trying to entangle the floating little cuties. The little cuties in the air made a rustling sound, then suddenly opened their bloody mouths covered in spiral teeth. Tang Minpot suddenly fell from midair, crashing into the vines. For Night simultaneously activated their guardian hearts, attracting the attention of the little cuties. The little cuties were not high level, and Rama wanted to capture them alive, so the NPCs didn't intervene, leaving it to the players to do it themselves. Rama fished out more potions from his pocket, and distributed them to the players to throw. The man turned left, pulled out a sealed bottle, drank the contamination, and transformed into an octopus, each tentacle wrapped with a potion bottle. The hunter cat and Meow helped attach the suction cups of the octopus tentacles to their arrows, and fired them at the little cuties in the air. "There's even this kind of gameplay?" Amidst the players' stunned disbelief, the octopus dumpling soared into the sky like a rocket strapped to its side. When it reached the height of the little cutie's hovering height, its 8 tentacles popped open, instantly exploding into 8 pink clouds of varying heights. The little cuties, their mouths gaping, were instantly enticed. They swayed a few times before slowly closing their mouths and falling. The octopus dumpling swiftly grasped one of them, its tentacles kneading and squeezing the fluffy little balls, almost irresistibly tempting. The touch was quite pleasant. Rama pulled out several cages from his space bracelet and began directing the players to stuff the little cuties, who had been poisoned by the potion and had fallen limply to the ground, snoring incessantly. Almost every player couldn't help but squeeze and knead the basketball-sized plush balls, some even burying their faces in the long fur. And then, because they didn't find the right direction, a piece of flesh was scraped off by the little cutie's sharp spiral teeth. Inexplicably injured for this reason, but still determined, the players skillfully restored their health and, with a sly grin on their faces, threw themselves into the task of kidnapping the little cute fur balls. Soon, the entire group of anesthetized little cuties were stuffed into the cage. Aside from the 2 alchemists, who lost some hair as bait, and a few fur lovers, who were scratched by the teeth, almost no players were harmed. This operation was a great success. Rama gathered everyone in a circle around the cage and tore off the last third of the teleportation scroll. Pack up and go home. Chapter 160. Today's forums were bustling with activity. Not only was there the player-recognized strategy expert. Today, Yoyu teamed up with several other players to share exciting news about the latest replayable werewolf dungeon, Village of Nightfall. Members of the Distant Elven Expedition also released screenshots of the main city, Corensal, from a distance. Not to be outdone, the players remaining in the city even released a video clip of the latest warrior class instructor performing their skills. Even more shocking news was the official announcement that the game had received a release license and a version number, and would be launching its official servers and public beta next month. Starting next month, the game will officially become a paid VR online game. The finalized pricing methods are a monthly subscription for 88 yuan, offering unlimited play for a month, and a point card for 36 yuan, granting 3,600 minutes of timed online play. During the public beta, both the monthly and point cards will be half price. During the public beta, the official plan is to limit the number of player invitations to 100 per day. If fewer than 100 players apply on a given day, invitations will be issued based on the actual number of applications. After the public beta concludes, the game will be available at its original price, and registration restrictions will no longer apply. MOU has been busy with this matter recently. Fortunately, despite the rampant overtime culture in this parallel world of 59,913, there aren't many restrictions on the development of games and literature. Game publishing qualifications and certification are entirely handled by the Game Association, making obtaining a license a breeze. With his older sister, Chu Shichio, a legal and business expert, and a professional intermediary helping with the submission and paperwork. MoU himself possesses the professional qualifications and licenses of a game producer. His registered company is a legally operating game studio with independent corporate accounts, so naturally, passing the Game Association's review was easy. MoU had heard from Leah that the parallel world Earth-01, which she and MoU had visited, was a higher dimensional world. And the parallel MoU in that world had very strict game regulations, rarely allowing unapproved games to be released to players. And the MoU there wasn't a game planner, but a bank employee. After much deliberation, she and MoU finally chose the dying MoU from Parallel World 59913. Financial slaves. That's even worse. MoU found it hard to imagine a version of himself relying on connections and shamelessness to sell bank cards and attract deposits to support his family. He shuddered. Being a game planner is better. Even though I have to work overtime, at least I can do something I enjoy without relying on relationships. After declining his sister's invitation to go home for dinner with her brother-in-law, and his nephew's family on WeChat, MoU hung up the call, using the excuse that he needed to prepare for the game's official launch. In reality, he had quite a bit to prepare. A month in real time was just enough for him to open the teleportation array to the Elven territory, build the city of AMT, and then open the warrior and diviner classes. He also had to re-establish relations with the main city of Corinthal and the Magic Federation, where he also had to deal with the speaker, Moya's eldest sister. He had also decided on a theme for the public beta 1.0 expansion pack, Elf Territory, Legend of the Two Sacred Trees. After using his recently accumulated player experience points to level himself up, MoU reached level 70 in one fell swoop. At this level, his body was already quite healthy and strong, almost catching up to an average elf who had studied archery for 10 years in this world. He was only about 10 levels behind the elven archer sent by the Elf King. His spell library also had 4 new spells. Clay Statue LV65. Consume 50% of your maximum mana bar to summon a clay statue. After summoning, the clay statue consumes 100 mana points per minute of its existence. During its existence, the clay statue can perform tasks instructed by its summoner within its comprehension range. Clay statue base attack, 3500, base defense, 6000. Base carrying weight, 500 kilograms. Ding. System notice. Please monitor your mana bar consumption and stop summoning at the right time to avoid adverse reactions such as fatigue and fainting when the bar is depleted. Chaos LV68, Crowd Control Skill. This skill briefly inflicts a confusion debuff on the target, with a base duration of 3 seconds. Higher spirit and intelligence points increase the duration. The effects of the confusion debuff include, but are not limited to, losing the target, attacking allies, being unable to cast skills, and losing control of physical movements. Resurgence LV, 70, System Skill. Quickly repairs the integrity of a corpse and re-establishes the anchor point, preventing players from logging off again or dying, allowing them to resurrect at the same location. Uses 100% of the player's mana bar. Note, can only be used against players. Flame Raven LV, 70, summons a swarm of flaming crow-shaped demons to attack. Base attack, 1800. Summoning crows activates the rage gauge. When the rage gauge is full, the ultimate skill, Crow Fire Tornado, can be used once. Note, Crow Fire Tornado is a special ultimate skill that requires the prerequisite skill, Flame Crow, to be activated and the rage gauge to be full. The flame crows absorb the summoner's rage as energy, rapidly swirling in groups to form a massive fire tornado. They then transform themselves into sharp flaming blades within the tornado, repeatedly striking the enemy. Attack damage 18,888. These skills are all quite powerful. MoU nodded with satisfaction. The clay giant not only serves as a reinforcement in battle, but can also be summoned as a mover and crane during normal city construction. Chaos is a very useful control skill in combat, and resurrection is perfect for druids and life mages. Otherwise, in activities like expeditions, if a player dies, they have to return to the city, making map traversal and teleporting too cumbersome. And the Flame Raven and subsequent ultimate skill are truly rare and powerful ultimates. He categorized these skills and had Leah add them to the subsequent class templates, automatically distributing updates based on player level, then refresh the player forum. Under the official news, players were shouting in unison, "Holy crap! I finally saw this game exit closed beta." Some were also seriously discussing, "I was wondering why the closed beta licenses stopped being released after a while." Apparently, the official team knew the open beta was coming soon, so they stopped giving out free slots. Of course. Why give you a game you can clearly sell for free? Don't the official team have to eat? Wow, I'm so envious of those old players who got the beta test accounts. How long have they been getting them for free? And it's an open beta test. Wow, I'm so envious. MOU's lip curled unconsciously. Well, it's really hard to say who's getting free rides. While the old players didn't buy game time, they built the entire AMT City map in version 1.0 brick by brick with their own hands. Even if they don't have money, they accept sexual compensation. As for new players after the open beta, their situation is even worse. Not only do they have to come to another world to work for him, and the world consciousness, but they also have to pay before they can work. But MOU thought this approach actually made a lot of sense. MOU had read many Fourth Calamity novels in his previous world, but almost every one of them followed the same pattern. Once you open the beta test, you can test it for the rest of your life. In the eyes of MOU, a game planner, this wasn't scientific at all. First, as a well-made VR online game, the investment must be enormous. It's fine to offer free beta testing during the initial closed beta due to the numerous bugs, but isn't it suspicious for a game company to spend their entire lives doing closed beta testing? Don't game companies want to make money, recoup costs, and hire people to run the game? Once players start questioning it, and the voices of doubt multiply, it will cause MOU considerable trouble. While they might not immediately assume this is an online game about real souls traveling through time during the Fourth Calamity, even rumors of money laundering, human experiments, or a lack of investment leading to shoddy game plots would become a public relations disaster. They might even be targeted by state agencies, like the Tax Bureau. Even if nothing happens, a group of players constantly worrying about the game company's bankruptcy would ruin everyone else's gaming experience, and might even affect Leah's anchor point. Secondly, free things aren't particularly valuable. While VR glasses can be a great solution for modern people's insomnia and the lack of personal relaxation and gaming time due to long work and study hours, there's no telling when players might tire of them. But paying for them is a different story. To make their monthly memberships worthwhile, even players who harbor the desire to play an A game will likely use up their monthly memberships before playing a game, to avoid wasting money. Furthermore, MOU's pricing isn't high, roughly on par with typical paid online games, and even half price during the public beta period. Playing a VR online game at half price is a bargain most players would surely want to take advantage of. Third, MOU is a wage earner. While he has some savings, he can't help but rent servers and pay for the internet for the players. As the number of players grows, the demand for videos and pictures will increase, and better servers will inevitably be needed. Wouldn't that mean the players have to pay for the service themselves? Besides, MOU always believed that he was merely working in another world, essentially no different from working abroad for a few years without a passport or visa. Once the evil god is expelled, and the world consciousness is functioning normally, he can retire and return to his own world. He have to earn a salary, right? Forget about anything else. When Leah's energy is sufficient, and the otherworld teleportation window can be opened at will, he have to have money for takeout and errands to replenish his supplies and improve his living standards. A gentleman loves money, but he gets it in a proper way. Why provide free services when you can legally exploit players? Chapter 161. After browsing the forums, and finding no negative posts complaining about the game's fees, MOU turned his attention to the game's strategy posts. First, he found Jinri Yoyu's Werewolf Dungeon strategy post. MOU was a little surprised that this dungeon was a werewolf dungeon that completely cut off all external communication. However, after seeing Jinri Yoyu's recount of the dungeon scene, he felt that it was more like a battle between the goddess of fate and the goddess of darkness. Perhaps, this is also a form of divine warfare? But fate and darkness, it seems like their spheres of authority don't overlap much. Could this really be a fight? Or is it just a friendly game of werewolf? MOU muttered to himself. However, currently, players had only a few hints about the main storyline of the fantasy world, and their knowledge of divine warfare was pitifully limited, so what they could analyze was extremely limited. When are we going to update the official website with some information about the God War? Well, let's do it before the official server launch. We also need to find a time to temporarily shut down the server for an update, claiming it's a server switch. Otherwise, even if it's some kind of hacked-out technology, it's too strange. MOU continued scrolling down the post. Today's reign I waited a long time, finally hearing the last player eliminated, Mingwerue, and asked about the results of that werewolf round. As expected, werewolf number 13 hid himself incredibly well. He was the one who returned the votes on the first day of voting, and even when he spoke, He was the first werewolf player to secretly defect and vote for number 2. Even I didn't suspect him at the time. Furthermore, werewolf number 5's self-destruction was perfectly timed, halting all subsequent actions. I couldn't speak to give number 10 the golden water, nor could I guide any of the conversations. After losing his divine power as a prophet, capable of directly verifying werewolves, number 13, relying on his eloquence, first reminded everyone of number 9's suggestion on the first day that werewolves would kidnap people together, and then shifted suspicion to number 6. Before number 5 blew up, I had nodded in approval of number 6's plan to shoot number 5. Number 13 believed this proved number 10 was not a wolf. However, he still suspected that number 6, who voted for me on the first day, was the last wolf, and he urged everyone to vote for number 6. Not only did he hint that number 6 was a wolf, he also gave number 6 a hint that number 9 was suspicious. Furthermore, number 13 was the second to last speaker that day, and the woman who voted last, number 1, almost followed his lead and voted for number 6. Hunter number 6, knowing he was not a wolf, shot number 9, whom he considered suspicious, when he was voted out. Number 9 was a guard. After losing the prophet, the hunter was killed and the guards taken away. Which number 7, a clear-cut opponent without medicine, was slain by the werewolves on the final night. The game concluded completely on the 4th night, with the final werewolf player completing the kill and securing a comeback victory. According to Mingweru Hawaii, after the werewolf's kill, they heard the female voice from the opening DM. The same one who said, "It's dark, please close your eyes," whom I suspect is the dark goddess, laughing heartily. The losing player is then automatically killed by the system and exits the dungeon. Presumably, only those who survive to the end and win the werewolf kill can be considered to have completed the side quest. We received very few clues to the main quest this time, and perhaps only by successfully completing the side quests can we obtain more information. Judging by the reaction of the supposed dark goddess, I suspect the werewolves themselves represent the dark goddess's faction. After all, werewolves roam at night. However, according to the game's initial settings, the seer and guard are blessed by the goddess of fate, while the witch and hunter are blessed by the dark goddess. Furthermore, the first day is dedicated to the ID card scramble. Players who fail to secure an ID card are immediately eliminated, and the game automatically regenerates new IDs, allowing NPCs to complete the remaining number of players. I suspect the role templates for werewolf will also change with each round. For example, the board we drew this time was a standard pre-hunter guardian, but next time we might have a pre-hunter white, or even a third party like a lover or Cupid. However, NPCs are supposedly randomly assigned by the system, and their quality varies greatly. For example, this time there was NPC number 13, who was clearly very skilled, while there were also a bunch of NPCs who were clearly not very skilled, just filling in the numbers. I think for the best werewolf experience, I recommend forming a 13-person party, all of whom are werewolf proficient, and entering the dungeon directly in a separate room. This also ensures that a player survives to the end and obtains clues to the main quest, rather than an NPC surviving to the end, laughing and crying.jpg. Overall, this is a very unique dungeon, and it's clearly playable for a very long time. If you just want to experience a smooth werewolf experience, you can ignore the main quest and directly play the werewolf side game. For those who are afraid of playing werewolf against live humans, good news, you can enter the dungeon alone and enjoy a game against 12 computer-controlled NPCs. I think the development team is really considerate of socially anxious players. Also, a reminder, the identity card snatching during the first day is full of scams. After interviewing 4 other players, I found that the first scene a player sees upon waking is usually not the scene of their original identity. However, if a player obtains all the important items and the identity name, they can forcibly obtain that identity. However, the important items you find may be fraudulent, and the corresponding names may not be accurate. The 2 players who entered with us fell victim to these unexpected scams. We recommend players take the time to explore their true identity, which usually has a photo prop for facial verification. In short, the initial identity spawned is inevitably fraudulent, but it is easy to obtain. True identity is difficult to find, but there are fewer scams. Players can weigh the pros and cons of each identity based on their situation. MOU currently has no direct contact with the Goddess of Fate or the Goddess of Darkness. Players had encountered the Goddess of Fate several times in the fantasy realm. She was either helping Na roll the dice or playing werewolf with the Dark Goddess. It seemed this goddess enjoyed playing board games. And judging by the minor assistance she offered players during the dice rolls in single-player dungeons, this Goddess of Fate likely didn't harbor any hostility towards them, and might even be somewhat friendly. Aoyun's knowledge of the Dark Goddess's authority and her followers was limited. Perhaps he could ask the mercenaries someday. Perhaps Lot Seth and Xiangyang would know more about the two goddesses. After all, they were also followers of the goddess of fate. If the goddess of fate is engaged in a divine war with the goddess of darkness, then her followers should also have some understanding of their enemy. It's also possible that Naya, having occupied the body of the god of light, has set her sights on the goddess of fate, and that she is attempting to win over the goddess of darkness, whose power is opposed to the god of light. Furthermore, Naya's own attributes are also dark, so there will inevitably be a conflict between them. Mou rubbed his chin. Perhaps these two goddesses could become allies of the world. However, it's too early to consider this right now. Their levels, from lord to player to territory, are too low, and their current leverage is far from enough to reach the divine realm. Besides the spatial authority wielded by Leah, their faction possesses only the 1/3 of natural authority shared by the newly born sapling of life and the old mother tree of life. Even this small share of natural authority has already made the god of raging waves and ice and snow covetous, and they have repeatedly made attempts to gain access. And that's because their territory and borders are far apart. If they were closer, that irritable old man might come and harass them daily. However, the last time the mother tree of life made its move, it should have frightened that irritable old man. Hopefully, they can hold out for a while, and stop launching these sudden events every now and then. If they want to hold events, that's fine too, as long as that irritable old man can provide some player rewards. Mou has no objection. Mou believes that they must first establish good relations with the elves, strengthen the player base, and stabilize their anchor point, while completely resolving the issue of the mother tree of life, and completely securing this 1/3 of natural authority. Authorities interact and attract each other. Once the world consciousness has fully connected and mastered the mother tree of life's natural authority, they might even be able to reclaim some of the world consciousness's fragments. Only then will they have a chance of victory against the raging waves and the god of ice and snow in the north, or the all-spirits earth mother in the south. Version 1.0, Elf Territory, Legend of the Two Sacred Trees, 2.0 will reach the northern borders and create Frozen Continent, and 3.0 will open a tropical forest plantation in the southern continent, Rainforest Adventure. Wow, 3 game versions are perfectly planned. I just wonder if the gods in this world, beset by external enemies and embroiled in internal strife, will cooperate with his expansion release plans. But it doesn't matter. Minor issues like expansions can be updated at any time based on plot developments. If that doesn't work, a smaller version is fine. There are so many gods to fight, and so many world fragments to find in this world, more than enough for players to play until 10.0. With such a group of godlike assistant game planners, who love to stir up trouble, and work for free on a part-time basis, Mou isn't afraid at all. As long as they don't ask for his salary, they can still be friends. Chapter 162. The sun was setting, and darkness was about to fall upon the earth once more. Mou closed his computer, notified DeCarlo on his phone that he didn't need to bring him dinner, and then changed into casual clothing and headed to the tavern. Although Magic Chef James D. Morera was out hunting with Rama and the others tonight, leaving the head chef vacant, James had recruited a few Magic Chef players to serve as temporary cooks before leaving, so the tavern was still bustling with people, mostly mercenaries. Although Mou disliked discussing matters during mealtimes, the mercenaries had been quite busy lately, either moving bricks at the construction site or working hard outside. Wanting to quietly inquire about the gods, Mou thought it would be more convenient to go directly to the tavern. However, he looked around the tavern but didn't see the two of them. He sat down at the bar and took the menu handed to him by the druid player stationed there today. Let's have the fried pork cutlet and cola combo. For some reason, every time Mou finished leveling up, he inexplicably craved something unhealthy but full of joy, a mixture of sugar and oil. After deciding on dinner, he glanced up at the druid girl's ID. Come on, come on. Mou had some familiarity with this ID. She must have been a friend Xianyuitio had brought into the game. He casually asked, "Did you see Latte and Xiangyang tonight?" A druid girl with that ID, who could be Xianyuitio's friend, must be a kindred spirit. She immediately gave a knowing smile, winked, and leaned in close to the lord, gossiping quietly. Latte just made Xiangyang angry, and she chased him into the hallway, and they're still kissing. Hee, they really are a couple. Oh! No wonder Mou had always felt the atmosphere between these two was a bit clingy. It wasn't an illusion. The lord's gaze on her seemed to hold a questioning. Why didn't you go and watch? The druid girl explained quietly. In this kind of situation, It's fine to just watch the initial kiss to confirm their relationship. If you just stand there and watch, you'd be chopped into pieces by that mercenary boss. You have to respect the NPC's privacy. She wouldn't say she was scared away by Lot Seth's murderous glare. MOU nodded, figuring it would be a good idea to find them after dinner. Sure enough, as he contentedly washed down the last bite of his dinner with a Coke, Lot Seth came down from the second floor, looking refreshed. Xiangyang followed behind him, his lips looking exceptionally red, even a little swollen. Lot, Xiangyang. MOU waved at them, successfully attracting the two mercenaries' attention. I have something to ask you. Anything? Feel free to ask. Lot said casually. About the goddess you worship. MOU's lips curled. The smile gradually faded from Lot's face. However, matters concerning the gods naturally couldn't be discussed in this hall. MOU temporarily requisitioned the tavern owner's small office behind the bar from Father Polly, and had Leah set up a barrier there to prevent the gods from eavesdropping. The two mercenaries, usually unruly by nature, acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy in front of MOU. They sat upright, as nervous as elementary school students preparing for a test. Why are you so nervous? MOU couldn't help but laugh. What do you want to know about the goddess of fate? Xiangyang asked. Everything. MOU said, to protect the world, I need to know everything about him, no matter how detailed, no matter how insignificant, and regardless of whether I already know it or not. Please tell me everything you know, starting from the beginning. Lot and Xiangyang exchanged a glance, a silent exchange between them that only lovers could understand. Finally, Lot nodded gently, and Xiangyang withdrew his gaze and said to MOU, Janice, the goddess of fate, is a beautiful goddess with 2 faces, 2 heads, and 4 arms. One face is youthful and beautiful, kind, charitable, and compassionate. In her hand, she holds a set of dice of fate, bestowing blessings upon the virtuous, while sometimes playing mischievous tricks on fate. People affectionately call her Jana. The other face is like that of an old woman, stern and glaring, her eyes always fixed on the wicked. In her hands, she constantly spins the thread of fate, and people awe-inspiringly call her Baba Nasa. The word Xiangyang mentioned had an odd pronunciation, sounding more like Baba Nasa. He was suddenly reminded of Baba Yaga, the old witch popular in Russian Slavic mythology. For those blessed by fate, if they are fortunate enough, or unfortunate enough, they might even touch upon these threads of destiny. A picture, or perhaps an incomprehensible image, might appear in their minds. Only the most powerful prophets can accurately discern which are destiny's hints, and which are their own hallucinations. However, interpreting these ambiguous, illogical images and visions is even more difficult. Some people only gain enlightenment when the event occurs, while others, despite successfully interpreting the omen, choose to circumvent their fate, ultimately causing their predetermined destiny to unfold. MOU nodded in understanding. This situation was familiar to him. If Voldemort hadn't heard Trelawney's prophecy about Harry Potter, he wouldn't have deliberately killed a baby and sacrificed himself. There seems to be a similar plot in Star Wars. This situation is probably called a self-fulfilling prophecy. Xiangyang pulled out a small statue of the goddess of fate from his interspatial bracelet, presumably the one they used for their regular worship. It was a palm-sized statue, carved differently from other statues. The front of this one actually depicted the goddess in profile. The goddess of fate had 2 heads, 4 arms, and 4 legs, each facing left and right. It looked like 2 women fused together from the back. The goddess on the left was young and beautiful, wearing a revealing gauze dress and a smile on her face. She stretched her hands forward, her left palm facing up, holding 7 dice with different numbers on their sides. His right hand was clenched, his thumb, index finger, and middle finger slightly bent, gripping a human-shaped chess piece. The chess piece's attire revealed it to be a human king. His left leg was lifted and rested on his slightly bent right knee, his body leaning downward as if dancing. However, his posture resembled that of a dancing Shiva, and beneath his feet rested a mountain of skulls. The goddess on the right was covered from head to toe in a soft fabric, revealing only her majestic features. Her face was wrinkled with the bruises of weather, but her eyes held the dignity of a judge. Her lips were pursed, the corners of her lips drooping, betraying anger. Her hands emerged from her cloak, her left hand holding aloft the spindle of fate, her right hand turning the wheel of destiny. The spinning wheel obscured most of her form, but a closer look revealed that the fabric draped over her was woven from the very threads in her hands. Layer upon layer, the fabric wrapped around her body, and upon closer inspection, it was painted with various images of suffering human beings. This statue is exquisitely designed and carved. The goddess's dual form, with one head raised and the other lowered, the left slightly higher and the right slightly lower, presents a distinct posture, yet creates a sense of unity. Jana represents a fortunate rebirth, and her patron month is January. Panasa represents the end of fate, and her patron month is December. Janus represents both the beginning and the end of the year. She is both the beginning and the end, the cycle of fate. The authority she controls over fate is vast, Xiangyang said, including luck and misfortune, randomness and destiny, happiness and suffering, wealth and poverty, birth and death. She is both reincarnation and uncertainty. In the eyes of us believers, she is the deity who controls everything. This also explains why the fortune teller's skill includes masterful hands. After all, this goddess of fate also controls wealth and poverty. It makes perfect sense for her followers to redistribute wealth through methods that may bring about karmic consequences for themselves. Janus is a dual deity, each a perfect opposite. When we believers pray to her, we mostly pray to Janus, a benevolent and fortunate being who favors those who have accumulated good karma. Only a very few who have suffered injustice and seek fate's just punishment pray to Panasa. Panasa is a fair judge who will bring fate's retribution upon those who have accumulated evil. What about his relationship with the Church of Light and the Goddess of Darkness? Mou asked. Xiangyang shook his head, indicating he wasn't entirely clear. Lot pondered for a moment, then said, the Goddess of Fate doesn't have any overt dealings with the Church of Light. However, she hasn't had any major conflicts with any of the gods. She doesn't have a temple or church. We believers carry her statues or pendants with us for worship and prayer. Those who believe in the God of Light are generally corrupted by the pollution, going mad, or fearing madness. But the evil god's pollution itself is a strange thing. The more you fear it, the more you think about it, the more it will corrupt you. Xiangyang added, those of us who believe in fate believe that madness is a given. Fortune is fate, misfortune is fate, and we have no choice but to accept it. Accepting fate. Afterward, resistance to contamination actually increased. However, this doesn't mean we have any conflict with the Church of Light. When we become overly contaminated during our missions, we attend a mass there to cleanse some of the contamination. As for the Dark Goddess, she remains a mystery. We know only that she rules over night and darkness, but nothing else about her. We haven't heard of any conflict between her and the Goddess of Fate. But we have heard that the Goddess of Fate has a habit of turning any challenge, whether from friend or foe, or request for help, into a game or a gamble. Whoever wins this game will receive everything they desire. Those who lose must pay the agreed price to the Goddess of Fate. Chapter 163. So what exactly happened that made you curious about the Goddess of Fate? Lot asked. Actually, several adventurers accompanying an elven expedition to the elven territory stumbled into a fantasy realm on the edge of the desert. In that realm, the Dark Goddess and the Goddess of Fate seemed to be using humans as pawns in a game called Werewolf. Oh! Lot and Xiangyang both showed a look of sudden realization. If that's the case, then it's indeed possible. This type of fantasy is quite common on the continent. Lot nodded. And they're among the least dangerous. Normally, you can play a round of the game according to the goddess's rules and leave safely. Compared to other fantasy realms, where you die inexplicably, and don't know how, this is already very merciful. Indeed? Mou nodded. It's not the fantasy realm that concerns me, but the relationship between the Goddess of Fate and the Dark Goddess. Recently, the gods have been. Friction is building, undercurrents are surging. In fact, the beast tides and sandstorms we endured before might have been attacks from the god of raging waves and ice and snow. I see, Lot quickly understood. If it's that person, their target should be the elves and the Tree of Life. But the elves are quite reliable partners. They definitely take responsibility for resolving any problems they cause. I may have incurred the enmity of quite a few gods. Mou joked, do you regret renting a base here? Well, with such a cheap place, it's understandable that there might be some hidden dangers. Fate has secretly placed a price on every gift. Lotte was unconcerned, instead comforting Mou, I don't think you need to worry too much about the Goddess of Fate. Everything is predetermined. Speaking of destiny. Xiangyang seemed to suddenly remember something. When I informed the Lord of Roselle of our impending relocation, she said something to me. What did she say? Mou asked. Lord Laurandi, the Lord of Roselle, said the goddess had given an oracle. If the executor of the world seeks Fate's assistance, we will invite him to Roselle for a round of Fate's roulette. You must be the executor of the world, right? I understand. Mou nodded. That must be a message for me. After gathering enough information, he stood up and said goodbye to the two. As he left the tavern, he saw another flurry of activity in the square. It seemed Rama and his companions had teleported back with a bunch of cages. Despite the chaos, there was actually only one familiar player crying loudly. Mou looked closely and saw it was Tangnan Pot. His head had somehow become bald, and if you looked closely, you could see teeth marks. The few remaining hairs on his head had been gnawed, making them uneven and bumpy. "Stop crying. I give you a new haircut later." Rama finally lost his patience and picked up a cage and smashed it on Tangnan Pot's head. Suddenly, the world fell silent. "Mou? Question mark. Nikyukia calmly dragged her shameful and useless brother, whose head was bleeding from being blasted with a cage, to the side and expertly cast, "Stop bleeding" on him. "What's going on?" Mou walked over to Ialian and asked the knight curiously. Their team looked complete, having brought back a bunch of cute, fluffy balls in the cage. It seemed only the hair of two players who paid for the game had been damaged. Well, Tangnan Bazu's heart was also hurt. "It's like this." The knight suppressed a smile and leaned close to the lord's ear, mumbling a brief summary of the whole situation. So it was the bald player's unbreakable love for the hair he paid for. Mou suddenly understood and nodded silently, feeling full of sympathy for Tangnan Bazu. But why did he get the feeling that Rama's choice of Tang Sek Pot as bait was also partly out of amusement? Aside from Rama, who was urging the players to carry the cages back to the Alchemy Institute, the other NPCs, following James's suggestion, were heading to the tavern. Mou had just finished dinner and had no desire to join in. He waved to Ialian and prepared to walk around the city, just as a post-dinner stroll. Mou wanted Ialian to spend more time with the city's people. The knight had been manipulated by the Church of Light for too long and desperately needed some normal social interaction with new friends. Constantly staying in the Mage Tower wasn't conducive to the knight's recovery. Although it was summer, most of AMT County was barren or desert. The sand and stone had a low specific heat capacity. It was incredibly hot during the day under the scorching sun, but cooled quickly at night by the breeze. It was just getting dark, and the breeze had already blown away the heat of the day. Mou squinted his eyes comfortably, inspecting the construction progress in the city while thinking about the future. Moiwa's territory isn't ideal in terms of location. Despite its vast territory, it boasts the worst living conditions on the continent. Its population density rivals Siberia, and survival is similarly challenging, though summers are only slightly hotter. It's said that in winter, the land is blanketed by the continental blizzards, transforming it into an ice field. Yes, because there are no mountains to shield the cold air from the north, this desolate desert is swept by icy air currents in winter, presenting a spectacular spectacle of a desert blanketed in ice and snow. Water scarcity and the ravages of pollution are the greatest obstacles to survival and development in this land. Decades ago, this area was a lush grassland, but now it's a barren desert. The dark, fertile swamp, hiding countless corpses, has become the last remaining source of water protecting the forest. The mother river flowing through southern AMT County is gradually diverted southwesterly by the sedimentary winds and sand each year. The lake deep in the northwest forest, which should have been the most suitable habitat for human life, has instead been overrun by monsters. The young and middle-aged who had the strength and opportunity to escape AMT County had already left, leaving only the elderly, unable and unwilling to leave, waiting to die. If it weren't for the existence of magic in this world, the people of AMT Village might not have survived. Moiwa was obsessed with researching a last-ditch method to save the world. However, despite his mastery of magical scholarship, magic alone was enough to protect the people of this village. But that was all. Magic brought pollution, and Moiwa was not immune to that pollution. The more magic he cast, the more he was eroded. The authority Mou needed most right now was the easiest to obtain, the natural authority. Even with only 1/3 of natural authority, he could transform the local ecosystem, open up new water sources, grow crops, fruits, and trees to prevent wind and sand. Only with sufficient food would more people be willing to migrate and settle here. The abundance of open land also had its advantages. He could freely plan AMT County. The newly built AMT city would be able to accommodate tens of thousands of adventurers in the future. With these new anchor points, they could expand to more clean land and expand AMT city in circles. With a solid foundation, he would have sufficient power and influence to negotiate with other major cities and allow adventurers to explore new worlds. The players were undoubtedly the chaotic, crazy, and infinitely creative fourth calamity, but they were also law-abiding people in the real world. The only difference was that in a game, there were often fewer rules than in real life, or rather, in most games, they could ignore the rules without facing any punishment. As a responsible game planner, MOU's job is to establish reasonable rules that constrain players in this alien world, allowing them to become saviors rather than destroyers of this world while enjoying the game. Every player dreams of being a hero. When they believe that protecting an NPC will yield greater rewards than arbitrarily harming or killing them, players will naturally make the right choice. And through various means, MOU has already instilled the rules of the game for this world in the minds of this group of veteran players, and even the casual players, who constantly browse the forums. For any online game, when an old server is flooded with new players, it maintains a stable and healthy environment. Veteran players, encouraged by the game's rules, will complete various mentoring quests to help newcomers quickly familiarize themselves with the rules and ecosystem. On the other hand, a new server with almost no veteran players will experience a period of rapid growth, with a constant stream of new and toxic players, severely disrupting the experience for those who simply want to play the game properly. MOU will naturally not allow the latter to happen. After the game's official server launch, the public beta period will serve as a buffer period for MOU. The first new players to enter the game will be those who have been watching the game for a long time on the forums, and those who have been recommended by existing veterans. Then, gradually new players with no knowledge of the game will arrive. MOU will have Leah implement some restrictions on new players' game permissions in the anchor point. For example, new players cannot enter other main cities or elf territories until they reach a certain level, complete certain tasks, or achieve a certain level of military merit. They will first receive subtle training from veteran players and NPCs in AMT City, and only after passing the test will they be released to wreak havoc on the world. Leah will always have the final say over these players. Want to kill innocent NPCs at will? Ban your account and log off. Want to wreak havoc on the world? Ban your account and log off. Want to exploit this game for fraudulent purposes or promote suspicious links? Ban your account and log off. I believe that as long as legitimate players value their accounts and the small amounts they deposit, they will choose the most appropriate gameplay method. If they're maliciously looking for trouble, ban their account and replace them. After all, the system only needs a random anchor point, and the funds deposited by the offending player will become a fine that MOU will confiscate. Chapter 164. Although AMT City is still a large construction site, the initial outlines of a future city can be discerned. Each road is extremely spacious. MOU has deliberately left space for future technological advancements. The driveways are paved with cement. They haven't found a material similar to asphalt yet. While the sidewalks are paved with large expanses of blue stone bricks. Clean, smooth, and with a classical atmosphere, they will plant flowers and trees along the roads in the future, making the entire landscape even more seamless. Players have also blended magic and technology to develop a water jet cutting device based on the alternate world alchemy. Its use only consumes the magician's mana bar, making it extremely energy efficient and environmentally friendly. Add to that the fact that magic puppets can be used as computer AI. Currently, processes like cutting and polishing have evolved from manual workshops to mechanized factory-style production, the alternate world alchemy magic version. Under Rama's guidance, players also created vibrant tiles in a variety of colors. The tiles of the alchemy capital, Onisul, have always been a renowned specialty, making them a simple task for Rama. Rama even refined the recipe based on the player's suggestions, creating a variety of elegant patterns. From then on, new buildings no longer had muddy yellow earth floors. Marble was used for high-end and important buildings, while tiles were used for civilian residences. Even basic amenities, like restrooms and bathrooms, were upgraded and improved. It can be said that this new city has transcended from a medieval earthen pit into a modern one. Once the new city is completed, the living standards of its residents will undoubtedly rise significantly. Lord, the Elven expedition has arrived at the main city of Corinthal. Suddenly, Leah issued a notification. MOU nodded, returned to the Mage Tower, and swiftly logged onto his alt. Kylo Allen was stationed outside the city, waiting for him to log in. You finally arrived. Once you set up the teleportation array, we need to enter the main city, entering from the north gate and exiting from the south. We also restocked some supplies at the city market, Kylo Allen said. Having learned from the unfortunate experience of the 5 players who strayed from the group and cried bitterly on the forums, the players on this expedition had learned their lesson. Even seeing the main city of Corinthal wasn't overly exciting. After all, the purpose of this expedition was to open a new main city, and following the quest normally would definitely lead to visiting it. But if they strayed and fell behind, or inexplicably entered some illusion, lost their teleportation rune, or simply died accidentally, they would be like those 5 unlucky players who hadn't died unless they were desperate, missing out on the expedition and its rich rewards. MOU controlled his trumpet and found a secluded bend in the mountain road, not too far from the main city gate, and set up a teleport point. At this distance, the people in Corinthia wouldn't see him as a threat, nor would players have to run a long way to teleport there. The surrounding trees and rocks provided good cover, and the proximity to the mountain road meant that even if a large group of adventurers suddenly appeared, it would appear to the uninformed as if they were coming from the other side of the mountain road. Furthermore, a little further out from the teleportation array, there was a viewpoint offering a distant view of the entire main city. MOU observed it, and decided it was a perfect spot for players to take photos. Imagine exiting the teleportation array, taking a few steps, and looking up. You're greeted by towering walls. Encircled by the walls, the towering, castle-like spire in the center of the main city stands out with its magnificent and striking presence. How awe-inspiring this will be for players! That's the seat of the Magic Federation Parliament. The Corinthia Magic Tower, Leah said. It's the heart of the Magic Federation Parliament. Beneath the tower lies the largest and most comprehensive magic library and archive on this continent, serving as the political and academic center of the Magic Federation. It does look magnificent from the outside. It would be even better if we also played a mandatory bird's-eye view CG of the main city for players. MOU pondered for a moment and had Leah film a short video from the air. He planned to load it into the player's anchor point. Any player teleporting to the main city for the first time would be able to trigger the CG animation when passing through this essential route. After completing these tasks, MOU quietly returned to the elf team. Players had already received notifications from their online expedition mates that they had arrived at the main city of Corinthia, and began logging in one after another. MOU returned just in time. Before long, the 25-person team had assembled. The elves counted the number of players, and began standing one-on-one with the players. The extra elves stood at the back of the team to prevent players from falling behind. MOU had Leah start the special mission he had already set. A system notification suddenly popped up in front of the 25 players. You have arrived at the main city of Corinthia. You will now enter a long CG animation and special mission. Please ensure you have enough time to play. While the CG animation and special mission are playing, your voice chat will be switched to group mode, and players outside your group will not be able to hear your voice chat. This special mission is a follow-up mission. Please follow the system and sign prompts, and follow your bound spirit NPC. If you lose sight of your bound spirit NPC, please follow the system prompts to find him/her as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be separated from your group and your expedition mission will be considered a failure. Oh shit, it's a follow-up mission. Oh shit. Entering the CG. Before MOU, the animated CG that Leah had just filmed and edited unfolded before him like a scroll. The first thing that caught his eye was the distant view of Corinthia, shot from below. Then the camera shifted upwards and zoomed out. As players soared into the air like birds, the entire panorama of Corinthia, a vast, overlapping multi-disc city, came into view. The golden, massive, Magic Federation main city Corinthia, cursive characters appeared in the center of the CG. Wow, it's truly the main city, so magnificent. The cards are fully loaded. MOU heard a nearby player exclaim. The CG animation continued. After zooming up to its maximum, the view suddenly and rapidly descended, like a flying bird, passing through the northern city gate, passing through the small houses in the outermost circle of the main city, the chaotic slum market, and then crossing a not-so-wide artificial river. It passed the Magic Academy district, where mages gathered, filled with learning and culture, and then followed the raised ground to the inner circle, a splendid place that was clearly the wealthy area. The camera zoomed out again, and the massive Corinthia Magic Tower appeared before the players. It could no longer be called a tower, it resembled a vast European castle, complete with a moat and retractable inner gates. Flanking the castle were vast libraries and archives, while a dozen smaller towers towered above, housing the Magic Federation's administrative offices. The central and largest tower housed the Magic Federation Parliament. Beyond this interlocking main city, Corinthia City also had 4 smaller circular districts in the southeast, northeast, southwest, and northwest corners, each with its own unique characteristics and functions. When the CG animation ended, every player's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. This was also MOU's first time seeing such a massive main city. This main city's central district alone was twice the size of the currently planned area of AMT New City. Including the smaller districts, the entire main city was estimated to be 2 or 3 times the size of Onisol City. Judging from the CG footage Leah had just filmed, the population here was likely in the millions. Whether in the slums or the wealthy areas, the streets were bustling with people, reminding MOU of the dread of the crowded commute he endured every day in his original world. After the CG ended, the system prompt reappeared. Each player's field of vision displayed their elf companions, marked in blue, and their expedition team, marked in green. Players were required to stay with the expedition team at all times. If they fell behind, the markers would flash red and orange, prompting them to find the team. Because of the previous incident with the 5 players who fell behind, after the release of this Follow Me quest, few players had the urge to test it out. Just kidding, just testing it and then losing the quest? Expedition team spots are so hard-earned, and the rewards are so generous. With the quest already halfway completed and the reward about to be claimed in the elf territory, why would they bother to mess around now? After completing this expedition, the main city teleporter will naturally open. Then, wouldn't it be up to the players to explore as they pleased? With this in mind, all the players were incredibly obedient, following the elves closely. Thankfully, Kylo Allen had given the players time to explore, so the pace wasn't very fast. The main city of Corinthal still had a per-person entrance fee, but this time it was 12 drams, and a temporary pass was issued. This pass was valid for 3 days. Those who paid within those 3 days could re-enter the main city without being charged again, effectively paying a 4 drams entrance fee per day. If you enter through one gate and exit through another, and don't want to return within 3 days, you can return the pass upon exiting the city and receive a refund for the remaining unused time. This meant that merchants seeking to save on travel costs could avoid paying a cent, as long as they stayed in the city for no more than a day, using the main city as a thoroughfare for supplies. This was also the reason why Corinthal was on the trade routes of nearly every traveling merchant caravan, a renowned and important trading city. This main city, as the headquarters of the Magic Federation Council and home to the continent's largest magic library, had also become a cultural capital, even surpassing the Magic Academy of Calcadora in status. Chapter 165. Kylo Allen paid the players' entrance fee. The elves, intent on bringing the adventurers home to heal the Mother Tree, didn't care about this small change. Every year, the main city of Corinthal had to spend a large sum of money to purchase enough food from the elves to sustain the entire city. As a long-lived and abstinent race, the elves didn't have much of a desire for consumption. To be frank, the assets held by each elf, even the youngest, far exceeded the meager savings held by MOU/MOEWU. However, the previous incident, where he lost 5 adventurers, including a precious druid, due to a careless mistake, had left Kylo Allen feeling depressed for a long time. After repeated reflection, he gradually understood how to properly control these unruly and freedom-loving adventurers. This time, to prevent the loss of more adventurers, Kylo Allen wisely confiscated all the adventurers' passes and clearly informed them of this fact. Without an elf to lead the way, no matter how serious the problem, they would never escape the main city. This time, however, the players were unusually cooperative, following the elves through the outer city's slums like children on a leash. Though curiously glancing around, they closely followed the group along the main road from north to south, not falling behind. Before entering the wealthy district, the group of nearly 60 people turned right and headed towards the small town in the southwest. The small towns in the 4 corners of the main city of Corinthal each have their own unique characteristics and functions. The southwest town, being closest to the elven territory, has long been a favorite place for elves to do business, and as a result, its center has evolved into a professional agricultural market. The main city was bustling with activity. Even at night, the streets and markets were still bustling with people, the lights ablaze as if it were daylight. They had come to resupply because the seeds they had brought with them were running low. These elves had been selected as elite archers to assist AMT County in resisting the beast tide. Their other supplies, such as various seeds, were actually quite limited. Each elf simply stuffed a small amount into their own space item, based on their dietary preferences and combat habits. And these seeds, amidst the celebrations and the druids' gleaming, admiring gazes, were transformed into fresh fruits and vegetables, or given directly as seeds to adventurers for exchange or as quest rewards. Kylo Allen had clearly gathered a batch of seeds from the elves who had stayed behind before setting off, but after a quest reward and the provision of ingredients for the Magic Chef quest, as well as vegetables for the bonfire party, now 30 of them couldn't find a single seed. Even though they were about to return to their own territory, this seedless state made Kylo Allen anxious. If nothing else, he was worried that the adventurers would run off again when they set up camp halfway out of the city at night. So, after the Lord suggested taking the adventurers on a tour of the main city, Kylo Allen decided it would be best to resupply them there. By the way, the spices they had brought with them had been used up during the barbecues and needed to be replenished. If they encountered fellow tribesmen who regularly brought food to sell at a stall, they could borrow some seeds from them. Even if they didn't happen to encounter their elven companions, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take the adventurers for a stroll through the market and stock up on necessities and food for the journey. This market was practically the elven people's backyard. Here, Kylo Allen knew nearly every vendor and every path. With these thoughts in mind, the elven expedition arrived at the market in the center of the small farming town in the southwest. Kylo Allen paused and turned to the elves and adventurers, saying, "My companions, we will be purchasing some supplies at this market. I give you an hour to do so. During this hour, adventurers, please stay with your elven companions. If you wish to purchase anything, please inform them. They will assess the value of the item. If your request is reasonable, they will purchase it for you and pay for it. Please do not attempt to purchase anything on your own. This city only accepts the Magic Federation's common currency. Adventure coins are not accepted at this time. I will be waiting for you at the market exit in 1 hour. If adventurers need to temporarily log off, they must hand over their husks to their elven companions. If you are separated from your elven companions and cannot find them, please gather at the market exit. I'll be waiting there." "It feels like a tour group," the adventurers murmured. "The elves are paying us to buy things? Is that so good? Ah, a farmer's market in another world. I wonder what good things I can find. There should be more seeds in the elven territory, right? Is this the quest for experiencing the local customs and culture of the new main city? It really feels like traveling to another world." The players happily followed their elf companions around the streets. The elf in charge of MOU's alt character was named Arad. MOU didn't have anything in particular in mind, so he let this shy elf lead the way to visit the stalls he was familiar with. "Actually, when we came here before, we were mainly selling food." Arad spoke softly, but not inaudibly. "The vendors here sell spices, salt, cloth, and daily necessities that we need. Elves live a simple and frugal life, and we rarely use polluting alchemical tools. We mostly buy practical daily necessities." Arad thought for a moment and added, "But we elves also love sparkling gems. It's in our nature. Half-elves with some elven blood often inherit this instinct as well. It's just that the gems in this market aren't very good, so we generally don't buy them here." As if he had learned some more trivia about this world, MOU nodded with interest. He inspected the goods on the stalls along the way, but he didn't have much desire to buy anything, until he spotted a familiar red fruit. The fruit was about the size of a cherry, but flatter and more oval. It looked a lot like the fruit MOU had been searching for a long time, a coffee cherry. MOU sent an identification spell, and the system quickly gave a response. Coffee cherry, alternate world version. Coffee cherries from another world contain coffee seeds. While not cultivated for optimal taste, their caffeine content is quite high. It's non-toxic, but excessive caffeine intake can be harmful to your health. "It really is coffee," MOU exclaimed delightedly, quickly pulling Aloe over and asking if he could buy it. "This is a relatively rare fruit." Aloe took a quick look and said, "We don't grow it here. It must have come from a plantation in the south. If you need it, I can buy it for you." "Buy." MOU acted decisively. He glanced at the merchant before him. He had dark skin and exotic clothing. He certainly looked like someone from the south. In the corner of his stall, a pile of fruit lay. Some were green raw, some had turned yellow-brown, and some were an overripe purple. MOU felt that the fruit looked very familiar and cast another identify spell on it. Cocoa, alternate world version. The cocoa fruit from another world contains cocoa seeds, which can be made into chocolate. Without cultivation and refinement to optimize its taste, this cocoa might not be delicious, but it's non-toxic and contains all the necessary ingredients. I always feel like this identification result has Leah's venomous tongue in it. MOU muttered to himself, and asked Alad to buy the cocoa as well. Because both fruits were produced on southern plantations, they were sold at a high price. Alad spent a full pound of common currency to buy a pound of each. But with these seeds, the druids can cultivate more and better coffee and cocoa. MOU believed that he would soon achieve coffee freedom and chocolate freedom. Compared to that bright future, the cost of just 1 pound, for the elves, was nothing. After putting the 2 fruits into his system backpack, MOU became more interested in browsing the shops, but he didn't find much worth buying. Most of the seeds and crops were sold by the elves. Arad, seeing his familiar companions, also went to exchange some seeds. But these items were readily available in the elven territory, and MOU didn't need them urgently, so he naturally didn't buy them in the main city. MOU's attention was more focused on searching for goods from the South Continent and the North Territory. However, there weren't many merchants from such distant lands. Besides coffee and cocoa, he only found vendors selling tobacco and rubber. Mou wasn't particularly interested in tobacco, but rubber was a valuable commodity. However, the vendor wasn't selling rubber trees, but only the sap from the natural rubber trees. Mou didn't buy anything, but instead asked Arad about the existence of rubber trees. After learning that the elves cultivated them, he completely gave up on buying. After strolling around like this, it was almost time to gather. When Mou followed Arad to the gathering point, he found that most of the players had already gathered, their faces smiling with the satisfaction of a desire to buy and learn. The elves, on the other hand, all looked relieved, having spent money to avoid disaster. It was unclear what they had experienced. Overall, Kylo Allen's strategy, combined with the system's accompanying quests, was indeed a great success. This sightseeing tour of Corinth's main city, which should have been prone to incidents, ended quietly and without any incident. Furthermore, the adventurers seemed very satisfied and seemed to have had an excellent gaming experience. Mou couldn't help but give Kylo Allen a thumbs up in his heart. He followed the elf team out of the city through the southwest gate again, embarking on the final leg of the journey to the Elven territory. Chapter 166. Cheers! In the tavern, the NPCs raised their glasses. Wow, what's going on? A special CG animation? A few players peeked in, only to be rushed out by James de Morera, who was carrying several plates of food. Only the druid was politely escorted out after purifying all the food and drinks. Then, the tavern door closed, and the NPCs began their private, enjoyable meal. These adventurers are good, but they're a bit too nosy. James de Morera put down his plate and grinned. But it seems that's also their strength. Being helpful is a strength, but being gossipy is not. Rama filled his glass, took a lazy sip, and raised it to Ialian. Only you can stand them, Your Highness, the scandal-ridden son of God. Ialian corrected him with a smile. Please don't call me son of God anymore. I'm no longer a son of the Church of Light, but a knight loyal to the Lord. Very well, Your Excellency the Knight. Rama leaned lazily in his chair, cup in hand. So what's the point of that little cutie? Fellows asked curiously. Developing a new type of Warcraft bioarmor. Llama perked up at the mention of research, his eyes sparkling with excitement. An adventurer has proposed creating armor made of Warcraft. It can continuously absorb pollution to strengthen itself, yet lacks consciousness, and can be controlled by the adventurer's mind. Sounds a bit like a Warcraft contract. Pharaohs pondered. Adventurers can indeed form a pact with purified monsters. It's a bit like using possession to sync the spirit with the pack beast, then using the pack beast to form one's own armor. The principle is similar, but the pact is one-to-one, and its usage is too restrictive. I want to simplify the pact step and turn this monster bioarmor into a suit that all adventurers can adapt to. These adventurers are not afraid of pollution. The more polluted the environment, the greater their combat power and defense will be. As long as the monster bioarmor absorbs the escaping pollution during continuous battle, constantly repairing damage and growing stronger and stronger, it can further protect the adventurers while absorbing environmental pollution, completely storing it within the bioarmor. The Church of Light must have experimented with this idea many years ago. Ialian pondered for a moment and said, I remember in the text I read in the literature. The biggest problem they faced at the time was that inanimate matter couldn't actively absorb and solidify pollution, so it continued to flow evenly throughout all inanimate matter. To absorb pollution, a subject must possess thought and consciousness. But once thought and consciousness are present, the pollution will drive them mad. Yes, because pollution takes root at the level of the mind and spirit, gradually spreading to the material plane. On a purely material level, pollution will flow evenly. But if even a tiny bit of thought is introduced into the contaminated matter, the pollution will instantly seep into the spiritual plane, condensing into demonic beasts or illusions. The Church of Light's only successful attempt was to utilize the power of virtuality and reality to construct countless containers. Within these containers, pollution would exist in a dual superposition between virtuality and reality, constantly shifting from virtuality to reality and back again. Rama took a tissue, tore off a long strip, and then turned it over and connected it to the other end. The powers of the real and the imaginary have constructed this circular track, and pollution circulates endlessly within it. It's a perfect concept, but there's a huge problem. He loosened his fingers holding the tissue's joint, and the strip immediately unfurled. To inhale the pollution, the container must be opened manually. Therefore, there is always an artificial door in this circular track, and this door must be a living being with self-awareness. Every time the pollution cycles through this door, it poses an attack to the door itself. If the door itself cannot withstand this attack, it will collapse under the corrosion of the pollution. And once the door collapses, the entire circle will instantly disintegrate. But the Church of Light cannot separate the container from the door, nor can it reduce or purify the pollution within the container. Therefore, they can only continuously strengthen the door. Humans. There's an unconfirmed theory that the God of Light demanded spiritual authority from the world consciousness, also motivated by a desire to stabilize and consolidate these gates. However, as far as I know, the Church of Light's research has made no progress in all these years. The humans they used as gates have all been transformed into monsters by the uncontrolled pollution. Rama looked up at Aelian, only to see the knight's eyelashes droop, his thoughts unsettled. I think this research direction isn't working. Rama continued, the Church of Light's sole purpose is to contain the pollution, but mere containment is futile, it must be consumed and purified. My lord and I are working on a new approach to harnessing pollution, transforming it into energy, or something else beneficial. I've previously been trying to detonate this pollution into energy using antimatter bombs, but so far, I failed to find a way to control the explosion and steadily output this overpowering energy source. But the adventurers have come up with a new idea. Monsters naturally absorb pollution to strengthen themselves. If we can control them and transform them into a kind of living armor, we can, in a sense, solidify, store, and utilize the pollution. This idea wouldn't have been feasible in the past. This living armor still requires a connection to consciousness, and once connected, the human mind would be contaminated by the monster. However, our gifted adventurers are not afraid of pollution, which makes everything possible. Then why the cutie? James cut into the steak on the plate in front of him. What's so special about this monster? I only know that they consist almost entirely of teeth and hair, with almost no edible parts. The cutie isn't an intelligent monster, but every hair of theirs contains neurons. They can communicate telepathically with other creatures and monsters through their hair. Rama grinned. Furthermore, their hair is incredibly flexible and can be used as tentacles. After absorbing pollution, it also provides incredible defensive capabilities. Using this as a foundation for research and development, we should be able to refine something quite interesting. They also seem to particularly enjoy eating hair. Thinking of the two miserable decoys from before, the dwarf let out a rough ha ha ha. Isn't this thing going to be worn on the head after it's made? Ha ha ha. That's a pretty interesting idea. Rama's lips curled up in a mischievous smile. Several NPCs present simultaneously imagined adventurers who had inexplicably lost their hair while wearing this kind of Warcraft armor, and they all held a moment of silence for those adventurers who might have lost their hair. Would anyone really use armor with such severe side effects? Perhaps it was the shared adventures that brought them closer together, or perhaps it was the delicious food and harmless banter with the adventurers that bridged the gap. After a night of drinking dwarven ale, even Pharaohs, who had originally had a grudge against the dwarves, no longer displayed his disdain. In the end, the sturdy magic chef had no choice but to carry the elf and the dwarf as they dragged the two drunken individuals to the empty room upstairs. Luckily, the mercenaries had already set up temporary tents on the rented land and moved in from the inn, otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough room here. Rama, increasingly sober with each drink, leaned against the bar, idly counting the peanuts on the plate before him. Aelian, holding his glass, sat down beside him. You seem quite knowledgeable about the Church of Light's research, Aelian said softly. Yes. Rama's eyes flicked casually over Aelian. As recognized by the Alchemy Association as the most promising alchemist in 1,000 years, I had the privilege of participating in several joint research projects initiated by the Church of Light. Joint research? What are they researching? Aelian asked. Something to save the world. Rama said, you know, the world is on the brink of collapse, and nearly every god and faction is seeking a solution. The elves want to replant the Tree of Life. The Magic Federation is betting on creating a new god of magic. Alchemists hope to save everything through alchemy. And the Church of Light is deeply researching vessels, seals, and divine descent. A few years ago, they sought the help of our Alchemist Guild and the Magic Federation Council, asking us to help research a method to remove the vessel seal while preserving the gate's life. Or rather, its body. Aelian was stunned. But we were helpless at the time. Rama added, this is not a simple task, and much of the information they provided us was confidential and omitted. It wasn't until I saw you that I was able to complete the information that the Research Institute had concealed. See me? Aelian repeated, puzzled. Rama nodded, pointing to his eyes. The Eye of Analysis, a gift from the Onisil family, is a special alchemical gift that can see through the composition of all things. I see the thorn seal in you. You are the door. In fact, Until tonight, I always thought my body was the container of contamination itself. Aelian said, but then again, I only learned how to use this forbidden sealing technique, not how it works. Then did you know you were about to die? Rama asked. Chapter 167. Aelian's silver eyelashes trembled. Well, you seem much better now. A green light flickered in Rama's eyes. Your seal had clearly reached its limit before. I could see the pollution leaking out from the broken gap. But now, the pollution seems to be under control again. Your seal seems to be healing. Rama tilted his head. So, this is why you suddenly left the Church of Light and became the Lord's Knight? Did Moiwa save you? He nodded in understanding. As expected of our Lord, this Magic Federation Parliament. He will be one of the most powerful magicians. It seems the Magic Federation Council didn't fail to produce results from their previous research project, but rather failed to report them to the Church of Light. The dark-skinned young alchemist chuckled softly. Indeed, only a desperate Church of Light would resort to such a desperate act, even if it meant revealing their most powerful secrets and seek help from other forces. Perhaps the Church of Light believes that no one will ever use this secret technique again, so its release wouldn't matter. Aelian closed his eyes and whispered. That's possible. Rama shrugged. I heard from several researchers I'm familiar with that the Church of Light has abandoned this previous research project. Their current focus seems to be on contamination, mind control, and some kind of divine descent ritual. It's said that the long-dormant God of Light recently gave the Pope of Light a secret oracle. However, I don't know the content of that oracle. Aelian's silver eyes slowly widened in surprise. Perhaps you chose the perfect time to defect. Rama stretched and stood up. Perhaps this is just a coincidence of fate, as the mercenaries would say. Knight, stay close to your lord, he has the means to protect you. How do you know these secrets of the Church of Light? Aelian asked in disbelief. People always overlook the versatile and useful alchemists. Rama smiled. I want this, I want that, do this for me. They never realize how much information is revealed in these requests, and alchemists have their own connections and networks. Master, brother, sister, brother, sister. The inheritance of knowledge has formed a vast network, and this solid network will not be hastily severed by something as simple as blowing up a few wizard towers. He walked towards the bar entrance, waving casually as a farewell. Good night, Your Excellency the Knight. May you live long. Aelian sat alone at the bar, staring quietly into his glass. May it be minutes, or perhaps a century, before he covered his face with his hand and let out a low, self-deprecating laugh. Finally, the silver-haired knight seemed to have composed himself. He took the ale glass before him and emptied it in one gulp. As he slammed the wooden barrel-shaped wine glass in his hand down on the bar, his eyes were filled with determination. I will survive, he whispered, as if reaffirming a vow. The silver-haired knight pushed open the tavern door and walked into the cool night. He looked up and gazed in the direction of the Mage's Tower. The Mage's Tower stood silently in the darkness, its warm yellow light streaming through the fifth-floor windows, like a beacon of hope. Aelian let out a soft breath and took a step toward the Mage's Tower. When Aelian pushed open the door and entered the room, Mou had just finished his shower and changed into a t-shirt and pajamas. He was toweling his hair while reading a player forum in the background of his magic book. Hearing the door open, Mou looked up and saw the silver-haired knight enter the room. Although Aelian looked normal, Mou had a feeling he seemed a little down. What's wrong? Mou asked casually. Did you have a fight with the others? Not really. Aelian's lips curled up into a smile. His gaze shifted to Mou's t-shirt, and he asked curiously, what's written on your shirt today? Mou was still wearing a programmer meme t-shirt tonight, but the writing on it was noticeably different from the one he wore before. Oh, this one. Mou pointed at the rows of words on the shirt and read them one by one. Don't panic. It's not a big deal. It can be solved. Relax. Then he turned around and pointed to a large lettering on his back. Stable. Aelian laughed sincerely this time. Is your shirt some otherworldly version of the Goddess of Fate's Ouija board? Huh? Ouija board? Mou was confused. A Ouija board is a divination tool that randomly displays the answer to a question. Aelian explained, and these clothes of yours, covered in otherworldly writing, always seem to answer some of my questions. Isn't that a coincidence? Mou also laughed. So what are your questions? Aelian shook his head. It's nothing important. I'm just a little worried about the Church of Light. The silver-haired knight paused and asked, how's the expedition going? They successfully passed through the main city of Corinthal. They camped outside the city tonight, and will continue their journey to the Elves tomorrow morning. The territory. Mou said, The next section of the route is the most familiar to the elves, and Kylo Allen is now well versed in how to control players, so nothing serious should happen. By the way, the bathroom has been tidied up, and there's plenty of hot water. MOU had renovated the plumbing in Moiwa's bathroom, connecting it to the newly installed solar water heater on the roof and the water storage tower and pressure pump under the mage tower, thanks to the blueprints and creative platform contributed by the players. Now, every day, there's plenty of hot water every time I turn on the faucet, greatly reducing DeCarlo's troubles with lighting the stove and filling the water tank. And today's successful discovery of cocoa and coffee seeds made MOU even happier. Even if the quality of life improves only slightly each day, it will eventually return to normal modern standards. Aelian had become quite accustomed to MOU's unpredictable thoughts and his frequent, sudden changes of subject. He grabbed a change of clothes and went into the bathroom, filled the bathtub with warm water, and soaked himself in it. A hot bath can not only wash away dirt and dust, but also take away people's worries and sorrows. When Aelian, his whole body tinged with a healthy pink from the hot water, climbed out of the bathtub, he felt a much better feeling, both physically and mentally. He walked out of the bathroom, and found MOU already fast asleep. The gentle lord had left a small lamp on by his bed. Aelian tiptoed onto his own half of the bed, and gently turned off the lamp. "Good night, MOU, he whispered. "Sweet dreams." MOU stood beneath a brilliant starry sky again. Why did he say again? This seemed like a dream, a familiar one he had been to before. MOU blinked, then raised his head in confusion, watching the stars slowly spin above him. Below his feet lay the mirror-like surface of the lake, reflecting the Milky Way. Beneath the surface, a silvery blue glow cast the shadow of a giant, leafy, submerged tree. MOU squatted down, staring silently at the water. He instinctively reached out to scoop up a handful of water, and suddenly countless voices filled his mind. Laughing, crying, sobbing, angry. Countless emotions, thoughts, and thousands of ideas streamed before his eyes in an instant, then merged into a string of water droplets, pattering through his fingers into the lake. MOU blinked again. He seemed to know where he was. This was world consciousness, the stream of life. He had always felt that the stream of life should flow constantly, but the lake beneath his feet was as still as a pool of stagnant water. Only by listening very carefully could one discern a faint silver light, seemingly flowing slowly beneath the surface. MOU walked toward the silver light. Darkness reigned in front of him, behind him, and to his left and right, shimmering only with the stars in the sky and the silver blue light beneath his feet. He seemed to walk for a long, yet short, distance in the darkness before light gradually appeared before his eyes. A ball of silver light floated on the surface of the water, its dazzling brightness causing his eyes to sting. It took him a while to adjust his eyes to the darkness, and then to the bright light. Then, he could clearly see what lay at the center of the silver light. A silver, endless Mobius strip, constantly rolling in its own circular direction while simultaneously tumbling and spinning around a non-existent centerline. In this double rotation, the strip practically spun itself into the shape of a Klein bottle. MOU curiously reached out toward the silver light, only to be surprised to see the thorn ring on his raised right ring finger also gleaming with a faint silver light. He gasped, then instinctively reached out and grasped at the air. He grasped a hand. Warm body heat radiated from his fingertips. MOU struggled a few times, breaking free from his dream. He opened his eyes, and realized he was holding Aelian's hand. The knight looked at MOU blearily, his voice nasally, half asleep and half awake, questioning him. MOU raised his hand to glance at their rings. The thorn ring lay still, untouched. "It's okay. I was just dreaming. Go back to sleep." He lay down again, and, worriedly, checked Aelian's contamination level on the backstage. 15%, quite safe. MOU exhaled slowly, feeling at ease, and closed his eyes once more. This time, he was greeted by a deep, empty, and sweet dream. Chapter 168. Early in the morning, the system alarm rang, and MOU, his hair a mess, sat up blearily from his bed. "I seem to have had a strange dream last night. I think I had a similar dream before." He continued to mutter to himself, but his sleepy mind wasn't yet fully functioning. He yawned, glanced at the bed covered in white ash, and skillfully performed a cleansing spell. The white ash was gently swept away by the magical whirlwind and disappeared from MOU's sight. I have to say, the household magic of this other world is truly effective. Perhaps due to the alcohol he had consumed the previous night, the knight woke up later than usual. Hearing MOU getting up, Aelian turned over and rubbed himself against the quilt affectionately, feeling like a social worker trapped in his bed on a weekend morning. Mou went into the bathroom, brushing his teeth while recalling his two dreams. If both dreams weren't just random subconscious fantasies, then his consciousness must have been traveling to the livestream where the world consciousness resides. So, could the 100-sided dice he saw the first time be the dice of fate? Is that the authority over destiny held by the world consciousness? Then what was the Mobius strip he saw last night? Infinity? He opened the system task panel and initiated a search using the world consciousness location guide, but the response was still that no target had been found. Forget it. Mou closed the panel. What's coming will come. When the enemy comes, the army will fight. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. It's not too late to solve the problem once it arises. Premature worry is pointless, and will only cause more trouble. After calming himself, Mou changed into a light wizard's robe, took his magic book, and headed to the small dining room on the first floor for breakfast. DeCarlo had already prepared 3 servings of toast, fresh jam, fried eggs, and black tea. Mou was quite satisfied with this diligent disciple. Since the arrival of the players, elves, and magic chefs, the preparation of rye bread in the territory has been greatly improved. The sand and impurities mixed in the flour are carefully sifted out. After some inquisitive players diligently cultivate yeast doughs such as sourdough, fluffy rye bread with a more modern texture has replaced the unleavened rye baguettes that could be used as weapons in the Middle Ages. The baking enthusiasts are said to be pooling money to earn military merit to open a bakery and cafe in a player store. Mou believes that players who contribute to his improved living standards deserve some encouragement. He plans to visit the player market later and distribute quest rewards to players for their outstanding research and development achievements. While the Force Scourge can be lawless, and like a bunch of naughty children at times, their creativity is boundless. Mou's job is to guide players along their designated path, allowing them to become heroes of this world rather than destroyers. As Mou was spreading strawberry jam on his toast, Aelian entered the restaurant. The silver-haired knight, dressed to the nines in a blue jacket and leather pants, was sure to draw another wave of screams from the female players. So what happened last night? Was there something going on with the Church of Light? Mou asked. You looked so worried when you came back last night. Aelian took a sip of his tea, gently set the cup down, and slid his slender fingers around the rim twice before he composed himself and briefly reiterated Rama's warning from last night. So, it seems the Church of Light hasn't given up on the divine descent yet. Mou stroked his chin. But hasn't the current God of Light been corrupted by Nyako? Could it be that the God of Light's erroneous path to godhood has actually restricted Nyako's activities? If that's the case, that's quite interesting. Nyako had finally managed to steal a new identity, but it turned out to be a defective one. If the God of Light's new oracle is still related to the divine descent, then this defective identity may have some restrictive effect on Nyako, forcing her to follow the God of Light's established path. But wasn't Drake's divine descent already his 9th? Although that time, Naya opened the door to the God of Light, while inside Drake's body, and stole his home right in front of him. Doesn't that count as a successful divine descent? Perhaps, there are still clues hidden after that divine descent. Aelian pondered. The players still don't seem to have fully uncovered the truth of the last day. Indeed, if they did, the core of the illusion would be found. But the main reason players are stuck right now is that their base level is too low. They need a lucky player in the single-player dungeon to pull off some incredible feat. Mou pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, does the person who forms the core of the illusion have to be dead? I mean, if the Son of God's body survives, but his soul dies, does that become the core of the illusion? Or does the body have to die as well for the illusion to occur? Aelian, ? The silver-haired knight pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. I never seen a vision appear during a divine descent before. Normally, those at the center of the vision are already dead. I never encountered a situation where the body survived but only the soul died. But after that divine descent, the God of Light certainly hasn't appeared again. If the God of Light wants to complete the final ritual, he must not only perform the divine descent, but also walk the earth in his new body, spreading the gospel and gaining faith. Ultimately, he must gather people's faith in his new body, using it as the foundation for his immaculate deity. Then, assuming Drake is indeed the core of that illusion, I suspect he ultimately perished during that divine descent. I'm referring not just to the dissolution of Drake's soul, but also to the fact that during the dual descents, his body likely couldn't withstand the internal conflict between the two gods, leading to his true death. This also means that the divine descent couldn't truly be considered the 9th divine descent. It didn't truly resolve the God of Light's flaws, but instead ensnared him in Na's trap. But Na's flaws might also have been the reverse constraint, leading to the current stalemate, seemingly calm but turbulent beneath the surface. If this is true, then MOU and the other situation has become even more precarious. Previously, Ierin avoided becoming the Son of God by becoming a vessel first. Naturally, fearing contamination, the God of Light wouldn't choose such a body for his descent. But now, the God of Light has been corrupted by Na, and contamination is no longer a concern for him. Why doesn't the Church of Light cultivate holy sons anymore? MOU asked. I'm not saying cultivating holy sons is right. I'm just curious why they stopped. Aelian shook his head and smiled bitterly. They didn't stop voluntarily. It's just that the one who becomes a holy son must be uncontaminated. Originally, the Church of Light liked to find suitable targets among abandoned infants and children to cultivate. But over the past few hundred years, the erosion of pollution has become increasingly severe, and there are almost no uncontaminated newborns. Many children have already mutated from the moment they are born. Unable to find a suitable target, they had to shelve the plan. I see. MOU nodded in understanding. If that's the reason, then assuming the subsequent God of Light/Nai, Yazi will need a final divine descent to resolve the flaws. The Church of Light is very likely to restart the plan to cultivate a holy son, but this time their selection will be expanded to include children already contaminated. However, cultivating a holy son into a suitable carrier for divine descent takes a long time. If the God of Light cannot wait, then his best choice will still be me. Aelian took over MOU's unfinished words. Their target will only be me. The silver-haired knight's silver eyes shone with sadness and apology. I'm sorry, I didn't expect I would still be the God of Light's target. I always thought I was already a discarded pawn. If my presence brings trouble to you and this territory, just a word from you and I leave. No, quite the opposite. Not only will I not ask you to leave, I demand that you stay, no matter what. MOU pondered. To be on the safe side, it's best you don't leave my side. To be more precise, no more than 3 meters. Aelian, ? The knight blinked in confusion and disbelief. MOU opened his skill panel and asked Leah to take a screenshot, which he sent to the knight's phone. Knight Guard, LV, 50 Lord exclusive skill. When a world knight, who has sworn allegiance to you, is within 30 meters of you, you can activate this skill to generate a 3-meter radius sphere. This sphere protects against all physical, magical, and mental damage for its duration. The base duration of this sphere is 30 seconds. It lasts longer for each additional LV, 30 or higher knight, and each level increase in the knight's level. This skill doesn't specify its upper limit. I assume, since it says it protects against all damage, it can probably also block attacks from gods. I believe our world consciousness must have been prepared for this, hence the invincibility. MOU curved his brows and revealed a sinister smile. The God of Light and Nyakeo are able to maintain their current stalemate precisely because the God of Light's flaws limit Nyakeo's ability to perform. Thus, preventing the final divine descent is one of our goals. To this end, we absolutely cannot allow the Church of Light to successfully capture you. Your presence by my side will not only weaken the Church of Light and Nyakeo, but also strengthen our own strength. The enemy is weak, and we are strong. It's like I won twice. Aelian, ? Is this calculable? Chapter 169. MOU breathed a sigh of relief after successfully using a skill screenshot to effectively prevent his knight, who was covered in flags, from fleeing. Although, Aelian had too many flags on him, didn't he? How come it took him so long to remove them all? Then again, NPCs like this, burdened with a past, with a rich backstory to explore, and both attractive and capable, are often player favorites. MOU couldn't, for emotional, moral reasons, let him escape and face the Church of Light alone. MOU would never do something that would only enhance others' prestige and undermine his own ambition. He had always been a man of his word. Since he had promised to be the knight's strongest support during the enthronement ceremony, he certainly wouldn't treat him like a scourge and drive him away when faced with even the slightest setback or threat. He wasn't the type to abandon his efforts after crossing the river. Furthermore, MOU felt that the Church of Light itself wouldn't dare to act rashly at this point. Putting aside other things, his position as Moiwu in the Magic Federation Council, and his current relationship with the elves should be enough to make the Church of Light think twice. Furthermore, if the Church of Light dares to send anyone to attack, he will ensure the elves don't sell them a single grain of food. Even if the God of Light/Nairuko doesn't need to eat, his thugs do. All he needs to do is ensure the knights remain by his side. If the God of Light/Nairuko truly loses patience and chooses to take action himself, he can activate his invincibility defense in time. As long as he and Ialian remain within the 3-meter invincibility defense sphere, and the Knight players continue to reinforce within 30 meters, his invincibility will last. A protracted war with the Force Scourge? Who could outlast the infinitely resurrected players? The most crucial thing now was to first establish a teleportation connection to the Elven territory. Only by fully bonding with the elves would his world alliance have the strength to face those hostile gods. Furthermore, only after paying for the teleportation connection, the largest core energy expense, would Leah have the energy to accumulate more core energy to summon new players when the official server launched. While the greater the investment, the greater the return, MOU had to manage the balance between the two. He couldn't just focus on future profits and cut off the core energy cash flow right from the start. There weren't any core energy banks offering advanced loans here. The new servers for the official website and forum wouldn't be online for another 2 weeks. MOU, using the excuse that his company's development team was currently abroad, asked his sister to help him recruit a few customer service staff. These customer service staff will subsequently be responsible for handling issues related to players in the Origin world, such as shipping VR headsets from the warehouse to players, and handling complaints like unsuccessful top-ups. Before, when there were fewer players and no fees were charged, Leah could deliver the otherworldly packages herself and act as a kind of customer service representative. But after the official launch, with the sheer number of players, it became unwise to ask the world elves to expend their time, energy, and core power on such trivial matters. After all, this game is profitable, and the company's legal and financial affairs are handled by her. This way, MOU doesn't have to handle formalities, making it even more convenient. Hiring a few customer service representatives to handle the work is a complete win-win. Although Chu Shichio was a little curious about what kind of VR development team, based abroad, could use such advanced technology to develop games, yet completely hand over the game company to her unruly brother, without even having to pay for the development expenses from the company account. But she had always been very confident in her brother. As long as MOU didn't appear to be doing anything illegal or being scammed, she wouldn't mind these minor matters. So, after MOU evaded the issue by claiming he signed a separate confidentiality agreement with the VR development team, Chu Shichio didn't question him further. Instead, she diligently helped him recruit 2 women and a man for official customer service and operations positions, and rented a small storefront with its own warehouse as his office space. Thus, after several months of closed beta testing, MOU Studio, with only 5 staff members, including the boss, and a small outsourced development team, was officially established. The warehouse and store only needed a simple paint job, some office desks, chairs, and computers to open. MOU reluctantly invested some money in the purchases, then left the task to his sister and brother-in-law. Chu Shichio was at her wits' end regarding this adopted brother. After repeatedly confirming that this unfortunate brother wouldn't screw him over, Chu Shichio diligently took care of everything for the renovation company. Then, calming down and reflecting on the situation, he felt something was amiss. Chuxiong, you poor fellow, I agreed to help you out. So why are you making me the legal representative and then the finance manager? It feels like I have to work for you on top of my own job. Moyuzi, ha ha, please sister. When the server launches next month, you can double your salary. And give your brother-in-law a share too. Chuxiong, get lost, poor fellow. Despite the scolding, MOU knew that with his sister's responsible nature, she would be able to properly handle all matters before the launch. After handing over the written operations plan, rules, and company regulations to his sister and the 3 newly hired employees, he became what his sister considered a hands-off boss, essentially a hapless game planner developing games in another world. Before the official server launch, AMT's city needed to be roughly constructed. This didn't mean the entire city had to be completed. In fact, MOU had left a number of less urgent projects for future players to tackle on their own, such as expanding the player market, NPC shops, factories, and farmland. But to leave a good impression on the official players, some of the city's important administrative facilities and key buildings for quest distribution had to be completed first. After breakfast with Ialian, MOU and the knights arrived at the heart of the new city. The city council hall had already been completed, and the relocation of the Adventurers Guild window had also been completed in the past few days. Rama had the adventurers bring in the finished magic puppets that morning and placed them behind the window counter. After MOU had Leah connect these magic puppets, about the height of an average person's calf and wearing round helmets that obscured their faces, revealing only a pair of sparkling eyes, instantly transformed from idiots into artificial intelligence, able to issue and submit quests normally. DeCarlo was finally free from the menial task of issuing quests, and could focus on studying magic. After successfully upgrading the Adventurers Guild window, you circled to the front of the City Council Hall. The ground of the World Square had already been paved. Dwarves and alchemists were erecting streetlights at the edges of the square, while masons were carving a statue of a world elf embracing a planet in the center. Druids, in groups of 3 or 4, were nurturing flowers in the surrounding flower beds. Since this was a public area, MOU didn't intend to make it a clean zone, so he had the druids continue planting light lilies. The light lilies have now grown into a small field. While it's not quite a sea of flowers, it's already quite large. Nyakiku has certainly contributed greatly to this. She's currently instructing the druids on the habits and preferences of the light lilies. Coiled on her shoulder is a small, adorable feathered serpent. So this is what hatched from that unknown pet egg. It's quite adorable upon closer inspection. The little feathered serpent isn't very large, its body about the thickness of a girl's finger, and when coiled up, it's no bigger than a girl's fist. Its lower body is covered in pink scales, while the pink scales on its upper body are covered in a layer of fluffy feathers. It also has 2 large wings on its back. Its head is a pointed triangle, with 2 tufts of pink feathers behind each eye. Its small, forked serpent tongue flickers back and forth, making it look not only not scary, but even a bit cute. The construction of World Square was progressing exactly as expected, so MOU didn't linger. He walked along the paved road toward the nearby Mercenary Relief House. The Relief House's gate and half-man-high perimeter wall were already built, and the ground floors of the 2 buildings in the courtyard had been completed. The mercenaries' temporary shelter was set up in the open space within the courtyard. Today, the mercenaries weren't out taking jobs, but instead were working enthusiastically alongside the masons and dwarves, eager to move in as soon as possible. With their enthusiastic progress, they estimated that the project should be completed within 3 to 5 days, or no more than a week. Although the dwarves had some initial friction with MOU, they had recently adapted to a stable life in AMT County and the mines. To pay the rent for the mines, the dwarves were extremely diligent. Not only were they diligently engaged in their formidable occupations of mining, smithing, and brewing, but they were also willing to take on nearly any job in the city. Dwarves are skilled in metalworking and possess considerable brute strength, making them adept at tasks requiring minimal thought and physical effort. Whether digging marble or laying bricks and slabs, they're expert at it. This has left the masonry players exclaiming, "It turns out it's not just knights, warriors start out as masons too." Sure enough, the starting class for a T-class is moving bricks. Get to work. Get to work. Build the most elaborate walls, take down the most powerful monsters. It seems these players have come to some unique realization. Chapter 170. Finally, we're reaching the elf territory. As Ijin Pokienshin walked along, watching the scenery around him gradually transform from a deserted, bird-free desert to a bustling city, and now to a lush, green forest, his favorability for the development team soared. Whether it was the city before or the forest now, I haven't seen a single clipping scene in such a long walk. The development team has truly put so much attention to detail and dedication. Forget about big bugs like clipping. Look at this forest. The green is so layered. And I look carefully. There are no duplicate tree textures. It was the same when we passed through the slums in the main city before. The crooked, dilapidated houses there didn't have a single duplicate texture. There were some similarities, but the subtle differences were noticeable. Could they have manually fine-tuned each texture? The art team is truly dedicated. Honestly, with this level of detail, I have the confidence to launch the official beta right away. This game has been in beta since the initial release. It seems like there haven't been many bugs? That's not quite right. There are some bugs, but they're minor, and the officials are quick to address them, with subtle fixes. For example, the Adventurers Guild quest window, DeCarlo, has been bugging me every now and then, but it seems the officials have taken notice. Didn't they say the Adventurers Guild window is moving to the City Council? From now on, you can just accept quests from the magic puppet there, and you won't have to fight DeCarlo anymore. That's great. By the way, the forest here on the L side is very different from our dark forest. Our dark forest is smoky and deathly dark, but it's different here. Even the air is fresh. Well, you know the setting for the dark forest? It's said to be an ancient battlefield, with many dead buried there. It's said the dark forest remains a forest, and hasn't degenerated into a desert because there are so many dead bodies. The lingering energy keeps even sunlight out. Oh my god! What's with this strange yet scientific setting? This game has always been like this. Just when you think it's logical, it suddenly comes up with some ridiculous settings. But that's what makes it so fun, ha ha. Amid the chatter of the players, the expedition team of elves and adventurers finally reached their long-desired destination. Kylo Allen paused in front of a giant tree. "We're here." "Huh? What's he talking about? There's no way out here?" "Shh, I have a feeling it's about to go CG." My finger's already poised on the screenshot button. The adventurers rubbed their hands together, eagerly watching the elves gather in front of the giant tree. The elves placed their right hands on their left chests, stepped back with their left feet, half bent their right legs, and lowered their heads slightly, striking a graceful dance-like salute. A vortex, resembling a wave, suddenly appeared in the center of the giant tree before them. The elves rose, Serbia leading the way as the adventurers entered one by one. The grilled squid was the last to enter. The next person to come online was Ialian. While he was at the end of the line and everyone's attention was focused on the entrance, he had already set up the teleportation array. Upon receiving Leah's notification, he and the Lord immediately concluded their inspection of the new city and returned to the Mage Tower, closing the gates. Mou had him log onto his trumpet, while he himself changed into a more ornate mage robe, suitable for important occasions, preparing to perform a CG animation after the teleportation array opened. The players were completely unaware of the GM hiding among them. Their minds were now completely focused on this magical elven land. After entering through the swirling entrance, the mysterious elven land revealed its true form, unfolding before the adventurers. This was a kingdom built upon the trees, a fairy tale-like world. The entire scene was composed of the brown of the trees and various shades of green. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the dense canopy, dancing across the trees and casting countless dazzling spots of light. The elves' treehouses were scattered at different heights. The green vines were covered with a variety of flowers, braided into braids by the elves and adorned with the treehouses. The old brown vines served as swinging ropes, and countless elves nimbly swung and leaped between the treehouses, their movements light and graceful, like an aerial ballet. The players watched with their mouths wide open, their mouths agape, their voices filled with exclamations of "Wow, holy crap, and so beautiful." The elven archers felt relieved to have returned to their homes. Their families enthusiastically ran over, greeting them with hugs and kisses. The warriors' weapons were removed from their backs, and their hands were filled with wine and delicacies. The adventurers were surrounded by a group of elven maidens, all of whom had wreaths woven from flowers and vines placed around their necks. The elves' enthusiasm caught the adventurers off guard. After a moment of bustle, the elves suddenly fell silent, each bowing towards the depths of the trees. An elf king, clad in magnificent robes and crowned with a silver crown, emerged from the trees. His robe, cut from irregularly patchworks of white and blue fabric, hemmed with a rich golden lining, was elegant yet majestic, a splendid and refined beauty. His long, flaxen blonde hair was dazzling yet composed, and his blue-gray eyes were filled with wisdom and composure. Behind him followed a line of tall elven guards, who stood in a single row at the elf king's side, their silver spears gleaming coldly. "How handsome! Is this the elf king? My husbands have increased." Unnoticed by the players, Grilled Squid quietly disappeared into the trees and silently went offline. Kylo Allen trotted over to the elf king and handed him the letter from Lord AMT. Elf King Lancel took the letter and tore it open almost impatiently. To his surprise, it contained only a few words. "I have arrived." Lancel suddenly raised his head, his sight unimpeded through the magical barrier outside the elven territory, towards the teleportation array the adventurer had quietly set up. Without warning, the array suddenly lit up with a silver-blue glow, and two figures gradually coalesced within the light. A smile spread across Lancel's face, and he raised his hand, opening the entrance to the magical barrier. Mou, the Lord of AMT County, one of the top Grand Magisters of the current Magic Federation Council, the Executor of World Consciousness, and the Game Planner, who goes by the pseudonym Moiwu, clad in a magnificent Grand Magister robe with intricate patterns and a heavy magic book in his right hand, slowly approached from the entrance. On his left shoulder sat a small world-conscious elf, and behind him followed the silver-haired knight, along with 5 unlucky players who had previously fallen behind, and all the druids currently online in the territory. Moiwu. Aelian. The Elf King Lancel opened his arms to the two. "My friends. Welcome to our elven land. Adieu Rachel." He spoke the last word in ancient Elvish, and for once, the language system left by Moiwu functioned normally, and Mou strangely understood the Elf King's words. Adieu Rachel, in the ancient language of the elves, means holy land and homeland. It's an honor to be in your territory. Mou also greeted the Elf King in ancient Elvish, then switched back to common. "Long time no see, how are you?" "I'm doing just fine." Mother sighed. The mother tree has shouldered too much for us. For years, she has been absorbing our pollution to keep the elves alive. Now she's almost failing. Please allow us to see the mother tree, MOU said. Perhaps we can remove some of the pollution for her. On behalf of the mother tree, I thank you for your kindness. Lothar said gratefully. Whether you succeed or not, the elves will always be in your debt. We will be the world's most loyal allies forever. Lothar turned and led the way, followed by MOU and Ialian. Behind him followed the Elf King's personal guard and adventurers. Lancel walked deep into the forest, and the trees blocking the road along the way rustled and retracted their branches to make way for them. MOU had switched the player voice channel so that only the players within his team could hear it, to prevent their shouting and yelling from disturbing the elves. The colossal figure of the Mother Tree of Life gradually emerged from the forest. It was a tree as massive as a small mountain, its canopy overwhelming the sky, nearly blocking out the sun. Thick roots tangled on the ground, making it nearly impossible to move forward without the Mother Tree actively clearing a path. However, the Mother Tree was in truly dire condition. You could see that most of its branches and leaves had withered and shriveled, its twigs blackened and curled, and even underwent some strange mutations. Cracks appeared on its branches and trunk, and purple slime flowed from the cracks, even individual eyeballs blinking in the slime. For the elves, such a change in the Mother Tree, like their own mother, was an almost unbearable and heartbreaking fact. Under the guidance of the Elf King, MOU and his companions stood before the elven Mother Tree. A kind yet aged face, constructed from the wrinkles of its bark, emerged from the massive trunk, the consciousness of the remaining world. You have arrived. The Mother Tree extended a branch, and tiny Leah flew from MOU's shoulder, landing on the branch. Leah extended her tiny hand and placed it against the branch. She and the Mother Tree simultaneously closed their eyes, as if communicating with each other. MOU, on the other hand, opened the backstage and activated the Druid Detection mode. A pollution detection interface, similar to infrared detection, unfolded before his eyes. The Mother Tree was indeed on the verge of death, suffused with pollution. The blue part was almost invisible, and most of it was a polluted red. The remaining areas were so red, they were almost black. The ends of the branches, where the disease was most severe, had turned pitch black. Chapter 171. After communicating with the Mother Tree of Life, the small world consciousness spirit flew back to MOU's shoulder, grabbed MOU's hair, and whispered in his ear, "The Mother Tree has chosen the second option." MOU nodded in understanding. He had already discussed several treatment options with Leah. The first option was for the druids to work slowly, trading quantity for quality, to purify and heal the Mother Tree of Life over a long period of time. This option was certainly time-consuming, but because the druid's purification spell only focused on the druid casting it, it consumed the player's mental energy and the core energy contained within it, and did not consume the world core energy Leah had acquired. The second option was to scrape the bone to heal the wound, severing the tail to survive. Leah would, just as she was cleaning it, force as much of the contamination from the Tree of Life as possible into a contaminated branch, then immediately sever it and seal it. At the same time, the druids were instructed to channel vitality into the Mother Tree of Life to promote wound healing and strengthen the body. Since the severed branches would retain a vestige of the Mother Tree's consciousness for a period of time, the infused contamination wouldn't immediately flow back or spread. During this time, MOU and his team could process the remaining branches and place them in Rama's newly crafted alchemical container. The reason they weren't placing them directly into the system backpack was because the contamination from the Mother Tree of Life was immense, far surpassing the scattered corpses of the monsters from the previous beast tide. MOU worried that such a massive amount of contamination, combined with the remaining branches of the Tree of Life, would transform into some uncontrollable sealed artifact or pseudo-god-level monster, potentially breaking through Leah's spatial constraints or contaminating spatial authority. So, they thought about it, and came up with a great way to exploit MOU's biggest bug in the otherworld. MOU's inherent world barrier required two conditions to function, originating from a higher dimensional world, the origin world, and being a living being with a soul, self-awareness. However, in this world, magicians and alchemists generally believe that human blood, while alive, contained a lingering soul. Thus, influenced by these differing perceptions of the dual worlds, they discovered a strange bug. MOU's blood, while alive, could function as the same world barrier as his own. And preserving blood's vitality was a kindergarten subject for alchemists, who frequently tinkered with the forbidden art of human alchemy. MOU, incorporating the concept of an alchemical flask that increases production by feeding it blood he had seen at an auction, designed an alchemical device. This device would transform MOU's blood into a demonic liquid, which would continuously replicate itself while absorbing pollution or energy within the container. Furthermore, because the liquid itself originated from MOU's blood, it still retained the barrier of its original world. This barrier would completely annihilate any new contaminants it encountered, reducing them to pure white ash. The white ash and the devitalized blood would then be consumed by the blood as energy, forming a self-sustaining cycle. Furthermore, Rama discovered that the white ash, treated with the electric shock of the world barrier, was a valuable source of energy. It could be burned as fuel, producing no pollution, smoke, or harmful substances, only normal air. This morning's discovery had the young alchemist ecstatic. In just an hour, he had crafted the alchemical device MOU desired and even adjusted the blood self-replication rate, achieving a perfect balance between production and consumption. After MOU and his team sealed the contaminated remains of the mother tree of life into this container, MOU would have Leah used spatial magic to wrap it tightly. It could be said that the second method, while damaging a portion of the mother tree itself, would significantly reduce the amount of contamination. Of course, completely eradicating the deeply ingrained contamination would likely be difficult. The third option was even simpler and more drastic. Leah would use world energy and anchor points to expel the contamination from the tree of life. However, this approach would encounter two problems. First, Leah's energy was limited, and she might not be able to expel too much contamination directly. Second, because the contamination was expelled across a different medium, it would be difficult to control its spread and backflow. Arguably, of these three options, the second is the most mature and reliable. Furthermore, after implementing the second, the first option can be continued, allowing the druids to purify the remaining contamination within the mother tree over the long term, nurture it, and restore its vitality. MOU had Leah offer all three options to the mother tree of life to choose from, also to test whether the mother tree still possessed sufficient rationality, and could find a balance between its own survival and the interests of the world consciousness. So far, it seems that the mother tree of life has indeed met MOU's expectations, and proved to be a reliable ally. Since the mother tree of life has chosen the second option, all that remains is execution. Whether to minimize damage to the mother tree of life, or considering the limited capacity of MOU and his team's alchemical equipment, the stumps removed must be kept to a minimum. After consulting with the Elf King, they ultimately decided that Leah would expel the contamination, MOU would observe and mark the excision line using luminescence, and Ialian, the most skilled swordsman, would ultimately perform the excision. The druids, however, received the special mission of Life Force Transfer. Life Force Transfer. Lord Moiwu, along with the World Elf and Knight Ialian, will excise the contaminated lesion from the mother tree of life. To save the mother tree, please transfer life force to it. This requires the Life Force Transfer skill and a current health bar greater than 50% of your total health. Note, this mission is repeatable. The more life force you transfer, the greater the reward. Quest reward: Life Tree Favorability. Gain 1 point of Life Tree Favorability for every 1% of health. Each completion of this quest earns 1,000 points of military merit. The druids who remained in the territory, after returning to the territory after unexpectedly being separated from the group by the rain, diligently learned the special skill, Life Force Transfer, through their diligent research. They now perform this quest with ease. Non-druid players receive different quests based on their main class. Magicians/Life Mages/World Knights, due to their health regenerating abilities, receive the quest, Replenish Life Force for Druids. By replenishing the life force of the druids, they gain elven favor and military merit. As for players who had chosen professions without any health regenerating skills, as well as those who remained in AMT County, they all receive the Heart of Wishing quest. Heart of Wishing. Please pray for the healing of the Mother Tree of Life and contribute your prayer energy to the world consciousness. Please play the Wish Escape minigame. While dodging pursuers, head towards the altar of the Tree of Life to stimulate your prayer energy. Each completed level earns 300 military merit points. A few curious players clicked on the minigame. Fuck. Isn't this just a knockoff of Temple Run? What's with this VR online game? Why do the creators love to insert minigames into strange plot points? That's not bad either. I think minigames are more fun than simply healing people. Everything ready, MOU stood in front of the Mother Tree of Life, adding the entire tree to the inspection panel. He chose a spot that appeared to be least polluted, and from there, had Leah gather the pollution from the Tree of Life towards the darkest branch. Little Leah understood MOU's meaning. She soared into the sky, drawing upon the energy of the world's core, and the stable emotions within her player anchor. A silver blue glow condensed from her hand. As her palm pressed against the bark of the Mother Tree of Life, A surge of silver blue power surged into the tree's core like a wave. This powerful force, engulfing the pollution long rooted within the mother tree of life, pushed forward from small to large, from the edges to the core. As more and more pollution was gathered, the silver blue power began to feel resistance. Leah exerted her strength again, gritting her teeth as she pushed the force forward. A vast amount of pollution was pushed and compressed, then resisted when Leah's strength weakened slightly. The two forces fought back and forth, and the mother tree of life began to tremble in pain, and numerous leaves fell from its swaying crown. "Druids, assist in the purification," Mou shouted. He quickly marked the direction for expelling the pollution on the task panel, and instructed the druids to drive the stray pollution from different directions towards the branches at the end. The druids' participation relieved Leah's pressure slightly, and the players, who had already started playing Temple Run, "Oh no," Wish Run contributed the freshest core energy to her. The world elves, having received their supplies, once again placed their silver glowing hands on the tree of life. Waves of silver blue light once again washed over the tree's body. The lingering contamination finally loosened, reluctantly entering the targeted branch. That branch visibly mutated. Its bark burst, oozing purple mucus. Within the wounds, living eyeballs emerged, spinning and casting a prying gaze at the crowd. The leaves also turned purple, tiny tentacles sprouting from their veins, and yellow pustules bulged on the leaves. "Fuck, that's a bit disgusting." The players couldn't help but grumble. "Speed up the purification. We must cut and seal this branch before it mutates even more," Mou commanded, also leaping to the roots of the tree of life. The contamination came into contact with the world barrier, turning into white ash and falling. However, the contamination within the tree of life seemed to possess intelligence. Sensing the threat, they began to try to escape Mou's presence, surging in the opposite direction of his position, which played into Mou's hands. Chapter 172. Thanks to the efforts of Leah, the druids, and Mou, the pollution began to rapidly enter the branch. When the branch's mutation was about to exceed the limit of demonization, Mou used fluorescence to mark the area of cutting. "Ialian!" he shouted. The knight, already poised for action, raised his great sword, leaped high, and with a single, precise strike, chopped off the branch. He then quickly produced the alchemical device and, without hesitation, placed the branch into the container. "Druid, channel life force and heal the mother tree's wounds." Mou shouted again. "Leah, drive the remaining pollution to the backup target." A single branch naturally could not carry the pollution of the entire mother tree, and if the pollution exceeded a certain limit, it would transform into some kind of demonic creature. Thus, Mou and his team selected 5 branches and made 10 alchemical devices. Fortunately, these alchemical devices could replicate Mou's blood. Mou had only drawn 200 cubic centimeters of blood in total, otherwise he would have been unable to afford it. Leah quickly changed her direction, driving the pollution to a nearby branch. The druids channeled vitality into the mother tree of life, prompting the wound to heal. This was to ensure the mother tree's health bar was safe and not suffer too much damage, and also to prevent the pollution from leaking out of the wound and polluting the surrounding environment. After all, the elven territory is a major source of food, and any contamination here would be extremely troublesome to deal with. Mou simply let the tree of life carry him to the edge of the clean incision and sealed the cut with his hands. More whitish fell, and the cut, as if disinfected by a branding iron, quickly formed a scar, blocking the leaking pollution. The druid's vitality transfer quickly proved effective, and the life tree's health bar, which had been steadily declining since the expulsion, stabilized at 70% and began to slowly recover. After the pollution stopped overflowing, Mou released his hands and opened the monitoring panel. The life tree's pollution had dropped from 90% to 70%, proving that this method of severing the tail to survive, learned from the world consciousness, was quite effective. Of course, they severed the insignificant terminal branches of the life mother tree, rather than foolishly severing itself entirely like the world consciousness did. But then again, the world consciousness at the time had no one to help it expel and compress the pollution. Since this method was effective, they repeated it again and again, until the life mother tree's pollution dropped to 30%, and almost everyone was exhausted before they finally stopped. "That's all we can do for now." Mou sighed, and took the now depleted Leah back to his shoulders to rest. The druids were also constantly running low on mana, relying on mana bottles, and other players crowdfunding to replenish their health for so long. It was truly remarkable. Those playing minigames had already reached the point where the system issued a warning of insufficient mental power, and forced them to close the minigame. Ialian picked up the 5 used alchemy containers on the ground, one by one, and handed them to Mo to place in his system backpack. Although the mother tree of life had lost 5 branches, its overall condition had improved significantly. The previously noticeable abnormalities on the trunk had disappeared, and the bark had taken on a healthy brown hue. The Elf King was speechless with astonishment at the actions of Mo and the adventurers. Even in his wildest dreams, he hadn't considered that this single move could remove nearly 60% of the mother tree's contamination. This not only brought the mother tree back from the brink of death, but also restored it to a fairly stable state. This wave uses the energy of the world core to target the disease, physically removing the pollution, the cancer of the planet. Mo said, "Let the world consciousness and the mother tree of life recuperate for a while. When energy is sufficient, we can try to remove the remaining contamination. Only plants like the tree of life, which can shed its branches and leaves daily, and then regrow them, can withstand this kind of manipulation. Anyone else would be chopped into a human pig, and there's no way to save them." It took a long while before the Elf King reacted. Tears of joy welled up in his eyes, and he couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand. The elven guards behind him were already weeping. While Mo knew they were tears of joy, anyone uninformed would likely suspect him of murdering the tree of life. Moyawu. The Elf King suddenly abandoned all reserve, embracing Mo and giving him a huge hug. "Thank you. We elven races will forever be in your debt. Whatever you ask, we will fulfill it with all our might. First, will you please let me go?" The Lord remained calm. "Next, let's discuss our joint efforts against the Church of Light. The truth is, the Church of Light has been coveting the body of our knight, and that's something that really bothers me." The mother tree of life was revitalized. All elves could sense the changes through their connection to the mother tree. The heavy weight weighing on their hearts seemed to have suddenly vanished. The mother tree's joy, relief, and gratitude emanated from the other side of the connection, and tears welled up in every elf's eyes. Those tears were filled with joy and gratitude for a life saved from a desperate situation, but also with the guilt and self-blame they felt for the mother tree's sacrifices over the years. The elves were the least polluted race on this continent, because they had maintained a spiritual connection with the mother tree from the moment they were born from its bud. When elves were polluted, the mother tree comforted them, absorbing the pollution and restoring peace and stability to their souls. But the accumulated pollution, like toxins, accumulated within the mother tree of life, unable to be expelled. Even a god-level being, possessing 1/3 of the power of nature, would eventually collapse. In the past 100 years, they haven't seen a single normal newborn. Instead, they either been empty, withered buds, or deformed children, dying from various causes and illnesses as soon as they reach adulthood. Elves are a rather xenophobic race. Even though there are occasionally those eccentric, love-minded elves who fall in love with humans or other races, breeding with them to create hybrid half-elves, their presence in the elven population is less than 1 in 100,000. Furthermore, the birth of a half-elf is extremely rare and difficult, and in the eyes of the elves, it's a miracle unblessed by the general public. It's nothing more than the fact that half-elves lack a natural connection to the mother tree, unable to access the elves' natural spiritual network. They often rarely inherit the elves' affinity for plants and animals, and they also carry half the genes of other races. If they were exceptionally good-looking human elites, it wouldn't be a problem, but if they were goblins or giants, it would completely overturn the elves' fragile perspectives. This is why abandoned half-elves occasionally appear on this continent. These children may be the result of accidents caused by some atrocities, or their parents may only realize after giving birth that reality is not as beautiful as they imagine love. Of course, it's also very likely that their parents failed to survive in this dangerous world. Normal elves would accept these half-elf children. In their eyes, only the continuation of the Tree of Life can ensure the long-term survival of their race. As the lords and knights were welcomed into the Elven Palace by the Elven King, the players, who had made significant contributions during this special main quest, were treated to the Elven hospitality of the highest order. They were invited to wash off their wounds in the hot springs deep in the forest. Players, amazing. It's a private hot spring surrounded by vines and flowers, and were given unique elven robes. Players, great. Special achievement appearance. Finally, each of them was given a cup of the elves' favorite coconut drink, and happily led to the ancient forest temple, where the celebration banquet was held. This was probably the only stone structure besides the Elven Palace. This ancient temple was originally a place of worship and offering to some entity. Deep within the main hall stood a weathered stone statue. It was a humanoid figure with wings on its back, holding a planet in its hands. It stood tall, several dozen meters, and one had to look up to see its features clearly. Its features and clothing were very neutral, without any distinct male or female characteristics. The stone statue was riddled with cracks, and had broken off in many places. Even the wings on its back had weathered so badly that it was hard to tell whether they were originally feathers, bat wings, or butterfly wings. Why does this stone statue look a bit like the fairy the Lord often carries around? Several players gathered around the statue, their height only reaching its feet. A few curious players even tried to climb it, but gave up when they found no strength. This is the ancient world temple. The guide elf that greeted the adventurers looked very similar to Pharaoh's. Except for being a girl, they were practically spitting images of each other. However, this elf, with her constant smile, looked much cuter than Pharaoh's. This stone statue is a projection of the world consciousness of Osiria. It sounds quite important. Why hasn't it been properly maintained? Song Lin asked. It's broken like this. He looked around with some confusion. But the ancient temple itself seems to be being repaired and cleaned. Aside from some moss on the pillars, everything was spotless. It didn't look abandoned. That stone statue cannot be repaired. The elf, Alicia replied, in this world, all images representing beings that have reached the level of pseudogods and above become their avatars once they establish a relationship with these transcendent gods. These avatars faithfully reflect their appearance and state. The stone statue's collapse is due to a problem with the world's consciousness itself. It cannot be repaired by external forces. Chapter 173. Too good of a setting like this. Song Lin sighed thoughtfully. By the way, what kind of quest rewards did you players, who completed the expedition from start to finish, receive? Nikukia suddenly appeared from the side, dragging Jinri Yoyu with him. I just checked with AU. People like us who were just dragged into the quest today get the least rewards, only military merit. Didn't Boss Yoyu get all the rewards? Song Lin asked. No. Today Yoyu sighed. I lost a lot this time. Just because I entered a dungeon, it counts as a break from the quest, and I only got 1,000 more military merit points than Chiochio and the others. That's such a shame. Completing the quest not only gives you military merit points, but also regional reputation. Song Lin grinned. I guess everyone is basically eligible to buy land and houses after completing this quest, and it also rewards priority purchase of a tree house. Fuck. Today Yoyu nearly had a heart attack. I rounded it up and lost a house. The system is so deceptive. If these rewards had been listed from the beginning, I wouldn't have fallen behind. Nikukyu was so heartbroken that she could barely breathe. Fuck, it's a tree house. And, Song Lin continued. Why is there an and? Nikukyu and Today Yoyu said in disbelief. The right of first refusal for treehouses also applies to the elf territory. Song Lin added, we can choose to buy a treehouse in AMT County or in the elf territory. Oh. They're opening a new housing complex in the elf territory, so quietly. Are the authorities that inhumane? And Chiochio lamented, I want to buy a house too. Hey Chiochio, you don't meet the requirements either? Today Yoyu asked curiously. I maxed out my military merit a long time ago, but I'm still 2,000 short of regional reputation. And Chiochio said despairingly, the only remaining quests that increase regional reputation are the brick-moving quests for building the new city district, but I don't want to plaster walls. There should be other quests later. Shinyuitio appeared out of nowhere. Isn't the Mother Tree of Life fully healed yet? There should be daily purification quests later, right? That's something only druids can do, and it should give reputation rewards. As expected of Shinyu, you're so calm. As for a house, you get it if you play the game long enough. Shinyuitio said nonchalantly, for me, partnering is more important. But if you had to choose between the two housing areas of AMT County and the Elven Territory, which would you choose? Today Yoyu asked. I'd probably choose the Elven Territory, Song Lin said. I really like the scenery and modeling here. Although there are also treehouses in the main city, it's in the desert after all, so the scenery isn't as good. Well, for me, finding a partner nearby is more important, so I probably choose the main city, and Chiochio said. But I still need to earn enough reputation first. As they were discussing, they saw the Elf King, the Lord, and Ialian enter the hall, accompanied by the Elven Guard. The Lord paused for a moment before the stone statue of the world consciousness, then turned to the crowd and raised his hand. Adventurers, I have something to announce. The players' discussions within the hall suddenly ceased, and everyone's attention was fixed on the Lord. The Lord stepped forward and announced, from today on, AMT County and the Elven Territory have forged a permanent alliance. The Elves are now members of the World Alliance. From today on, adventurers may freely enter and exit the Elven Territory via the teleportation array, but they must abide by the laws and customs of the Elven Territory. Adventurers who violate the laws and customs of the elven tribe will be treated as if they were violating the laws, and will be punished in the same manner as elves. Elves can also freely enter and exit AMT County via the teleportation array, but they must also abide by AMT County's laws. The elves will establish an area for adventurers to live in. Adventurers who meet the requirements for purchasing housing can choose to purchase housing in either the currently available AMT County housing area or the Elven Territory housing area. At the same time, we remind all adventurers to obey the law, otherwise, your house may be repossessed. Both the Elven Territory and AMT County will offer daily quests to adventurers. Choosing any residence will not affect adventurers' ability to accept quests in any major city. Adventurers can live in any city according to their preferences, making their living there or traveling back and forth via teleportation arrays to complete quests. We will be setting up quest NPC magic puppets for adventurers to use in the World Hall, and we'll also be adding an adventurer logout counter. This World Hall will serve as the Adventurers Guild and daily base for adventurers in the Elven Territory. Kylo Allen and Alyssa Loren will serve as communications officers for adventurers in the Elven Territory. Adventurers can seek their help with any difficult problems they encounter in the Elven Territory. After the Lord finished speaking, the Elf King stepped forward and said, "Elven Territory, welcome all adventurers. From now on, you adventurers are our elves' dearest family and friends. Please feel free to live and work with us here." Ah! Great! Great! Long live the Lord! Long live the Elf King! Mahahaha! I can finally buy a house. Obey the law. Obey the law. Got it? Break the law and your house will be destroyed. Tell me a ghost story. Your house will be gone. The players in the Elf Territory cheered, as did the players in AMT County. The Lord's speech was live-streamed by the World Elves through the player anchor. Any online player could choose to play it in a small window within their field of view, much like the small screen live broadcast of the Battle of Ialian during the Beast Tide. Wow, why hasn't my regional reputation reached the required level yet? Are there really any big players who qualify to buy a house? Yes, I hear that players who have completed all the expeditions have met the requirements. Someone has already posted the steps and pictures of a house on the forum, and it's a treehouse. Damn, I'm so jealous. Are there any other options besides a treehouse? Yes, if you don't want a treehouse, you can buy land in Arm County and build your own house. But the land is the same size as the treehouse, so there's no bargaining involved. You can just customize the exterior. As long as it's within the land you purchased, you can build anything you want. Then can I build an Armstrong Cyclotron Jet Armstrong cannon? If you want to live in something like that, it seems like anything's possible. What about Forest City? Are there other options for buying a house there? Is Elf Territory already called Forest City? You can't build your own house there. The elves help you build it. But besides tree houses, there's also a mushroom house option. You can look at pictures on the forum. I really like it. The forest where the elves live is Forest City, and the desert where we live is Sand City. Yeah, that makes sense. Next time I book a sea view room, I call it Sea City. Baboon players are banned from participating. Damn it! I want to buy a house, but I don't have enough regional reputation. Hurry up and do the new city construction missions. Moving bricks earns reputation. And a lot of it. Hurry and buy a house while we're still in the closed beta. Once the open beta starts and new players join, houses will be a scarce resource. You might not even be able to buy one. Shit, that makes sense. No more talk, I'm going to move bricks now. MOU looked at the rapidly increasing number of quests in the background with satisfaction and a relieved smile. As expected, when an unattainable dream becomes an achievable reality, and even some bigwigs have posted pictures of the actual scene on the forum, players are energized and eager to participate. Having successfully implemented a wave of motivational PUA programs, MOU closed his magic book, drank the elf's coconut special, and leisurely lay in his hammock. After a long conversation with the Elf King felt that it would be safer for them to stay in the Elf Territory for the time being. First, the mother tree that had just had a major lesion removed needed care and recovery, and the tired world elves also needed rest, and should not waste core energy running back and forth. Secondly, the newly arrived adventurers also need to adapt to life in the Elven Territory. During this period of adjustment, friction and conflict may arise. It's best for the Lord to remain and work with the Elf King to stabilize the people's hearts. Finally, there's the issue of Ialian. If it were in AMT County, the Church of Light might have taken forceful action, regardless of the Magic Federation's reputation. However, in the Elven Territory of Adurachel, protected by the mother tree. Even the god of light himself would have to think twice. Here, with the presence of the god-level mother tree of life and the near god-level leader of the Elven King, coupled with Moiwu's own status and Ialian's combat prowess, it's enough to dispel any intentions of the Church of Light to take action. This point requires a more detailed discussion of the levels of extraordinary beings in this world. Before MOU arrived, the classification of extraordinary beings here was rather vague. However, MOU has taken the time to discuss this with Leah over the past few days, and, based on Leah's system level, has compiled a grading table for each level of extraordinary beings. The common people of this world range from level 1 to level 20. They lack fixed combat classes and abilities, and possess no weaponry skills or experience. Their ability to defeat monsters depends entirely on brute force and luck. This is why low-level basic classes appear indistinguishable from everyday occupations, as they are simply ordinary people with limited combat power. Level 30 and above is considered halfway into the realm of the transcendent, and adventurers will also experience their first advanced class change. Whether it's the druid or hunter on the elf panel, or the magic chef or world knight, above level 30, they are distinguished from ordinary people. Their physical fitness is enhanced, and combat relies more on skill, experience, and abilities. Chapter 174. Starting at level 50, adventurers can be considered truly transcendent. However, the transcendent here refers to transcendence compared to ordinary humans in this world. Level 50 is roughly the level that untrained dwarves, elves, and other immortal races can achieve based solely on their basic physical strength. It's no wonder Kylo Allen was so worried about the adventurers before. In his eyes, these adventurers' strength was no match for the youngest cub, LV 60, in the elf territory, even though that cub is now nearly 100 years old. Even though these adventurers can miraculously resurrect from the dead and possess the uncanny power to expel and purify pollution, the power of anchor points, if they were to face off against any elf in a real fight, they would be instantly crushed. Level 60 to 80 represents the level range for most of this continent's transcendental advanced professions. For example, the mercenaries of the Lucky Sea Serpent mercenary group are around level 60, their leader, Lot Seth, is level 65, and the astrologer Xiangyang is level 63. In this elven territory, most ordinary elves, excluding the elite elven guards, are roughly level 70. The dwarves who rent mines within MOU's territory also generally range between level 65 and 80. Compared to these races with unique bloodlines and constitutions, ordinary humans in this world do indeed have a harder time. To reach the same level as the aliens, they often have to put in more effort. MOU is currently only level 70, of course, referring to his own level, not the level of the Magic Master, MOU. Level 60 to 80 are generally considered mature adventurers and advanced professional instructors. Magic Chef James D. Morera is at level 77, considered a leader in this profession. Levels 80 and above are the realm of the professional elite. Levels 80 to 100 represent the elite ranks, admired by ordinary people. For example, the elven archers who previously arrived in AMT County to support the fight against the Beast Tide were the elite of the Elf King's personal guard, carefully selected by the Elf King and the highest-ranking combat force in the Elven territory. This demonstrates the immense expectations and confidence the Elf King had placed in AMT County and the enormous investment he had made. One must understand how terrifying the threat the 100,000-strong Beast Tide posed to the people of this world. If it weren't for the multiple defenses constructed by MOU and the players from other worlds to interrupt the beast's advance, those 300 elites would have been reduced to dust beneath their iron hooves. The bishops of the Church of Light are generally in this level range. For example, the bishop in the Clock Tower Town Illusion was already LV 93 in his lifetime. Most grandmasters are also generally at this level, such as Rama. Although he's a pure life-class alchemy master who isn't good at combat, if you consider him purely based on the level of an alchemy master, he's already LV 97. The core levels within the Church of Light are as follows, from top to bottom: God of Light, LV 350, Pope, LV 270, Cardinal, LV 200, 5 positions, Archbishop, LV 150, Bishop, LV 80-100, Priest, LV 60-80, Priest, LV 30-50, Nun, LV 30-50, Holy Child, LV 30 and below. The Pope guards the Holy City, while 5 cardinals garrison the 5 satellite cities. In addition, there are the Holy Sword Knights and the Itinerant Order, responsible for the Sun Project, the Inquisition and the Secret Prying, tasked with apprehending rebellion and eliminating dissidents, and the Guardian Knights of Light. Aside from the Knights of Light, which directly report to the Pope, The others are managed by the cardinals in charge of their respective duties. The majority of the Holy Sword Knights and the Knights of Light are also around LV 90. Aelian explained. LV 100 is the true watershed. Below level 100, no matter how outstanding, one is still in the realm of mortals. Above level 100, one truly transcends mortals, stepping into the realm of the gods, and begins to glimpse the secrets of the world. Therefore, the level range from LV 100 to 120 is called the Secret Peering level. The Secret Peering members of the Church of Light are generally in this level range. Of course, entering the realm of the gods does not mean immediate godhood. To use a simple analogy from the Immortal Cultivation novels you read in the Origin world, it is equivalent to being below level 100, no matter how powerful one is, just a martial arts expert. Level 100 and above signifies successful foundation building, allowing one to begin cultivating immortality. Aelian is currently level 101. During the brutal battle of the Beast Tide, he briefly reached the brink of level 102. Later, due to the shattering of the seal and the change of factions, he regressed a few levels. Regardless, he has successfully crossed the level 100 barrier and entered the secret peeping level. Levels 120 to 150 are known as the King level, as this is the level reached by most ordinary rulers of influential forces on the planet Osiria. For example, the Lord of Roselle, Laurenti, is level 135. A ruling power that hasn't reached this level is nothing more than a mob, unworthy of even equal dialogue with forces at this level. Upwards, there's the Saint level LV, 150 to 170. Those who reach this level are rare, considered the planet's most powerful. According to Leah, the former Grandmaster of Magic, Moiwu, has reached LV, 170, on the brink of the Hidden level. The Hidden level, LV, 170 to 200, marks another watershed, the dividing line between life and death, between mutation and godhood. At the Saint level, the knowledge, secrets, and energy acquired by saints increase exponentially, bringing with them extremely powerful side effects. At this point, saints begin to pursue every possible means to gain authority or develop their own concepts. If they successfully reach the Hidden level, they are reborn, emerging from their cocoon as a butterfly, gaining the special ability to unfold their own domain. But if they can't overcome this barrier, their bodies will be unable to withstand the surge of power, leading to their utter destruction. It can be said that if they can't upgrade or break through, they will explode and die, a path of no return. This level is called the Hidden level because these transcendents have truly embarked on the path to godhood. Before they reach this level, they have already, intentionally or unintentionally, amassed the faith of the people. At this level, they must use concepts to transform themselves, freeing themselves from the constraints of human flesh and using concepts as their new body, becoming hidden. This requires an explanation of the so-called authority. Authority derives from world consciousness, but in reality, it is a collection of similar concepts. Take, for example, the spatial authority Leah currently holds. Space actually encompasses subconcepts like barriers, isolation, teleportation, and mustard seed space. Mastering these concepts allows one to harness their power. The previous, silent struggle for power and erosion among the gods also began with the infiltration of conceptual confusion. Saints seeking to enter the secret realm don't need to acquire complete authority, they simply need to possess their own concepts. If these saints are followers of a god, they can share the corresponding subconcepts within the god's authority from their chosen deity. On the other hand, saints who are purely wild and devoid of any faith must find their own emerging concepts and gain recognition before they can use them as their new physical form. Countless ambitious would-be gods have failed at this stage. After successfully becoming a hidden one progresses to the angel level, LV, 200 to 230, quasi-god level, LV, 230 to 270, and pseudo-god level, LV, 270 to 299, reaching god level at LV, 300. Like the elf king Lancel, he is a quasi-god level being at LV, 263, roughly comparable to the Pope of the Church of Light. Quasi-god level beings must possess faith and authority, or concepts, while reaching pseudo-god level requires a foundation. Pseudo-gods, possessing faith, authority, and foundations, merge their own power and establish their own rules, ultimately becoming gods. At the god level, due to the influence of Cthulhu, systems such as the Great Old Ones, Outer Gods, and Ancient Gods emerged. However, because these systems are evil gods infiltrated from outside this world, Leah cannot accurately assess their strength. She only knew that some gods were powerful, some were weak, some could rival the Great Old Ones, while others couldn't withstand the attacks of the Outer Gods. Once Mou truly reached that level, he would naturally gain a better understanding of the gods. Alright. But with this leveling system, it's much clearer, Mou muttered. Currently, it seemed that, aside from him, a level 70 newbie disguised as a level 170 master under the name Moyawu, the most powerful beings in their world alliance were the Mother Tree of Life and the Elf King. Although Leah stood at the top of the upgrade chain, a world consciousness above the gods, she was currently only a fragment, her capabilities too limited to be considered. Thus, remaining in the Elven territory before the official server launch and the arrival of a large number of players was indeed the best option for Mou and the others. Of course, this wasn't a sign that Mou was afraid of the Church of Light. He simply wanted to take advantage of the shade of the tree, allowing him to continue his humble development under the protection of the elves. Chapter 175. The Elf King provided them with excellent living conditions. Lancel led Mou and Island directly to his palace, also a stone palace, in the same style as the World Palace, likely dating from the same era. The palace was filled with flowers, as the elves preferred. Even the beds were giant plants. In the center of the room stood a massive flower bed. Its base was formed by 3 large, round petals, while another petal formed the top, feeling quite springy. But Mou, for some reason, felt as if he were about to be devoured by a carnivorous plant when he laid down in it. Compared to the seemingly flimsy flower bed, Mou preferred the vine hammock hanging between 2 pillars in front of the window. Opening the window, a cool breeze blew in, bringing with it the moist air of the forest and the delicate fragrance of flowers. Swaying on it, he felt as if he were at some expensive resort he couldn't afford, enjoying the sun, beach, and ocean. Because the seal on Island hadn't fully healed yet, and because they both needed to be within the range of his invincibility skill, they only requested 1 bedroom from the Elf King. Elven King Lancel was initially curious, but as his gaze swept over the matching rings on their ring fingers, his curiosity inexplicably shifted to a knowing smile. I see. Congratulations, both of you. Mou? Question mark. No, wait. What are you congratulating me for? Huh? Unexpectedly, Aelian also smoothly chimed in. Thank you. Mou? Wait a minute. You know what he's congratulating me for, and you're just saying thank you? The Lord helplessly held his forehead. He felt as if the Elf King had misunderstood something significant, but he didn't want to confirm it, not at all. After seeing the Elf King off, Aelian quickly closed the door. Turning to see the Lord with a heavy expression, he asked, puzzled, what happened? Why do you look like that? No, nothing, Mou said weakly, then regained his composure and poked around the room, curiously exploring it. Only then did Aelian realize that his Lord, who usually appeared mature and steady, was, after all, an adventurer from another world, filled with curiosity about all that this world holds. So, while the knight watched from the corner of his eye as the Lord swayed in his hammock, a glass of coconut special in hand, browsing the forum, he sat on a footstool by the doorway, calmly took out his great sword and maintenance kit, carefully wiped the dirt off the blade with suede, and then carefully sharpened it with a whetstone. After a long pause, he finally heard Mou contentedly close the book and say, except for the teleportation array suspected to be in the exile land, the remaining teleportation arrays have been opened for access, and the latest update announcement has been released. Next, we just have to wait for Rama to complete the magic puppet and transport it to the World Temple for installation. While we're at it, let's use our all bodies to take a look at the exile land. As I said before, I use my old body to check out the situation first, and then let you know if it's safe to enter. As you command. Aelian nodded. Leah, help me rebind my old alt bodies. After players purchase an alchemy doll, the old shell will be returned to the pool for new players to draw. Well, the user ID needs to be changed too, so it's called. He paused. Stir-fried squid? No, that doesn't feel right. Braised? Is there braised squid? Then let's just say boiled octopus. Leah, your naming habits are really weird. So, the old sub-account with the new ID boiled octopus was relaunched. Mou used his backend permissions to adjust the account's level, change the class template to Druid, and change the appearance and equipment. It looked very similar to the original boiled squid. It didn't seem so similar anymore, so he quietly slipped from the mage tower into the teleportation array, teleporting directly to the exile grounds. He stood before the illusion, took a deep breath, and then walked into the black smoke. After once again experiencing that familiar sensation of passing through a jelly barrier, a trembling, pained young man's voice reached his ears. No matter what. Please what? Mou was puzzled, but the voice abruptly stopped, and there was no further information. Successfully entered the illusion, analyzing the illusion's obsession. No illusion obsession detected. This illusion is a special illusion, the Exile Grounds. This dungeon has no main quests or side quests. Except for the Sons of Light, you can exit freely. Now playing a message from the co-creator of the illusion. To those who enter here, this is the resting place of the Sons of Light. If you are a bystander who has stumbled upon this, please turn around and leave. If you are a friend, please put away the Ring of Thorns. Under no circumstances should you overturn this illusion. Otherwise, this place will be transformed from paradise into hell, and your lives will be taken away. Dungeon information and tips have been updated and can be viewed on the quest interface. It's a bit of a strange illusion. It can exist without obsessions. How does that work? MOU rubbed his chin and opened the quest panel. Dungeon name, Exile. This dungeon is completely harmless to ordinary people. Do not enter this dungeon with the Thorn Ring. Do not allow the Son of Light to enter this dungeon in his original form, or he will be unable to leave. This dungeon has no main quests or side quests. You can exit at any time. Current team survival rate, 100%. Current dungeon distortion, 99%. Current dungeon difficulty, unrated. Current dungeon purification progress, -900%. Quest tips. The people here are very friendly. Do not rewind, no matter what. Time flow. Time in this dungeon flows the same as in game, with no loops. Save points. There are no save points in this dungeon. Special restrictions. The Son of Light in his original form cannot exit this dungeon. It's indeed a dungeon that harbors ill will only towards the Son of Light. Well, I don't think it's malicious, more like. MOU pondered for a moment. This place is more like a tomb prepared for the Son of Light. Once the Master enters, they won't let him leave. MOU closed the quest panel and looked around. Before him lay a sea of lilies of light. MOU squatted down and reached out to stroke the nearest lily of light. Perhaps because he had used his GM privileges to assign the druid class to this sub-account, the lily of light rubbed against his hand obediently, as adorable as a puppy. He stood up, carefully avoiding stepping on any flowers, and made his way to the small path, heading towards the small village at the edge of the sea of flowers ahead. This illusion didn't even feel like an illusion. It was remarkably peaceful. The sun shone gently on him, warming him. At his feet lay a sea of lilies swaying in the breeze. Beyond the path leading to the village, he could vaguely see the golden wheat fields. It was like a fairyland in a dream. This feels like a perfect place to retire. MOU couldn't help but sigh. Right? It's beautiful here, isn't it? A cold voice took over, startling MOU and looking in the direction of the voice. Seated on a large rock by the roadside was a beautiful blonde woman wearing the white robes of a saint. She also looked young, no more than 20 or 30 years old, but in this alien world, you couldn't tell their true age. The blonde woman seemed to have an eye injury, with a silk bandage wrapped around her eye, but this didn't affect her movements at all. He nimbly leaped down from the rock, and when he stood before MOU realized how tall he was, probably about 1.9 meters or closer to 2 meters. Are you a traveler who's strayed in? The Holy Sun asked, seemingly devoid of any ill will. This is an illusion. You better leave. I'm an adventurer, MOU said. Actually, I know this is a place of exile. I'd like to discuss something with you or someone in charge. He paused. It's something that can help you and the world. The blonde tilted her head, seeming a little surprised by MOU's request. Well, my name is Aeland. Please follow me. MOU casually sent a message to Aelian. You can enter using your trumpet, but never use your body, and no thorn rings. Oh, remember to bring the mercerized linen. Aeland, though wearing a silk bandage around his eyes, was fully aware of his surroundings and as agile as a normal person. He skipped along the path with light movements, carefully avoiding every pebble and pothole. When he reached the village entrance, he glanced up at a house on the edge. A dark-haired man emerged from the house. Aeland happily ran toward him, threw himself into his arms, and kissed him on the lips, his movements smooth as if he had repeated them several times a day. Okade, an adventurer has come to discuss something with us. The dark-haired man, his arm around Alaran's waist, looked at MOU. His dark eyes, like those of a hawk, piercingly scanned MOU. Finding nothing unusual, he nodded. All right, go and rest. I talked to him. The man named Okade came out. In the sunlight, MOU could finally see his features. He was a serious-looking man, perhaps in his 30s or 40s. Unlike the always cheerful Alaran, this dark-haired man held a lingering sadness in his eyes. Adventurer, what do you wish to discuss? He asked. This is the hard-earned resting place of the sons of God. Unless there's something truly important, I hope you won't disturb their peace. He paused, then said, perhaps you don't know this, But these sons of God have given their all for this world. They were heroes to the world until their death. Mou said solemnly, believe me, I know everything they sacrificed, and I know all they endured. And I'm not a member of the Church of Light. I come here on behalf of the world. Chapter 176. After seeing the message from Mou, Ailian logged into his secondary account. Suppressing his complex emotions, he contacted Jin for a drink and bought all the mercerized flax seeds and remaining rhizomes she had. Then, he teleported to the illusion. He took a deep breath, steadying himself, before stepping firmly into the illusion he had long sought. The exile was a legend belonging to the sons of God. Rumor has it that it was a fantasy world free of resentment and obsession. But nearly all the sons of God, who had battled illusions their entire lives, knew that a fantasy world free of resentment and obsession could not exist naturally. It must be a world created after the Thorn Ring reversed reality. If that was an eternal place without pain, resentment, or obsession, only a paradise like tranquility and joy, then it meant that before the illusion was reversed, it must have been a terrifying hell. It said that the son who dared to attempt this had suffered the most painful and horrific death in the world. Furthermore, it was his beloved, the administrator, who had accompanied him throughout his life, who, at his begging, personally performed the deed. The combined resentment and hatred between them, combined with the taint within the son, created this hellish illusion. Under the influence of the partial power of both reality and illusion contained within the Thorn Ring of the Church of Light, the administrator reversed the entire illusion, transforming it into a completely harmless one, a paradise and home for the sons of God. Just imagining this scene brought an indescribable pain to Ailian's heart. He had wondered more than once, if it were him, would he be able to make such a sacrifice for the sons of God, for this world? He felt he couldn't. Even if he could endure the immense pain inflicted upon himself, he couldn't bear to subject someone who cared about him to repeated such suffering. Letting the other person end his life and pain cleanly, granting him a peaceful death, was the bottom line he could accept. But when discussing the exile with the Lord, Ailian had realized that asking him to become his murderer was inherently disrespectful. Perhaps he would find the peace he longed for, but would the person who did it be forever trapped in self-blame and pain? So, when Mou asked about the exile, Ailian had deliberately obscured the details of how this illusion came about. He didn't want his kind and compassionate Lord to know such a tragic event. But he felt that the wise Lord might have already suspected something. When Ailian entered the illusion, he also received a system notification, but the illusion seemed only to detect the son's body and the thorn ring, unable to discern his soul. The exit button on his system panel was already flashing, indicating he could exit at any time. But he had no doubt that if he had entered this place with his own body, the illusion would have unleashed its claws upon him without hesitation, trapping him here forever. He also knew that this mechanism of the illusion wasn't malicious, it was simply created for its sole purpose. To keep the sons here forever, to completely release the contamination within their bodies, and to lock them within this illusion, posing no harm to anyone. Since the Holy Son had paid such a great price to construct this illusion, he naturally wouldn't allow the sons who entered it to come and go freely. If those sons died outside the illusion, the corruption in their bodies would pollute the world, and what would the point of this illusion's existence be? Ailian understood all this very well, but he would also obey the Lord's orders, and not enter here in his true form without permission. He believed that as long as the Lord was there, the broken seal could be contained. He still had more missions to accomplish, and couldn't afford to die here so easily. Every scene in this illusion was familiar to Ailian. The Sea of Lilies of Light, the small village that looked exactly like the one they trained in, and the golden wheat fields that had only appeared in their imaginations during their nightly conversations. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. In the village and the fields, he saw many familiar figures. Alarand, Laska, Darien, Pist, Kalmandro. These were all his friends, companions who had shared his life in protecting the world, yet also fallen silently and without a trace. Aside from Alarand, who left first, promising to build a peaceful place for everyone, the other companions bid farewell to Ailian as their seals began to crumble, declaring they were embarking on the final journey to find their place of exile. Only there can we find peace. Ailian remembered the scene of them, one after another, with sad smiles, bidding farewell to their friends before their own final end, each embarking on the lonely road to death. He never knew if his companions had truly found this legendary resting place until Ailian saw them there. Some were working in the fields, some were enjoying the bright sunshine from lounge chairs in front of their houses, and some were galloping across the fields. All of their faces were filled with peace and joy. No longer was there pain, no longer was there a suffocating burden weighing on their hearts, forcing them to move forward. Tears streamed from the alchemy doll's eyes, and Aelian covered his mouth, weeping silently. He couldn't tell whether he was sad or happy. Emotions were piling up in his chest, and only the tears that flowed endlessly were his only outlet. After a long moment, he wiped the tears from his face and stepped into the village. Several of the saints in the village cast him puzzled glances. They didn't recognize him at all. Aeland, his eyes covered with a silk cloth, came forward. He tilted his head, as he often did, to look at the alchemist doll. Huh? Strange. Why is there an alchemist doll here? Are you the adventurer's companion? Yes, Aelian said hoarsely, fighting back the surging emotions in his heart, preventing himself from shedding tears in front of the spirits of his former companions. Are you all doing well here? Very well. Aeland replied with a smile. It's peaceful here. No monsters, no fighting, no suffering. This is the peace we seek. We couldn't ask for more. Aelian took a deep breath and wiped away the tears welling up in his eyes. Your friend, Aelian, let me pass on a message. Aelian? Is he okay? Aeland asked excitedly. I haven't heard from him in ages. He's still alive, Aelian replied. He's found his purpose in life and what he wants to protect. He's left the Church of Light and is now assisting the Lord of AMT County in saving and purifying the world. Really? That's wonderful. Aeland breathed a sigh of relief. That child was the youngest among us, the most tenacious, and the one who suffered the most. I'm sorry we all died first, leaving this burden to him. If you see him again, please tell him, forgive us cowards for choosing death over the pain of life. But you are different. You will be the light and hope of this world. Perhaps this is an irresponsible request, but please grit your teeth and persevere. I will. Aelian bowed deeply to Aeland, tears silently dripping onto the ground, seeping into the earth. By the way, the adventurer you came with is currently discussing something with Okade. I take you to him. Aeland, oblivious to the alchemist's unusual mood, turned and headed towards the cabin. The two people inside the cabin had just heard the commotion outside and came out to greet them. Mou breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his trumpet and got straight to the point. Bring out the mercerized flax. Aelian nodded and pulled out a whole plant of mercerized flax, a bag of seeds, and a bag of neatly cut roots from his backpack, which he had always kept in his system's backpack. Please take a look at this mercerized flax. Mou said, when we found this crop before, it was growing in a fantasy world somewhere between reality and illusion. It can absorb pollution for its own growth, converting it into harmless energy. They are somewhat similar to light lilies, but can absorb even greater amounts of pollution. If you agree, I would like to allow more adventurers like me to cultivate this crop in this fantasy world and absorb the pollution within it. This fantasy world is the product of a reversal of power between reality and illusion. It exists between reality and illusion, a phantasmal afterlife yet also a physical entity. Furthermore, this land enjoys long periods of sunlight, making it undoubtedly the ideal place to grow mercerized flax. Furthermore, in other fantasy worlds, adventurers still have to worry about losing their capital, but here, they can come and go freely, and druids can enter and exit freely to care for the plants. When the pollution is completely eliminated, this fantasy world will disappear, right? Okade hesitated and asked. Given the absorbent capacity of mercerized linen, it may take a very long time to completely remove the pollution from this illusion. Mou said, but once the pollution is completely absorbed, the illusion will disappear, and your souls will be accepted into the world's consciousness and return to the flow of life. That is your final destination. But, what about Aelian? What about the other sons of God? Aeland asked, if they need a place to accommodate the pollution, and this illusion no longer exists. That won't happen. Mou smiled reassuringly, the Church of Light has already. There is no Holy Sun anymore. Aelian has also left the Church of Light. He is now a knight of the Lord of AMT County. The Lord has pledged his life, that he will never let Aelian die from pollution, nor will he allow the contamination sealed within Aelian to leak out and pollute the world. If you agree, this place will become a unique fantasy realm, halls of valor, open to adventurers from AMT County. They will grow mercerized flax here and run errands for you. However, they may be a bit noisy. If you prefer peace and quiet, I can limit the number of people entering and leaving this fantasy realm. Chapter 177. We need to discuss this further, said Okade. Mou nodded, understanding. Don't rush to answer. This is just a preliminary idea. If you have any opinions or suggestions, feel free to share them, and we refine it together. Aeland suddenly asked, are those adventurers Aelian's current companions? Mou looked at Aelian, and the alchemist nodded earnestly. Yes, they are all Aelian's trusted companions. Then I agree. Aelian smiled broadly. It's been quiet here for years. Perhaps we need a little noise. You like those adventurers? Aelian smiled back. By the way, they all possess strange abilities and remarkably stable minds. Even if their bodies are polluted and transformed into octopuses, they can still transform back intact. The druids among them can even expel and purify the pollution. Although they sometimes do and say strange things, calling everyone they meet wife. But they're really good people. He paused, then added, they also cook delicious meals. They do sound like some very interesting people. Aelian said, please wait a moment. I gather everyone for a vote. Okade watched him turn and leave, sighing slowly, perhaps, there will be a day when we, cursed beings, will be freed. Everything will be fine. Mou smiled. The sons of God quickly reached a conclusion in their discussion. They voted unanimously, happily allowing the adventurers to enter the fantasy world and cultivate mercerized flax. Several sons skilled in agriculture even immediately selected the most suitable plots for sowing, while others enthusiastically rushed to the fields to harvest the wheat, freeing up more land for planting. MOU activated the teleportation array's permissions through the backend and issued quests to several online druid players. Special quest: planting mercerized flax. Quest location: special illusionary instance, Halls of Valor, accessible via the teleportation array. Halls of Valor is a special illusionary realm, a world transformed by a sun imbued with devotion and sacrifice, through suffering and the power of both reality and illusion. This illusionary realm became the resting place of the dying suns, their final burial place and final resting place. Here, in their final moments, they could unleash their pollution without hesitation, without fear of any serious consequences. The only price was that their souls would be forever bound here, unable to return to the world's consciousness. Lord Moyawuz reached an agreement with the spirits of the holy sons here. Adventurers can cultivate mercerized flax within this dungeon. This plant will absorb the pollution within the dungeon, gradually purifying it, and eventually liberating these heroic spirits. Adventurers who have accepted this quest are requested to proceed to the quest location to assist in cultivating mercerized flax. Completing this quest will reward regional reputation based on your actual contribution. Ding! System notice. Attention, adventurers. These deceased holy sons are all heroic spirits, who dedicated themselves to this world in their lifetimes, and died for it. Please treat them with respect and kindness, and do not disturb their peace and rest excessively. If a player causes a decrease in the favorability of heroic spirits, their regional reputation will also decrease accordingly. Wow! A special quest. Nakukia leaped up and grabbed Shianyuitu beside him. Did you get the quest? Yes. A Valhalla quest. Shianyuitu excitedly said, finally, we can plant that mercerized flax. More importantly, the heroic spirits of the sons. Hey, are there new wives and new couples to match? Nakukia rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling. Tell me a ghost story, Songlin said darkly. Those are the souls of my deceased wives. As long as the wives are pretty, I'm not afraid. Nakukia said arrogantly, his hands on his hips. The noisy druids joked with each other as they entered the teleportation array and, as expected, discovered a new location, Illusion, Valhalla. I just think this dungeon's name is so domineering, Nakukia muttered. Then, the players who entered the dungeon discovered that this strange, special dungeon had no DM. MOU had blocked all the entry prompts using his backend permissions. And no main or side quests. Instead, there were vast fields and mercerized flax cultivation tasks. And numerous former sons of God, whose looks perfectly matched their aesthetic. Mommy, I feel like I arrived in heaven. Nakukia silently wiped the saliva from his mouth. So many new wives. Ha ha ha. You are adventurers? Aelian tilted his head. We prepared the fields. These are seeds and rhizomes. He handed over the bag of seeds and rhizomes that the strange alchemist had given him. Everything is up to you. This wasn't the first time the druids had received such bizarre planting assignments. They expertly pulled various tools and farm machinery from their backpacks, diligently tilling the soil and sowing seeds. The holy sons, on the other hand, all looked at the druids' various farm machinery with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Some repeatedly passed by the fields under various pretexts. Some bolder ones touched the machinery, and still others rolled up their sleeves and asked the players if they needed help. Nukyukyu, Zainyuyi, and Jinryuyu, along with a few others, began using their skills to stimulate the growth of the roots. Since harvesting, these roots have been stored in the system backpack and hadn't lost much vitality. Thanks to the druids' plant affinity and their growth-stimulating skills, they quickly began absorbing the pollution from the illusion, sprouting tiny new shoots. It's possible! They can survive! Several druid girls jumped up excitedly. They had sprouted a large number of seedlings and placed them in ceramic pots. When they tried to soak them in clean water, they realized they hadn't brought any. Does anyone know water magic? I do it! Aland was also filled with curiosity about these adventurers. It had been a long time since he had encountered so many lively, living people. He cast a spell, and a steady stream of clear water flowed from his hands, pouring into the ceramic pots. Although this water was saturated with pollution, to the mercerized flax, it was like water with nutrient solution. Each seedling visibly stretched out its branches and leaves, appearing to be thriving. This illusion contained many false plants that could thrive in pollution, such as the sea of lilies of light and the golden wheat fields. They were all images that existed or were imagined by the saints. But this mercerized linen is a plant that actually uses pollution as nourishment. In this exile filled with the aura of death, Aland felt hope for the first time. Why was this illusion renamed Valhalla? After the two returned their trumpets to the Mage Tower in AMT County and returned to their bodies, Aelian finally couldn't help but ask. Oh, it was just a sudden thought. Mou smiled. In my world, there's a mythological system called Norse mythology, which tells of a place called Valhalla or Valhalla. Warriors who die fighting on the battlefield are taken to Valhalla by the Valkyries. I think this name is more suitable than exile for the sons of God, who have fought their entire lives to seal away the pollution. Aelian was silent for a moment before saying, "Thank you." Are there any of your friends among those sons of God? Mou asked. He had noticed earlier in the dungeon that his trumpet's eyes seemed red, and his voice was a little hoarse. They are all my friends, my comrades, my companions. Aelian lowered his eyes, his long lashes obscuring the brilliance in them. I watched them bid farewell one by one as the seal broke, departing for the fabled exile. But only today did I learn they had truly made it there. He sighed deeply. This is good news. At least, they have found a false sense of peace in that promised land. The reason that illusion lacks obsession is probably because it's a reversed afterlife. Mou said, it can't be purified by ordinary means, but it's a good place to grow mercerized flax. As long as mercerized flax is cultivated over a long period of time, it will one day gently purify that illusion, freeing the souls of those holy sons and returning them to world consciousness. Aelian's silver eyelashes fluttered slightly. You are truly very gentle. Those who carry firewood for the people should not be left to freeze to death in the wind and snow. Those who pave the way for freedom should not be trapped in thorns. Mou smiled. I simply don't want those heroes, who have suffered so much, to be forever bound to a reversible prison built of flesh and blood. Did you guess? Aelian asked. Mou nodded. To create such a gentle illusion, one must first forge hell. The core of the illusion must be that Alarand, right? He seemed like a very lively and kind person. It must have been quite difficult to accomplish this. Alarand and his manager, Okade, suddenly disappeared 200 years ago, Aelian recalled. At the time, we thought they had met with an accident during their mission, until one day, we received a letter from Okade. The letter briefly stated that Alarand had unfortunately passed away. Before his death, he had constructed the illusion of the exile and left behind coordinates, telling us to go to that illusion if the seal broke and we could no longer hold on. When we saw the letter's emphasis on when that illusion couldn't be reversed, we understood everything. But no one wanted to discuss how this illusion came to be. Perhaps we all saw it as our lifeline. Perhaps we didn't want to let Aelin's sacrifice go to waste. Over time, it became a secret known to everyone. Okade was probably the only lucid person in that illusion, his eyes etched with lingering sorrow and sadness. Mou sighed, knowing everything, yet still trapped in a dream. For him, that illusion must have been a constant, sweet torture. Mou reached out and patted the knight's shoulder. Everything will be fine. They will eventually be free, but until then, they may have to endure the noisy players. Chapter 178. Today, players will notice that the quest announcements on the official website look a bit different than before. Today's news from the continent of Osiria. Thanks to the efforts of the Elven Expedition and adventurers, the road from AMT County to the Elven territory of Adurachel has been opened, and the teleportation network has been updated. New location, leveling ground Snake Pit. A new leveling area, Snake Pit, has been added for LV50 to LV70 players. Players of the corresponding levels can teleport there via the teleportation array. The battle is risky, so adventurers are advised to travel in groups. Special Illusion Halls of Valor. This is the resting place of the previous sons of the Church of Light. It is a special planting area, and Druid players are recommended to accept special planting quests. Ding! System notice. Attention adventurers, these deceased sons are all heroic spirits who dedicated their lives to this world and died for it. Please treat them with respect and kindness, and do not disturb their peace and rest excessively. If a player causes the favorability of heroic spirits to decrease, their regional reputation will also decrease accordingly. Illusionary Realm. Village of Nightfall. Fancy a game of werewolf with the goddesses of fate and darkness? This dungeon welcomes you. A new main city, Corinthal of the Magical Federation, has opened, an uncharted main city awaiting adventurers. Please note that Corinthal of the Magical Federation is a neutral territory, offering no special privileges to adventurers. Maintaining good relations with local NPCs will increase your regional reputation and unlock more quests, scenarios, and permissions. Ding! System notice. Violations of local laws, regulations, and customs in the main city may result in arrest by guards, a wanted notice, imprisonment, and, in serious cases, the death penalty. Adventurers, please do not risk the law until you are fully prepared. If an adventurer is executed, their body cannot be revived and will require a replacement. Your account will be frozen, and you will be unable to log in until you pay the corresponding price for a free replacement body or purchase an alchemy doll in the marketplace. A new alliance capital, the Elven territory of Adurachel, has opened. This is the ancestral home of the elves, their sacred place and home. The elves have formed an alliance with AMT County, and sincerely welcome adventurers. New feature, regional reputation and city favorability have been activated. Players can view this in the system dashboard. Note, regional reputation refers to the reputation earned by an adventurer in each region. It can be increased by completing quests to improve the evaluation and favorability of local NPCs. Violating laws and causing trouble for NPCs will result in a decrease in reputation. Reputation in each region is ranked from low to high, notorious, infamous, unknown, renowned, and renowned. Notorious and infamous may trigger resistance, aversion, and avoidance from locals, making your quests more difficult. Note, each city's favorability reflects the real-time evaluation of AMT County's influence by cities other than AMT County. As an adventurer in AMT County, your every move will affect other cities' perceptions of your home city. City favorability is ranked from low to high, hostile, neutral, friendly, and allied. Note, raising a city's favorability to allied has a chance of opening adventurer residential areas. Currently, the following cities have open favorability: Adurachel, the Elven territory, and allied, with adventurer residential areas already open. Corinthal, the Magical Federation neutral. Onisal, the Mystic City neutral. Today's recommended quest, Elven Daily Quests. The elves desperately need adventurers' help. Adventurers, please visit the World Hall to accept the Elven Daily Quests. Note, each player can accept one daily quest per day. Housing purchase. Want to buy a house? If your regional reputation has reached the required level, and you earn sufficient military merit, you can purchase land and build a house in either of the two main cities of AMT County or Elven Territory. AMT County NPC, Papa Polly. Housing options in AMT County. Self-build house. Only vacant land is available. Houses must be built. Elven Tree House. Already built. Special appearance cannot be changed. Elven Territory NPC, Kylo Allen. Housing options in Elven Territory. Tree House, Flower House, Mushroom House, all with fixed special appearance, cannot be changed. System note, an adventurer can only own one house, but can relocate. If you relocate, you must pay 90% of the land price for the new plot, and the original purchase price will not be refunded. Adventurers, please consider carefully before purchasing. After purchasing a house, adventurers must ensure their regional reputation remains at renowned, 10,000 points or higher. If your regional reputation drops to infamous, you will receive a system notification. If your regional reputation does not recover within 1 month, your house will be repossessed. If your regional reputation drops to infamous or lower due to violations of law, your house will be immediately repossessed. All furniture, items, equipment, and the purchase price of the repossessed house will not be refunded. Why did the news section change from AMT County to Oziria Continent today? Because the new main city is opened. Elven Territory and Corinthal are not considered AMT County. TSK, the officials are so serious. I love it. Regional reputation and city favorability features are now available. Oh, I'm still a ways off from buying a house. Why is it so hard? It's actually not that bad. It's only 10,000 regional reputation points. Just complete the recommended quests, and you earn reputation points. The top player should have enough by now, right? Especially for those who did the Elf Expedition quest this time. I see some big names are already posting pictures on the forums. Wow, I love that mushroom house. It's so fairy tale-like. Don't you think the authorities are a bit too dogmatic? Every major city has to obey the rules. Ugh, that's too strict, isn't it? You can break the rules, but there's a chance you'd be wanted, imprisoned, and can't buy a house. That's normal. Be a bandit, and you have to face the consequences. You can't have it all. That's right. If you're brave enough, you can be Robin Hood, robbing the rich and giving to the poor. But I want to buy a house. If I can't buy one in real life, I got to have one in the game. TSK, that's out of the question. Houses can only be given to those who have made contributions. I'm on the official side this time. TSK, you just want to reduce your competition. Just a ghost story. The official server launch is in a little over 10 days, and there will be a huge influx of new players. But new players also need to accumulate regional reputation and military merit, right? Veteran players should have the advantage, right? That's not true. Right now, 10 people take on a brick-moving quest, and everyone gets a reward. Then, there will be a huge crowd vying for a brick-moving quest. By the time you get to the NPC, they have already built their house. Don't forget, many quests in this game are one-time only. Once you complete them, they're gone. Hiss. Furthermore, after the Beast Tide expansion launched, not a single beta test slot was released this month. The official team is holding on to everything, waiting for the official release. Just imagine how mad those eagerly awaited cloud players will be once the server launches. Hiss. While we're still in the veteran player privilege period, hurry up and complete all the quests you can. If you want to buy a house, do it now, otherwise there will definitely be more people than houses later. Lingzhou glanced at her regional reputation and sighed softly. Only 3,000 points, so far. She opened the forum strategy post again. A senior member had already posted a detailed house buying process and a detailed guide to selecting a house. Subject: Ozelia Sales Center. Showing you the newly launched player residential complex. Multiple images, data warning, original poster. Did you lose any hair today? Content. Does everyone have a house yet? Haha, you haven't yet? Then take a look at my guide. Currently available are AMT County and Elite County. There are 2 housing areas in the Spirit Territory. Some of the older baboons might habitually call them Shadu and Sindu. I personally think that's quite apt, haha. Let's talk about AMT County first. Shadu, because it's located in the desert, the vacant land there has been there for a very long time. I'm sure everyone has passed by it more or less during their quests. It's truly empty and devoid of scenery, but after actual evaluation, we found that buying a self-built house in AMT County is quite a good option. AMT County offers 2 types of housing options. One is vacant land. You can build your own house within the blue light barrier of this vacant land. Whether you want a yard, fill it with houses, or build a stilt house in the air, it's all possible as long as you can do it. As long as no part of the house extends beyond the blue light barrier surrounding the clearing, everything is legal and compliant, and there's no such thing as illegal construction. For experienced bricklayers in the game, I especially recommend this type of building, as it allows for unlimited imagination and creativity, allowing you to create anything you want. But it still has to adhere to the laws of physics. If your house collapses due to an oddly shaped or faulty load-bearing structure, it's your fault for not understanding physics. Tear it down and rebuild it. If you're not good at building your own house, you can opt for a treehouse. Treehouses are built uniformly by the elves, and their appearance cannot be modified. Personally, I think those looking for a treehouse should consider buying in the Elven Territory, also known as Forest City. The housing complex there is primarily a forest setting, creating a more harmonious and dreamy look. Unlike the housing complex in AMT County, which looks like a cluster of treehouses growing out of a barren desert, which, frankly, is a bit strange. Although you can't build your own house in the Elven Territory, there are plenty of options, including tree houses, flower houses, and mushroom houses. You all seen the tree house, so here are pictures of the flower and mushroom houses. The flower house looks a bit flimsy, but it's really beautiful. The whole house is like a flower, and it's perfect for a girly style. Photo: I highly recommend the mushroom house. It's made entirely of a hollowed-out giant mushroom. It has a very hobbit-like feel, short and chubby, and so cute, it's straight out of a fairy tale. Photo: I ultimately chose the mushroom house. The interior also has a woodland feel, and I can decorate it however I want. It's so cozy. Wow, I'm so tempted. Chapter 179. A new counter has been installed in a corner of the World Temple. Rama has also delivered 5 magic puppets. After Leah connected to the anchor point, the Elven Territory Adventurers Guild has been officially established. Players can now freely accept quests here. Across from the counter is the player logout counter. MOU has already taken some time to use his willpower to build a counter with his bare hands. Now, with his physical level and mental strength increasing, he can even use his willpower to rub such large equipment without any side effects such as dizziness or coma. The 2 Elven NPCs, Kylo Allen and Alicia, quickly took to their new duties. Kylo Allen had already battled wits and courage with the players several times before, and he was well accustomed to their thinking patterns. He had fully mastered the dark art of using rewards and punishments to manipulate the actions of these natural disasters. MOU was a bit surprised by Alicia's rapid progress. Although this elf was a full 20 centimeters shorter than her twin brother, she possessed a stronger spirit and greater adaptability. Unlike Pharaoh's, who would fuss over everything, nor did she have a sullen expression. She was incredibly popular with the male players, having replaced Aelian and Pharaoh's in their favor, becoming their newest elf wife. Although my previous wives were handsome, a sweet and soft elf girl is still much more adorable as a wife. So the male players said. Unlike Pharaoh's, who had a pact with an eagle, Alicia's chosen pack beast was a giant brown bear. After seeing a giant bear carrying a, slightly smaller than a bear, elf girl through the woods several times, the players gradually grew accustomed to this new wife's rather sturdy personality, which didn't match her appearance. Aelian wasn't unhappy about the fickle players. Instead, he felt a slight sense of relief. He wasn't used to the players' previous over-attentiveness. However, the female players were more nostalgic, adhering to the principle of I want all the beautiful women. Even after licking the newly introduced dead ghost wives in Valhalla, they would still lick Aelian's beautiful screenshots for 3 minutes straight after leaving. Of course, they didn't dare to lick anyone directly, fearing their wives drawing their swords, or the overlord's your account is gone performance. Now that the official server is about to launch, the established accounts that have been leading the closed beta for several months have a clear advantage. If it weren't for the VR glasses iris recognition, a single account would probably sell for tens of thousands of yuan. However, since accounts cannot be bought and sold, some players have had some ulterior motives, trying to buy and sell some in-game currency, but when they actually tried to sell, they found that there were no buyers. The main problem is that making money in this game is incredibly easy, and what truly has purchasing power in this game isn't money, or rather, it's not just money. After all, this is an online game designed to be played while sleeping, and for sleep-deprived modern people, almost everyone finishes work, showers, and tidies up at night, then plops down on their bed, puts on their glasses, closes their eyes, and jumps into the game. You can play games and catch up on sleep at the same time, so why not? In addition, you can browse the web, chat on Weibo, WeChat, and QQ, play mini-games, and even do nothing but read novels in the game to earn double time. So why stay up all night scrolling on your phone in real life? Not only is scrolling all night uncomfortable and prone to sudden death, but you only have 12 hours of scrolling, while in the game, you can scroll for 24 hours, so what are you still waiting for? Hurry and log in, but once you're in the game, aside from those students cramming for double time before exams, who could resist the allure of VR games and skip any quests or do anything else, just playing mini-games for 24 hours, and gain time, or reading novels for 24 hours, that would be too boring. So, after spending too much time online, players simply look for quests everywhere. And this game has a lot of quests, and the rewards for adventure coins are truly generous. Killing monsters pays, selling materials pays, running errands for NPCs pays, farming pays, moving bricks pays, even doing research and carrying network blueprints pays. It's true that with just a little effort and energy, it's impossible to go broke in this game. And there aren't many ways for players to spend money in this game. AMT County is incredibly poor, and the variety of items sold by NPCs is limited. The best-selling items are blue bottles, seal bottles, and various equipment and weapons from the blacksmith shop, followed by various food and seasonings. If we talk about players' angle coefficients, they're probably all off the charts. This game also offers an incredibly high level of freedom. If you're short on cash and don't want to go to the store, you can completely self-sufficiently carve out a path with the novice sword and novice set given to you by the Lord at the beginning. Slaying monsters yields various materials and meat, which you need for food and clothing. Every time you arrive in a new place, use element identification and element refining to gather most of the mineral materials. Once you gathered enough, you can go to the weapon shop, dwarf, or alchemist to order new equipment, or simply train these life professions and make them yourself. Often, players simply pick up loot, examine nearby land, minerals, and trash, and then, with a little ingenuity, combine them to find themselves with money, military merit, and regional reputation, a truly overwhelming sense of accomplishment. When they have too much time, they find work to do. Completing the work brings them money, power, limits, and a sense of accomplishment, offering a gaming experience hundreds of times better than those who spend money on R&T. Even some previously lavish beta testers develop the habit of scavenging after playing for 10 days, or even a month. They transform from lavish spenders, who save energy and time, to wealthy developers. To put it bluntly, the game's excessive sleeping, online, time means players' energy isn't valuable, so there's no need to conserve it, let alone spend money to save time. Wouldn't it be better to buy yourself some nice things in real life as a reward? Why bother paying someone to play the game for you at a virtual game? Even the most expensive alchemist in the game, who burns the most money, materials, and even equipment, can, as long as they can control their urge to mess around and get through the initial training phase, eventually make a few, potentially useless, but still valuable, items to sell. These inexplicable items, even in the eyes of players, are unsellable junk. However, if you're willing to pay a small fee to travel to the mystical city of Onisil, you can earn some money, even the game's precious foreign currency, the Magic Federation's universal currency. Players can exchange foreign currency at the Adventurers Guild's bank. Although the exchange rate is adjusted daily, it fluctuates around a 10:1 average. In other words, if you exchange adventure coins for common currency, you need 10 copper, 1 silver, to exchange for 1 dram, which is quite expensive indeed. On the other hand, if you can earn 1 pound of common coin in one go, it's equivalent to earning 256 silver coins in one go. After figuring out this trading method to earn foreign currency, alchemists, who previously relied on support from friends and family, like Tangning Kebab, who'd been living off his cousin for years, suddenly rose to the ranks of the rich, and were even able to support their friends and family. The most expensive items in this game are undoubtedly the player's shop and house, real estate. However, both are subject to purchase restrictions, regional reputation and military merit. Without reputation and military merit, money alone is useless. To earn reputation and military merit, you have to complete quests. After completing quests, even those without money will have money. This way, anyone who has read strategy posts on the forum and even played the game a little will naturally avoid wasting money on in-game purchases. This is exactly what MOU wants to achieve. Real money trading, RMT, has long been a detrimental and persistent violation of MMORPG online games. As long as RMT is permitted, gold farming studios are bound to emerge. These studios often leverage their large numbers to monopolize monster spawn points, control the production of specialized materials, manipulate prices, and negatively impact the gaming experience for legitimate players. To ensure more dedicated players have a stable source of income, this toxic RNT must be banned. In this game, RNT is extremely difficult to conduct. First, VR equipment binding has already hindered both leveling and farming, while the game's inherent freedom of movement prevents progression from being bogged down by a single material. Slay spiders, and have no silk sacks to make bowstrings? Then, there are sheep intestines, cow intestines, deer intestines, and tendons. No silk thread to make clothes? Then, there are animal furs, silk, linen, and cotton. As the game system's world consciousness, it's actually more powerful than any real-world online game's back-end monitoring. Leah constantly monitors every aspect of player activity, and any transactions between players are completely undetectable. It's not that monetary transactions are completely prohibited. Players pooling money to rent a store or borrowing money to buy equipment is perfectly normal. However, large-scale financial transactions will be marked by Leah and displayed on MOU's back-end interface. Furthermore, MOU screened the beta test players, eliminating most of the studio staff he identified and selecting only ordinary players. So far, the game ecosystem has remained quite healthy. Of course, after the public beta launch, there will inevitably be a brief period of pain due to the influx of new players. But MOU is confident that this world, and the strong humans it has nurtured, can both withstand the rampant pollution and adapt to the equally crazy and enthusiastic players. Chapter 180. For the next period of time, MOU and Ialian were both traveling back and forth between the Mage Tower and the Elf Territory, with MOU occasionally video chatting with his older sister and the new employees. Although there was a time difference between the two sides, thanks to Leah's careful adjustments, The video calls only seemed to have brief pauses, like normal network fluctuations. The store and warehouse in reality had already been renovated. Chu Shiqiu had previously hired 2 women to work in customer service, one named Sang Zi and the other Yanlan, both in their 20s, and judging by their appearance, they both looked capable and efficient. They would primarily handle player top-ups and the shipment of gaming glasses, as well as any issues that might arise on the Origin World side, for example, failed or duplicate deductions due to network fluctuations or server issues, as well as inquiries about the shipment status of VR glasses for first-time game purchases. Another male, Ruan Nan, was an operations staff member, primarily responsible for shipping and mailing VR glasses, maintaining the official website, renting, debugging, repairing servers, and cleaning up the servers, among other technical and metaphysical tasks. When they were off duty, he would have Liao open a space tunnel and immediately store all the prepared VR glasses in the warehouse. The next day, the employees would then ship them nationwide. This not only reduced Lia's workload of opening doors and delivering packages across the other world, but also reduced the possibility of being caught. When there were fewer players, point-to-point delivery was fine, but with a large player base, it would easily arouse suspicion. Since the shipping fee is paid on delivery, and the guise of ensuring safe delivery and 100% door-to-door delivery is euphemistic, I believe players will be very happy to accept this additional guarantee. MOU also had Liao create a simple computer software. Any game issues or complaints from players that customer service couldn't resolve were entered into this software. A corresponding work ticket would then be directly sent to MOU's computer, where he and Liao would handle the issue. However, judging by the player response during the closed beta test, the game didn't actually have many bugs, and the one that attracted the most complaints was the clumsy DeCarlo. That's not a bug, it's clearly a character design issue. MOU remained calm. Regular customer service issues could be directly addressed through the AI bot within this computer software, played by Liao. The customer service representatives were told that the software was connected to an outsourced team overseas, and because of the time difference, any issues they could resolve through the software would be automatically resolved by the AI bot. Any issues that couldn't be resolved would be handled by a dedicated person during the outsourced team's business hours. Perfect logic. MOU even wanted to give himself a thumbs up, and just as MOU and his team were frantically preparing for the public beta test, the wheat the druids had sown was ripening. Even though AMT County now has no shortage of food, the significance of these 3 acres of land goes far beyond the wheat's edible value. On the day of the wheat harvest, aside from the 10 initial druids, who diligently completed their mission, curious players, AMT villagers, and elves gathered in a large circle outside the cleansing ground, all watching this historic moment. The 3 acres of cleansing ground were filled with golden wheat. Though the harvest was small, it marked a historic moment of extraordinary significance for the people of this world. This was the first time in centuries of increasing pollution that humans had, with their own hands, replanted this barren land with completely unpolluted food. The druids diligently harvested the 3 acres of wheat, and tested the wheat for pollution levels in front of everyone. When the wheat was found to be free of contamination, all the villagers and elves cheered. The druids also received a notification that their quest was complete. Each druid who diligently completed the task received the reward they deserved for their labor. The regional reputation they needed most. I can buy a house. Nukyukyu and Xianyuyi happily hugged each other, and jumped up and down. Jinryoyu also raised his fist to the sky in a triumphant gesture. I finally have a house. They loaded the wheat and stalks into their backpacks, then used the backpack system's function to remove only the wheat and place it into sacks. In an instant, the threshing process, which should have required several steps, was completed. This land can finally produce normal food. As the druids carried the bags of wheat out of the clean land, Aunt Rosa's eyes sparkled with tears. She scooped a handful of plump wheat from the sack and exclaimed, "The quality of this wheat is so good. The experimental field has been a great success." MOU said with relief, "In the near future, we will welcome more adventurers, open up more clean land, and restore the barren AMT County into a fertile land of thousands of miles. Long live the Lord." The crowd erupted in cheers. "Thank you, adventurers. Thank you, heroes." The NPC's eyes welled with tears of joy, and the players, moved by their emotions, couldn't help but sniff. "Great. Great. Our territory will be even better." Leah, who was standing on MOU's shoulder, also smiled broadly. In her eyes, the golden wheat was brimming with green vitality, which gradually flowed into the life stream beneath the earth. This life stream then flowed into the life tree, causing it to quietly grow a few centimeters taller. Beep, the system prompt. The stream of life has been upgraded to level 2, currently covering an area of 150 square kilometers. Beep, the system prompt. The mother tree of life has returned to normal, the newborn tree is healthy, and main quest 10, rescue the mother tree of life, has been successfully completed. The current elven pollution removal rate is 88%. The mother tree of life has begun absorbing pollution again, and the elven pollution is decreasing. 10%, 9%, 8%, 0%. The world consciousness has been reconnected with the elves, adding 100,000 anchor points. 1/21st of the scattered world consciousness fragments have been recovered. Natural authority has been reconnected. Currently obtained natural authority, 30%. The mother tree of life is 43% polluted. To maintain a level of contamination that does not affect survival, please gradually remove the contamination from the mother tree through daily druid quests. At the same moment the system prompt was announced, the elves across the continent of Osiria could feel the mother tree's renewed activity. Through its spiritual connection with them, it completely absorbed the contamination within their bodies. Mother tree. After a moment of surprise, they felt a comforting emanation from the mother tree through the other end of their spiritual connection, and finally felt a sense of relief. The elf king, who had been guarding the mother tree in the elven territory, carefully inspected the tree of life. Seeing that it had not withered from absorbing too much pollution as before, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he heard a neutral voice echo in his mind, one he hadn't heard in a long time. "Welcome, elves," the voice said. "The world consciousness has returned and will once again offer you protection." Lancel took a deep breath, almost believing he was in a dream. "Welcome back, world consciousness. Mother Earth, Mother Tree of Life, our grandmother. Welcome home." "Huh?" A player tilted their head, staring at the statue deep within the world hall for a moment. They nudged the player next to them. "Hey, look, that statue doesn't seem to be as shattered as before." "Huh?" Another player glanced back. "Nothing. Are you drowsy and your eyes are blurry? That's a stone statue. Here. It's a different world, so the stone statues aren't immobile." "Ha ha, that's right. Wait, even if it's a different world, it would be terrible if the stone statues started moving. Finally, I recovered the fragments of the world's consciousness, even if it's only 1/3. MOU was relieved, yet couldn't help but sigh, there's still 6 2/3. Leah was particularly happy. The fragments had been successfully recovered, and she seemed to have grown a little bigger and more energetic. She immediately stuffed a can of Starbucks coffee beans into MOU's system backpack. "I owe you the white slip reward, here's the payment." You looked at the bank card debit notification that popped up on WeChat in the back-end system with a smile. "Leah, you're using my money to buy coffee beans as a reward?" Hee. The little world elf blinked at him innocently. "Well, it's my fault for being a hapless worker. But the open beta is coming soon, and new players will have to pay to join. So giving me, the lead planner, a raise isn't too much, is it?" MOU said to himself, "Well, maybe a 1.5x raise. That's reasonable." Aelian, following behind the Lord, couldn't help but smile as he watched the two, one large and one small, making their way towards the mage tower. Just as his lord had said, everything will get better. "Mine." The dwarves sat in a circle around a blazing furnace, their brows furrowed, as if they had encountered some intractable problem. "What business do we have with the northern family's affairs?" Great Elder Morat Madoro spat to the side. "Those scum. When our mine was collapsed by floods, and we were wandering in the desert, they didn't even care about our lives. Now they want our help." "That's not right," said Second Elder Molaro Madoro. "Winter is approaching, and we must make plans early. The god of craftsmen we worshipped hasn't been heard from in over a decade. I'm afraid he's truly fallen. Neither fate nor darkness is our path. They already joined the Lord of Raging Waves. If we're willing to join, they can act as a matchmaker." "What matchmaker? Our clan doesn't believe in tyrants. This isn't the North. Even if the god of craftsmen has fallen, there's no reason to surrender to the god of the North." The great elder angrily declared, "I only believe in the world, she is the mother of the gods." Tribal leader Momoli Madoro said gently, "Let it be. The affairs of the North have nothing to do with us. We finally settled down here? The mines here are pollution-free and free of magical beasts. It's so hard for our children to grow up safely in this place, free from the threat of pollution. We haven't earned all the rent yet, so don't waste time meddling in other tribes' affairs." He tossed the letter into the stove before him. "The Madoro clan are not warriors, only craftsmen." "Humph." Molaro Madoro stamped his foot and turned away. "What can we, small men, do in the strife of the gods? We are but stepping stones," said Momoli Madoro to his son. Even if we could charge into battle with our great axes, what good would it do? The lingering taint gathers into a sea, swallowing up warrior after warrior of our tribe. The Lord of Raging Waves only kills, and sooner or later he too will be swallowed by the taint. We seek only peace and prosperity. The druid's wheat is ripe. Ask them if they would like to use it to make wine.